Chapter 665, Spirit Body Threads. Under the strong sunlight, the sea reflected a golden shade. Deep in Klein's eyes were countless illusory black lines. They extended from the nearby mermaids, from his body, and from different parts of the neighboring waters. Packed densely in thin threads, some extended into infinite distance, to the ends of the void. This strange, beautiful scene wasn't unfamiliar to Klein. During his previous uses of the All Black Eye's powers and in creating the fake world, he had seen similar scenes. This was the source of a marionettist's beyonder powers. From the knowledge obtained from the potion, these thin black threads were spirit body threads. By controlling them, one could influence the target's soul body, astral projection, body of heart and mind, and ether body. With the ether body as a bridge, one could control the target's physical body. All marionettist beyonder powers were built on these threads. Firstly, they could find a hidden target using the spirit body threads that existed in every creature. It was the best measure against a demoness's invisibility and a shadow ascetic hiding in shadows. Klein didn't know if there were ways to hide one's spirit body threads. Secondly, they could control a target like a puppet, stiffening thoughts and body. Almost indefensible, only a strong spirit body could resist. A Sequence 5 marionettist could easily control anyone who wasn't a demigod. Thirdly, control deepened over time. A marionettist could completely turn a target into their marionette, hiding behind the scenes while the marionette fought with all original beyonder powers. Magical, terrifying, indescribable, perfect for those operating behind the scenes. No wonder Rosago claimed spirit body threads were difficult for anyone below high sequence beyonder to handle, but control required time. It wasn't instant. To gain initial control, Klein needed 20 seconds. After fully digesting the potion, perhaps 5 seconds would suffice before the target noticed. Only prophetic abilities might detect it. Once initial control was achieved, the target would slow, actions impeded, body stiffened. Gradually they became a puppet. With a partner, a marionettist could finish forcibly controlled targets easily. If the spirit body was weak, the marionettist could even draw a gun or use a mystical item in tandem. If uninterrupted, a target became a marionette after 5 minutes. Truly dead in effect, irreversible. Once the potion fully digested, the process would be faster. Klein could currently control 1 marionette, possibly 3 in the future. There were distance restrictions. Spirit body threads were visible within 100 meters, and control required being within 5 meters. While controlling a marionette, he couldn't exceed 100 meters. Apart from retaining beyonder powers, a marionette could use mystical items and sealed artifacts, expending its own spirituality, not Klein's. Klein's control still required some expenditure, perfect for dangerous situations where he couldn't investigate personally. Losing a marionette was heartbreaking, but better than dying. Rosago, dealing with Klein previously, likely lost his marionette due to incomplete potion digestion, unable to gain initial control while waiting for Klein to open the door. Sequence 5 indeed justified the power. Previous beyonder powers were enhanced by 50% or more. Klein wondered what qualitative changes awaited at Sequence 4, possessing so many strange powers. Sigh. He didn't even know its name. He set a restriction on spirit vision to avoid seeing unnecessary threads. Tapping his left thumb twice on the first segment of his index finger activated it, repeating deactivated it. Same for the right hand. He reined in his thoughts and saw the remaining mermaids staring at him with watery blue eyes. Considering he could have lost control like a sealed artifact without their singing, Klein gave a friendly smile. Affected, the mermaids moved their lips, showing embarrassed smiles. As their light purple or deep red lips parted, one by one, Klein saw razor-sharp teeth, white and shiny, dripping sticky liquid. Klein was taken aback. This was more unacceptable than a real monster. He had mentally prepared for mermaids as sea creatures. No matter how crazy or terrifying, he believed he could tolerate it. But this was beyond expectation. Beautiful, alluring females with heterosensual tails contrasted sharply with their disgusting teeth. Klein nearly looked away. Waving his hand, he used a charm from the sea god domain to create a gale, pushing his dinghy back to the future. Along the way, he recalled the experience. The mermaids, singing neutralized and balanced spirit body threads. Otherwise, Faceless would lose control from the marionettist potion. Lucky ones like Calvatua were unaffected. In theory, any voice or beyonder power with similar effects could replace mermaids, but unexperienced people couldn't detect subtle differences. High-sequence beyonders not from the seer pathway would struggle to provide advice. Returning to the future, Klein used a rope to board the deck. Anderson Hood chuckled. So your search of mermaids was a requirement of a ritual, and not because you wished to obtain the corresponding ingredients. That's obvious, Klein replied. Anderson shrugged. No, it's not. A normal person would guess mermaids are the ingredients you need. This doesn't match rituals needed by a Sequence 4, but who knew adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, pirate admiral level, was only a Sequence 6? What do you mean only? Klein resisted controlling Anderson's spirit body threads. Ignoring the strongest hunter's provocative halo, he entered the cabin and returned to his room. As he approached the captain's cabin, the door creaked open. Cat Leah didn't wear her heavy glasses, her eyes swirling dark purple. Congratulations on your advancement. Previously in the dream, did I say something? You know what you said, Klein replied deadpan. Cat Leah paused, then said, You questioned me about my relationship with Queen Mystic? Glancing around, she guessed Queen Mystic might be on the future. Klein nodded, walking past her to his room, leaving silence. Once inside, he heard her voice reverberate. Set sail for the return voyage. Klein waited a few minutes, then re-entered the bathroom. He set up the ritual again, throwing creeping hunger, irascible from hunger, above the grey fog. He wasn't in a rush. He summoned distorted iron-black tinder, studied it, placed it in an iron cigar case, and threw it into the junk pile. Expensive, but trash could be used. Then he removed silent creeping hunger, placing it similarly in the junk pile. Phew. Klein remained silent, left the palace-like residence, and ventured into the mysterious space above the grey fog. From previous exploration, he saw a bright staircase seeming to lead to heaven. Suspecting the number of steps corresponded to his sequence, he came to confirm after advancing. After walking, he saw the holy staircase of pure light. Compared to before, one more step made 5. Klein sighed, unsurprised, and climbed the giant prepared staircase to the top. At that moment, he wasn't far from the hardened grey fog midair. Just one more step seemed to reach the height. Klein subconsciously looked up and seemed to see something. Chapter 666, Afternoon Town. That's... Klein's eyes reflected a nearly transparent object. It appeared like a carapace of something, sometimes shrinking and vanishing from his line of sight, at times peeking out due to an invisible wind, revealing some of its outlines. With it as an anchor point, looking further up, he saw colors of green that were almost black, standing there silently. They resembled the dark trees of a forest. Klein mumbled, not imagining what the object signified. All he could do was boldly guess it related to gaining a deeper control of the mysterious space above the grey fog. Avoiding actions destined to be in vain, he jumped down from the staircase that seemed to lead to heaven and phased back inside the palace. With Queen Mystic in mind, Klein did some simple tidying up before leaving the grey fog and returning to his bathroom. After tying up loose ends, he walked to his suitcase, took out the sun brooch, and wore it on his double-breasted frock coat. After the turmoil, the mystical items he could now use had returned to their state from Backland. However, he was already a Sequence 5, possessing one of the most difficult powers to deal with below the demigods. In the true sense of the word, he was a powerhouse in the Beyonder world. I should be agitated and happy, yet I feel nothing. I'm even as excited as when I found mermaids. This is just another step toward revenge. The true goal I wish to achieve is still a distance away. Following this, I must digest the marionnettist potion, conclude its principles, and seek the corresponding Sequence 4 formula and ingredients. Only after leaving these waters can I do all of this. Then, I'll seek advice from Mr. Azik, Willor Septin, and Rhodes. Haha, I should relax for a few days. Being overly tense might break me down and cause symptoms of losing control. Klein turned to the full-length mirror in his room. Looking at his 8-meter-tall build, black hair, brown eyes, thin face, cut features, dressed in a white shirt, suit with bow tie, top hat and pale gold sunbird brooch, he wore a calm expression and a deep dark gaze. He raised his hands, adjusted his cuff buttons, and patted his black suit. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating stacked dark buildings ahead. Demon hunter Colin Iliad, with 2 swords on his back, pointed, "That's Afternoon Town." He combed his grizzled hair, flying in the wind that swept through the wilderness. "That's fast." Derek, with his axe of hurricane in hand, sighed in surprise. Soon he realized it made sense. The Giant King's court was somewhere near the city of Silver. Afternoon Town intersected both nodes. The lightning revealed Afternoon Town in its entirety. Built at a mountain's foot, split into upper and lower levels, it was almost as large as the city of Silver's ruins. Grey stones formed buildings, some completely empty, nearly 10 meters high, others short as Derek's temporary residence. Buildings were close together, some collapsed, others aged but still standing. It was completely different from the textbooks. Derek recalled knowledge from history lessons. According to City of Silver records, Afternoon Town separated reality from myth. Humans and giants lived together. There was day and night, but most days were in a noon state. Fog, storms, or snow could not blot out the strong sunlight. Yet now it was dark and heavy. Even with illumination, the area lacked brightness and signs of life. Clenching his axe, Derek, whose eyes had 2 miniature suns, followed Chief Colin into Afternoon Town. The streets bore signs of rotting flesh and dry pus. Silence prevailed. "Be careful. Many strange monsters lurk in darkness," Colin warned, scarred face stern. He drew one of his dual swords as silver light converged. This was the mythical door. When the Creator abandoned this land, even myths were abandoned. Derek imagined what Afternoon Town endured during the cataclysm. It seemed different from the Kingdom of Silver. Suddenly a teammate on the flank shouted, "There's something." Derek turned and saw a transparent face growing out of a 10-meter-tall stone building. Its cracks spiraled around a center, forming a single eye or mouth, resembling a vortex. A corporeal hurricane howled, dawn-like light from within dense as arrows. Bam! Bam! The light struck some team members, hitting thick city walls. Only dull thuds echoed before disappearing. Colin genuflected, stabbing his silver sword into the rotting ground, shielding the front row. Other members attacked methodically. Hurricanes of light and scarlet fireballs struck the vortex. Derek's holy light landed on it. Explosions followed. The boulder collapsed. The transparent face screamed and vaporized. Though the fight was simple, Derek felt no joy. He recalled discussions between Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice on Beyonder fights. Combined with the City of Silver's experience resisting monsters from darkness, he realized those below demigods had limited means of control. Thankfully, sealed artifacts formed when monsters died, compensating. "Move according to plan. 3 to 4 people per group. Search and clear areas," Colin instructed. "Yes, Chief." The exploration team, rich in experience, quickly formed groups. Derek's group, 3 members, himself, Joshua, and Haim. Joshua, Sequence 7 Weapon Master, wore a mystical glove controlling fire. Haim, Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin, stood 2-3 meters tall. City of Silver warriors of the giant pathway averaged 1.8 meters. Modified genes accumulated each generation. Derek, young, nearly reached 1.8 meters. They entered a left alley in triangular formation, checking every accessible building. Likely due to prior sweeps, no monsters appeared, offering relief. "Rumor has it the 6-member council plans to set up camp here, making Afternoon Town a stronghold," Joshua said, observing buildings. Haim nodded, scanning, then pointed diagonally upward. "The true target seems," Derek asked, surprised. "The Giant King's court? Isn't this a search for the sea where Jack and company came from? Must we circle the Giant King's court?" Derek puzzled. Haim shook his head. "I've only heard rumors," then pointed to an underground chamber entrance. "Let's finish our search here," he said. Derek, night vision and light emission ready, entered first. Haim lifted a hide lantern. Joshua followed. The underground chamber was wide with dried black pools. The lingering smell of blood suggested ancient sacrificial rituals. Derek suspected this had occurred long ago. He noticed a candle on a stone altar, confirming suspicions. Why would residents secretly hold sacrifices underground? During the Giant King's court reign, they worshipped the Giant King. Later, under the Creator Lord, they may have worshipped other gods. Derek pondered as he approached the altar. The stone table had carved words damaged over time. Derek identified 3 names: Ouroboros, Medici, Sasria. Ouroboros, Angel of Fate; Mr. Fool mentioned Medici as a king of angels. Sasria another one? Excited and horrified, Derek turned to call his companions, but the underground chamber was empty. Only darkness. Haim and Joshua, supposed to be behind, were gone. Chapter 667, Prayer. They're gone? There's only darkness? Faced with this sudden change, Derek didn't panic. He clasped his hands to his mouth. Pure light erupted from him, dispersing the darkness and illuminating every corner of the underground chamber. Outside the city of silver, darkness was the most terrifying thing. Even a brief lapse of light, no more than 5 seconds, could be fatal. Derek had almost died on his first explorations, luckily with the chief nearby. As light radiated steadily, Derek raised his tightly gripped axe of hurricane and surveyed the chamber. He noticed Haim and Joshua were gone, and the stone slabs and tufts of black hair on the walls had turned blood red, moist as though freshly sprayed. This realization calmed him. The problem wasn't them, it was himself. All I did was approach the altar and silently read 3 names. Even angels usually require complete honorific names to receive prayers, and it's limited by range. I wonder if kings of angels are the same. One of those 3 names must have activated hidden powers. I triggered it by using Jotun, which stirs nature's power. No, it has to be said aloud. Even if these are the true names of the kings of angels, I've never faced this before. Derek anxiously returned to the stone table. He was surprised. The words and symbols were now clearer, more complete, as if freshly drawn by the ritual host. Written in 3 languages, Jotun, Dragonese, and a language he didn't recognize, he suspected it was ancient Hermes, as mentioned by Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man. He knew some words from the tarot gathering conversations. The Jotun and Dragonese texts repeated the 3 names and titles: Angel of Fate, Ouroboros; Red Angel, Medici; Dark Angel, Sasria. Following them was an entity Derek knew, Rose Redemption. Sasria, the Dark Angel, was a king of angels, along with Angel of Fate and Red Angel, founders of Rose Redemption. He wondered if Mr. Fool knew anything about him. He surely knows much. The ancient Hermes words likely conveyed the same content. In Afternoon Town, already converted to the faith of the Lord, some secretly worshipped the 3 kings of angels. A chill ran down Derek's spine. He felt close to the reason the Creator abandoned this land. Looking up, walls still red, Haim and Joshua were gone. Silently repeating the words did nothing. Derek drew a breath, raised his axe of hurricane, and carefully walked to the chamber entrance, seeking the root of the problem. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he returned to the hall upstairs like a gigantic candle. Shadows made the room gloomy and silent. Rotting chairs and stone tables remained as before. Failing to find Joshua and Haim, Derek approached the window, high-strung, hoping to spot other team members. Thud, thud. He reached a large windowsill. Outside, dark buildings spread like steps, tall and short. Lightning struck at low frequency. Candlelight flickered in many windows. The dim yellow flames danced but weren't extinguished. Derek swallowed. It was as though residents still lived peacefully before the cataclysm. Haim, carrying a hide lantern, didn't need to bend to enter the chamber. He joked to Joshua, "This house must belong to a human, but their family has giant's bloodline. They're probably my height. Last time in that ruined city, we had to bow at the main doors." Having a giant's bloodline didn't mean actual giant blood. It referred to inherited his physical characteristics from consuming pathway potions. Being tall was one such manifestation. Joshua looked at Haim, scoffing, "That was you. I didn't need to." "But you'll advance soon. Then you won't be shorter than me," Haim said, glancing at Derek to prevent accidents near the altar. Joshua said, "Chief is a Sequence 4 demon hunter. He should be 3 to 4 meters tall, yet looks ordinary, only half a head taller than me." Haim shrugged. "Rumor has it the chief has a giant fawn." "A giant fawn? Will his clothes tear?" Joshua laughed. "Unless his clothes are mystical items." They exchanged smiles. Then they realized Derek, who should have been before the altar, was gone. Haim and Joshua's expressions turned grave. One raised a huge broadsword, the other a red-gloved hand. They inspected the altar carefully but found nothing. Joshua was about to read the stone table when Haim stopped him. "Don't." Derek was looking at these words before he vanished. "Let's bring the chief here." "Okay," Joshua nodded. They didn't rush, surveying the surroundings. Haim rubbed his fingers to light the remaining candle on the altar, protecting Derek from true darkness. Past City of Silver exploration teams had similar encounters. A teammate might vanish, concealed by a power, appearing still in place, yet if others moved for help, darkness could devour him permanently. With the candle lit, dim yellow light spread. Haim and Joshua left, arriving at the alley where they released the spirituality signal all carried. They didn't wait long before Colin Iliad, leaping from another roof, landed firmly. "What happened?" the demon hunter asked, deep-voiced, silver sword coated with light grey oil. Haim recounted the events. "We didn't discover why Derek disappeared." Colin nodded, walked past them, entering the building directly. Despite candles and warm yellow light, Derek felt in a frozen abyss. A chill spread from his heart. He clenched the axe of Hurricane, retracted his gaze from the town and returned to the underground chamber, standing before the altar again. He knew he was the cause of the problem, yet he didn't want to explore Afternoon Town. He didn't even dare open the door. Derek remained calm, showing no panic. As long as it's not an immediate threat, it's not severe. He silently bowed, whispering, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Klein, observing the battlefield of the gods, entered the bathroom, set up disruptive items, and took 4 counterclockwise steps above the grey fog. Sitting in the high-back chair at the bronze table's end, he stretched his right hand, emanating spirituality, to touch the crimson star representing Little Sun. Suddenly the prayers became abnormally clear. He first saw the hazy Little Sun, noticing the environment around him was abnormal. Swirling darkness surrounded the sun, filled with hidden eyes silently watching. The eyes were densely packed, unseen by Little Sun. Afternoon Town, is that dangerous? Klein knew what Dear Sun had been up to. Instinctively, he abandoned using the sea god's scepter, opting to pull him above the grey fog. He extended spirituality, feeling the crimson star trapped like in a quagmire. Which king of angels has he crossed this time? Klein made ripples in the mysterious space and grey fog beneath. After advancing to sequence 5, he could stir some powers above the grey fog without the Black Emperor card or rituals. Silently, Klein transported Derek, whose figure appeared on the high-back chair. Meanwhile, the strange darkness around Little Sun shattered. The demon hunter entered the underground chamber, on high alert, followed closely by Haim and Joshua. In the dim yellow candlelight, Derek Berg's figure was quickly outlined, like a living picture. Chapter 668, Confidence Might Also Be a Weakness. Above the grey fog in the palace upheld by stone columns, Derek quickly recounted his encounter to Mr. Fool. Dark Angel Sasrir, the names and titles of these kings of angels seemed washed away by history. Almost no one knew of them. If not for Little Sun discovering them in the forsaken land of God, or for me encountering the ancient evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel himself, I might not know a single king of angels. At best, I would have heard of the Ammon family, but had no way to delve deeper into the blasphemer. Where is this Dark Angel now? Is he alive? Still part of the upper echelons of Rose Redemption? Klein felt wistful. Afraid Little Sun would ask questions he couldn't answer, Klein stopped thinking and leaned back in his chair. "You have been freed from your predicament. Your companions will soon find you." He cut off the connection before Little Sun could speak, disdaining any fabricated explanations. To mysteriously disappear and reappear, strange scenarios were normal. Derek was grateful Mr. Fool didn't ask further. He feared exposure to lethal darkness or hidden monsters and wanted control of his body to prepare. Still, if pressed, he would patiently explain. As his consciousness returned, Derek rapidly recovered his senses. He saw a nearly spent candle, flame wavering in the wind, and realized the chief was beside him. Tall Haim and red-gloved Joshua stood 2 steps behind. How long have they been watching me like that? Derek felt guilty and nervous, despite thinking of a reason above the grey fog. Colin's deadpan face asked, "What did you encounter?" Derek paused deliberately, recalling a trick from the Hanged Man, and described events in staccato manner. "I saw the altar after entering the underground chamber. I suspected it was an altar and tried to identify the remnant words and symbols on it. I recognized 3 names. One was Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. At this point, the lantern light extinguished. When I turned, Haim and Joshua had vanished. I created a light source and walked out. The outside was still, Afternoon Town, but many buildings had candles lit inside as though humans were living there. I didn't dare leave the building, so I returned to the underground chamber and attempted the same again. The words on the altar were very complete in 3 languages, Jotun, Dragonese, and one I didn't recognize. The first 2 languages expressed the same content, the names and titles of 3 angels and Rose redemption. Later I found myself back here. This was true and complete. He hid only how he returned. Derek had no hope of lying to the chief. He planned to appear confused if pressed, blaming abnormality of his body. This might make the chief suspicious, but Hanged Man and Miss Justice had said such matters wouldn't be pressed. Appearing abnormal might even mark him as a chess piece to counterbalance Elder Lovia. Derek sighed inwardly at the complexities outside the City of Silver. In dire environments, depletion of strength meant danger. Past experiences concentrated risks in the 6-member council, teaching Beyonders cooperation. Colin nodded gently, walked to the altar, and attempted Derek's description, but did not vanish. From the looks of it, the remnant powers have already completed their mission, he muttered softly. Derek felt embarrassed for not needing an excuse. Colin then asked, "What are the corresponding titles of Medici and Sazri?" "Red Angel and Dark Angel," Derek answered honestly. Colin nodded, thoughtful. "A few books mention a Red Angel, but with no name. As for Dark Angel Sazria, he has been completely lost to history." Derek was about to ask about other kings of angels when the candlelight dimmed, as shadows surged from outside. "Let's leave this place for now," Colin said cautiously. Gripping the axe of Hurricane, Derek moved to form a battle formation with Haim and Joshua. One step, he noticed Haim had stepped aside and Joshua raised his red-gloved hand. Their eyes watched him keenly, a normal reaction learned from exploration training. Observe and minimize contact with companions who escaped a strange situation. Derek wanted to explain his escape from Afternoon Town but fell silent, ashamed and aggrieved. He turned and followed the chief step by step. They soon reached the entrance, ready to leave, noticing Afternoon Town's shadows darkening slightly. Candlelight appeared in different windows, dim yellow, connected or disconnected, silent and heavy. Klein didn't linger above the grey fog. He returned to the bathroom, put away items, hoping no more incidents would occur with Little Sun. Repeated visits risked revealing secrets. Outsiders might think Gehrman Sparrow had a bladder problem, a tarnish on his persona. Having digested the faceless potion, Klein realized marionettist Rosago's Beyonder characteristic, left behind from one sequence to the next, contained faceless magician, clown, and seer potions. He needed to follow his previously concluded principles to digest the excess. He washed his face and stepped out. Just as he considered checking his golden pocket watch for dinner time, the scene turned black. Night had fallen unpredictably. Klein lampooned the absurdity. If monsters and humans were in battle when darkness struck, both might have to rest mid-fight. He lay in bed, realizing the night was dangerous. In the forsaken land of God and City of Silver, darkness without light could erase humans in seconds. Could there be a connection? Klein shook his head and entered a dream. In the dream he realized he had shifted locations. Last time, he had been on the boulder where Admiral of Stars Cattleya sat hugging her knees. This time, he faced a staircase. Sunset light shone through colored glass panes above, illuminating the black spiraling staircase adorned with sculptures. Klein noticed Queen Mystic standing high on the staircase. The long chestnut-haired lady wore a white shirt with lace and flowery bands under a simple dark blue coat. Beige trousers and black leather boots completed her attire. Klein guessed she had an entire wardrobe of similar clothing. "What's the matter?" Klein asked. Queen Mystic caressed the handrail, descending slowly. "Confidence might be a weakness at times. You trust that copper whistle and paper crane too much. One day it may be your source of danger." Klein felt uneasy but remained composed. "I don't understand what you mean." "Confidence might be a weakness at times," she repeated. "Cattleya trusted the sealed artifact she gave Heath Doyle too much. If I hadn't boarded the ship, Nina, Frank Lee, and she would have died. But you might survive. That sealed artifact can't block the ravings filling these waters. That's how Heath Doyle mutated," Klein inferred. Queen Mystic nodded. "Ordinarily, it can, but do you know the source of these ravings?" Before Klein could reply, she gave the answer: "The true creator." Chapter 6 and 69, Exchange of Information. The true creator? The ravings that filled these waters came from the true creator. Klein felt a mix of surprise and relief. He was grateful because, as Queen Mystic had said, if she hadn't boarded the ship, Heath Doyle might have succumbed to mutation even with the sealed artifact dampening his auditory senses. For low and mid-sequence beyonders of other pathways, exposure to such ravings caused frustration, repression, or occasional nightmares. But for a Rose Bishop, sequence 0 of his pathway, immersion, even death, would inevitably have consequences. If Heath Doyle lost control in the midst of these waters, the rest of the crew faced real danger. Yet Klein believed that surviving the initial attack would give him a chance to pray to the Fool and use the sea god's scepter above the grey fog to intervene. The revelation contradicted his original theory. He had imagined these waters were the battleground between ancient gods and the creator worshipped by the City of Silver during the Second Epoch, with subsidiary gods and angels possibly participating. But the true creator had first appeared after the Third Epoch's cataclysm. Klein resisted jumping to conclusions. He watched Queen Mystic pass by, fingers brushing the carved sculptures on the handrail as she descended. Her back was tall, neither fat nor thin, perfectly proportioned, with long chestnut hair flowing naturally. A sense of familiarity struck him, and he recalled the Roselle Memorial Exhibition, where he had seen a similarly built figure. That figure, dressed in a yellow layered dress with youthful flair and a black, out-of-fashion bonnet, had been examining children's books, Chinese chess and toy blocks, clearly aware that he had taken the Black Emperor card. The Emperor's eldest daughter, Bernadette, had founded the Element Dawn to oppose the Moses Ascetic Order, and her diary praised the maxim, "Do as you wish, but do no harm." Klein inferred that this lady was likely a demigod of the Mystery Prior pathway. Sequence 4 of this pathway is Mysticologist, Queen Mystic, who had been renowned across the seas for over a century. After Cattleya left, she had joined the Moses Ascetic Order, and she seemed to study Roselle's diary meticulously. All the fragments fell into place, and a theory emerged. Queen Mystic could indeed be Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter, Bernadette Gustave. Her fashion, influenced by imperial tastes yet mixed with her own style, was peculiar but deliberate. Klein lampooned inwardly, yet kept a solemn expression as he followed her down the staircase. Queen Mystic did not turn her head. As she walked, she said, "This dream world isn't vast. There are only two parts. One of them is the projection of the giant king's court on the opposite mountain, and the other is the black cloister over here." The giant king's court, a majestic complex frozen in the sunset, surfaced vividly in Klein's mind. This projection was real, and Little Sun and company were at its entrance. Afternoon Town. This is my theory, as it resembles the Great Twilight Hall in Faisak. Queen Mystic continued gently but without emotion. And in the Fourth Epoch, there has always been rumors that the god of combat is an ancient giant who survived the cataclysm. The god of combat pathway corresponded to the giant pathway. Klein quietly agreed. He recalled the information from Little Sun, realizing that the giant king's court being forever residing in the sunset aligned with the mountain's spectacle. From the true creator to the giant king's court, she had revealed two invaluable pieces of information, a sign of goodwill to him, or rather to the entity backing him. "Haha," the entity was himself. Calmly, he said, "The real giant king's court is in the forsaken land of God." He spoke with indifference, accentuating his own value and the authority of the backing entity. Queen Mystic stopped, pressing her right palm on the sculpted handrail, then half-turned to face Gehrman Sparrow. "Rumor has it that the path leading to the forsaken land of God is hidden in the mountain across us, hidden in the projection of the giant king's court." So Little Sun and company had begun exploring Afternoon Town? But Jack had mentioned they appeared by the sea. The giant king's court and its projection must have hidden switches. Opening them ahead of time could connect the two seas. This place, suffused with the true creator's ravings, contained the secrets of the forsaken land, along with remnant powers of Evernight, Sun, Storm, Earth, and the Spectator pathway. A remnant of the cataclysm. After the cataclysm, the forsaken land was isolated. The goddess, eternal blazing sun, lord of storms, Earth Mother, and others had saved the world while the true creator appeared. Only the Spectator pathway's imagination didn't align perfectly. Klein pieced together what he could. Queen Mystic continued descending. The black cloister here doesn't appear big, but each building and every level represents a different part of these waters. Behind every door might hide the dream of a creature. Klein looked at the handrail sculptures, primarily human heads, beautiful at first glance, but terrifying upon closer inspection. He asked in passing, "Whose dream does this staircase belong to?" "An undying from the numinous episcopate. He came here in search of death's remains, one of the main requirements of the artificial death. However, he lost control as a result of the ravings, and he's forever loitering in an underground ruin, turning every adventurer who dares to enter into becoming his zombie," she explained calmly. Death had played a role in this divine battle. Admiral Hell's risks now made sense. Klein was not alarmed. He had heard Demoness of Unaging Katerina Pelle mention artificial death. The numinous episcopate was far from success. As Queen Mystic finished descending, she glanced at him before entering a corridor. Klein noted there were no further stairs. They were at the bottom. She stopped before a black wooden door patterned with strange designs. "I've always suspected that the dream within is the key to sustaining this place. The remnant powers of Evernight only provide the possibility of such a development." She twisted the handle. The black door slid open, revealing not a room but a sea, bathed in blinding sunlight with waves of rich gold. An unimaginable aura seeped out. The building trembled, and dust and bricks fell. The dream seemed on the verge of shattering. Queen Mystic pulled the door shut. Everything normalized. "Even I do not dare enter," she said. "This place has the dreams of certain remnant deities," Klein said calmly, projecting authority. Her blue eyes swept over him. "These waters and this black cloister hide a lot of secrets. My understanding of it might not even reach a single %." She waited silently. The pressure was intense. Klein asked, "Do you know the activation incantation of the Black Emperor card?" She paused for seconds, then shook her head. Klein looked her directly in the eye. "Bernadette." The corridor became silent. Even breathing seemed audible. Her lips moved slightly, then pursed. Focus wavered briefly before returning. She turned toward the black staircase and said, "The dream is ending." Klein watched her ascend until blinding light erased her figure. Afternoon town candlelight flickered from building windows, breathing life into the silent town. Derek tensed as though plunged into a nightmare. Demon hunter Colin observed quietly before speaking solemnly, "We are in the real world. The power of the altar has leaked out." Chapter 670, Repenter. That strange afternoon town had somehow seeped into reality. Derek vaguely understood the chief's warning. He had a rough idea why this had happened. When Mr. Full had pulled him out of the bizarre town, he must have broken an intricate balance, allowing powers to spill outward. This also explained why demon hunter Colin Iliad hadn't vanished when repeating the attempt. Before Derek could dwell further, the chief of the 6-member council, Colin, produced a luminescent powder from a pouch on his belt and scattered it into the air. The powder exploded in silver light, piercing the darkness, marking a warning. Derek, Haim and Joshua recognized immediately. Stay put, remain vigilant, and await rescue. The signal was for all scattered exploration teams. Colin released the signal thrice within the span of 2 lightning bolts, then turned to Derek's group. "We shall meet up with the rest by combing outwards. Be careful along the way." "Yes, Chief." Derek had already dismissed his previous grievances, focused entirely on aiding his partners. He took the left flank of the small team, with red-gloved Joshua wielding his iron-black sword on the right, Dawn Paladin Haim guarding the rear, and the demon hunter a few steps ahead. Lightning flashed in rapid succession, illuminating afternoon town in bursts, the candlelight flickering through windows like silent sentinels. Derek no longer felt like a fledgling. Though nervous, his palm remained steady on the axe of hurricane. He scanned his surroundings cautiously, anticipating monsters lurking in the shadowed buildings. Darkness returned as lightning faded, candle flames still burning quietly, while Haim's animal hide lantern dispersed minimal light, barely cutting through the gloom. A sudden chill slid down Derek's neck. Without turning, he sidestepped diagonally, glancing sideways. He saw Haim, nearly 2.3 meters tall, eyes fixed on him with a grim expression, broadsword descending in a lethal arc. Bang! Derek somersaulted to evade, the wind from the strike echoing. Colin's voice cut through the night. "What happened?" "Haim attacked me." Derek rolled toward the chief. "Me?" Haim looked puzzled, holding the lantern and broadsword. Colin examined him. I didn't discover any abnormality on his part. The demon hunter's eyes glowed with two dark green symbols. "The attacker transformed its appearance to Haim's," he added. Before he could finish, a silver sword stabbed backward. Oof! Two swords clashed midair, sparks scattering. From the darkness, a grizzled figure with deep wrinkles and piercing blue eyes emerged, holding a silver sword slicked with grey oil. An eerie mirror of Colin, but with a somber expression and darkened skin. Bam! 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 Two silver blades collided, fire spitting into the air. Colin shouted, "Light!" Derek instinctively covered his mouth and nose. Three figures charged from the shadows: Haim, red-gloved Joshua, and a childlike Derek. Derek followed the chief's instructions, emitting lustrous brilliance. The three attackers flinched, covering their faces while attempting to retreat, but their speed was no match for Derek's light. They were enveloped, silent screams fading as they vanished. The two demon hunters were consumed by the radiance. One stiffened, losing color and turning completely black. The silver sword stabbed through the monster but seemed to strike air. The black figure immolated, cracking into distorted shadows, corroding the light inch by inch. Colin retracted his sword. "The monsters this time are our shadows. Their weakness is the brightness of light." He summoned a brilliant, holy light of dawn, illuminating the street as though day had arrived. Haim abandoned any similar power, holding his lantern as they followed Colin through another street. They arrived at a half-collapsed cathedral. Its heavy stone columns and masonry, dark and imposing, framed a wide door. Inside, Derek followed Colin to the prayer hall. Noticing the deity's statue destroyed, though a candle burned on the altar, a figure in a Spartan white robe knelt before it, whispering prayers silently. "He's not one of us," Haim murmured, using his height and night vision to detect the anomaly. Derek understood. This was an unknown entity, which implied extreme danger. There should have been an exploration team here. Colin swept his light of dawn carefully, avoiding provocation. Haim, Joshua, and Derek fell silent. No immediate sign of the missing team indicated a dire outcome. Two men in tight black outfits emerged from the hall's right side, members of the exploration team assigned to the cathedral. One ran to Colin, voice strained with fear. "Chief, those shadows are problematic." Leroy was swallowed by his own shadow. Derek's heart sank, but the light of dawn engulfed the two teammates. Their faces contorted with ferocity as darkness spread across their bodies. In 2 seconds they vanished, leaving only bones and clumps of bloody flesh scattered across the floor. Light emanated slowly from their remains. Colin's gaze remained cold. "Go to the side of the ecclesiastic and hear what it's reciting." Derek and company nodded, approaching the ruined statue. 10 steps away they discerned the white-robed figure, a middle-aged man, crying, deep features pressed nearly to the ground, muttering, "Omnipotent Lord, I repent." Tempted Sasria. The kings often came to the palace belonging to the dusk to conspire. It was unknown when the people in this town changed. They set up secret altars and held strange rituals, doing things you forbade. It was already too late by the time I discovered all of this. Degeneration, bloodshed, darkness, rot, murders, corruption, and shadows had already drowned this piece of land. A huge calamity will begin here. His words repeated like prophecy, weighed with inevitability. Derek's mind raced. Had the Lord abandoned this land? Who had tempted Dark Angel Sasria? The ecclesiastic should have stated a name after "I repent," yet it had vanished. Perhaps he had come from that strange afternoon town, appearing only after the balance broke. Otherwise, he would have been discovered by prior exploration. Thoughts tumbled rapidly through Derek's mind. Colin stepped forward, moving beside the white-robed man. Klein awoke as midday sunlight stabbed his eyes through the window. He rolled out of bed and walked unhurriedly to the pirates' dining hall. Frank Lee waved immediately upon seeing him. "Gehrman, I discovered something new." "Fuck, what now?" Klein's heart leapt. "A new invention of yours?" "No, it isn't." Frank shook his head with excitement. "I was planning on studying the fish in these waters. They will likely be able to dream. Just as I tried fishing, I ended up getting this strange item." Chapter 671, The Fourth Name. Strange item? Klein instantly felt a headache but asked with an unperturbed expression, "What is it?" "Fish with human fingers growing in them." Frank ran into the dining hall and returned holding a strange bluish-black fish. The fish was normal length with a human face where its eyes should be. Its belly had been dissected, revealing 3 bloody fingers stuffed inside. It wasn't inserted by me. It was originally like that. Look at its teeth. It's very unlikely that it will eat something like that, so it can only be the case of the fingers producing themselves. Frank hurriedly explained. Klein glanced at the fish. It might also be stuffed inside by someone. Makes sense. Then it's not the most unique fish. Frank appeared disappointed. Fingers are flesh and blood. I'll ask Heath. He's an expert on such matters. He found Heath Doyle eating in a corner. Frank placed the fish before Bloodless. Heath pressed his face to the fish. Frank reacted and laughed. "No, this isn't food for you. You've been eating fish to the point that even your body smells of fish. What I meant was to ask if you know the fingers inside the fish's stomach. Can you find its original owner?" Heath studied it carefully. They belonged to a Rose Bishop's, at least a Rose Bishop's. He took out the 3 bloody fingers and stacked them together. The fingers melted like wax, turning into sticky flesh and blood. The flesh squirmed and drew a word in blood red, "Help." Klein instantly made connections. He recalled the Saint of Darkness and Leomaster from the dream world. This Aurora Order Saint was affected by remnant powers of an angel or deity of the spectator pathway, causing him to dissociate. His good and evil side constantly fought, with the main persona gradually holding advantage as the good personality searched for help. This is an attempt by Leomaster's good side to call for help? As a saint, he might have advanced from a shepherd, so having Rose Bishop powers wasn't strange. Klein nodded in thought. Help? How? Frank turned to German Sparrow with a blank look. Klein shook his head. You don't have to bother. There are too many oddities with these waters. From the dream, Leomaster's main persona held absolute advantage. Rescuing him required dealing with a demigod. With Queen Mystic aboard, it wasn't impossible, but if Leomaster were easily rescued, the Queen would have done so already. Yeah, perhaps the fellow who's asking for help is long dead. Frank's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at Heath. Can you wipe out the mental imprint left on this flesh and blood? Yes, Heath replied succinctly. Frank's mouth cracked open as he smiled like a 200-pound child. I've always been curious about the flesh and blood structure of a Rose Bishop. I've always thought of using similar flesh and blood as the medium for crossbreeding. One day you will die amidst your experiments. Thankfully, I'll be leaving this ship soon. Klein had the baffling impression of a brattish child entering an armory. Heath Doyle, whose face was nearly translucent from paleness, was taken aback for 2 seconds before sincerely saying, "Thank you." Why thank me? Frank scratched his head, puzzled. Afternoon town. In the half-collapsed cathedral, Colin stood beside the ecclesiastic in white. Who are the kings? What is the huge calamity? Who tempted Sazria? The ecclesiastic continued prostrating, repeating his words of penitence as though he was an illusory recording. Seeing no response, Colin inched his silver sword toward the person. Despite the blade tip reaching the back of his head, the ecclesiastic remained in penitence unchanged. Colin retracted his sword and walked to the altar, gazing at the candle emitting yellow light. After silence, he extinguished the candlelight. The collapsed deity statue turned dim as the prostrating white-robed man finally stopped his penitence. He slowly lifted his head. It was gloomy green, filled with hatred. Before Derek, Haim, and Joshua could react, the ecclesiastic pounced forward with exceedingly fast speed, drawing an afterimage. Colin was prepared. He stepped diagonally forward, turned halfway, and swept backward with his silver sword. Spots of light soared, instantly forming a gigantic storm. The light storm swept the surroundings, leaving the ecclesiastic frozen in mid-air before he was completely devoured. The storm quickly came to an end as Colin looked at the ecclesiastic whose body had been infused with the light of dawn. Then he repeated his previous questions again. Who are the kings? What is the huge calamity? Who tempted Sazria? The ecclesiastic's indistinct figure replied in a dazed manner. The kings are Sazria, Ouroboros Medici. Just as he was about to say the fourth name, a transparent flame tore through him from inside. The flame instantly engulfed him, burning him into spreading black gas. So the kings refer to the kings of angels. What's the fourth name? Why did he self-destruct? Is it the one who tempted Sasria, or someone else? Derek was filled with questions. As the ecclesiastic died, the streets outside an afternoon town suddenly produced roars like wild beasts. Derek looked out the window and saw a gigantic face. The glass had grown a single unique eye with short, dense black hair. Another monster rushed out from inside the cathedral. It had an ordinary human build and 2 eyes, but its body was covered with short black hair resembling a beast's. A degenerate town that has been completely corrupted. Colin sighed as he faced one monster. Derek, Haim, and Joshua took battle positions to fend off the remaining monster. The future continued, cruising before encountering brief night once more. After Klein entered the dream world, he found himself by Admiral of Stars Catleia's side. He was about to look at the giant King's Court projection when he heard Catleia ask heavily while hugging her knees. "Have you met her?" Klein acknowledged tersely without hiding the truth. Catleia pursed her lips and asked, "She's on the ship?" "Yes." Klein turned his head and looked at Admiral of Stars as he said in passing, "You have very deep feelings for her." Catleia's expression wasn't as lost and dazed as before. Biting her lips, she said in a self-deprecating manner, "That's right. I was by her side before I was 3. Ha ha, that's what they say, but I no longer have any actual memories of that. She taught me, and she held me by the hand as we adventured. She watched me grow up. To me, she's my captain and my teacher as well as my mother." As Catleia spoke, she suddenly fell silent. Chapter 672, Bystander. Glancing at the silent Catleia, Klein felt a twinge of awkwardness. He said nothing and jumped off the boulder, entering the black cloister through the half-open door. The square ahead, surrounded by a gloomy tower and crumbling buildings, bore the remnants of a war. Smouldering fires, and gigantic arrows embedded in the ground, their shafts gently swaying with the wind. Frank Lee was still digging and planting, but where food had once lain was now a pool of flesh and blood. "What experiments do you plan on performing on them?" Klein asked as he passed. Frank grinned with excitement. "Plenty. For example, all I need is 1 ox that can satisfy the meat requirements of an entire ship. Every time a piece of meat is sliced off, it will regrow new flesh again." Why oxen again? Klein remained silent, inwardly lampooning the crimson moon. Along the way he encountered navigator Ottolov reading on the ground. Nina, nearly undressing due to inebriation. Heath Doyle hiding in the shadows. And finally, the hall filled with murals where Anderson Hood reclined on a conjured chair, leisurely observing the holy murals on the dome. "Sire, we're finally about to leave these cursed waters. It will just be another 2 noons and nights." Anderson sighed as Gehrman Sparrow entered. "As long as we leave this area, I'll no longer need to worry about remnant problems." Klein intended to ask him to shut up, but he was speaking only of himself. "Are you from Intis?" "Barely. My father is from Intis and my mother is from Sega," Anderson replied, chatting casually. Klein continued a few steps forward. "Then, do you believe in the eternal blazing sun, god of steam and machinery, or the god of knowledge and wisdom?" Anderson's expression shifted oddly. "My faith was originally in the god of knowledge and wisdom, but their priests are too despicable. Just because I failed my examinations, they ignored my ordinarily handsome face and treated me as a retard. Pooey, I'm better at other topics. My intelligence is in no way lacking. My eye for aesthetics and my basic foundation in drawing has always been excellent. Ha, before becoming a hunter, my dream was to be an artist. Of course, after coming to the sea, my faith is more or less in the Lord of Storms." Klein smirked inwardly at the thought of a priest saying, "He failed his examinations? This child is hopeless. Just bury him." He was about to lead the conversation further when a door creaked open. From the depths of the hall, a man in a short linen robe ran toward them. Raven black hair, wrinkles, hardships etched into his face. It was Saint of Darkness Leomaster, the good side. Behind him, a tall figure in black full-body armor, eyes glowing deep red, wielded a huge sword, pursuing relentlessly. Clang! 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 Metallic boots hit the ground in hurried rhythm. Klein instinctively retreated, pressing against the hall wall, noticing Anderson had leaped up from his chair and clung to the opposite wall. Anderson grinned at Klein, a silent, "So you're the same as me." "Who's the same as you?" Klein thought. This isn't cowardice. Without him here, Anderson might have taken out the sea god's scepter and fought the Saint of Darkness. Klein realized both parties were close in the real world. Perhaps Queen Mystic had guided the good Learmaster here. The linen-robed Learmaster, desperate, saw the two men gone and ran for the exit. The armored main persona's red eyes darkened in fury, completely ignoring Klein and Anderson. Once outside the black cloister, Klein surged forward like a hunting leopard. Anderson reached out but failed to stop him, muttering, "This guy was rational a moment ago. Why did he suddenly go mad? Did he discover something? What a strange person." Before following, Anderson hesitated. The good Learmaster circled a boulder to escape his dark counterpart. Klein seized the opportunity, facing the projection of the giant king's court on the opposite mountain, praying softly with ancient Hermes, "The Lord that created everything, you are omnipotent and omniscient." The saint continued, chanting honorific titles. "You are the source of everything great. You are the beginning and the end. You are the God of gods. You are the ruler of the vast astral world." The sea of clouds separating the mountains stirred, slowly splitting to reveal a deep crevice. The projection of the giant king's court sucked up the distant frozen dusk. Yet nothing further happened. Klein turned to see Queen Mystic Bernadette behind a pristine window silently observing. She had orchestrated the good Learmaster's escape from his dream. Since a listener from the Aurora Order could bring little Jack into the forsaken land of God, it made sense the Saint of Darkness could follow. The projection of the giant king's court provided the path. Klein concluded the failure lay in location. Learmaster needed to be deep in these waters, surrounded by danger, and chant the City of Silver Creator's honorific name in a dream induced by the night. Only then could the passage open, allowing body and ship to transmigrate through the fog into the forsaken land of God. For Klein, the method wasn't urgent. Once he reached sequence 4, he could have Little Sun set up a descent or bestowment ritual. However, reverse engineering this method could benefit the City of Silver immensely. The key lay in the giant king's court, but its secrets remained unknowable. Suddenly, pea vines grew rapidly from the soil, transforming the area outside the black cloister into a green forest, forcibly separating the Saint of Darkness's main and good personas. Klein noticed Cattleya standing, no longer hugging her knees. Sizzle! Derek rolled before cleaving down at a giant covered in black hair. Silver lightning struck, causing it to tremble. Derek expanded his arms, descending bright, pure, holy light over the monster. The creature collapsed with a tragic cry, exuding black fog. Through successive battles, Derek discovered that monsters from the strange afternoon town feared intense light, regardless of traits. This allowed him to avoid injuries and safeguard his teammates. Once Colin defeated the strongest monster, Afternoon Town fell silent. All candle lights had extinguished. The chief surveyed the area. "Let's regroup before we set up camp." By now, teams had dwindled to a third. Only 6 remained. Colin Iliad's true goal was the giant king's court, but the Afternoon Town encounter proved exploration couldn't be rushed. The court might conceal cataclysmic secrets and unimaginable dangers, requiring months, perhaps years of preparation before attempting to enter. Chapter 6773, Blood Text. Layers of pea vines that seemed able to weave a stairway into heaven dropped and shrank back into the soil. Be it the Saint of Darkness's main persona or Learmaster's good side, both vanished. Only Cattleya remained atop the boulder, blankly surveying her surroundings. Queen Mystic had thrown Learmaster's 2 sides back into his own dream? Or had she pulled them elsewhere to study the traits required to enter the forsaken land of God? It seemed impossible to split the 2 into different dreams. Otherwise, she would have spoken with the good Learmaster alone, offering help against the devil in exchange for information, instead of going to such trouble. To truly kill the Saint of Darkness's main persona, perhaps one must enter the dangerous ruins in reality. Even Queen Mystic wouldn't dare, as it might birth an evil queen who abided by "do as you wish and do as much harm." Klein turned toward the buildings near the black cloister's door. Bernadette had vanished behind the windows. He didn't pursue her to ask if she had obtained more information, for he remembered Gehrman Sparrow's core persona, Mr. Fool's Blessed. Admiral of Stars knew very well that in Mr. Fool's tarot gathering, the sun came from the city of silver in the forsaken land of God. To say Mr. Fool didn't know the way in was absurd. Thus, as a blessed Gehrman Sparrow had no need to delve further. A persona that brings success can also lead to failure. This was the faceless flaw. Klein looked back at the giant King's Court projection and saw the frozen sunset slowly return to the horizon. On the same mountain, the boulder remained as Cattleya sat down again, hugging her knees. Noon and night switched thrice, but in the outside world only a single day had passed. The future circled the ruins, dodging hidden dangers, and finally neared the entrance. Klein and company saw the ruin mostly submerged, grey stones, columns, a massive dome. Once they had heard panting there. Bloodless had painfully pointed out a corpse hidden within, likely its source. But now the ruin, once terrifying, brought joy. It meant they were about to leave these waters. Nina climbed the crow's nest and shouted, "Ah, there's a ship! Ship?" Klein circled Anderson Hood and stepped forward. To the right of the stacked stones and columns, an ordinary three-mast sailboat was docked. Hidden from view, it could only be seen from above or with care. The boat floated empty, silence making it eerie. It's as though it was all eaten by the ruin. Anderson shook his head. In these waters, one mustn't go close unless one knows the ruins well. A man who dares outline the mural of an angel of fate has no right to say that. Your treasure-hunting team claimed rich experience, but aren't you the only one left? Klein lampooned silently. Cattleya came to the deck, gaze fixed on the sailboat. She ignored Gehrman Sparrow, as though he didn't exist. After a moment, she removed her heavy glasses. Purple swirled in her eyes, outlining complex symbols. Suddenly, a pair of illusory dark purple eyes appeared above the sailboat. They moved, circled, and slipped into the cabin. This beyonder power is very useful. Based on Queen Mystic and Admiral of Stars, mystery prior powers echo fairy tales. Could Queen Mystic turn people into frogs? Is mystery prying shown in their eyes? Admiral's eyes are odd. Take note. Klein waited. At last the purple faded. Cattleya rubbed her brows, replaced her glasses, and said to Anderson and Frank Lee, "There's a problem inside." She drew colourful powder from her robe and flung it outward. It formed a vivid picture of a captain's cabin. On the desk lay a picture and a portrait hung on the wall, both depicting the same man. Faceac, broad shoulders, blonde hair, deep blue eyes. This, Klein found him familiar, then recalled. In Naz, an adventurer chased by the King of Immortality's second mate, Kirkus, had sought help in Ladol Bar. Among those protecting him was a tall, muscular Faceac man, at least sequence 6. Why would his ship enter here, exploring recklessly? Klein studied the supernatural image. On the floor lay a pool of blood, beside which words in Faceac, the Fountain of Unaging. The last character trailed in a drawn-out mark, blood smudges extending toward the door. Klein reconstructed it. The Sequence 6 adventurer, suddenly attacked, collapsed, gravely wounded, tried to record the source. Before finishing, he was seized and dragged away. Since the blood remained, his assailant was not alive. It should be the corpse of that ruin, Klein thought, headache rising. The Fountain of Unaging? They came here in search of the Fountain of Unaging? Anderson said, excited. Clearly, but they didn't find it. Frank shook his head, disappointed. He longed for the fountain, believing its waters could change his experiments. The Fountain of Unaging. Kirches, King of Immortality's second mate, had chased the adventurer. Rumor said the king once drank its waters. Kirches even warned Gehrman Sparrow not to interfere, claiming it was his king's will. Klein pieced it together. The adventurer had learned the secret from one of the king's aides and was hunted. With Adventure Association aid, he barely escaped. To hide and to seek the fountain, he ventured here, only to be destroyed. Could it lie deep in the ruin? Klein looked at the grey stones, vaguely predicting. With no way to verify and no knowledge of whose corpse was buried there, he had no urge to risk it. He rationally turned away. I can ask Will or Septin or a Rhodes. Perhaps the fountain is pus from that corpse. Klein guessed with nefarious humour. Cattleya, hearing Anderson and Frank, said, if their death was caused by searching for the Fountain of Unaging, I do not believe that the owner of the portrait and picture would have the motivation to leave behind accurate information. After all, the people who actually find him here wouldn't be his family. Makes sense. If I encountered a monster while treasure hunting, I wouldn't leave hints. Klein shook his head, unable to reason further. Cattleya looked at Anderson and Frank's anticipation. A successful adventure is a result of having detailed intel and sufficient preparation, but we lack all of that now. Her voice grew loud, echoing across the ship. Continue sailing. Leave these waters. Aye, aye, Captain, Nina shouted from the crow's nest, gulping beer. Soon after, the strange descent and ascent struck again. But this time the Future's crew, prepared, overcame the jumps and flying without embarrassment. Soon the ship landed on blue seas. A storm blotted the sky in the distance. Nearby floated another ship, silent, 200 meters long, front and back curving like a crescent. Its flag bore a black tombstone. Klein's mind supplied the name, the Death Announcer, flagship of the King of Immortality Agalito. Klein felt no fear now, only excitement. With Queen Mystic aboard and no need for secrecy, she, together with him, Admiral of Stars, Anderson Hood, and the Future crew, could wipe out the King's men. Food for creeping hunger, a marionette candidate. But then the Death Announcer suddenly turned, retreating at unprecedented speed. Aye, it fled. Klein froze blankly. In moments, the ship vanished from sight. Chapter 674. Leaving the ship. That was way too fast. Klein looked at the undulating sea, temporarily unable to gather his thoughts. Amidst his thoughts, he formed a theory. King of Immortality. Agalito's second mate, Slaughterer Kirches, is suspected to be a devil or even a Desire Apostle. He possesses beyond the powers to detect danger and lock onto its source. Could the king himself be a Sequence 4 demigod of the devil pathway? Once the crew of the Future had the strength to harm him with a plan, he immediately sensed the problem and the presence of Queen Mystic, so he didn't hesitate to retreat. Yes, this meant Queen Mystic also intended to act. Otherwise, my thoughts would have only made the king sneer and retaliate crazily. Sigh, the devil pathway's beyond the power is just too useful. Trying to ensnare the King of Immortality or his mates is nearly impossible. Klein thought regretfully as he looked at Anderson Hood. The strongest hunter still showed a warped expression, reeling in despair that his bad luck hadn't decreased. He was also surprised the Death Announcer would flee, as though it wasn't following the script in his mind. He darted his eyes around, seemingly coming to a conclusion. Unfortunately, Anderson's bad luck isn't strong enough. Otherwise, he could be sacrificed to bait the king. Ha ha, isn't that the correct usage of a provoker? Klein turned into the corridor and returned to his room. Just as he pushed open the wooden door, he saw a familiar back standing before his window. She had a proportionate figure and was dressed slightly oddly. It was Queen Mystic Bernadette. "Ma'am, did your father not teach you? You shouldn't enter someone's room without permission, especially the room of a male stranger. As a lady from a noble family, you should have waited by the door and earnestly requested permission. Emperor, didn't you recall the books on education?" Klein silently lampooned as he closed the door in passing. Without waiting for him, Bernadette said, "The matters from before have verified a theory of mine." "What theory?" Klein asked deadpan. Bernadette didn't turn, looking out at the calm sea. "Agalito's fountain of unaging is a scam. If there really is a fountain of unaging, it would be one of the main ingredients of a demoness of unaging, or produced from their corpses. Any man claiming to have drunk from it is lying." She didn't explain what a demoness of unaging was, seemingly confident Klein knew or could figure it out later. Fountain of unaging, demoness of unaging. It matches. So the bloody text on that sailboat beside the ruin tells the world the fountain is a scam. King Agalito repeatedly announces the fountain to lure adventurers and pirates to dangerous waters to die, or to slaughter them, strong devil vibes. No wonder Slaughterer Kirchis warned me not to interfere. Klein thought, deliberately murmuring, "Scam." Queen Mystic Bernadette nodded gently. This might be part of the ritual Agalito needs to advance to Sequence 4. It might also be necessary to digest the Sequence 4 potion. She paused as if sighing. That's because Sequence 4 of his pathway is demon. Demon? Sounds deceitful. Creating a treasure scam to harm others matches a demon's style. Klein was enlightened. Queen Mystic then turned, gazing through her checkered black veil, at German Sparrow. "It's my turn to provide information?" Klein deliberated 2 seconds. According to analysis of limited diary entries, Emperor Roselle suffered an extreme predicament later in life. forcing him to attempt something crazy. He was frank because the diary entries didn't reveal what Roselle wished to do, what predicament he faced, or his crazy action. By sharing this, he hinted, Bernadette must hand over Roselle's diary entries from his critical period to Admiral of Stars Cattleya to know the truth. Bernadette remained silent for a few seconds. As dark clouds moved, letting sunlight through, the queen that reigned over the 5 seas dissociated like bubbles, shattering and disappearing. The refracted light produced different colors, filling the room with a fairy tale-like dreamscape. If not for the hidden sage, the mystery prior pathway is really interesting. Klein reflected, tapping his left thumb on his index finger twice. He activated Spirit Body Thread's vision, finding no additional black threads. Bernadette had already left. Phew. Klein sighed and deactivated the vision. Just as he was about to lie down, brisk footsteps approached. Knock. Knock, knock. Who is it? Klein sat up. It's me. Cattleya's voice sounded. Klein opened the door, puzzled, his gaze cold and expressive. Cattleya nudged her heavy glasses. Coming out from those waters doesn't bring us back to where we entered. We are less than 100 nautical miles from Toscata Island. It will take about 3 days to Naz. Where do you wish to return? The entrance and exit are different, Klein asked, confirming. Then, is it possible to enter those waters from here? No, we would fall into the bottomless ocean ravine. Those who did are dead in the true sense, Cattleya explained. Is that so? Klein said, to Toscata Island. He didn't choose Naz due to proximity to the next tarot gathering and to save time on the future. Toscata Island was the easternmost lone colony, using pence solly and gold pounds. Foreign exchange wasn't a concern. All right. Cattleya had no objections. Watching her walk to the captain's cabin, Klein shook his head, sighing inwardly. If she had come earlier, he would have met Queen Mystic. In the evening, the future arrived at Toscata Island and forcefully docked. Klein, dressed as a gentleman, carried his leather suitcase and handed over the final payment to Admiral of Stars Cattleya. After subtracting £700 for pugilist beyonder characteristics, the total was £1,300, reducing his wealth to £8,436 and 5 gold coins. Cattleya received it silently, seeming to want to speak but remaining quiet. Are you getting off here, or going somewhere else? She asked Anderson Hood. Realizing Gehrman Sparrow was leaving and that he'd been on a pirate ship hunting several pirates, Anderson smiled. I'll get off here. You can now make payment. Cattleya didn't spare him despite borrowed pirate clothes. All right. Anderson, hiding his heartache, removed a shirt button reluctantly and handed it over. This is what I acquired from those waters, from a corpse of a lone military explorer. I'm not sure of its original name. I call it by Sequence 6 due to its powers. Judge, its negative effects aren't especially strong. It makes the wearer easily offend people or monsters, perhaps even a demigod. This isn't not especially strong? Klein lampooned silently as Cattleya received Anderson's payment. He didn't bother with their affairs, lifted his suitcase and left the future, arriving at Toscata Island's pier. Bang! Anderson leaped off the deck beside him. Let's get some drinks, to celebrate our departure from those cursed waters, he invited excitedly. Klein swept him a glance, refusing. All he wanted was distance from this fellow's bad luck and provocative aura. All right. Anderson cleared his throat. Can you lend me money? Everything I had sunk in those waters, he laughed. Don't worry, I'll return what I owe tomorrow morning. Plenty of pirates in Toscata's bars and brothels will sponsor me a little. Extort those without bounties while cashing out those with bounties. Klein skayed inwardly, handing a 5 solly note. That little? Anderson said, mouth agape. It's enough for drinks, meals and a hotel, besides £1 in cash. £1? Anderson rubbed his eyes, smiling helplessly. All right, £1. I'll return it tomorrow morning. Chapter 675, Building Ties. Afraid Gehrman Sparrow would go back on his word, Anderson grabbed the 5 solly note, imagining ordinary beef sizzling over flames and alcohol without sedatives. Well, this fellow actually accepted it. I was just saying it to accentuate my persona and show it isn't easy to borrow money from me, preventing him from hunting pirates and returning to the Fog Sea after borrowing a huge sum. Klein mumbled inwardly. To him, a Sequence 5 hunter wouldn't starve or have nowhere to stay in pirate-filled lands, even penniless. He indiscernibly shook his head, about to leave the dock, when a boorish shout reached him. "Gammon!" Frank Lee's voice made Klein shudder, his nerves taut. The first mate of the future, the poison expert with a £7,000 bounty, stood by the shipboard, hands cupped to broadcast his voice. "Where will you be most of the time? Where should I write letters to? I wish to share with you the latest results of my research." I don't wish to know. This fellow probably has few friends, and many he thinks of as friends don't treat him as one. Yes, Admiral of Stars is inclined toward Queen Mystic, who lacks belonging to the Tarot Club. Developing a snitch beside her, a source of intelligence, helps my shock and awe tactic toward her, a Gehrman Sparrow-level punishment. Klein's thoughts raced as he pulled a notepad and fountain pen used for divinations from his pocket. He scribbled down the summoning ritual for his messenger, including the additional requirement of a gold coin, then flicked the note like a dart at Frank Lee, landing in his hand. "Excellent." Frank Lee glanced at the information and waved in delight. Klein picked up his suitcase, left the dock and searched for a hotel. Initially adamant about objecting to Anderson staying in the same hotel, he reconsidered. He feared this unlucky fellow might cause trouble again, bringing disaster to innocent guests and attendants. After checking in, Anderson went into his room and sat in a reclining chair as though a heavy burden was lifted. After leaving those dangerous waters, he finally felt human again, free from sudden death fears. He got up, took out an iron-lined flask, flipped a glass cup, and poured hot water. Believing he should recollect himself and visit bars for sponsors, he drank. Suddenly he coughed violently, face purple. Cough! 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 The glass cup fell shattering. Coughing weakened, veins on his hands squirming like they were alive. Bang! Anderson fell convulsing before going motionless. Seconds later he got up, rubbing his face in fear. Damn it, I almost choked to death from drinking water. If that happened, I might be the hunter with the most laughable death. Thankfully, I bought this item at great cost before entering those waters. He took out a straw doll from a secret pocket, simply drawn with ink, already corroded as pitch-black liquid dripped, turning into a stain within 8 seconds. My bad luck hasn't decreased. It's worse. Gehrman Sparrow once told me the most lethal danger lies in day-to-day life. Anderson paced, avoiding glass fragments. No. I need to save myself. I need to save myself. Anderson pulled open the door and walked carefully to Klein's room, rapping on the door. The wooden door, neither solid nor hard, opened silently. Klein, in only his coat removed, appeared. Anderson forced a smile. Surprise! Bang! The door closed in front of him. Stunned, he muttered, I should change the way I talk. Thump! 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 He knocked again. The door opened quickly. A revolver was pointed at him. Ha! I just wanted to ask if you know any beyonders who can improve my luck. Anderson raised his hands midway, hinting for Klein to provide the powerhouse that informed him of the prophecy. Too late. I have no idea where Queen Mystic is. There? She didn't leave me a contact method, but since Frank Lee knows my messenger ritual, Admiral of Stars knows, so Bernadette knows. Returning to Backland, I can seek Miss Sharon's help. Queen Mystic is in her circles, though infrequent. Klein gave Anderson a pitying look. He wasn't fond of Anderson, often mocking him inwardly and thinking nefarious thoughts. Anderson caused him to lose his cufflink, but it was limited to thought. Klein had no intent to act. If Anderson truly sought help, Klein wouldn't reject him. I can help you ask, and I'll give you the answer tomorrow morning. But I suspect you don't have the means to pay me. I'll make my rounds at bars. I have stashes in the Fog Sea, Anderson replied without hesitation. Klein nodded, closing the door. Meet me tomorrow morning. I hope you survive until then. Creak. The door locked. Is that a curse, or was he wishing me luck? Anderson whispered wryly. Probably no accidents in the next 2 to 3 days. Inside, Klein returned to his desk, seeing a letter with the introduction written and an unfolded paper crane. Regarding Anderson's problem, Klein had already thought of a target. To resolve a Snake of Fate issue, questioning another Snake of Fate was ideal. He pondered the available space on the paper crane, the questions he wished to ask, and finally wrote, How should the bad luck curse from an Angel of Fate mural be removed? What's the name of the sequence 4 potion for the seer pathway? Where can the formula and main ingredients be obtained? He scrutinized the questions, folded the paper crane, and placed it in his wallet. Then he wrote to Mr. Azik. He mentioned receiving Admiral of Stars' help entering the dangerous Eastern Sonia Sea, completing the ritual. He described encountering Admiral Hel Ludwell's inexplicable attack mid-journey and near losses, subtly mentioning the suspected ancient death relic on Hel's hand to invoke memories. He casually referenced the artificial death project by the numinous episcopate, asking if it was feasible or if records existed. He mentioned unknown subsequent sequences of his pathway, summarizing key points from traveling those dangerous waters to prevent Mr. Azik from inadvertently seeking the remnant aura of ancient death. Rumor has it those waters are filled with true creators' ravings. Higher sequences hear it clearer, risking madness or loss of control, demarcated by sequence 4. A few demigods can act freely there. Klein wrote. He folded the paper, picked up Azik's copper whistle, and summoned the huge skeleton messenger, which burrowed from the ground, politely looking at Klein before opening its palm. Not bad. Klein praised silently and handed the letter over. He brushed his teeth, bathed, and comfortably got into bed. After some time he awoke in a dream, seeing desolate plains and a pitch-black steeple. Walking into the steeple, he discovered Will Septin's reply among scattered tarot cards. Friendly reminder, the paper crane is about to tear. The bad luck curse from the mural can be resolved by Ricciardo. High sequence formulas for the seer pathway can only be obtained from the crazy Zaratul or the Hornassus mountain range. If you are the blessed of the Evernite, treat it as though I didn't say it. Sequence 4 of the seer pathway is Bizarro Sorcerer. Chapter 676, Tripartite Transaction, Bizarro Sorcerer. Klein awoke from his dream, opening his eyes to the dark night. It's not noon yet, it's still very dangerous, he mumbled before curling back into sleep. At that moment he recalled he had already left those perilous waters. He wouldn't vanish or go missing if he didn't sleep at the end of the night. Phew, it's this kind of stable environment that's good. I have to say, mysteriously vanishing for not sleeping after dark is a perfect tale to scare kids. Heh, I was terrified by such stories when I was young. Klein sat up, walked to his desk and poured himself a cup of water. After a pause, he gulped down a mouthful, gradually regaining his clarity of thought. Zaratul really went mad. What exactly did he encounter or what happened to him? Bizarro Sorcerer. Sequence 4 is called Bizarro Sorcerer. The seer pathway focuses on being tricky, crafty, pranky, paranormal, or simply bizarre. Yes, clown, magician, faceless, and marionettist give such a feeling. Seer seems exceptional, but to outsiders, charlatan-style beyonders can appear strange and terrifying. That's why Zaratul said fate isn't the main domain of this pathway. It's also clear that beyonders of this pathway lean toward being spellcasters. According to Will Septin, there are 3 ways to obtain the potion formula for Bizarro Sorcerer. 1. Seek the secret order and find the mad Zaratul. 2. Ascend the Hornassus mountain range to retrieve treasures left by the Antigonus family. 3. Obtain it through the church, perhaps from the Antigonus family's notebook. Each option is more dangerous than the others. Emperor Roselle said Zaratul was a Sequence 2 miracle invoker, a true angel, and later advanced to Sequence 1. Equal or slightly weaker than a king of angels. The crazy he is now far more unpredictable. Convincing or tricking him is impossible. Even with Mr. Azik's help, Klein wouldn't match him in strength. Haha, unless I wait for Will Septin's birth, but involving him might draw the attention of Angel of Fate Ouroboros. The treasure on the Hornassus peak seems a trap. Resounding ravings, Antigonus family setups, and Nation of the Evernite rumors suggest danger. As for the Church of the Goddess, forget it. Angels preside over the cathedral, grade 0 sealed artifacts abound, and the Backlund diocese alone houses a terrifying demigod. Klein recalled Mr. A erased like a pencil drawing, likely by one of the church's upper echelons. A beautiful lady, eyes void of spirituality, smiled at me. I don't know what it meant. Klein shook his head. Only one path remained. Find a normal demigod from the secret order. Compared to Mad Zaratul, communication is possible. Even dealing with them is feasible if aided by Mr. Azik or Queen Mystic Bernadette for a price. For now, Klein turned his thoughts to helping Anderson Hood lift his bad luck curse. It's been over 2 months. I wonder if Fate Counselor Ricciardo has left Oravi Island. He hasn't sent my messenger with clues to the mystical item I seek. Still, it's manageable. Bellman Carnot hasn't left his post. I can contact Councillor Ricciardo through him. Good. The Life School of Thought hasn't completed their request, meaning payment isn't finalized. They can pay by changing Anderson's luck, then I receive payment from Anderson. Haha, a mystical item with immense offensive powers, Anderson's sword counts. Reaper's traits prove I can ignore the item formed after he dies. I'm not greedy either. I'll pay extra to tide him over. Klein wiped away mischievous thoughts, took out the paper crane from his wallet, unfolded it, and carefully erased pencil marks. It's really about to tear. I can use it 2 more times at best, he muttered. Folding it, he returned to bed. Using the radio transceiver to contact a Rose would wait until after leaving this pirate playground. After daybreak, Klein languidly rose and washed up, believing this was how life should be. Thump, thump, thump. Knocking interrupted his wistfulness. His spiritual intuition told him it was Anderson Hood. As expected from the strongest hunter he had survived up to now. Klein skied and controlled his expression before opening the door. Anderson wore a deer-hunting cap of unknown origin, grinning as he handed Klein a lone gold coin. What I owe you from yesterday. Klein received the coin, weighing it in his hand. There's an answer to your problem. Anderson's eyes lit up. What's the solution? Don't tell me it's hopeless. Am I such a person? Klein lampooned inwardly, sweeping Anderson with an indifferent gaze. A demigod good at changing luck stays on Oravi Island. He owes me a favor. Excellent. Anderson's joy was evident. What sort of payment must I make? Very sensible. Klein paused 2 seconds before speaking. I need a mystical item with powerful offensive abilities. Any clues? If the value exceeds that of the luck enhancement ritual, I will pay the difference. Anderson frowned, but then smiled. I have a mystical item matching your request. It has a beyonder power for lethal damage. Negative effects? Not bad. It eats, sleeps, attracts monsters, and occasionally is talkative. Haha, a joke. To be frank, my death brachydont is the mystical item, but it's the only weapon I have left. There. I have a relevant clue, a special revolver. Bullets have weakness attack, lethal attack, slaughtering effect, and can be matched with different types. Negatives include gaining a weakness after each use, fear of light, ships, dogs, which lasts 6 hours. No significant effects when carried, just increased thirst. Tolerable. If not for its overlap with my abilities and items, I'd have bought it. Seller asks £9,000. Total price £1,500 and the clues. How about that? Sounds suitable. Fits my combat habits. Klein didn't immediately agree, asking on £1,500. Haha, I found more than 10 pirates yesterday. They contributed their wallets. I got £1,600 in one night. Seriously, I love this pirate paradise. Anderson beamed. I keep £100 for ship tickets, so I can pay you £1,500. Earning £1,600 a night? Many pirates in Toscata must be rich. Klein considered staying longer, but the easily cashable targets were mostly done by Anderson. Remaining ones would be difficult. He asked coldly, Aren't you afraid of revenge from doing that in a pirate playground? What's there to fear, even subordinates of a pirate admiral? Haha, I trust you're similar. We're leaving. Information spreads slowly. By then I'll have changed ships and identities multiple times. Anderson said casually. Why curse yourself? Klein pityingly swept him a look. Deal. Haha, here's £300. Remaining £1,200 will arrive with bounty rewards and characteristic money. Don't worry. Anderson handed over a thick wallet. Klein counted briefly, then stuffed the cash into his wallet and pockets. Buy 2 tickets to Aravi for tomorrow. He didn't insist on different identities. Anderson was experienced and capable. If he weren't, he'd be buried at sea by now. Klein lampooned inwardly. All right. Anderson pointed to the floor. Breakfast together? My treat. Klein nodded. They sat near the window. Midway, a waiter's gaze drifted, and he stabbed a teaspoon at Anderson's throat without warning. Anderson reacted instantly, leaning back to dodge. Bang! The hotel boss shot at Anderson's dodging body. What am I doing? The boss muttered, alarmed and blank. Chapter 677, Falling to the Ground. Amidst the gunshot, Anderson's body collapsed to the floor, dodging the bullet in an almost comical manner. Klein, still not fully understanding the situation, jumped to the side, activating his spirit vision and drawing his revolver. His first thought was that Anderson had gone overboard hunting last night and was now the target of revenge. He wished he could shout, "I don't know him, it has nothing to do with me." At the table beside Anderson, a stout man in rolled-up sleeves hurled forks and knives, then drew a loaded double-barreled hunting rifle. He aimed at the ground and pulled the trigger, almost simultaneously with the hotel's boss, but slower due to the extra steps involved. Bang! The scattershot rained down countless tiny shards, riddling the floor with holes. Anderson dodged most of it but was still struck on his sides, leaving mangled flesh. Klein moved to eliminate the stout man to help Anderson, but the man suddenly went blank, as if jolted out of a stupor, his expression shifting to alarm and horror. That's not right. They're not the true assailants. Klein stopped, sweeping the restaurant with his spirit vision. Finding nothing, he tapped his thumb on his index finger twice, activating spirit body thread's vision. The guests, flustered by the chaos, were rushing for the exit. An elegantly dressed lady paused by Anderson, releasing a dark glass bottle she held. It poured over him. Sizzle! The liquid corroded anything it touched. Anderson covered his face and leapt, dodging again. Immediately, a gentle lady, a newspaper-reading gentleman, a red-vested waiter, and even a 5-year-old child with sticky hands attacked in various ways. Flour, lit matchsticks, fruit knives, boiling coffee, concentrated alcohol. Almost everyone in the restaurant aimed at Anderson Hood. In this abnormal situation, without Beyonder powers, Anderson was surrounded with no clear escape. Yet he leapt, flipped tables, preemptively ignited items, and barely avoided damage to vital spots. He didn't suffer serious injury. Klein noticed something else. In a corner, blocked by a decorative cabinet, thin, illusory black spirit body threads extended silently, an anomaly amid the chaos. The true assailant planning this passers-by murder case sat there. From the flustered, horrified reactions of the hotel boss, waiters, and guests, it was clear they weren't marionettes. This was another form of control, illusion, emotion seed of a desire apostle or psychic influence. Klein's mind raced. He sent a customer with butter on his lips flying, opening a path for Anderson. The strongest hunter somersaulted out of the encirclement, running to the hotel's second floor. Backed against a corner, he gasped for air. Has my provocative power reached this level? Even ordinary people wish to kill me? Man. Anderson clutched his right rib, wincing in pain. No, no, no. One plagued with bad luck shouldn't hunt pirates. Klein hadn't attempted control with spirit body threads because he considered another possibility. The passers-by were implanted with psychological cues or psychic manipulation. The attacks were orderly, precise, and targeted, not typical of a desire apostle. Klein recalled the Sequence 4 potion formula, manipulator. Klein also suspected Toscata Island had ties to psychology alchemists. The psychological cues and left-brain control resembled the spectator pathway. A manipulator likely belonged to spectator or dragon pathways. The outline became clear. The psychology alchemists maintain a base on Toscata Island, sending a Sequence 4 demigod to influence pirates unknowingly. Unfortunately, these pirates had sponsored Anderson Hood the previous night. Hence, their true investor had come knocking. Keeping his expression neutral, Klein said to Anderson, "It's likely that one or several pirates from last night are involved with a hidden demigod on this island. Do you think something like that can be done by a mid-sequence Beyonder?" "I can't be that unlucky, right?" Anderson muttered. "Those people were controlled. Thankfully I didn't retaliate, or I'd be the main suspect in a shocking murder case. Then I'd have no choice but to become a pirate." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. If the ones being controlled had Beyonder powers, mandated punishers, or Church of Storms priests, how would it develop? I'd already be dead. Anderson realized. He doesn't want me dead, only to warn me? Klein nodded. So you still have a chance. Yes, to apologize. Go see what that demigod wants. Apologize? Anderson's face crumpled. I have quite a reputation in the fog sea. Klein remained silent, adjusting his coat and preparing to walk off. Anderson rushed ahead, reaching the staircase before Klein, yelling, "I'm sorry, it was my fault. We can talk about anything." He paused, then repeated, "I'm sorry, it was my fault. We can talk about anything. Clap, clap, clap." Slow claps echoed as a figure appeared on the staircase. Light footsteps approached, and Klein instinctively looked away. He realized he had no intention of raising his arms or aiming his gun. It was as though he had been cued, losing all resistance. This is terrifying. Not face-to-face hypnosis, which is why I could detect it, but repercussions if targeted directly would be unimaginable. As Miss Justice might explain, the opponent uses the collective subconscious to silently infiltrate my consciousness. Klein understood the silent instruction from the demigod. He allowed Anderson to communicate privately and walked to the stairs before returning to his room. In less than 5 minutes, Anderson knocked grimly. "Done talking?" Klein asked calmly. Anderson nodded heavily. "Phew. He got me to help him. I can't tell others what it was." "Do you remember what he looks like?" Klein asked. Anderson frowned thoughtfully. "I don't remember. As expected, for £1,600 you offended a demigod. Not worth it." Klein sighed silently. "Can we leave tomorrow?" "Yes, no rush. Let's resolve my bad luck first," Anderson replied. Klein didn't speak further, gesturing to the floor. "Still having breakfast?" Anderson smiled. "Of course, no frustration can influence eating or sleeping." They went downstairs. The waiter silently cleared shattered items. The boss and customers had all forgotten the chaos. After breakfast, Anderson went out to collect bounty rewards and beyond a characteristic money, while Klein stayed in the hotel room, channeling his advanced spirituality and testing his marionettist powers with worms. By 2:30, Klein ascended above the grey fog to practice for the upcoming tarot gathering. Fool would likely punish the hermit Cattleya, after all. Sitting in the fool's chair, Klein rehearsed the 3 punishment plans he had devised. 2 plans required borrowing some of this space's power, 2 required props. He needed fluency, so he couldn't reveal hesitation at the critical moment. After some time, Klein exhaled, satisfied. He conjured the world. Without items, black threads emanated from his body. Items conjured from the mysterious space above the grey fog possess spirituality, hence spirit-body threads. Klein controlled the threads, fully mastering the world. Now the world could have intricate expressions, natural reactions, and spiritual fluctuations. Klein had doubled senses, his own and the world's vision, hearing, and more. Finishing this, he glanced at his golden pocket watch, sent a message to Little Son, and silently began counting his heartbeats. Chapter 678. Punishment. On both sides of the ancient mottled bronze table, blurry figures emerged from deep red beams of light, slowly turning corporeal. The surroundings remained silent and empty, as though untouched by living beings for millions of years. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey's brisk, cheerful voice echoed through the palace, upheld by massive stone columns. Klein nodded, smiling as the other members followed Miss Justice's lead in greeting him. The hermit Cattleya remained reticent, her thoughts clouded with concern. Once the greetings settled and everyone took their seats, Klein glanced at Miss Justice, who immediately understood his intention and held back from speaking. He then turned to Cattleya with a faint, indifferent smile. "Tell Bernadette that she can use certain items in exchange for some answers." Hearing this, Cattleya's heart sank. Bernadette, a familiar name, neither Queen Mystic, the owner of Dawn, nor the leader of Element Dawn. She realized Mr. Fool already knew everything. Her cheap tricks were exposed, and she felt an intense fear, unsure how to respond. To her, Klein's words were clear: pass the message, but nothing more. No hints, no explanations. She knew the meaning between the lines. Bernadette? That's a common Inti's name. Who is she? What does she want to exchange for? What is her connection to Mam Hermit? Cattleya racked her brain. If this were private and reasonable, Mr. Fool would have replied directly. This must be a warning. Audrey, processing the scene with her spectator acumen, concluded that Cattleya had privately hinted to Bernadette about the Tarot Club to obtain answers. Mr. Fool's displeasure was clear. This was a direct warning for a first-time offender. Seriously, why divulge matters of the gathering to outsiders? Audrey puffed her cheeks in frustration, realizing not all Tarot Club members shared her sense of belonging or reverence for Mr. Fool. The Hangman Alger, the Magician Fours, and the Moon Emlyn each formed their own theories. Alger wondered who Bernadette represented, and why the reserved hermit risked revealing information. Fours feared the club's existence would be exposed, imagining spies and double agents. Emlyn observed with schadenfreude, amused by the hermit's folly. Heh, even our sanguine's ancestor respects Mr. Fool, sending me as an envoy. You aren't a demigod, yet you tried cheap tricks under Mr. Fool's watch? Do you have a death wish? Emlyn shook his head, unsettled by short-lived creatures who cannot fathom greater powers. The son Derek, puzzled by the tense atmosphere, asked, "Mr. Fool, who's Bernadette?" "Well asked." Klein silently approved before answering, "Roselle's eldest daughter, owner of the Dawn, the leader of the element Dawn." By naming all her identities, Klein removed any secrets Bernadette might have held. He deliberately avoided calling her Queen Mystic, showing his disregard for formal titles. The hermit now understood. The owner of the Dawn, Queen Mystic, is Emperor Roselle's eldest daughter. So the rumors of her falling out with Queen Mystic were false. Alger felt relief. The restrictions and pressure of the past 3 months lifted instantly. Emperor Roselle once said those who play with fire burn themselves. "Admiral of Stars, you dared challenge a god's clairvoyance." Alger silently mocked the hermit, thankful that her minor attempts at tricks hadn't involved outsiders and spared her from punishment. Audrey and the others recalled the 4 kings and 7 pirate admirals, confirming Bernadette's status as a supreme demigod over the 5 seas. They marveled that Emperor Roselle's daughter survived and held such influence. Bernadette's goals likely revolved around Roselle's diary. She wished to uncover the truth behind her father's assassination. Audrey pieced this together, understanding the subtle motives behind Catleya's actions. Catleya, having regained some composure, faced the end of the long bronze table. "Yes, I committed some mistakes. I will not defend myself. It was indeed wrong. Mr. Fool, no matter how much you punish me or even kill me, I'll accept it." "Hypocrite." Mr. Hangman scoffed, recognizing her underlying fear. Audrey noted Catleya's minute actions, the hesitation, the emphasized willingness to be executed, as a telltale sign of dread. Fours, sensing no leaks about the Tarot Club, and Emlyn, curious, waited expectantly. Derek remained confused, unaware why the hermit requested punishment. Seeing Klein's brief silence, Catleya lifted her head slightly, peering through the thick grey fog to gauge his intentions. She did not wish to make another mistake. Her black eyes, dark purple at the edges, radiated mystery as they penetrated the fog and settled on the fool. Suddenly, her eyes bled illusory blood. A horrifying, depraved roar filled her ears, and excruciating pain seized her body. She convulsed violently, her skin cracking open to reveal flesh and blood. Black worms and white moths writhed within, forming indescribable eyes. Her cries and grunts echoed above the grey fog, and Alger, Emlyn, Fours, and the others exchanged glances, sensing her torment. The blurry figure of the hermit now appeared mutated and clear. Audrey looked away, straightening her back, unable to endure the grotesque sight. The others, though less reactive, shared her instinctive caution. The true creator's ravings were devastatingly effective. Klein, shrouded in fog, reflected on his strategy. He had delayed responding to Catleya's request to see if her eyes could perceive beyond what he allowed. He had stirred some of the mysterious space's power into the fog in advance. This connected anyone using a Beyonder power directly to Tinder, essentially letting the owner observe an item corrupted by the true creator at a psychic level. Without suppressing the fog's influence, Catleya's organ using Beyonder power was damaged, inflicting her extreme pain and triggering mutation. Had Admiral of Stars not attempted to observe him, Klein's plan would have allowed her to apologize to all Tarot Club members and discuss her punishment democratically. Regardless, the main punishment was the temporary link to Tinder via the mysterious space. After 2 seconds, Klein lowered his palms, letting the grey fog suppress the true creator's ravings and revert Catleya's mutation. Admiral of Stars trembled, gradually calming. The cracks in her skin closed, and her thoughts returned. She took in her surroundings once more. Alger spoke deeply, as if warning himself, "Do not pry into the mystery of God." Chapter 679, Murder Request. "Do not pry into the mystery of God." Alger's whispers continued resounding in everyone's ears, making them realize a reality. Although Mr. Fool often didn't put on airs and seldom spoke, nearly answering every request, making them find him warm, he was ultimately a god whose mysteries shouldn't be pried into. Audrey, Emlyn, and the other Tarot Club members instinctively accepted Mr. Hangman's altered saying, pretending they had forgotten the original wording to do not look directly at God, because they had looked at Mr. Fool from time to time, and he didn't seem to mind. The fool Klein was thinking, Mr. Hangman is working very well in concert. I was prepared to control the world to say something similar to complete the final step of the punishment. He originally felt embarrassed about getting the fake world to say something like, "Do not pry into the mystery of God." But later, the world had done similar deeds before, and all he needed was to not let anyone know, right? Klein had planned on acting according to his rehearsals. But reality went better than expected. The hanged man seemed shocked to the bone from the hermit's punishment and helped him say the sentence, making the effects even more natural. The problem of Ma'am Hermit's leak regarding the Tarot Club was only briefly addressed by the fool through insinuation, but she suffered from prying into a god's mystery. This was the outcome Klein wished for most. It effectively upheld the fool's image without seeming petty. However, Ma'am Hermit was way too bold. She'd pried into the fool's mysteries more than once, and without grasping his attitude, directly gave hints to outsiders. She hadn't suffered enough in the past. Today's lesson should drill it into her for a very long period. Ha ha! I also managed to put Mr. Hanged Man and the other members in check today, Klein muttered in amusement, surveyed the area and said calmly, "That shall be all." The hermit Cattleya, whose spirit body had just recovered, felt relieved. Intense fatigue and joy surged through her body. All she wanted was a reclining chair to rest. The first time is a warning, but the second time wouldn't be nice. This pirate admiral warned herself not to try cheap tricks or believe her hints could fool Mr. Fool. She was not to attempt prying into his secrets. The pain was no weaker than the torment of having knowledge injected by the hidden sage. Therefore, she believed without doubt that Mr. Fool was a true god, an unfathomable god whose mysteries couldn't be pried into. Cattleya turned to the side, trembling as she looked at the end of the bronze table. This time, she only dared look at the table's end or armrest. The dark purple in her eyes had turned faint. With sincerity, she said, "I'll remember your leniency in sparing me." The fool Klein nodded gently without repeating his previous words. After a moment, the magician Fours straightened her back, looked around, and spoke before Justice Audrey. "Everyone, is anyone interested in an assassination mission? The target is an important member of a cult. Grateful for her teacher Dorian Gray's favors, Fours had been hoping to do something for him. She'd set her sights on the Aurora Order Oracle who had damaged her teacher's family, Lewis Ween, who could be a scribe or traveler. She didn't let Lemano's travels get to her head, believing she could kill an experienced Sequence 6 or 5 Beyonder good at escaping. She believed the Tarot Club would provide unimaginable support. Of course, her £830 weren't enough to kill someone like Lewis Ween. She probably couldn't even buy a single hand of his. Miss Audrey Hall had spent over £10,000 to kill an Intis ambassador, a Sequence 6 conspirer. The cost was obvious. Fours planned to agree to requests from the mission executor, helping complete matters they found inconvenient, to pay off the cost. After obtaining Lemano's travels, she was equipped for certain difficult tasks. After hearing Miss Magician's request, the hermit Cattleya, the hanged man Alger, and Justice Audrey cast their gazes onto the world. They believed this gentleman, with his unique penchant for hunting Beyonders, possessed the necessary strength. "I'm not in Backland. However, I can't respond that way. Otherwise it would expose that Mr. Fool only has 2 to 3 blessed." Klein controlled the world, overcoming his emotions as he hoarsely laughed. "Where? Which cult? What's his sequence? What unique powers does he have?" Mr. World seems different, like he's suddenly in a better mood. Perhaps he's encountered something worth being happy about. Audrey noticed the difference as she imagined what could have happened to Mr. World. Fours happily replied, "He's an oracle from the Aurora Order. He's in Backland, formerly a Sequence 6, but he might be a Sequence 5 now, but I can't be sure. He can record the Beyonder powers that others have used, and can use them once. He's good at escaping any form of entrapment, and it's difficult to surround him. Perhaps he might be able to travel through the spirit world. The target is an oracle from the Aurora Order, Sequence 6 or 5, with powers seemingly from the apprentice pathway. Indeed, Miss Magician doesn't appear as simple as she seems." Cattleya wasn't surprised. The magician would dare conspire against an Aurora Order gentleman. Klein quickly evaluated the situation. An oracle from the Aurora Order made it impossible for him to be innocent. He's a madman who destroys lives. Killing him doesn't make me feel guilty. Sequence 6 or 5 is something I can handle. As long as I successfully control his spirit-body threads, there will be no way for him to run. After serious consideration, the world looked at the magician Fours. I can consider taking on the job, but not anytime soon. It will at the least be 2 months later. He wasn't sure what accidents he'd encounter at sea, so he'd been relaxed on the time frame. 2 months later. Fours repeated, appearing in deep dilemma. It was too long. She wasn't sure how long Lewis Ween would stay in Backland. Alger, watching from the side, deliberated and interjected, "Miss Magician, do you need to kill that Aurora Order Oracle personally?" "No, as you can see, I'm considering requesting Mr. World for help," Fours replied with a smile. Alger nodded thoughtfully. "The premise of killing someone is to be able to find the Oracle. Can you find him?" "No, but I'll investigate," Fours answered frankly. "Why don't you get the world to do it after your investigations bear fruit?" The hanged man pressed. "Yes, but I haven't decided." Fours was confused, unaware why Mr. Hanged Man was asking these questions. Alger sneered. "If you can confirm the Aurora Order Oracle's location, then why spend large amounts of money to hire someone to kill him? Wouldn't reporting him directly to the churches be enough?" After the Great Smog, no church is willing to let go of any related clues. He wasn't trying to make the world lose business. Instead, he'd read her dilemma, believing there was higher possibility she wouldn't go through with the request. Too many incidents might happen in 2 months. Therefore, he gave suggestions to ensure this matter reached preliminary agreement. Report him to the churches? This sounds familiar. Klein was surprised, never expecting Mr. Hangman to say something like that. Ha, while everyone is being infected by Mr. Hangman, he too has been influenced by us. Klein felt relieved and pleased. Report? Fours was momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, she whispered, "That's possible." The hangman smiled. "You can do it this way. First, investigate your target and seek out his whereabouts. If you obtain anything in 2 months, then you can hand the matter over to the church. If the matter exceeds 2 months, and when Mr. World is free, then he can provide you the help needed. What do you think of that?" Fours seriously considered it and said, "Okay. When the time comes, I'll discuss the price with Mr. World." Chapter 680, New Thoughts. After receiving the world's consenting nod regarding Lewis Ween, Fours continued, "Everyone, does anyone have any right crystal or the crystallized blood of a Lavos squid, or any information about them?" These were the main ingredients of the astrologer potion formula. Meteorite crystal, Lavos squid's crystallized blood. The seer potion formula's main ingredients are 50 grams of star crystal and 10 milliliters of Lavos squid blood. The astrologer ingredients are like upgraded versions of a seer. Indeed, the apprentice and seer pathway can be interchanged. Klein suddenly had an idea. Since the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula is difficult to obtain, with 3 extremely dangerous options, should I consider other sequence 4 options in neighboring pathways? Such as apprentice. Once he had this idea, he brightened up as most of his predicament vanished. For the sequence 4 potion formula of apprentice, the Tarot Club has clues, the Abraham family behind the magician. The world looked at Miss Magician with subconscious gentleness, leaving Fours shuddering, suspecting whether Mr. World had formulated a plan to hunt Lewis Ween. Klein recalled another problem. According to Dunn's and Daly's theories, the first 5 sequences of the seer pathway didn't present obvious progression. At sequence 4's critical point, the 5 would converge like a fist, presenting qualitative change. So, could it be that seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways cannot be interchanged at sequence 4, but at sequence 3? Klein's joy dwindled. He knew too little to make judgment. All he could do was await Mr. Azik's reply and wait to leave waters watched by the true creator before contacting Erodes. Cattleya said, "I have the crystallized blood of a Lavos squid. It will cost £600. As for meteorite crystal, I know where to get it from. How many grams do you need?" 60 grams, Fours replied in pleasant surprise. "All right, I'll give them to you within 2 weeks. It will also cost £600, Cattleya said clearly. "That wouldn't be an issue. I have £830. That's enough for the crystallized blood, but in 2 weeks, I still need nearly £400. Fours calculated her finances. Seeing Miss Magician gather her ingredients in a minute, Justice Audrey raised her hand. I wish to obtain the complete pituitary gland of an adolescent mind dragon, but if that's not possible, 60 milliliters of a black hunting giant lizard's spinal fluid and 1 fruit of an illusory chime tree. This was the hypnotist potion's main ingredient. Ma'am Hermit replied, since the 5th epoch, mind dragons have nearly gone extinct and are hard to find. I have the means of obtaining the spinal fluid of a black hunting giant lizard, but it will take 2 to 3 weeks. The price ranges from £1,500 to £2,000, as I'm not the one who decides it. I can help you keep a lookout for the fruit of an illusory chime tree, but I cannot guarantee anything. What great efficiency. After Ma'am Hermit was punished, her sense of belonging towards the Tarot Club has increased. She's more active. Audrey was momentarily speechless. No problem. Alger felt the development wasn't going as expected. Having been punished by Mr. Fool, the hermit changed from being mostly an observer. She began involving herself in every matter. With a pirate admiral's strength, background, resources, and channels, she immediately produced intense and blinding light. This blinded Alger so much he could hardly open his eyes. He had a strong feeling he was at risk. Klein also felt surprised. I thought Ma'am Hermit would be silent for some time, but is she the type that needs to be beaten in order to be obedient? Yes. Sparing the rod spoils the child. Queen Mystic must have spared the rod too much. The Emperor has also spared the rod. Klein controlled the world, making him survey the area before chuckling. Does any one of you have the potion formula of the Seer Pathways Sequence 4, or have any clues regarding it? Sequence 4. Mr. World is advancing towards demigod realm? Audrey was surprised. She originally felt proud about advancing fast, but suddenly realized she was falling behind. Mr. World has instantly become really lofty. Fours was similarly surprised. As expected of Mr. Fool's blessed, Alger sighed. Emlyn and Derek shook their heads, expressing they'd never heard of the Pathways Sequence 4 name. Klein could only helplessly retract the world's gaze. After a few seconds, Cattleya said, I need a drop of blood from a mythical creature, regardless of the kind. Silence suddenly became the main symphony. Even the world didn't know what a mythical creature was. Klein didn't expose this as he planned on inquiring about it later. He controlled the world to remain silent before saying, I'll keep an eye out. Justice and company gave similar responses. All right. Cattleya wasn't surprised. She made the request to express her attitude of being integrated with the Tarot Club to Mr. Fool. She believed this was better than trembling apprehensively. After a brief pause, Derek was about to speak when Emlyn spoke ahead of him. The Sanguine Baron chuckled. The requests for our row is clear. He wants the Sun Sequence 6 Notary's potion formula, and Mr. Hanged Man wishes to obtain the Ocean Songsters. Klein suddenly felt guilt-ridden. When he first obtained Creeping Hunger, he'd wished to quickly release the Priest of Light in it and obtain the Sun Pathways Sequence 6 and 5 potion formulas to sell to Little Sun. Yet, he hadn't completed it. I'll walk around Toscata's pier tonight. I'll find a pirate with Beyonder powers who deserves to die or some gang leader, regardless of which sequence. Or directly release the Priest of Light. Klein made the world deliberate before saying, I'll provide you with the notary potion formula in 3 days. He looked at Little Sun. You can consider what item you wish to exchange for it. All right, Mr. World. Derek replied in glee. As for the Ocean Songster potion formula, everyone didn't have clues. Emlyn cleared his throat. My request is different from the last one. I hope that you can help me find the believers of the primordial moon. Every effective clue will be rewarded with £100. A direct confirmation will be £500. After obtaining Mr. Fool's approval, he conjured 5 bounty notices. Each person received a set. He and Derek didn't have one. Klein controlled the world to browse through it. Gallus Kevin, Dandy, Lara, Windsor Bearing, Argos. They aren't weak. At the very least, they're equivalent to recently born vampires. He silently muttered, memorizing the information. After completing this, Emlyn felt more confident about winning the competition. He leaned back casually and waited for other members to issue requests. No one spoke again. The Fool Klein chuckled. Continue your free exchange. Instantly, Audrey, Alger, Cattleya and company cast their eyes at Derek. They remembered that the son had previously mentioned he would join an exploration mission involving the periphery of the giant king's court. Chapter 681, Indirect Answer. Being the main focus of attention, Derek eagerly said, "I've recently been in an exploration team led by the chief to Afternoon Town. It's a key gateway that leads to the giant king's court. It's a door that separates myth from reality." His opening perfectly garnered the interest of all the Tarot Club members. Derek skipped the unimportant experiences and directly started from Afternoon Town. He described the dead silence and darkness, how his three-member team discovered an underground altar, how he identified the names, Ouroboros, Medici, and Sasria, and entered another side of the town. There he saw titles such as Dark Angel and the words Rose Redemption. He thanked Mr. Durr, Fool once again for his help from the predicament. Then Derek introduced the monsters that transformed from their shadows before emphasizing the ecclesiastic who was in constant penitence in the half-collapsed cathedral. He described what was said, mentioning that the ecclesiastic suddenly self-destructed when he was about to say the name of the fourth king of angels and was burnt to a crisp by a transparent flame. Another king of angels. The ecclesiastic's penitence has a feel of a prophet predicting a calamity. Audrey listened in relish as she had her interest about the blank line and unspeakable name piqued. Derek turned his body and looked at the end of the bronze table, sincerely asking, "Mr. Fool, who was it that tempted Dark Angel Sasri? Who does the fourth name refer to? Why can't it be said?" "Here it comes." Behind the grey fog, Klein's smile nearly froze. The reason he had hurriedly sent Little Son back to the real world was that he was afraid of facing such a question. Thankfully, a magician never performed unprepared. After that day, Klein had seriously considered how to answer such questions. Now, with great confidence, he landed his right palm on the armrest and said with a deep, meaningful glint in his eyes, "It's because it's concealed." He used his eyes and body language to hint that concealment wasn't to be taken at face level, and it had a deeper, more substantial meaning. As for what it was, they had to figure it out themselves. After finishing this series of actions, Klein couldn't help but feel penitent. He felt that his charlatan vibes were increasing. "That's because I have no solutions. Without doing this, how am I supposed to continue the act? It's not like I'm a real evil god." Klein sighed silently. "Secret? The name itself is a secret? Which names are concealed? True gods at sequence 0? Alger instantly thought of many things as he came up with a theory. When a name itself becomes concealed, it means the matter involves a true god. Furthermore, it's very likely to have the Evernite goddess involved. It's because she's the mother of concealment. Catleya came up with an unconfirmed theory based on her knowledge and Mr. Fool's hint. She was almost certain that the calamity the ecclesiastic was referring to was the cataclysm that ended the Third Epoch. While the Tarot Club members were in contemplation, Klein also began analyzing the reason for the empty name and why it couldn't be said. Could it be the true name of a deity? A true god had tempted Dark Angel Sasria, and the fourth name representing the King of Angels also became a true god later. But it's not like I haven't said the true name of a deity before. Primordial Demoness Cheek is understood by many to be on the same level as the seven deities. Perhaps it has something to do with the language used? The commonly used Jotun in the City of Silver can stir powers of nature. That ecclesiastic likely used a similar language. Seeing how Little Son was still confused without understanding Mr. Fool's meaningful hint, Alger volunteered to give an explanation. The two names might separately represent two deities, so they cannot be said. Perhaps the true creator had tempted Dark Angel Sasria, leading to the fall from grace of the few kings of angels and the residents of Afternoon Town. This brought about a great calamity. It's why he has a temple and statue in your forsaken land of God. The fourth name that corresponds to a king of angels might have benefited greatly from the calamity and succeeded in advancing to become a true god. Catleya didn't supplement, as she didn't believe their theories were facts. Audrey, Fours and Emna listened attentively as they couldn't help but feel that the Tarot Club often made things appear especially high-end when discussing such matters. Things like kings of angels, evil gods and real gods, or ancient secrets all depended on a single word. Is that so? I get it. Derek came to a realization as he earnestly thanked Mr. Fool once again. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly recalled something and worriedly asked, "Mr. Fool, is the crux to leaving the forsaken land of God really in the giant king's court?" "That's what I believe, but the problem is that I'm unable to confirm it." The Fool Klein's smile nearly froze again. His thoughts raced as he quickly thought of a solution that didn't need him to give a direct answer without tarnishing Mr. Fool's reputation. He immediately gave a relaxed chuckle, turned his head at the hermit Cattleya. "Speaking of this matter, Bernadette already knows the method for entering the forsaken land of God." Cattleya immediately recalled her vague memories of the dream and subconsciously looked at the end of the bronze table. "It's that projection?" Before she finished speaking, she suddenly realized that she was sizing up Mr. Fool again. She hurriedly closed her eyes and said, "My eye of mystery prying is instinctive. It can only be enhanced and not be deactivated. I need to rely on a mystical item to seal it." "But it doesn't exist here." Klein nodded gently. "You can conjure a pair of glasses." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Cattleya followed the instructions and conjured a pair of glasses. Klein stirred a minute amount of the power above the grey fog and infused them into the glasses. By the time Cattleya wore them, she discovered that her eye of mystery prying had been sealed as expected. It was only at this point that Fours and company realized that Ma'am Hermit's eyes were extremely special. It had something to do with the prying of mysteries, and it didn't need to be activated to use it. It's no wonder we didn't notice it. Ma'am Hermit was severely injured because of her attempt to pry into the mysteries of Mr. Fool. Audrey moved her lips in enlightenment. As for Alger, who recalled how the hermit had previously sized him up and how he had been wearing the clergy clothes of the Church of Storms, his face nearly darkened. Klein didn't wait for the members to calm down. He chuckled and replied to Cattleya's previous question. "It's that projection. The projection of the giant king's court." "So it's the projection of the giant king's court," Cattleya muttered in pleasant surprise. Derek spent a few seconds to digest the conversation between Ma'am Hermit and Mr. Fool, and he vaguely came to a realization. The key to entering the forsaken land of God had to do with the projection of the giant king's court. Therefore, the crux to leaving the forsaken land of God is really in the giant king's court. Derek's heart palpitated as he bowed his head in excitement. "Thank you for your answer, Mr. Fool." "Phew!" Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that such a situation was extremely draining on his brain. Alger kept his emotions in check as he looked around before looking at the hermit. Where's the projection of the giant king's court? He didn't dare ask Mr. Fool, as his question about the forsaken land of God had previously been rejected. Cattleya answered frankly, "In the waters on the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, in the dream of the night time there. I happen to wish to share with all of you what I encountered this time." Audrey and Fours simultaneously slowed their breathing as they waited excitedly for Ma'am Hermit to recount her encounters, which were bound to be fantastic. Chapter 682, Seeking Food. Cattleya said in a deep voice, "Northeast from the Gargas archipelago there's a safe sea route that allows one to enter those dangerous waters." She described the deep abyss separating the seas, the sun chariot which couldn't be viewed directly, the night which required sleeping, terrifying ravings that filled the sea, and the shadow of the giant king's court on the opposite mountain peak in the dream world. She didn't mention Gehrman's sparrow, deliberately avoiding him. She described abnormalities simply, such as Earth Mother's remnant aura causing hair to grow rapidly. Towards the end, she focused on the ruin with a sleeping corpse and the adventurer's sailboat with words written in blood, "Fountain of Unaging." This might mean that the Fountain of Unaging is in that ruin, and the corpse that produced such loud breathing is the keeper. Cattleya mentioned common theories on the future. Audrey shook her head slightly. "I don't believe that the decisive meaning behind those words in blood mean that the Fountain of Unaging is in those ruins." She attempted to analyze the deceased's state of mind. A person who's about to die after being attacked by monsters wouldn't point out matters regarding treasure. If he wishes to warn companions, then he should have written that it's dangerous here. If he plans to tell passing ships that the Fountain of Unaging is there, then he lacks motivation to do so at death's doorstep. Unless a conspiracy is hidden. The conspiracy of enticing people to enter the ruin to seek the fountain of unaging might be how he can be rescued. Yes, if I were in his shoes, I wouldn't think of desperately telling others that there's treasure here. What's in it for me? Emlyn echoed. Only hatred, bone-deep hatred, will make me write something like that on the brink of death. Otherwise, I'd rather tell others how I should be buried or what kind of burial items I want. Klein controlled the world, saying hoarsely, "The fountain of unaging is a scam." He used absolutely certain words without any additional words that would signify other possibilities. Alger frowned, realizing he had completely failed to consider this possibility. After all these years, I'm still being temporarily blinded by immense profit. He sighed. After exchanging what everyone had seen and heard recently, everyone began teaching little son ancient Hermes and learning mysticism from each other. The fool Klein surveyed the area. "Let's end it here for today. By your will." Audrey stood up and curtsied. The rest said the same almost simultaneously. As the blurry figures vanished, Klein conjured a goat skin and fountain pen and wrote, "The hope for my advancement to sequence 4. He leaned back, closed his eyes, entered cogitation state and began silently reciting the divination statement. After chanting 7 times, he fell asleep and entered the dream world. The grey, blurry sky cracked open as he saw a towering mountain tear through clouds. At the mountaintop was a collapsed palace with walls covered in weeds and moss showing obvious holes. Inside the palace's hall was a huge stone throne adorned with dull gemstones and gold, mostly mottled and damaged. It wasn't prepared for a human, as countless translucent maggots bunched densely together, squirming slowly as they kept growing. Around the throne was raving that seemed to penetrate time and history, illusory, ethereal, constantly echoing. Hornassus, Phlegrea, Hornassus, Phlegrea, Hornassus, Phlegrea. The moment the ravings entered his ear, Klein jolted awake and frowned. It really is the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range. Furthermore, I can see and hear it more clearly than before. This made him recall Queen Mystic Bernadette's prophetic words, "Your fate lies on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range." Is that my fate? It really makes me want to be rebellious and not go. Klein sighed and conjured Emlyn's 5 bounty notices. Using divination methods to find the primordial moon believers' locations, he could only confirm 2 points due to lack of information. Gallis Kevin, Windsor Bearing, and Argos are all in Backland. Dandy and Lara are at Enmat Harbour and Pritz Harbour, respectively. This is as good as nothing. Klein returned to the real world. Recalling his agreement to provide little son with the notary potion formula within 3 days, he wore his coat and top hat, preparing to find a target. Opening the door, he saw Anderson Hood walking up, twirling his deer-hunting cap while humming a folk song. This fellow is really good at recovering from setbacks. He was just taught a lesson by a demigod this morning but shows no trauma. Klein nodded slightly as greeting. "Good afternoon, Gehrman." Anderson chuckled, waving. "I've received the bounty and characteristic money. I'll pay you the rest now." He took out stacks of cash from different pockets. "It happened pretty smoothly, I see," Klein commented. Anderson laughed. "That's right, it happened far smoother than I imagined. Those fellows who should have rocks for brains were surprisingly friendly, polite, and efficient. I even suspect whether I've become a blessed of Lady Luck." "There's no such deity." Klein ruthlessly shattered his fantasies. "Why so serious? It's life. Relax a little." Anderson handed over the remaining £1,200. "Actually, I'm very clear about what happened. That gentleman doesn't want me to waste time, so he secretly exhorted those people." Klein asked in passing, "Have you confirmed which pirates gave you the problem?" "There's no way for confirmation," Anderson said with a bitter smile. "Do you think I didn't confirm it ahead of time? Although I appear nonchalant in front of you, I investigate the prey's background ahead of time to avoid provoking someone I can't afford to. Who knows? Sigh, I can only blame it on bad luck." Klein asked indifferently, "Who deserves death the most in this area?" Anderson was taken aback before chuckling. "Does our craziest adventurer plan on beginning his hunting activities? However, you have to consider it well. I do not wish for you to be my partner when completing the demigod's mission." Klein maintained his cold Gehrman attitude. "You don't have to bother." Anderson gave a thumbs up. Your craziness is worthy of praise. He added, the person who deserves death the most is Molsona from the Lone's new party. He's one of the pirate's best friends. He controls some kind of plant similar to cannabis, which is highly addictive. This helps him control many people in the Toscata government and police department. He's one of the most powerful mob bosses here. He has committed many crimes, killed plenty of people, basically with pirates' help. On the surface, there's no apparent problem. Ha. He isn't a Beyonder, but the difficulty in killing him is how troublesome it is. He has 3 to 5 Beyonders from different pirate crews protecting him. On rooftops, outside buildings, beneath windows, everyone there belongs to him. To finish him off, the only way is to forcefully storm in and kill many people. I have the means, but it's too troublesome. There's danger. You'll become a wanted criminal after that. So I didn't deal with him and only dealt with his safe at home. To talk about banditry in such a fresh way, Molsona is an ordinary person, not a Beyonder. Perfect, creeping hunger happens to lack food. Klein nodded and indicated for Anderson to go deeper into detail. Evening, in the Oak Tree Bar. A boxing match was about to unfold. Many alcoholics surrounded the ring with mugs in hand, like sharks who had caught blood scent. As they placed bets, they loudly yelled words such as, "Kill him!" This was Molsona's business. The unique thing about boxing matches here was that death was permitted. Molsona greatly enjoyed matches resembling ancient wrestling competitions. He often came to watch. At that moment, he was seated on the second story, overlooking the ring. Around him were several bodyguards watching every direction, including Beyonders sent from pirates and experienced adventurers hired with large sums. These people surrounded him, preventing anyone from approaching. Revolvers, rifles, and hunting rifles were all aimed outside to intimidate the masses. After confirming the situation, Klein pressed down his top hat, entered the bar, and saw Molsona sucking on a cigar. This mob boss had a very discernible face. His brandy nose and thin brows were all very unique. Klein retracted his gaze, went to the bar to get local malt beer worth 4 pence, then made his way to the railing beneath the second floor. Although he wasn't directly under Molsona, as it was heavily guarded, he was already not very far from him. "I am within 5 meters," Klein silently muttered, raised his cup of beer, and looked at the boxing ring. Chapter 683, So You Are Here as Well. Black spirit body threads stemming from the various life forms appeared in Klein's vision, but he didn't immediately extend his spirituality to control them. After distinguishing the threads belonging to Molsona, he took a gulp of malt beer and focused on the boxing match, playing the part of a real audience member. The 2 bare-topped boxers fought all out, their fists meeting flesh, as the match quickly escalated to a fervor. Adrenaline pumping, many of the alcoholic gamblers shouted passionately for their chosen boxer. "Kill him! Finish that son of a bitch!" On the second floor, Molsona was fixated on the ring below, his cigar forgotten and his hands clenched into tight fists. Most of his men were similarly engrossed, save for those assigned to watch for threats. Klein raised his hand again, taking another drink of beer as if caught up in the tense atmosphere. At that moment his spirituality silently extended, grabbing onto the illusory black threads corresponding to Molsona. The brandy-nosed mob boss was about to pump his fist when his brain suddenly went numb. The world turned odd, as if separated from him by panes of glass, and his thoughts slowed as though his brain had rusted. Since the target was an ordinary person, it took Klein less than 20 seconds to achieve initial control. 7 seconds was all he needed. Oh no. Something wrong is happening. It's likely a Beyonder with relatively special powers. Molsona, no stranger to the mysterious world from his dealings with pirates, spent more than 10 seconds figuring out he was under assault. He reached out his arm and opened his mouth to shout for help, but his actions were sluggish and his voice was weak. Engrossed in the match and deafened by the roaring crowd, his bodyguards failed to notice his obvious abnormality. When the match reached a temporary respite, a few subordinates glanced back and saw their boss in a daze, his hands misplaced as if still caught up in the fight. Tears welled in the mob boss's eyes as he tried to release his fingers and drop the cigar to get their attention. But he found in despair that his thoughts were becoming impossibly stiff. "Pah! The burning cigar finally fell to the ground as Mulsona's tears flowed freely down his cheeks. A few bodyguards noticed and were about to ask if the match was too exciting when Mulsona suddenly bent down, wiped his face, and picked up the cigar. "That was an excellent match. Give the victor more money." Mulsona flicked the cigar and pulled up his collar, grinning happily. Klein didn't know the market rates, so he kept the instruction vague. Mulsona of the Lowen's new party had become his marionette in just 2 minutes and 15 seconds. "Kill him! Kill him!" As the crowd's shouts turned uniform, a boxer collapsed unconscious in the ring. Mulsona took a swig of his cigar and said, "To the lounge. I want to take a break." "Yes, boss." His bodyguards immediately surrounded him and escorted him to the lounge on the second floor. After instructing his guards not to disturb him, Mulsona paced inside before opening a safe. He selected the most important documents involving new drugs, placing them in a briefcase with an address cut from a newspaper and £758 in cash. He then opened the door and called for a subordinate. "Throw this bag under the 3rd street lamp around the alley." "Yes, boss." The subordinate didn't ask why. This was a rule. Closing the door again, Mulsona found 3 candles and items with spirituality. He drew the symbol of the Fool, a half-pupilless eye and contorted lines, on a piece of paper. The marionette then lit the candles and held a bestowment ritual, chanting the Fool's honorific name in ancient Hermes, a language he originally didn't know. He used an item with spirituality to construct an illusory door in the candlelight. In the first-floor washroom, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. He stirred the powers of the mysterious space, combined it with a paper figurine that transformed into a 12-winged angel, and threw it through the door to disrupt any subsequent divination. Right after, he threw Creeping Hunger into the portal. The glove arrived in the real world before Mulsona, restless from not having eaten. Klein, back in the washroom, controlled the frozen Mulsona from a distance, making him pick up the glove. A crack opened in its middle, revealing 2 rows of eerie, white teeth. As the senses of his new marionette weakened, Klein decisively severed control, recovering quickly from the slight backlash. He then returned to the bar and continued drinking his beer as if nothing had happened. At the same time, he found a rat on the 2nd floor and made it his marionette. With awkward motions, the rat found a path into Mulsona's lounge through a hole behind a bookshelf. A thin human skin glove lay silently on the ground. Nothing remained of Mulsona, not even his clothes. The rat climbed onto the table, took the paper with the Fool's symbol, and held it to a burning candle until it turned to ash. After extinguishing the candles and returning them to their places, the rat bit onto Creeping Hunger and left the way it came. It scurried to an outside balcony and silently climbed down. On the 1st floor, Klein finished his beer and stood up. He pressed down on his half-top hat and walked past the gamblers and out into the street. Following the street lamps, he entered an alley, lit a paper figurine with a flick of his wrist, and picked up the briefcase from under the 3rd lamp. At that moment, a grey rat emerged from the shadows with a thin, human-skinned glove in its mouth. Klein bent down and picked up Creeping Hunger. The rat then left on its own, climbing into a rubbish chute where it lay until it lost its breath. As night fell, Klein stood under the street lamp, leisurely wearing Creeping Hunger on his left hand. After stretching his fingers, he carried the briefcase away, vanishing at a crossroads. He later pasted the address slip onto the documents, mailed them, and changed back into Gem and Sparrow before taking a carriage to another bar by the pier. One Anderson had mentioned was frequented by pirates. Upon entering, Klein swept his gaze across the room and suddenly saw a familiar figure. The man had a medium build, purple lips, and brown eyes that hid an intense maleficence. It was Slaughter Kircheiss, second mate of the King of Immortality Agalito, with a bounty of £9,500. The death announcer had clearly come to Toscata Island for supplies. "So you are here as well." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly, having chanced upon the perfect devil to hunt. Just as he generated that ill intent, Kircheiss sensed him and turned his head to the entrance. Klein didn't hesitate. He grabbed a beer from a nearby table and threw it. Right on its heels, he drew his revolver and took cold aim. Bang! Chapter 684, Battle Encounter. Kacha! The beer cup smashed against a round table as Kirchais evaded with a mere half-turn of his body. Amidst the gunfire, he didn't dodge, but instead sprang to the forefront through the scattering gamblers, his gaze locked on the cold adventurer by the door, as though he had instinctively seen through the illusion. Gearman Sparrow. Kirchais's pupils constricted as he opened his mouth to chant in the language of foulness. At that moment, Klein truly pulled the trigger. A pale golden bullet shot out, heading straight for the £9,500 bounty known as Slaughterer. However, Kirchais simply lifted his right hand, produced a light blue flame in his palm, and caught the bullet in an unimaginable manner. The flame solidified into a cage, and the bullet emitted a burst of sunlight that neutralized everything. Two figures stood up beside Kirchais, a short-haired woman with dual pistols and a boorish man in boxing gloves. Clearly, the slaughterer had not come to the pier alone. 3 Beyonders. Kirchais might even be a Sequence 5. For a moment, Klein nearly blurted out something like, "Sorry, my bad." Attacking a devil relied on complete chance and couldn't involve any hesitation, but in such situations, it was hard to tell who held the advantage. Without hesitating, Klein turned and agilely dashed for the staircase, moving through the crowd. Just as he did, a light blue fireball smashed into the side of the stairs and exploded. Boom! A part of the staircase collapsed as the bar trembled, the smell of sulfur spreading. Kirchais and his 2 companions didn't delay, jumping over the wreckage in fervent pursuit. Tap! 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 As Klein ran for the second story, he examined the spirit body threads, easily finding an empty room. He turned, about to enter, and jumped from the window. At that moment, his pursuers reached the second floor and tacitly split up. Kirchais continued the pursuit, while his companions entered rooms on the same side to intercept Gehrman below. This was the opportunity Klein was waiting for. He suddenly half-turned, his left black-gloved hand grabbing at the air. The woman and the man continued their actions without detecting anything, rushing into the other rooms and jumping out the windows, going far away without returning. Klein had used the Baron of Corruption's distortion to change their goal of separate and intercept to separate and take action alone. It wouldn't last long, but it was enough time to fight Kirchais one-on-one. Boom. Having completed the distortion, he fell to the ground, rolling to avoid the fireballs Kirchais kept shooting. Amidst the incessant booming, the building wavered. Kirchais rapidly lunged forward into the room. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow adeptly evading, Slaughterer used the unique language of foulness to say the word, "Slow." The entire room seemed to calm down, and Klein's actions slowed significantly. Kirchais didn't hesitate to follow up with another word of the devil language. "Die!" Klein's figure froze, gradually turning faint and thin, becoming a paper figurine filled with spotted red rust. At the same time, he surfaced by the side of the door, reached out his gloved hand and shut the door to the collapsing room with a pull. Creak! The din outside vanished as the room became a firm cage. Upon seeing this, Kirchais's body swelled, tearing his clothes as he transformed into a behemoth nearly 3 meters tall, with sinister dark skin, mysterious goat horns and bat wings, all swirling with sulphurous light blue flames. So! Light blue fireballs shot out, blanketing the door. At the same time, the redness in Kirchais's eyes bloomed as he said, "Corruption." It was an area of effect attack. Klein clenched his left hand and did a quick half-twist. The fireballs immediately lost their trajectories, flying chaotically into the ceiling, the ground, or back at Kirchais. The room filled with booming sounds, and the seal created by the distortion trembled but held. As the flames soared, Klein's body was suddenly covered in a sticky black liquid. Bang! His figure exploded into torn paper and corrupted fog. He immediately surfaced on the other side, his skin a dark shade and his clothes torn. The splash damage from corruption was somewhat effective against his paper figurine substitutes, but the bribe from the cup of beer he'd thrown earlier greatly negated the attack's effects on him. Kirchais didn't expect corruption to have such a minor influence. Just as he pulled out a long blade formed of flames, he saw his opponent's left glove transform as though made of gold. 2 blinding streaks of lightning tore out of Klein's eyes, psychic piercing. Ah! Kirchais let out a tragic cry. Rich in combat experience, he knew a series of attacks would follow, so he instinctively transformed into a pitch-black liquid that spread across the floor, threatening to corrupt everything. This state is truly perfect. In a battle encounter, either party would suffer the problem of not being sufficiently prepared. Thankfully, I've always remembered the suspected desire apostle I encountered, and I've completely held back all desires and emotions. Klein didn't dodge. The glove on his left hand bloomed with pure sunlight. He spread his arms, allowing a pillar of holy light swirling with golden flames to descend from the sky, illuminating every corner of the room. Amidst the bright light, the pitch-black liquid quickly evaporated. Kirchais hurriedly materialized his body near the window, still in his 3-meter-tall devil form. He was now rather weak, but he ignited the 2 goat horns on his head in an attempt to forcefully attack his enemy's psyche and induce an emotional response. At that moment, Kirchais's head suddenly turned numb. Throughout the fight, Klein had been using his evasions and paper figurine substitutes to stall for time, diverting attention so he could control Kirchais's spirit-body threads. Weakened by the bribe, the psychic piercing, and the light of purification, Kirchais's resistance was low. It had taken Klein only 15 seconds to obtain initial control. The intense battle in the room instantly turned quiet. Although Kirchais's thoughts had turned slow, he could still forcefully resist the control. The bloodshot colors in his eyes converged, reflecting Gehrman Sparrow's figure, as his curled goat horns began to burn intensely, spreading emotions and desires outwards in a corporeal manner. Klein entered a half-cogitation state, calmly focusing on deepening his control to make Kirchais lose all means of resistance. Chapter 685, From a Delay to Disconnection. In the room that had been reduced to shambles, Klein stood 4 meters away from the behemoth with bat wings that was Kirchais. With his top hat knocked aside and his clothes tattered, the scene was eerily quiet, like a puppet show frozen mid-performance. Klein knew he still had the capacity to act, much like when he'd resisted Rosago's control while the marionettist was focused on Sharon. Now, however, he only had one enemy to manage. Still, his options were limited. While maintaining his grip on Kirchais, he could move, but not too quickly. He could use beyonder powers that didn't expend much spirituality, but he couldn't divert his attention to his mystical items or perform complex actions like drawing his gun. He also knew that attacking a controlled target could stimulate their will to resist, potentially allowing them to break free. Therefore, Klein had to wait for the control to deepen. Just then, his heart rate suddenly spiked as an uncontrollable sense of horror and anxiety surfaced in his mind. He couldn't help but suspect that Kirchais's companions, their intentions previously affected by distortion, were about to return. No good, my emotions have been stirred. Klein was taken aback and immediately tried to use cogitation to calm his agitated heart. He has emotional stirrings, a chance. A slow, delighted thought flashed through Kirchais's mind. He attempted to use his beyonder powers to magnify Gehrman Sparrow's fear and anxiety, planting an emotional seed that, once triggered, would maim his opponent and break his influence. No, how can it be ineffective? His emotional stirrings have disappeared. Kirchais's bloodshot eyes constricted slowly, gradually filling with shock, alarm, and anger. Klein, who had braced himself for a counterattack, was surprised to find that nothing had happened. After he had completely calmed himself, he realized the curled goat horns on Kirchais's head were ignited, but the devil hadn't capitalized on his emotional opening. A moment later, Klein understood. It wasn't that Kirchais didn't want to control his emotions, but that he had failed. From the moment the devil sensed the opening, it took him several seconds to process the situation, a few more to decide on a course of action, and even longer to channel the corresponding beyonder powers. The entire process took at least 10 seconds. Klein, in contrast, had calmed himself in only 3 to 4. The devil's powers naturally failed against an enemy who had already returned to a normal state. To put it simply, the delay was too long. Under such situations, don't try to fiddle around with highly intricate matters. Klein lampooned internally before suppressing his sense of schadenfreude. After another 10 seconds, Kirchais finally grasped the source of the problem. He abandoned any further attempts to target desires and emotions. With great difficulty, he flapped the bat wings on his back, relying on his powerful devil body to resist the control from the spirit body threads. He tried to make the swirling light blue flames slowly coagulate into a fireball. Klein, foreseeing the incoming bombardment, didn't hesitate to snap his fingers. Pa! The light blue flames, before they could truly take form, soared and then collapsed completely, blooming like harmless fireworks behind Kirchais. It was the magician's flame controlling. As Kirchais continued to struggle, his actions became even slower, resembling a rusting puppet. Klein casually sidestepped the devil language Kirchais launched with his remaining strength. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Klein suddenly stopped, his eyes locked on Kirchais's head. He needed another 2.5 minutes to turn this desire apostle into a true marionette, but he never had such plans. It took too much time, giving Kirchais's companions an opportunity to return. His only goal was to control the devil to a point where minor attacks wouldn't allow him to escape his predicament. The bloodshot eyes, grimacing expression, and sharp, drooling teeth were reflected in Klein's eyes. He opened his mouth and said a single word. Bang! An air bullet from a Sequence 5, comparable to a shot from a steam rifle, accurately hit Kirchais's forehead. The devil's head snapped back, yanking the spirit body threads, but the bloody hole that appeared between his brows was not a mortal blow. To a devil, their body was like thick armor, their flesh possessing extreme elasticity. Bam! 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 Klein kept creating air bullets with gunshot sounds, striking Kirchais's forehead again and again, steadily turning it into a contiguous mess. All the while, he maintained stable control over the spirit body threads, preventing his target from using the feedback to weaken his influence. Kirchais let out an angry, stuttering roar and tried to lurch forward, but Klein was far more agile. His attempt to liquefy himself also failed, stymied by the control over his spirit body. Bang! Another air bullet struck, completely shattering Kirchais's forehead and penetrating his brain. Bang! 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 The subsequent bullets flew in, one after another. Bang! Kirchais's skull was finally sent flying, his brain a mess of black crevices. The aura of the 9,500-pound slaughterer quickly dissipated. He collapsed to the ground and Klein walked over, extending his left hand. 2 blood-red eyes split open in the middle of the glove. A cold, eerie wind rose as Kirchais's spirit body and his black, fog-like Beyonder characteristic were pulled screaming into creeping hunger, fixing onto a blank finger. The glove turned a profound, pure black. Klein sensed the changes for a moment, feeling both disappointed and delighted, before walking toward the shattered window. While grazing Kirchais, he had hoped to avoid the devil's danger premonition, which would require keeping the glove constantly activated and fed, an extreme inconvenience. What he had hoped for was a power related to controlling emotions or one of the potent language of foulness abilities. He had been quite lucky, obtaining 3 Beyonder powers. The first was a language of foulness ability, slow, which could numb or halt all targets in a 7-meter radius for 2 seconds. The second was Sword of Lava, a flaming sword with extremely high offensive power, capable of cleaving through a stone column. The third was Sulfur Fireball, which created a powerful explosion and could poison targets. That's not bad. The damage delivered by Sword of Lava to non-undead creatures is clearly higher than the Priest of Light's Light of Holiness. Klein reached the window just in time to see the backs of Kirchais's companions disappearing into the distance. They're escaping? Did they sense Kirchais's death? He turned back and saw that Kirchais's corpse remained in its devil form, not reverting to human upon death. He looked at the body for a few seconds before forming a theory. Powers like the devil form are a state that brings a body close to the state of losing control. Otherwise, they will maintain their forms. Klein didn't delay, searching the corpse. He found that the transformation had torn all of Kirchais's clothes, and his wallet and cash had been scattered and subsequently destroyed by the fireballs. As Klein looked away, he spotted something twinkling in the giant devil's chest. It was a thin, long crystal formed purely of blood, emanating a faint smell of sulfur. "What's that?" Klein frowned. Kirchais's Beyonder characteristics has clearly entered creeping hunger. Why would his corpse produce something strange? Furthermore, it was strange that the second mate of the King of Immortality, Kirchais, didn't even carry a mystical item or sealed artifact. This had exceeded his expectations. Chapter 686, a hard-to-complete ritual. Sensing no danger from the thin blood crystal, Klein put it away and inspected Kirchheiss's headless devil fawn. He briefly considered the logistics of claiming the bounty, weighing the delays and the middleman's cut against his imminent departure. Muttering to himself, he picked up his charred top hat, put it on, and began dragging the massive corpse toward the door. A howling wind blew in as he opened it. Deactivating his spirit-body vision, he hauled the terrifying corpse down the corridor and stairs to the first floor. The bar was a mess of overturned tables and shattered glass, with few people remaining. He spotted the forlorn owner behind the bar counter, with only a handful of his bouncers left. Tap, tap, tap. Klein walked over, the corpse bumping against furniture behind him. "Oh, what are you planning to do?" the owner yelled, taking a step back. His bouncers gathered, shuddering in fear, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Klein stopped and threw Kirchheiss's corpse down in front of them. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Can you claim bounty rewards?" The owner, stunned, instinctively looked down at the huge devil's corpse, still traced with lingering blue flames. He and his bouncers drew a collective cold gasp. It was a real devil, identical to those in church Bibles save for the lack of curled goat horns. The owner tore his gaze from the corpse and looked back at the stoic, tattered adventurer. "I can. They should have the means to determine that this is Kirchheiss." "It's Kirchheiss, right?" Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. The owner hesitated, then forced a fearful smile. "However, it's impossible to get everything. As you know, there will be some money spent during the process. The fees cost about 30%, otherwise you'll have to wait quite a while. After all, £9,500 isn't a small sum. For Toscata's pier, it will take at least a week. It's because there are pirates frequenting this area, and there are often adventurers here to claim bounties. Therefore, it constantly has quite a bit of cash reserves. If you were in Oravi Island or anywhere else, it might take 2 weeks or even a month." Klein thought for a moment and asked the bar's boss, "Do you know me?" "Yes." The owner hurriedly nodded. Klein swept his gaze across everyone and continued asking, "Can you figure out where I'm living?" "Yes, yes." The owner didn't dare to lie. Klein responded with a terse sound before stating in a flat tone, "Send £6,000 to me before noon tomorrow." £6,000? That's less than 70%. That's about £600 short. The owner was taken aback, never expecting the crazy adventurer to take the initiative to lower the price. "Can you do it?" Klein asked again. He had factored in about £650 as compensation for the wrecked bar, knowing the owner was no philanthropist and wouldn't pass on the excess money. The owner considered it seriously before replying, "Yes." He planned to borrow some money against the official reward to pay Gairman Sparrow immediately, a worthwhile investment for a profit of several £100s. Klein nodded, said nothing more, and walked to the entrance. As he neared the door, he took out a few pennies and threw them onto a small table that was still standing. They clinked and spun to a stop, totaling 8p. Without breaking stride, he disappeared through the entrance. "What's the meaning of that?" the owner asked, his look completely blank. Most of the bouncers shook their heads, equally confused. Only one, who had been guarding the door, frowned in thought. Then he said uncertainty. "When he first entered, he took someone's cup of beer and threw it at Kirchheiss. This is the compensation for that cup of beer as well as the cup?" The bar fell silent. While the explanation was hard to accept, it somehow felt perfectly in line with the style of the crazy adventurer, Gairman Sparrow. Another set of clothes ruined. That's nearly £9. Thankfully, I made quite a lot this time. Yes, I'll have to make another set tomorrow. After turning into another street, Klein paused to observe his tattered state. He didn't return to his hotel immediately. First, he followed the information from Molsona to find a corrupt policeman, channeled his spirit to confirm the man's crimes, and then allowed creeping hunger to enjoy its first true feast of the day. Afterward, he took a carriage back to his hotel. In his room, he set up an altar and used a ritual to send creeping hunger and the thin blood crystal above the grey fog. Seated at the long bronze table, Klein released the soul of the priest of light from the glove. The spirit, an amiable elder with an elegant bearing, bowed in gratitude. Klein nodded in response, then conjured a pen and paper and wrote down his divination statement. The potion formulas for the sequences above the sun pathways, sequence 7. Leaning back, he entered a dream. The greyish world shifted, and he saw the priest of light unrolling a brownish goatskin in a sunlit room. On it was a formula written in ancient Fysak. Sequence 6, Notary. Main ingredients: 1 set of crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders, 5 feathers of a spirit-packed bird. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of radiant spirit-packed trees juice, 1 golden-rimmed sunflower, 1 white-rimmed sunflower, 5 drops of aquafern juice. The scene rippled and changed to an opulent hall filled with golden statues. A man bathed in pure light spoke to an elder. "This is the potion formula for the priest of light. Remember, dispel the darkness and praise the sun." The elder excitedly spread open another ancient goatskin. Sequence 5, Priest of Light. Main ingredients: red comb of a dawn rooster, a pure white brilliance rock. Supplementary ingredients: 5 grams of rosemary, 7 drops of fingered citron juice, 10 milliliters of rock water, 60 milliliters of a king of dawn rooster's blood. Ritual: in pure darkness, bury your entire body in ice that usually doesn't melt before consuming the potion. The scene vanished. Klein wasn't surprised that no higher formulas appeared, as he knew the churches often provided demigod-level potions directly. By now, the priest of light's spirit had mostly dispersed. His pained expression eased as he spread his arms as if to embrace the sun. "Praise the sun," he said piously. With those last words, his spirit body disintegrated into the grey fog. A pious believer. Klein sighed, recording the formulas and contemplating them. The link between the notary and psychiatrist potions via the Tree of Elders suggested the sun and spectator pathways might be interchangeable at higher sequences. He also considered the unique danger the Priest of Light ritual posed for Little Sun in the forsaken land of the gods. Putting the thoughts aside, he picked up the blood crystal from Kircheis's body and wrote a new divination statement. Its origins. He entered another dream. In the blurry grey world, he saw the gigantic sailboat, the Death Announcer. He watched as Kircheis climbed aboard. The moment his feet touched the deck, a sticky black fog emanated from the cracks in the wood, enveloping him. It tainted all the shimmering objects on his person before contracting and entering his chest, where it gradually turned red like a bloodstain. Everything returned to normal. Kircheis genuflected to the deck. "Your will is my will. Great Death Announcer." Following that, the scene shattered as Klein opened his eyes. He sat straight and looked at the thin and long blood crystal. In thought, he silently said, "The Death Announcer is alive. A sealed artifact with living traits. This crystal is the source of its control over its crew, and it comes equipped with an intense corruptive force. Therefore, mystical items of low levels will be corrupted by it." Chapter 687, Blatherer. Picking up the blood crystal, Klein could sense the faint, sulphurous smell and the corrosive power hidden deep within. The abyss was said to hold the greatest powers of corruption, enough to make even an angel fall. The Desire Apostle characteristic certainly matched that description. He soon noticed another detail. Kircheis had declared loyalty to the Death Announcer, not to the King of Immortality, Agolito. This implied the ship itself was the true king, and Agolito merely its spokesperson. If so, Agolito's situation was worse than rumored. He lacked any real autonomy. After contemplating for a few seconds, Klein attempted another divination to determine the blood crystal's use. He was prepared for any trouble, confident the grey fog could suppress any backlash, even from a devil king in the abyss. Besides, his earlier divination had revealed no danger, confirming the Death Announcer wasn't a Sequence 0 entity. Reassured, he began the dream divination. In the blurry world, he saw a landscape covered in sticky black fog. A monster formed of dark lumps of flesh squirmed past, its body cavity producing a raging roar. "Blatherer!" The scene then changed to an ancient blood-splashed altar, engraved with corruptive symbols that seemed to shout. The hazy world shattered, and Klein opened his eyes. "Blatherer," he mused. It could be the name of the entity before it became a sealed artifact, or perhaps the name of the one who killed it. He also noted the corruptive altar, which suggested the crystal might be used to summon a high-level devil. Having no intention of doing so, Klein casually tossed the blood crystal into his junk pile above the grey fog, perfunctorily naming it the Aura of Blatherer. He then performed one last divination, confirming it would be a safe night. He already suspected as much. Agalita wouldn't risk a conflict with the hidden demigod on Toscata, and it was likely the Pirate King couldn't leave the death announcer anyway. The next morning, around 9, Klein walked into the hotel restaurant and found a seat. Anderson Hood immediately appeared and sat opposite him. The strongest hunter combed his blonde hair with his fingers and skid with a laugh. Impressive, you managed to hunt Kirchhoff even when fighting 1-on-3. The way you dragged the devil's corpse downstairs has already spread throughout Toscata Pier. Heh, it's said that every pirate with a bounty on their head has decided to distance themselves from your sights. They will not appear anywhere within a 5-kilometer radius from you. Klein ordered coffee and a full breakfast, then replied in a calm manner, "Your ability at gathering intel is pretty good." Anderson chuckled. "This is necessary for a hunter. Heh, the Toscata adventurers are discussing a serious question as to who is the strongest hunter." Seeing Gehrman Sparrow look up with a cold, ambiguous gaze, Anderson's smile froze. "They've all chosen you. Haha, after all, this is the Sonia Sea and not the Fog Sea. Why did you need to add that second sentence? It's just asking for a beating." Klein casually asked, "Anything else?" "Ah?" Anderson suddenly felt his comprehension skills were impeded. "Any other intel?" Klein repeated himself with more details. "There is." Anderson signaled with his eyes. "Mulsana from the Low and New Party has mysteriously disappeared last night. He mysteriously disappeared in his own room while being protected by countless guards. The official explanation is that Mulsana has already died. The reason was that he possibly consecrated an evil god or summoned a devil. Heh, no one believes that. It's because the Church of Storms has received an anonymous letter that has detailed records of Mulsona's crimes as well as evidence." He stared intently at Gehrman, hoping for more information as he recalled their conversation the previous afternoon. Klein just gave a terse response, saying nothing. At that moment, the bar owner from the previous night rushed into the hotel, spotted Klein, and walked over in delight. "Mr. Sparrow." The owner took off his bonnet and bowed. "It has already been confirmed, but the process will take another 2 days. After all, it's too large a sum." "Heh heh, I know you'll be leaving today, so in order to not delay your schedule, I've decided to cover the bounty for now. Well, a portion of it comes from the bar's liquid cash, and a portion of it I loaned from my friends. Please make sure the number is right." He deliberately spoke in detail, hoping to befriend the crazy adventurer. He wasn't worried about revenge from the King of Immortality. Claiming bounties on other pirates was an unspoken rule at sea. Klein counted the thick stack of notes totaling £6,000, split them among his pockets, and nodded. "Not bad." The bar owner heaved a sigh of relief. He then surveyed his surroundings and lowered his voice. "You have to be careful. King of Immortality is a very vengeful person. He might intercept your ship at sea." "I know." Klein replied indifferently. The owner bowed once more and left. "Do you have the means to leave?" Anderson looked at Gehrman Sparrow with curiosity. "Guess?" Klein revealed a gentlemanly smile. The corners of Anderson's lips twitched. "I'm relieved by seeing your confidence. By the way, the tickets. It sets sail at 1:30 in the afternoon. Impressive. I thought I was rather amazing, earning £1,600 in a night. Who knew?" Klein didn't respond, instead enjoying his breakfast. Later he had a new suit made. Soon it was time to board the ship. Anderson, holding a new suitcase, looked at Gehrman Sparrow. "Are we just leaving on this ship?" The death announcer should be around the surrounding waters. The future left yesterday after it was resupplied. It's impossible for Gehrman Sparrow to be crazy enough to just storm right into death, right? Unless this is his trap. A thought came to Anderson. Klein didn't look at him, simply boarding the liner with his suitcase. His plan was simple. The death announcer would likely sense the aura from the crystal, but the King of Immortality was unlikely to make a forceful assault. If he was wrong, the moment the ship appeared, Klein would pray to himself, go above the grey fog, and use the sea god's scepter to respond. He wanted to see who was stronger, the blatherer at sea or the sea god. This was a change from his original plan of using sea creatures for a stealthy escape, a change prompted by the concern that Agalito might vent his anger on innocent liners. After a divination, he had decided to leave brazenly. Chapter 688. Fruitless Wait. Upon reaching their first-class cabin, Anderson spoke before Klein had a chance. "That's not right. If I were the passengers on board this ship, I'd definitely be very afraid and nervous to see an adventurer who just offended the King of Immortality. I'd either get the captain or first mate to convince you to switch to another ship, or I would switch ships myself. To my surprise, all of them are especially calm." This guy is very sharp, Klein thought, observing the details Anderson picked up. Is this a real conspirer? Acting happy-go-lucky, but silently grasping the situation and making preparations. As he unlocked the door, he considered if there was a real problem with the ship. At that moment, Anderson slapped his own cheeks and laughed dryly. "I get it. It happened just recently. The matter is only spread among a number of adventurers and pirates. Typical tourists and sailors wouldn't even know of this. Besides, people who know what you look like are definitely people with good intel, not ordinary people." Wow, he knows to answer his own questions. Klein lampooned internally and entered the suite. He had booked a first-class cabin not for comfort, but to keep an eye on Anderson, lest the unluckiest hunter bring disaster upon them all. He walked into the master bedroom, pointing to the other rooms. "Choose one for yourself," he told Anderson. Anderson was taken aback, his mouth agape. "You're very used to this." "Of course, I have rich experience in interacting with hunters," Klein thought, recalling Danitz. He offered no reply and settled into the master bedroom. At 1:30, the liner set off on time. Klein, now in his shirt and vest, stood by the window, watching the green waves ebb against the outline of Toscarter Island. That's no way to see the full situation. Anderson came over, smiling. "You can only ensure that there are no problems from one of the flanks, and the death announcer might appear from the other flank or the front. The best option is to climb up to the crow's nest. Haha, there's definitely a crew member there, but an experienced hunter or pirate has 100 means to fool his senses." Klein turned to Anderson with a stoic expression. "Well said. I'll leave this to you." "Ah?" Anderson was taken aback. He snapped to his senses and asked in surprise, "You don't have any other means to observe?" Without any means to observe, how was he to lay a trap for the King of Immortality? "No." Klein nodded with abnormal frankness. "I can only rely on you. Who gave you the courage to leave under the King of Immortality's scrutiny?" Anderson was momentarily speechless. Muttering, "Don't stop me, I'm jumping ship," he left to find the crow's nest. Klein watched him go, then turned back to the sea, pondering his strategy. He knew the King of Immortality, or the Death Announcer, should have sensed the danger from him. The question was whether they would attack believing he was alone, or suspect that a powerhouse was interfering with their premonitions. After a moment, a sudden feeling made him activate his spirit vision. The tall skeleton messenger burrowed out of the ground, the black flames in its eye sockets jumping slightly. It handed him a letter. Mr. Azik replied pretty quickly this time. Klein nodded politely and took the neatly folded paper. As the messenger disappeared, he unfolded the letter. "I'm very happy to hear about your advancement. Your travels have been more interesting than I had imagined. Those waters are indeed very dangerous. I vaguely remember that it might have to do with the source of the cataclysm. As for why there's a remnant aura of ancient death there, I'm not too sure. I will keep your warning in mind. Before completely recovering my memories, I will not enter those waters. The true creator's ravings aren't pleasant to the ears. I'm somewhat interested in the ring worn by Admiral Hell. However, I've recently been embroiled in some past matters. I might need some time before I pay him a visit." Klein couldn't help but smile. He resolved to tell Mr. Azik he could locate Admiral Hell, hoping to join the visit. He made a mental note to divine the Murloc cufflinks location later. He continued reading. "The ancient chronicles I received from Katerina does mention matters regarding artificial death. To put it simply, the former royal family of the Balam Empire, present upper echelons of the numinous episcopate, had gained inspiration from the hidden sage's sudden coming to life and turning anthropomorphic. They wish to let death, which is at present only a concept, to experience something similar." there's a possibility of it being fulfilled. Due to the indestructibility of Beyonder characteristics, the perishing of death doesn't mean that the corresponding Beyonder characteristics and authority has been completely lost. According to the Chronicles, the corresponding research hasn't reached a breakthrough, but that was from centuries ago. The sequence 4 corresponding to Seer is Bizarro Sorcerer. The powerhouses from the Antigonus and Zaratul family left me with a deep impression. Even though I've already forgotten the details, my recollections are still able to bring me some feelings of fear. As for where to get the formula and ingredients, I'm not sure. Perhaps you can consider switching to neighboring pathways. I've already recalled matters regarding this. You can choose Sequence 4 Secret Sorcerer of the Apprentice pathway or Sequence 4 Parasite of the Marauder pathway. However, I vaguely remember that these 3 pathways only allow switching at Sequence 3. Indeed. There's only a Rhodes left. Klein forced a grin. He quickly penned a reply, including a question about the definition of a mythical creature. He decided to hold off on sending it, planning to add a request for help if the death announcer appeared. After waiting patiently for several hours, the door opened and Anderson walked in with mixed emotions. The death announcer hasn't appeared. We've completely left the waters around Toscata Island. The King of Immortality actually didn't seek revenge. Anderson sighed inwardly. Klein gave a regretful nod and went to retrieve his coat and hat for dinner. In a secret chamber, a Red Gloves team discussed the case. Solashura Sost pointed at a blackboard. The Devil murder case, this time, has some similarities with the assassination of Duke Negan in Backland. First, a human skin with its own smell and aura appeared. This is something that hasn't appeared in many of the devil-related cases in the past. Second, there's more than one devil. They take turns wearing the human skin in order to carry out their normal activities to conceal their partner's evil acts. Finally, they're suspected of belonging to the Beria family. In the corner, Leonard Mitchell's mind drifted back to Backland. He had wanted to investigate the detective Sherlock Moriarty, but an emergency case had pulled him away. "Leonard, what's your take on this?" Sost asked. Leonard quickly collected his thoughts. "I believe that it's not only a form of concealment, but is also a requirement of a particular ritual. Captain Sost, as you know, devils have many kinds of blasphemous and evil rituals." "Reasonable deduction," Sost said, gesturing for another to speak. "Phew, thankfully old man has recently been catching me up on devil studies," Leonard thought, relieved, and returned his attention to the discussion. After a 2-day voyage, the liner arrived safely at Aravi Island. After checking into a hotel, Klein told Anderson, "Wait here for me. That demigod doesn't like strangers suddenly visiting. I hope I'll live to see him." Anderson smiled bitterly. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. He said nothing more and took a carriage to the St. Draco Cathedral. Soon, he was once again in the small room of the bell tower, facing the tall, ugly bellman, Carnot. After hearing Gehrman Sparrow's intentions, the hunched Carnot nodded. "I'll bring you to Mr. Ricciardo. He has already recovered and is no longer where he originally was." "All right." As Klein responded, he suddenly recalled that Carnot was a product of the Church of Earth Mother's human body refining and asked, "Do you know Frank Lee?" Chapter 689, that's it? Bellman Carnot's expression immediately turned odd when he heard Frank Lee's name. Yes, he's a kind and pure person, but at times his pureness is terrifying. Indeed, Klein made way for the bellman and followed him down the stairs. "Are you familiar with him?" Carnot walked ahead silently for a moment before speaking with his back to Gehrman Sparrow. "I'm a failed product filled with all kinds of problems. I was always mocked, and only Frank was one of the few who looked at me normally, treating me as someone with a real soul." "Why did he leave the Church of Earth Mother?" Klein asked, despite already knowing the answer. Carnot exited the bell tower, getting his bearings. "I do not know about the specifics. He's an orphan. He grew up in the cloister from a young age. He really treats the church as a family and views Earth Mother as his mother. He has many strange ideas. He had the opportunity of becoming a diocese bishop, but he was later nearly sent to a tribunal for being sacrilegious. Frank mentioned this before. He was trying to crossbreed a bull, a cow, and wheat together. To be frank, if it were me, I would have sent him to the tribunal as well. Klein mumbled internally as he followed Carnot into the alley behind St. Draco Cathedral. The bellman stopped at an ordinary building and pulled the doorbell 3 times, each for 2 seconds. After a moment, thudding sounds approached, and the door creaked open to reveal an elder in a black, short coat holding a hard cane. His hair was snow white, but his face had few wrinkles. He wore a black eye mask. "Mr. Counselor, Mr. Gehrman Sparrow is here to pay you a visit." "Counselor Ricciardo? He's blind." Klein was surprised, having only heard his voice before. Ricciardo turned his ear, slowly aiming his head towards Gehrman Sparrow with a chuckle. "Sorry, I can only meet you this way. When I woke up this morning, I suddenly had a premonition that I mustn't open my eyes to see anything today. To prevent any accidents, I wore an eye mask." "You can actually do that. He's in no way inferior as a charlatan." Klein was momentarily amused, then quickly understood the premonition's true meaning. Ricciardo didn't want to see him. He recalled how Beyonders of the Monster Pathway reacted to his presence, Will Orsepton sensing his uniqueness, and Adamisol's eyes bleeding in Tingen. Clearly, Ricciardo had sensed the danger and taken precautions. Since he had no desire to force others to harm themselves, Klein held back his curiosity and asked, "Do you have clues to the mystical item I need?" "Not for now," Ricciardo said with a smile. "After I recovered from my injuries, I went to Bayern. I was lucky that there was some adjustments to the upper echelons of the Navy and Governor General's office, so I successfully rescued Roy King, but it wasted quite a bit of my time." Klein had expected this. "Then, I'll use this request to get another form of help. I have a friend who is plagued with bad luck after interacting with a mural left behind by the Angel of Fate. He needs it completely removed." Ricciardo thought for a moment. "No problem. Bring me over to him. Don't allow him to leave his residence or there might be accidents." Klein nodded and headed towards the alley, suitcase in hand, asking, "Mr. Counselor, what do you know about the Mother Tree of Desire?" With his cane in hand, Ricciardo walked slowly behind him, needing no assistance despite the eye mask. He chuckled. "The Mother Tree of Desire is the Rose School of Thought's manifestation of the chained god. However, I suspect the truth is the reverse. The chained god is one of the Mother Tree of Desire's many manifestations, especially since the mutant pathway's sequence 0 is supposedly still unoccupied." "Haha, you know about sequence 0, right?" "Yes," Klein answered succinctly. Ricciardo acknowledged him. "In short, no one knows the true identity of the Mother Tree of Desire, nor her pathway. I can tell you that she is at odds with the primordial moon, which is why the Rose School of Thought views us as an enemy. Yet their relationship is sometimes subtle, as the moon-worshipping shaman king of the southern continent joined their ranks. The 7 churches hate the Mother Tree of Desire and the primordial moon even more than other evil gods, and nearly every other secret organization dislikes the Rose School of Thought as well." "Interesting. Mother Tree of Desire is one of the 2 most isolated ones?" Klein hailed a carriage while lost in thought, watching Carnot help Ricciardo aboard before climbing in himself. Before long, the carriage arrived at the hotel. Just as Klein was about to get off, a loud bang and a rumbling explosion shook the street. No way. Could it be caused by Anderson's bad luck? His spiritual intuition told him it was, but that the hunter had survived. He looked out and saw a huge chunk of the hotel's 2nd-floor wall had collapsed amidst flames and smoke. Below, a disheveled Anderson stood muttering to himself. "To think that there's such a daring person to trade arms in a hotel. New kinds of explosives, especially. He nearly caused me to die without even knowing why. My suitcase." Grateful for his caution in carrying his own suitcase, Klein helped Ricciardo down from the carriage. Anderson turned, noticing them. "The arms dealers these days are too unprofessional," he said with a bitter smile. "Thankfully, it's daytime, and there aren't many people in the hotel. The owner sure is pitiful. However, the gold they carry shouldn't be destroyed that easily. It should make up for his loss. I think your bad luck is responsible for a large part of the accountability." Klein thought, then nodded to Ricciardo. "It's him." Ricciardo turned his masked face toward Anderson. He paused for a few seconds before smiling. "Give me a gold coin." "Oh." Anderson, feeling suspect, pulled a low-end gold coin from a tiny pocket sewn into his clothes. He smiled at Gehrman Sparrow. "Tradition from my hometown. I originally didn't believe in it, but I've been just too unlucky recently." He handed the coin to Ricciardo. Ricciardo received it, closed his fingers around it, and then retracted his hand. He laughed. "All right, your bad luck has been dispelled." "Ah?" Anderson stood there in shock, looking at Gehrman Sparrow as if to say, "That's it? Did you get a fraud?" Klein was surprised as well, but chose to believe the fate counselor. Ricciardo pocketed the coin. "The bad luck you received this time wasn't child's play. If you don't believe me, you can head over to the casino to try your luck." "Makes sense." Anderson clapped and immediately got directions to the nearest casino. He returned a short while later in a clean jacket, instinctively opening his mouth to speak to Ricciardo, before catching himself and offering a grateful grin instead. After the demigod had been sent off in a carriage, Anderson leaned in towards Gehrman Sparrow. "I was planning on saying that, although you're blind, you really are amazing when it comes to the domain of fate. Thankfully, I recalled in time that he's a demigod. If you had really said that, you might have the chance of becoming the hunter who died immediately after having his bad luck removed." Klein thought, "Now can you tell me the clues to that revolver?" Anderson combed his hair and chuckled. "It's in Bayern. It's from a friend I used to know, a very powerful adventurer. As he got sick of the unstable and dangerous life, he used his savings to buy a few spice gardens and found a lady to marry. He then completely left this line of work we're in. He recently had a child and his thoughts changed again. He began to wish that his child would be brought up in a better and safer environment with better educational prospects, so he plans on moving to Backland. There are the best grammar schools and public schools there. He doesn't wish to rent a place in Backland, but he also doesn't plan on selling his gardens that constantly earn him money. He happens to have an excess when it comes to mystical items, so he plans on selling that revolver. Back then, I was in a rush to follow the treasure-hunting expedition into those waters, so I'm not sure if he succeeded in the end. However, few people can buy something worth nearly £10,000 at once, so the transaction won't close that easily." "All right, bring me to him," Klein replied simply. At that moment on the Golden Dream, Danitz was horrified to realize a problem. His captain hadn't appeared in 3 days. Chapter 690, Miss Messenger. The Golden Dream emitted golden lustres under the sunlight, a mobile treasure. Inside the captain's cabin, Danitz paced endlessly, trying to recall the past few days in a bid to find a clue. 3 days ago, his captain, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, had announced she was beginning a study that might last 10 to 20 hours, cancelling all classes. This was a frequent occurrence, so Danitz and the crew didn't find it odd. Delighted by the break, they had a bonfire party on the ship, drinking and singing with great enthusiasm. But as time passed, a sense of unease settled in. Their captain, who should have finished her studies within 24 hours, didn't appear the next day. She didn't even have anyone send for food or her usual light beer. After waiting another half a day, the sailors mustered the courage to knock on her door, only to be met with silence. Led by the first mate, Brew Walls, the pirates opened the captain's cabin and found it empty. A search of her collector's room and other areas yielded nothing. Based on past experiences, their initial guess was that she had been struck by a sudden idea and left the Golden Dream in a rush, using some mystical technique without leaving a letter. However, when attempts to contact her via rituals like the Soulful ritual failed to receive a response, they could only search her cabin and wait. 3 days passed without a word, and the sailors began to panic. "Dog shit. Any results from your divination? Didn't you claim to be an expert?" Danitz turned towards flowery bow-tie Jodson in frustration. Jodison, with his black hair dyed gold, rubbed his temples and said in a rather mellow voice, "They failed. Every divination method used to find her has failed. But for now it can be confirmed that Captain is still alive. It's just that her whereabouts are unknown." The first mate, Walls, who had short, greyish curly hair, nudged his monocle and said, "We need to seek help. None of Captain's collections have been lost. She didn't even bring her essential mystical items with her when she left. This means that the situation was very sudden and unexpected. Whose help can we seek?" Another boatswain whose waist was swollen, Barrel Daniels asked anxiously. Brew Walls raised his silver-patterned knife to his aquiline nose and said, "Return to the western shore. Between the lines, he was hinting at seeking the church of the god of knowledge and wisdom that backed Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. That won't do. To go from the pirates' playground to the western shore, we will need to pass the Sonia Sea, the North Sea and the Berserk Sea. Then, we will cruise through the Fog Sea for a very long period of time. Captain can't wait that long. Anything might happen to her at any time. Flowery Bowtie Jodson said, "We have to immediately find someone we can quickly contact and provide us with help on short notice." Danitz wanted to curse dog shit when he suddenly had a light bulb moment. There was only one person he could quickly contact, Gehrman Sparrow. Furthermore, this crazy adventurer had never hidden the fact that he was good at divination and also had a mysterious background. Perhaps that madman can find Captain. He's often able to do the impossible. Danitz felt his worry and frustration ease a little. He raised his chest and looked around. Then, he cleared his throat and said, "I have a candidate. I can immediately contact him. Besides, he's very good at divination." Just as he said that, Gourmet Brew Walls, Flowery Bowtie Jodson, Iron Skin, Barrel and company turned their heads at him in unison. With their eyes red they roared, "What are you waiting for?" Danitz silently left the captain's cabin and returned to his room. He unfolded a piece of paper and picked up a fountain pen, attempting to follow his captain's teachings by writing a formal greeting and pleasantries. He quickly stopped, feeling the excessive politeness didn't match his urgent goal. "Dog shit," Danitz cursed as he tore up the piece of paper. He tried again on a new sheet. "Help! Captain has vanished." Well, although Gehrman Sparrow is a madman who can't be comprehended with common sense, he probably won't be able to understand such a letter. Dog shit. Danitz cursed himself again as he ripped up the second letter. He calmed himself and contemplated for a few seconds before penning a third time. This time, he simply wrote what happened after his captain's disappearance, included the location of the Golden Dream, and minced his words by asking Mr. Retelling Gehrman Sparrow if he could provide help to a cooperating partner. Divination needs something. Just as Danitz folded the letter, he suddenly realized he had forgotten something. He rushed back to the captain's cabin and found a pearl earring that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina often wore. After doing all of this, he took out his notebook filled with mysticism knowledge and unfamiliarly set up a messenger summoning ritual. After placing a gold coin on the altar, he took 2 steps back and recited in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to Gehrman Sparrow." Howling winds resonated as the candlelight on the altar rapidly burgeoned before being dyed a pale whiteness. Reinette Tinneker appeared at a decent speed, still wearing her complicated black dress, while holding 4 beautiful and identical heads. Danitz imagined that the messenger would bite the gold coin and the envelope like the last time. But to his surprise, the 4 heads in Reinette Tinneker's hand automatically turned around, surveying the area before finally looking towards the captain's cabin. A few seconds later, 2 of the heads bit down onto the gold coin and the envelope. After the strange messenger vanished, Danitz exhaled and wiped his forehead, feeling a baffling sense of pressure. Oravi Island, in the room of another hotel. Klein was just about to get Anderson Hood to purchase tickets to Bayonne when his spiritual perception was triggered. He quickly activated his spirit vision and saw his headless messenger, Reinette Tinneker, appear by his side. She's not like the skeleton messengers who I can detect the moment they appear. My spiritual perception is triggered only after she completely enters the real world. Klein received a letter from the teeth of one of Reinette Tinneker's heads while in thought. At the same time, he noticed that Anderson's spiritual perception was no way weaker than his. He too had reacted. "This is a messenger?" Anderson asked in disbelief, as though he had heard of such things but had never seen them before. Klein nodded without expression as he tore open the letter. A pearl earring?" Klein unfolded the letter in puzzlement. By his side, Anderson came over out of curiosity as he sized up Reinette Tinneker as he'd ski. "There's an indescribable sense of bloody beauty." Just as he said that, his hand suddenly rose up to grab himself by the throat. The grip was so tight that his tongue extended out as he foamed at the mouth. As for Reinette Tinneker, who had nothing above her neck, she didn't show any further reaction. Klein turned his head over and seriously studied the situation before looking at his messenger. He then silently mumbled, "Resembles Miss Sharon's abilities. Miss Messenger belongs to the prisoner pathway? No, I can't be sure. She's a spirit world creature, so being good at such things is very normal." Realizing that Anderson was about to suffocate, Klein leisurely said, "That's enough. He still needs to lead me somewhere." One of the heads in Reinette Tinneker's hand turned over as she glanced at Anderson with her bloodshot eyes for a second. Following that, each of the heads' mouths spoke one after the other. "Still, can, lead, you, by, making, into, zombie." As she said that, Anderson's hands finally stopped and left his own neck, leaving obvious deep finger marks on it. "Phew, phew." The strongest hunter panted as he bent his back, retching. Klein quickly scanned the letter and saw that it was from Danitz. This famous pirate wrote to him, saying that Vice Admiral Iceberg had mysteriously vanished and was in need of help. Just as he moved his gaze away from the letter, Klein was surprised to see Reinette Tinneker was still around. This doesn't make mystical sense. Shouldn't a messenger disappear after sending the letter, appearing only when summoned again? Klein deliberated and asked out of curiosity, "Is there anything else?" "Awaiting your reply, letter." Reinette's four heads said one after the other, "How do you know that I'll reply?" Klein glanced at Anderson, who hadn't recovered, and confirmed that the strongest hunter didn't notice the words that didn't match Gehrman's persona. The heads in Reinette's hand said once again, "Her disappearance is very odd. How do you know that?" Klein instantly imagined that Miss Messenger had secretly read Danitz's letter. The heads with the long blonde hair simply rolled up and said a phrase each, forming a complete sentence. "I investigated the ship's situation. My messenger is a part-time scout. Miss Reinette Tinneker, will you be a hired goon in the future? I wonder if I need to make additional payment." As Klein lampooned in thought, he said, "No rush, I'll reply later." He planned on heading above the grey fog to use Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwiner's earring to do a divination. Reinette Tinneker didn't say a word, as she vanished silently. Ahem. Anderson finally recovered as he stood straight. He gave Gehrman Sparrow a flabbergasted look. Your messenger is a demigod." Chapter 691, Meeting. "There's no need for you to tell me. I've more or less confirmed it moments ago." Upon hearing Anderson Hood, Klein wore a calm expression. He had already suspected Reinette Tinneker's power was at the demigod level, and the ease with which she'd nearly killed Anderson confirmed it was Sequence 4, at the very least. "A demigod is willing to help me deliver letters for a gold coin per trip? It's obvious that things aren't that simple. Miss Messenger must have her motives." He considered that her interest was likely piqued by the strange matters he constantly encountered, similar to a Rhodes or Will or Septin. Regardless, I should be wary and not fully trust her. I shouldn't consider blowing the harmonica whenever I encounter danger. Who knows if Miss Messenger will just directly rip me to shreds? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein maintained his stoic expression and simply gave a slight nod to the alarmed Anderson. "It's none of your business. This guy is really mysterious. A spirit world creature at the demigod level is his messenger. Besides, he casually knows a demigod that's good at improving a person's luck. It's no wonder he's so calm and composed after offending the King of Immortality. It's no wonder the King of Immortality didn't dare to seek revenge." Anderson came to a sudden realization and couldn't help but carefully size up Gehrman Sparrow. "Oh." Klein emotionlessly swept his gaze at the strongest hunter. Anderson hurriedly retracted his gaze, chuckling dryly. "I realize that you're very suitable to being the main lead of a figure painting, the kind that has a dark, gloomy background. This really accentuates your bearing. How about it? Do you want to consider it? I can help you draw a portrait. Believe me, I'm a master at this." Klein ignored his nonsense and lifted his golden pocket watch. "Return to your room, I'll come for you in 5 minutes." "All right," Anderson replied with a beaming smile. After Anderson left, Klein entered the bathroom to set up a ritual, sending Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwiner's pearl earring above the grey fog. Sitting at the long bronze table, he wrote a simple divination statement, Edwina Edwards' location. Holding the paper and earring, Klein leaned back and entered a dream. He saw plains blanketed in ice and snow, with a howling snowstorm enveloping everything in a thick fog. He quickly saw Edwina's figure, her long brown hair tied up simply, fluttering wildly in the storm. Dressed in dark trousers and a white shirt, she appeared frail as her leather-booted feet moved across the snow, leaving footprints that were quickly wiped away by the blizzard. The scene shattered. Klein opened his eyes, realizing he couldn't interpret her actual location from the vision. The poles? Faceax plains of Evernite? There's no way to confirm. He confirmed that Edwina had indeed vanished, and that this was not a trap on the Golden Dream. A quick divination verified this. He left the mysterious space, brought the pearl earring back to the real world, and recalled the map of the local waters. Klein selected a nearby uninhabited island for a rendezvous and, in a letter, instructed Danitz to steer the ship there. After folding it, he blew his harmonica and Miss Messenger appeared once more. While handing over the reply, Klein coughed slightly. "Can you confirm Danitz's location?" One of Reinette Tinneker's heads nodded before the rest spoke. "Yes, as long as he's not beyond range." Seeing she remained floating there, he said, looking to the side, "The gold coin will be paid by Danitz." "All right." Reinette Tinneker's figure quickly phased away. "Phew," Klein exhaled. After some preparations, he packed his suitcase, walked out of his room, and knocked on Anderson Hood's door. "We'll go somewhere else first before heading to Byam," he stated calmly. "You can choose to wait for me in Byam or follow me." Anderson gave a cheeky smile. "I can feel my adventurous blood burning in me. I'm very curious as to what matter that messenger has brought. I thought I had no means of knowing better, but to my surprise you actually invited me." "I didn't. I'm only giving you two choices." Klein coldly turned and walked to the staircase, Anderson hurriedly following with his new suitcase. Outside the hotel, Klein took a carriage out of the port city to an uninhabited cliff on Mount St. Draco. "This is our destination?" Anderson asked, surprised. Klein ignored him and took out a tin charm, softly chanting, "Storm." He infused it with spirituality, augmenting both himself and Anderson with underwater breathing and a deep-sea membrane before throwing the rest of the charm down the cliff. Underwater breathing, deep-sea membrane. Anderson identified the effects in surprise. At that moment, a loud splash came from below as a massive, dark blue whale-like creature surfaced, its mouth open. Klein walked to the edge and jumped straight down, landing gently in its mouth. Anderson watched for a moment before jumping down in excitement. The massive creature closed its mouth, plunging them into darkness as it submerged. Inside, Klein's eyes flashed with lightning, allowing him to see. He found a tooth to lean against and sat down. "Man, this is quite fascinating." Anderson surveyed the area. "How did you come up with this? How are you doing this?" "Of course, it's by praying to myself, then using the sea god's scepter to pull a suitable undersea creature from nearby." Klein didn't reply, half closing his eyes as though resting. "It's just a little stuffy." Anderson took out a cigar case. "Can I smoke in here?" "Ask it." Klein didn't open his eyes. Anderson chuckled dryly and put the cigar away. "I don't think it will like the smell of tobacco." After an unknown period of time, the creature surfaced in front of an uninhabited island. Once ashore, Klein took off his hat and bowed to it. "You're very polite," Anderson said in amusement. "I've always been very polite, even if I'm facing prey." Klein shot a glance at him. Anderson chuckled dryly and pointed to the other side of the island. "There's a ship there." "Oh, it's the Golden Dream." Klein had also seen the clean sailboat with its lustrous main cannon. He went over with his suitcase and soon arrived where the Golden Dream was anchored. He saw Danitz jump down from the deck and run across the water towards them. Just as Danitz arrived, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Anderson Hood!" he yelled, pointing at the strongest hunter. Anderson immediately roared with laughter. "You didn't expect me, right? You know each other?" Klein indifferently swept his gaze towards Danitz. Danitz instinctively shuddered and forced a smile. "This guy isn't a good egg. In the Fog Sea, he's often pursued by a bunch of pirates, but in the end, all of those pirates would end up as bounty rewards. You might not be here, but he started off in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Later he was banished after failing his exams repeatedly. I heard all of this from Captain. They were former classmates." He gave Anderson a look of contempt, as did the others on the ship. Anderson's gaze slowly swept across their faces before tsking. That's not the main point. The main point is that I once pulled at your captain's hair. The scene instantly turned extremely silent as Danitz couldn't stop his expression from twisting. Chapter 692, Suspect. Seeing everyone on the Golden Dream aim their sights at Anderson, Klein took a step forward and said to Danitz, his side facing him, "Bring me to the captain's cabin." All right. Danitz retracted his angry glare aimed at Anderson Hood. Prioritize captain's rescue. Prioritize captain's rescue. He kept repeating to himself. The Golden Dream released a dinghy and lowered a gangway, allowing Klein to easily step onto the deck. Anderson followed, completely ignoring the glares of the crew as he strolled forward with a smile, looking around as if it were his own home. His mental fortitude is truly beyond remarkable. Klein sighed inwardly, walking towards the crew. "Hello, Mr. Sparrow. I'm this ship's first mate, Brew Walls." A 1.8-meter tall man with a monocle politely bowed. The pirate Gourmet, who's worth 6,200 pounds. The bounties on Vice Admiral Iceberg's pirate crew are clearly lower than Admiral of Stars. They live up to being treasure hunters, who happen to be part-time pirates. Klein greeted him in Gehrman Sparrow style. "Hello. I've heard about you." "Haha, it's my honor. I'm only a treasure hunter who dreams to be an artisan, but I ended up having to be a gourmet," Brew Walls said in a self-deprecating manner. He pointed to the man beside him. "Our second mate, Singer Orpheus. Bounty of 500 pounds. The Beyonders on the Golden Dream all have very odd nicknames. If I didn't know that they were the subordinates of a pirate admiral, I would have definitely believed them to be a traveling crew who sing and enjoy good food while holding bonfires as they seek out legendary treasure. It's truly a beautiful life." Klein nodded at Orpheus. The singer, who had deep sculpted outlines and resplendent blonde hair, said with a sad smile, "Actually, I'm only praising the sun, but now my son has disappeared." Klein nearly felt goosebumps all over him. "Tsk, as expected of someone from Intis. He speaks like he's singing. What a pity I grew up in Segaga in Lemberg and didn't pick up this ability," Anderson said with a chuckle, his tone ambiguous. "Born in Sega and later studied in Lemberg. Yes, it was likely a church school. He's classmates with Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. Mr. Orpheus is definitely from the Sun Pathway. Likely a Sequence 6 notary. I almost forgot to inform Little Sun that I have his formula. I wonder what he will use in exchange this time." Klein turned towards the others before Brew Walls introduced them. "We've met. Let's not waste any time." "All right." Brew Walls heaved a sigh of relief and led the way into the cabin. Anderson deliberately stayed behind with Danitz and the others, unfazed by their hostile glares. He laughed. "The one you should be wary of isn't me." "Yes, we aren't wary of you. We only want to stuff you in. See that? Into that cannon." Danitz retorted, unafraid on his own ship. Anderson curled his lips. "I'm actually not a threat. Think about it. Your captain definitely hates and detests me. She wouldn't even want to speak to me. Isn't that ideal?" Danitz turned agape, suddenly feeling that the pile of dog shit made sense. The glares from Orpheus and the others subconsciously softened. Anderson chuckled. "The person you should be wary about is Gehrman Sparrow." "Why?" Danitz blurted out. "Although he's a madman, he's not an enemy at the moment," he added silently. Anderson laughed. "I'm assuming that Gehrman successfully finds your captain and rescues her. Will your captain have fond feelings for him as a result? Besides, he looks pretty good. He has that cold and aloof aesthetic and is strong. He's at the level of a pirate admiral, and his background is especially mysterious. He's completely compatible. How is it possible?" Danitz wished to retort, but was at a loss for words, a growing sense of unease filling him. The expressions on Orpheus and the others collapsed as they looked at Gehrman Sparrow's back with newfound wariness. "Resolved. The provocation problem from before has been resolved." With a smile, Anderson walked into the cabin. Inside the captain's cabin, Klein circled the room, which was filled with bookshelves. The average captain's cabin is filled with racks of alcohol. He mumbled before walking to the desk. According to Danitz, Edwina had vanished during her research, so finding traces of that research was his goal. The desk was a mess of papers, pens, and books. In the middle was a goatskin book with the dark brown cover bearing the words Grossel's Travels in ancient Fasak. Isn't this one of Vice Admiral Iceberg's collections? It has a mysterious origin, suspected to be related to the dragons and City of Miracles, Livseed. Edwina was studying this before she disappeared. Klein made an instinctive guess. Seeing him study the book, Danitz forced a smile. There's nothing wrong with it. We have already inspected it. Is that so? I seriously doubt your meticulousness. Since it had been checked and his spiritual intuition confirmed Danitz was truthful, Klein reached for it. Have you read Grossel's Travels? Danitz and the others all shook their heads. Their expressions clearly stated that their daily studies were tiring enough. Swiping his fingertip across the goatskin, Klein carefully read each page until he reached the spot where pages were stuck together. He saw something written there. That's not right. He quickly flipped back 2 pages. He clearly remembered his previous read stopped before the challenge to the Frost Dragon, but now 2 more pages of content had appeared. The stuck pages had thinned. The chapters came to a halt for 1,000 years before it was continued. These are the fruits of Vice Admiral Iceberg's research. This also led to her disappearance. As Klein lampooned, he frowned and read the new content. The pages described a lost female pirate who encountered the King of the North in a blizzard and barely escaped before meeting the protagonist's team. There's the addition of a female pirate. Female pirate. Klein ruminated on the description and a sudden idea came to him. Could she be Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina? Had she entered the book and become a character? The idea connected with other problems. Orodes had mentioned that past owners of the book vanished. The story featured characters from wildly different epochs, a giant, an elf, an ascetic, a noble, and a soldier. If they were all the past owners who disappeared, that will solve the problem. They were swallowed by the book, becoming a character in the story. The theory seemed ridiculous, but in the world of mysticism it wasn't impossible. I have to confirm it. Besides, what did Edwina and the past owners do to be swallowed by the book, and what should I do to release them? Klein thought deeply for a moment. Soon he looked up at Danitz and company. Prepare items like candles. I will be praying for an answer from a secret existence. And that secret existence is myself. Klein added inwardly in jest. He really is professional and crazy. Brewalls and the others didn't dare speak further. They hurriedly provided the materials before leaving the cabin, not daring to watch such a dangerous ritual. Inside, Klein locked the door, closed the windows, and quickly set up the ritual. Then he brought Grossel's Travels above the grey fog. Placing the ancient book on the long bronze table, he sat down, conjured a pen and paper, and scribbled a divination statement. Edwina is in the story of this book. Chapter 693, Attempt. After putting down the fountain pen, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his wrist, letting it hang over the paper. Edwina is in the story of this book, he silently repeated, closing his eyes. When he opened them, the topaz pendant was spinning clockwise, confirming his theory. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was inside Grossel's Travels. It really is a world inside a book. Furthermore, the situation inside is very special. Without new characters, the story isn't able to continue. Klein nodded indiscernibly and wrote a new divination statement, the method to entering Grossel's Travels. This time, he used dream divination. In the grey, hazy world, he saw indistinct figures of varying sizes, all holding the goatskin book. Their fates branched into 2 scenarios. Some simply vanished while holding the book, while others deliberately or accidentally dripped their blood onto the cover before disappearing. The scene shattered. Klein opened his eyes, interpreting the results. To enter or activate Grossel's Travels, it either needs prolonged contact with it to a certain extent, or you would need to drip one's blood onto the cover. Isn't that too simple? He reasoned that it had to be. The low-end soldier in the story was an ordinary person at first, implying the activation method was something anyone could accomplish. Past researchers, including Edwina, were knowledgeable beyonders who knew not to rashly drip their blood on unknown artifacts. She had likely only recently had enough prolonged contact with the book to meet the first condition. Yes, even Orodes only knew that there's something strange with the book. This means that Grossel's Travels will interfere with its surroundings when being activated. Therefore, most of the collectors in the past do not know of its problem. The owners who disappeared likely aren't limited to the ones in the story. The others might have died for all kinds of reasons, failing to leave their names in the book. Klein focused again, divining the method to leave the book. In the dreamscape, he saw a tempestuous blizzard atop an ice peak, and at its summit stood a gigantic translucent dragon. Nearly 5 meters tall on all fours, its scales resembled ice crystals swirling with a crystalline glow, and its eerie blue eyes surveyed its domain. Suddenly the frost dragon rose up on its hind legs, reaching a height of 10 meters, and let out a terrifying roar that pierced the storm. King of the North. That frost dragon. Klein left the dream. His interpretation was clear. The key to leaving Grossel's travels lay with the King of the North. His initial guess was that they had to help the protagonist, Grossel, slay the frost dragon to bring the story to its end, thus opening a path out. However, I can also attempt to see if I can forcibly break open the barrier between the world in the book and the real world. Relying on his rich experience, Klein decided to make an attempt. He first infused the Black Emperor card into his spirit body, which was instantly covered in black full-body armor and a heavy crown. He then stirred the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog to their limit, making them surge like a tidal wave. He summoned the sea god's scepter and infused his spirituality into it. The blue gems on the bone scepter lit up, and countless silver bolts of lightning filled the grand palace, forming a sea of electricity. Finally, using the suppressive power of the Black Emperor, Klein infused the stirred powers into the lightning storm. Rumble! Thick bolts of lightning smoked down, striking Grossel's travels. A blinding light enveloped the palace for a full 20 seconds. When it faded, the mottled table was in shambles, but the dark brown leather book was completely unharmed, with only its ends curled up slightly. It's far more impressive than I imagined. That's right. How can an item which can create a whole new book world be simple? Heh, I wouldn't have made a loss buying it for £8,000 back then. It can be used as a shield. It can definitely defend against attacks from saints. The only problem is its tiny size. It won't be able to shield much. As Klein's thoughts raced, the bronze table was quickly restored to normal. Since he couldn't force his way in, he had to follow the normal procedures. Get some blood, bring it up here and smear it across the cover, and then enter as a spirit body with the Blood Emperor card and Sea God's scepter? This would hide his identity from Edwina and keep him safe from King of the Five Seas, Nast. But the problem lies in the fact that rescuing Vice Admiral Iceberg this way will allow her to determine that Gehrman Sparrow is hero bandit Black Emperor. Yes, there's a more important problem. Entering with a spirit body means that the body is still in the outside world. I have no idea how time flows in the world inside the book. It might easily be a few days. That way, my body might meet with an accident since it lacks protection. When the time comes, I might rescue Edwina, but I would find myself gone. That would be fun. Klein quickly rejected the idea, not trusting the Golden Dream's crew or the strongest hunter, Anderson. An attempt to divine the danger of entering the book failed. After a moment of deep thought, he returned to the real world, bringing Grossel's travels with him and removing the traces of the ritual. Seeing the impending dusk, he walked to the captain's cabin door and opened it. Gourmet Brew Walls, Singer Orpheus, and the others were all waiting outside. Any clues? Brew Walls blurted out, his voice lost in a chorus of the same question from everyone at the door. Klein swept his gaze over them and nodded. Instantly, he heard sighs of relief and saw happy, excited expressions. If I were to vanish one day, who would act like that? Klein focused his thoughts and said to Danitz, I need an assistant. With that, he turned and walked back to the desk. All right. Danitz hurriedly followed and locked the door. Is there anything you need of me? He asked, looking as though he could already see his captain being rescued. Klein stood by the desk and said solemnly, what happens next will be very dangerous. Very dangerous? Danitz instinctively gritted his teeth. You might vanish or even die immediately. Klein told him the worst possible outcome. Seeing how serious Gehrman Sparrow was, Danitz understood the gravity of the situation. His heart sank. What does this have to do with rescuing, Captain? It's directly related, Klein answered succinctly. Danitz's expression twisted as he fell silent for 2 seconds. What will happen if nothing is done? Your captain might be left there forever, or she might die in the next second, Klein said truthfully. Danitz turned agape, his eyes turning adrift for a few seconds before they focused back on Gehrman Sparrow's face. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's begin." "Dog shit," he softly cursed himself. Klein picked up a pen and paper, scribbled a note and folded it into a square before handing it to Danitz. "Put it into your pocket. Read it after you enter." "Enter?" Danitz asked, puzzled and clueless, as he automatically took the paper slip and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. Klein didn't reply, instead pointing at Grossel's travels. "Smear some of your blood on the book's cover." "This." As Danitz made a vague guess, he picked up the bronze dagger beside him and nodded heavily. "All right." Chapter 694, Burn Upon Chanting. Danitz held the bronze dagger and sliced across the back of his left palm, but his hesitation prevented him from using much strength. He looked up and forced a smile. "Although I've been injured many times, pain still leaves me afraid." "Get to the point," Klein replied coldly. Danitz gave a hollow laugh. "Ha ha, I'm just a little scared of pain." Just as he said that, he exerted strength with his right hand, slicing open a wound on the back of his hand with the bronze knife. The words he had said were apparently to divert his attention. As blood quickly seeped out, Danitz put down the dagger, dabbed some on his right finger, and smeared it across the dark brown cover of Grossel's travels. After finishing, he held his breath, waiting for a change. Suddenly he saw a snowflake the size of a goose feather. Strong winds howled by his ears and a biting chill drilled into his body. Though mentally prepared, Danitz was still alarmed. He instinctively looked around and realized he had left the captain's cabin at some point in time. He now found himself in a land of frost wrecked by a blizzard, unable to see into the distance. "I've really entered a strange world." "Captain is here too?" Danitz held up a hand to shield his face from the snow. Calming himself, he recalled Gehrman Sparrow's instructions and hurriedly took out the folded piece of paper from his pocket. He carefully unfolded it, terrified that an accident might cause him to lose his only hope. Thankfully, it remained intact, and he saw the contents. "Recite the following honorific name in Hermes, but preferably in ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Burn this upon chanting." This is a secret existence at the level of a deity? Due to Vice Admiral Iceberg's strict education, Danitz was not illiterate in mysticism. He drew a sharp breath, sucking in cold wind that left a biting chill in his lungs, and his expression twisted into a cough. He was now able to confirm one of his past theories. Gehrman Sparrow belonged to a powerful, secretive organization that consecrated a godlike existence known as the Fool. Indeed, such a powerful and crazy fellow can't appear out of nowhere. They don't just sprout out of the ground. Danitz tugged at his collar, looking at the fluttering paper with clear hesitation. He knew very well how dangerous it was to recite the name of an unknown secret existence. It could lead to an outcome more terrifying than death. Captain is also trapped here. Furthermore, there's no way of leaving. Danitz clasped his hands before his mouth, then suddenly threw them out and used ancient Hermes to recite the fool's honorific name. On the Golden Dream, Klein witnessed Danitz turn illusory and then vanish completely. After a patient moment, he heard a series of illusory pleas, confirming that Grossel's travels was unable to block out the grey fog. Relieved, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above that mysterious space, where he saw the rippling brilliance representing Danitz beside the fool's high-backed chair. The body and soul enter together. The world inside the book is very stable. There's no way to shatter it just by pulling the spirit body. Using the sea god's scepter is too dangerous. Bestowing Danitz directly will only speed up his death. After a moment of observation, Klein arrived at his conclusions and immediately returned to the real world. He wiped Danitz's blood from the bronze dagger. From the looks of it, smearing blood was the most direct method of entry, but he couldn't be careless. If there's anyone on this ship that might be problematic, they might be able to sneak into the captain's cabin after I enter Grossel's travels, sacrifice this book to the true creator. I'll be in trouble then. The Golden Dream sailors mostly seem to be infatuated with Vice Admiral Iceberg. The fact that Anderson's superficial provocation was effective enough proves this. Therefore, telling them that this involves Vice Admiral Iceberg's life and getting them to watch each other so that no one enters, that will put me at ease. The problem lies with Anderson. He's the strongest hunter. I have to think of a way to get him to enter Grossel's travels with me. Amidst his thoughts, Klein flipped through the ancient book, discovering no new content and no trace of Danitz's existence. This is to say that one needs to successfully survive and meet up with the Leeds team before they will be considered a true part of the story. He made a preliminary guess as he walked to the door again and opened it. Did it succeed? Flowery Bow-Tie Jodison and Company asked. Klein shook his head. Next up will be a long ritual. No one is to enter and disrupt it. Otherwise, it will lead to Edwina Edwards's disappearance forever, or even her death. After informing them of the main point, he looked around. I suspect that one of you here might have problems. Everyone is to watch each other. Gourmet Brew Walls instinctively wanted to retort, but then he noticed Danitz was gone. Recalling the captain's disappearance, he nodded. I'll be in charge of this matter, and they will also monitor me. Klein didn't harp on the topic, turning instead to Anderson Hood, who was leaning against a wall. Come in. Anderson skied. People not in the know might think I'm your subordinate. Your attitude is basically a role model for provokers. Despite his grumbling, he entered the captain's cabin. After locking the door, Klein turned to Anderson. Are you interested in participating in a rare adventure? You might be able to fulfill the achievement of hunting a dragon. Anderson sized him up seriously before smiling. I'm not interested. He firmly shook his head, then chuckled before Klein could speak again. I smell danger. A highly conceited, crazy and powerful adventurer is actually inviting me to adventure together. What does this imply? It means that it's extremely troublesome and dangerous. I thought you would be interested. This is different from how you usually act. I'll try another threat. If it doesn't work, I'll throw this fellow on a deserted island. Klein's gaze turned cold. I will not permit having latent risks around myself. Anderson was stunned for a second before he quickly smiled. Haha, it was just a joke. I'm very interested in the title of Dragon Hunter. You changed your mind way too quickly. If you had insisted a little longer, you could have enjoyed the feeling of being abandoned. Klein nodded, walked back to the desk and said to Anderson, Smear your blood on this book's cover. There's no need for too much. Smear it? Anderson scrutinized Grossel's travels with curiosity. Edwina's disappearance is related to it? Same for that failure of a hunter's disappearance? Ah, right. Blazing Danitz. I nearly forgot his name. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched. That's right. Interesting. Anderson picked up the bronze dagger and indifferently sliced a gash in his hand. He carefully put down the dagger and smeared his blood on the dark brown cover. A few seconds later, just as he was about to wipe the dagger clean, his vision was suddenly blanketed by a blizzard. Seeing Anderson disappear, Klein wiped the dagger clean and put a folded piece of paper into his pocket, having prepared materials for dowsing rod, seeking in case they appeared in different locations. After doing all of this, he held the dagger and streaked it across the back of his hand. His facial muscles twitched as he exerted strength, his body shaking slightly as a grimace formed on his face. When the blood flowed out, he grabbed his cane and quickly smeared the red liquid over the ancient book's cover. After a short delay, Klein found himself amidst a white land of snow. Chapter 695, Stark Contrast. Gales of icy fragments and goose-feather snowflakes blasted Klein, causing him to tense up and tremble against the biting cold. How cold? He nearly cursed, confirming he was in a land of ice and snow with extremely low visibility. He had thought Backland's winter was terrifying, but the absolute low temperatures and blade-sharp winds here were a deadly combination. He hadn't worn the sun brooch, as the psychological warmth it generated would be suicidal in this environment. It would open his pores and strip away his final defense against the cold. He had thrown the mystical item above the grey fog, planning to use it only on special occasions. Unwilling to delay, Klein quickly burned the blood from the bronze dagger and blew his adventurer's harmonica. Amidst the howling winds, his spirit vision revealed nothing. Miss Messenger did not appear. Indeed, this place isn't connected to the spirit world. Or it should be said that this place has a unique spirit world for itself. From the looks of it, praying to see God would be useless. Only charms that point to the mysterious space above the grey fog would tear through the barrier. Here comes the problem. As a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom, Edwina knows the true God's honorific name. Why didn't she seek his help? Or did she try to no avail? Yes. Not every deity will personally reply to their believers. You probably can't find a second secret existence like me who takes on jobs like myself. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He put away the harmonica, took out the paper slip with Danitz's blood, and wrapped it around the end of his cane. Danitz's location, Klein softly chanted, using dowsing rod seeking. He followed the cane's direction, traversing the thick snow and periodically redivining to adjust his course, as Danitz wouldn't be waiting in one spot. About 10 minutes later, he discovered a scarlet flame. It was indeed Danitz, who was wrapped in thin clothes and walking with a lost expression. He didn't seem too cold, however, as scarlet fire ravens circled around him, boiling the snow and bringing a spring-like warmth. In that moment, Klein especially admired a pyromaniac. As he saw the fire ravens, Klein sped up. Danitz jumped in fright at his approach, but heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing who it was. He forced a smile. "Ha, there's no stars to be seen here. Getting lost is inevitable." Klein ignored him, asking directly, "Have you burned it?" "I did." Danitz nodded hurriedly, his entire being effusing with indescribable fear. Klein observed him for a few seconds before producing the polite smile of Gehrman Sparrow. "Remember, chanting his honorific name makes you his believer." Danitz's expression twisted. "I don't want to change my faith. I have no intention of believing in an unknown existence of dubious origins." He roared crazily in his mind, but said nothing aloud, suspecting any retort would lead to him being buried in the snow. Klein wore a smile that had hints of madness and added in a calm tone, "Remember, keep it a secret. Once divulged, you and your captain will both die." "What has this got to do with Captain?" Danitz blurted out. Klein maintained his expression. "Guess?" Danitz gaped his mouth, then gave a hollow chuckle. "Do I look like someone who can't keep secrets?" Klein nodded. As he took out the paper slip with Anderson's blood, he chuckled. "Believe in him. Serve him. Perhaps one day you will become a blessed like me. When the time comes, your name will spread across the 5 seas. You will be in no way inferior to a pirate admiral." As he spoke, he planned on adding a gesture as the fool's believer, but realized he didn't have one. A secret organization needs to be secret. Doing all these kinds of superficial actions is meaningless. No way inferior to a pirate admiral. Danitz's eyes suddenly lit up. "Since I've already chanted the honorific name of this secret existence, I might as well take this opportunity." He instantly had many thoughts, having even named his future child. "Hey, if it wasn't for Gehrman Sparrow's persona, I would have directly said that you would have the reputation and strength that matches Vice Admiral Iceberg when the time comes." Klein mumbled internally as he used dowsing rod seeking again. "Anderson Hood's location. He came in too?" Danitz asked in surprise. Klein finished the chant and determined the direction from his fallen cane. "I'm worried if he stays outside." "So you're also wary of Anderson Hood?" Danitz couldn't hide his smile. "That's right. He's the kind of person who smiles on the surface but will stab you in the back once you turn around. His reputation in the Fog Sea is terrible. There are no pirates that like him. He even deliberately tried to sully you, making us be wary of you to view with animosity. If pirates were to like him, it would only mean that his title as strongest hunter isn't substantial. I heard Anderson's provocations." Klein didn't reply, simply picking up his cane and proceeding through the blizzard. Danitz followed, using his fire ravens to provide warmth. Not bad. Quite sensible. At that moment, Klein once again experienced the benefits of having a servant. The two trudged through the snow for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at the dowsing location. "He isn't here," Danitz said, finding no trace of Anderson Hood. Klein frowned, activating his spirit vision. He sensed something and prodded forward with his cane, causing the snow in front of him to collapse. The collapse revealed a cave, from which the light and warmth of a fire emanated. Inside, at the end of a narrow passage, Anderson Hood sat leisurely roasting a rabbit-like animal over a fire of strange, glowing plants. The fragrant smell of roasting meat wafted out. "You guys are finally here? Want to give it a try? There's actually a strange rabbit around here that can live in such ice and snow." Anderson looked towards the entrance, greeting them as if they were companions on a camping trip. Although he didn't say anything provocative, I really wished to beat him up. Klein entered the cave with a stoic expression, moving close to the fire to experience the long-awaited bliss. Danitz followed, looked at the roasting rabbit, then at his fire ravens, and silently dispelled them. "How did you find this cave?" Danitz asked in disgruntlement, his body betraying him by leaning closer to the fire. Anderson turned the rabbit impaled on his pitch-black sword and shot Danitz a glance. "First lesson of being a hunter: observe your surroundings. Be familiar with your surroundings. Make use of your surroundings." Danitz's expression immediately froze. Anderson looked at Gehrman Sparrow and chuckled. "It's a cave I blasted open. How is it? It's not bad, right? I controlled my strength perfectly." He took a whiff of the air. "How fragrant. The roasting seems to be done. Do you want to give it a try? Although I didn't bring any spices, there's rock salt here. It will just be a little astringent." "Are you sure you can eat this? If it's a beyonder creature, you might lose control with just one bite," Danitz said with a tsk. Anderson glanced at him. "Second lesson of being a hunter: distinguish what can and cannot be eaten in the wilderness." He pulled off a leg and stuffed it into his mouth, eating with relish. Just as Klein was about to speak, he felt a wanton aura approach from afar. The suppressive feeling from a high-leveled creature was extremely real, making Danitz tremble uncontrollably. The aura swept across them without noticing the cave beneath it, then quickly departed. King of the North. The title flashed across Klein's mind. Chapter 696, Giant Guardian. As the tyrannical aura flew past, Anderson's chewing came to a sudden halt. He swallowed the remaining rabbit meat only when the entity was a distance away and looked up at Gehrman Sparrow. "That was the dragon you were talking about?" Klein nodded slightly. The corners of Anderson's mouth slowly curled up. "I thought you were talking about a mature or adolescent dragon, the one that just flew past. I probably won't be able to become a dragon hunter. Dragon feces, perhaps." The tyrannical feeling that the King of the North exudes is indeed a little terrifying. Perhaps it's a sequence 4 at the level of a demigod. Klein calmly made a judgment, showing no panic. He recalled that the story mentioned the female pirate had escaped the King of the North's attack. Since Edwina, a sequence 5, could survive, Klein, who had just advanced and was still connected to the grey fog, believed he would be fine. He could even use the sea god's scepter if necessary. Yes, the King of the North doesn't seem like a demigod from a normal pathway. According to Vice Admiral Iceberg, it's a rampager. Edwina, Anderson, and me, along with the Beyonders of the main lead's team, we wouldn't be helpless. Standing beside the fire, Klein looked down at Anderson and grinned. "Are you afraid?" Anderson was taken aback before he beamed. "Not at all. You seem to be very confident." After saying that, he looked at Danitz, who was still trembling, and skied. "Do you know what's the most important thing for a man?" Danitz, having just taken a deep breath, was stunned. He pointed uncertainly to his crotch. Anderson blinked before he roared with laughter. "Bastard, you really are a crude pirate. Ha ha, I wanted to say something, but ha ha, I can't remember it. Oh right, I wanted to say courage. Courage is the most important thing for a man. Look at you. The dragon hasn't even attacked, and you're almost hugging your head and begging for mercy." Danitz's face flushed red as he glared at Anderson. "You weren't acting like this back at Toscarter." Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Danitz was about to retort when he recalled what was just said. His expression returned to normal as he casually replied, "I can't compare with dragon feces at all." Anderson's smile froze. He coughed lightly, yanked off a rabbit's leg, and handed it to Gehrman Sparrow. "Want a bite?" Klein remained silent for a few seconds before he slowly shook his head. "This is a strange world. Before confirming that there aren't any problems, it's best not to eat anything here. Perhaps it might be a piece of rabbit meat that will make you stay here forever." Anderson moved the roasted rabbit's leg to his nose before slowly putting it down. His face collapsed. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Klein calmly replied, "I just thought of this problem." Anderson's expression turned twisted as he lowered his head and quickly bit down on his roasted rabbit leg. "Aren't you afraid that something really bad will happen?" Danitz asked, alarmed. Anderson laughed helplessly. "I've already eaten one earlier. I've already digested it by now. Since there's no way of turning back, I might as well focus on enjoying it." Klein and Danitz were momentarily at a loss for words. After Anderson finished the rabbit's leg, he deliberated and asked, "Are you really not eating?" "We have no idea how much time we'll be spending here. If we really do starve, how are we supposed to fight the dragon?" Klein didn't reply. He took out his golden pocket watch. "It's 6:10 in the evening outside. We'll eat a little after 4 to 6 hours if nothing happens to you." Anderson turned agape, speechless. Klein ignored him and said to Danitz, 15 minutes break. We'll search for your captain after that." As he spoke, he had already taken out Edwina's pearl earring. "All right." Danitz suddenly felt pumped with his blood boiling, completely forgetting the cold outside. But after about 8 seconds, he huddled close to the fire again. Around 7 in the evening, Klein, Danitz, and Anderson followed his divination to a mountain. After circling some ice-encased boulders, they saw a dark mountain cave. Standing by the entrance was a woman holding an ancient bow. She had soft, lustrous black hair tied in a pigtail and soft facial features that looked different from any northern continent national. Upon seeing her slightly sharp ears, Klein immediately guessed her identity from the book, the nameless female elf who first met Grossel. Compared to Earth, people from the northern continent look more Caucasian. But this elf has more of an oriental charm. An elf! She's identical to the elves drawn in the ancient church drawings. Anderson suddenly became excited. "I have to negotiate with her to get her to be my model so that I can draw a few portraits of her." Danitz scoffed. "Boorish." Clearly, he hadn't forgotten Anderson's previous mockery. "Do you only know of that kind of drawing?" Anderson shot a glance at him and walked towards the female elf. Just as he approached, she raised her bow, an arrow shimmering with silver lightning already strung. "Wait!" Anderson immediately raised his hands. "It's useless. The elves mostly belong to the Storm Pathway. They are prone to being irascible and rash." Klein secretly activated his spirit body threads, planning to control her. At that moment, Anderson saw a blur before 2 thick, greyish-blue legs appeared beside him, along with a huge, terrifying sword embedded in the snow. He was horrified to realize he only reached the leg's knees. He followed the sword and looked up, until his head was almost completely tilted back to see the nearly 4-meter-tall giant. The giant's skin was greyish-blue, his lower body covered in a thick, furry beast hide. He pounded on the massive sword and, using his single vertical eye, looked down at them with a booming voice. "Who are you? Why are you here in the Grossel camp?" Just as Klein was about to reply, a familiar figure walked out from the dark cave. Danitz's eyes were instantly filled with ecstasy. Dressed in a complicated shirt and dark-colored trousers, Edwina swept her gaze across the trio, her usually cold expression revealing a flabbergasted look. She quickly composed herself and looked up at the giant. "Grossel, they are my companions." Grossel widened his huge mouth into a grin. "Are you also here to help deal with Ulysson?" "Ulysson?" Klein was momentarily at a loss. He saw Edwina give him a look, silently telling him to agree. "Ulysson is the king of the north?" "Yes," he replied in thought. "Ha ha, then we are friends." Grossel laughed, looking down at the trio. As he spoke, Anderson silently retreated to Gem and Sparrow's side. "This is the first time I'm meeting a living giant. There's no way of hitting his vital spots. He's just too tall." "You can hit his legs," Klein lampooned and calmly replied. "A huge target makes it easy to strike them." "That's right," Anderson agreed. At that moment, Edwina walked over and introduced them. "This is the leader of the camp, giant guardian Grossel. This is the elven songster Ciatus." "Elven songster?" "Ocean songster." Klein suddenly felt there was hope for Ocean formula. Edwina turned halfway and said to Grossel and Ciatus, "They are my companions. The strongest adventurer, Gearman Sparrow, treasure hunter, Anderson Hood, and renowned sailor, Danitz. I always thought Vice Admiral Iceberg was the serious type who never lied. Renowned sailor." "Ha, in a certain way, that's true." Klein took off his hat and gave a serious bow. Anderson followed suit casually. Reeling in his delight, Danitz was slower than the others, acting in a fluster. Grossel laughed. "Come on in, we will be fighting that evil dragon Ulysan at any moment now." How warm and amiable. But be it the churches, canon or the myths of the City of Silver, giants are extremely violent creatures. Yes, anything is possible in a book. Klein nodded slightly and followed Grossel into the spacious cave. As Edwina led the way, she approached the trio and whispered, "The history they speak of is a little odd. Same for their language. Regardless of the language they speak, all of us can understand it." Chapters 97, Story's Progress. Everyone can understand each other regardless of the language used. The detail intrigued Klein more than the odd history. The question wasn't that they understood, but how. Was it a built-in rule of the world, or a consciousness translating for them? As he knew many ancient languages, he couldn't immediately figure it out. He slowed to walk alongside Danitz. "Can you tell what language Grossel was using when he was speaking?" Danitz was taken aback for a second. He recalled and said, "It's a language which sounds a little familiar yet unfamiliar, but I was able to understand everything." Comprehension at the level of the mind. The fundamental rules here can be different from the outside world. Edwina is sharp. This problem leads straight to this book world's essence. Amidst his thoughts, Klein unhurriedly entered the huge dark cave. As for the history described by the main lead's team, he wasn't surprised. He even looked forward to hearing the details, as he long knew that the churches and northern continent countries had consciously concealed the true history of the past epochs. Inside the spacious and windy cave, a bonfire illuminated three figures. One was a middle-aged man in a Spartan white robe, praying at the stone wall. Beside him, a lad in black, heavy full-body armor slept with a sword by his hand. Opposite them sat a strangely dressed man in his 30s, with a sharp hat, mismatched buttons, and curled leather boots that made him look like a circus clown. Edwina pointed at him and said, "Solomon Empire's Viscount Mobet Zorast, a gentleman who can take away the ideals and dreams of others. You don't have to mince your words. Hello there. I'm a Sequence 5 dream stealer of the Marauder pathway," Mobet said with a chuckle that belied the arrogance he seemed to exude. A member of the Zoroast family, like the angel parasitizing Leonard. I now know the name of Sequence 5, but not 6 or 7. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he maintained his stoic look. At that moment, Anderson warmly greeted him. "To be frank, this is the first time I'm hearing of Dreamstealer. I only know of Marauder and Swindler. There are 2 sequences in the middle I'm not aware of. Are the beyonders of this pathway already so scarce? Doesn't Edwina know? Sequence 7 Cryptologist and Sequence 6 Prometheus. Haha, let me do the introductions." Mobet warmly pointed to the praying man. "The pious ascetic snowman. He believes in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Don't mind him. He's completely sealed himself in his beliefs. But in combat he's a very reliable companion. Snowman, you should say something at the very least." Receiving no response, Mobet stroked his chin with a rueful smile. "This is the treatment I often receive. You might find it hard to imagine that I was an arrogant, reserved and refined nobleman, but time has changed everything. Ha ha. That happens when your companion is a giant who only knows how to chuckle foolishly and shout slogans." When he said this, Grossel, who was sitting on a rock, smiled in a simple and good-natured manner, scratching the back of his head. Mobet shook his head and pointed at Snowman. As for him, he might not speak a single word for years or even a decade. Siatas is a very violent woman. As long as there are any emotional stirrings in her, she'll beat me up. Sigh, I'm as afraid of her now as I was infatuated over her back then. Therefore, I can only make conversation and speak to them, otherwise I'll definitely go mad. Thankfully, Frunziar came later. He's quite the conversationalist. "Hey Frunziar, wake up, we have new companions." The sleeping black-armored knight slowly woke up and looked at Klein and company. He stood with the sound of metal striking each other and stared at Klein. "Lonese?" "Yes," Klein nodded frankly. He discovered that this lone soldier, missing for 165 years, didn't look old. He had black hair and sharp, blue eyes. Frunziar appeared adrift for a moment before composing himself. "Do you know of Backlund's Edward family?" "Backlund has many Edwards," Klein replied simply. The Edward family that lives at 18 Delahire Street in Northwest Borough. Frunziar pressed anxiously. Klein shook his head. Northwest Borough no longer exists. Northwest Borough no longer exists, Frunziar repeated, his voice growing softer. He fell silent for a few seconds before exhaling. I've no idea how many years have passed outside, but it should have been quite a while. Edwina told me the actual year, but I don't remember the year I entered. I was sleeping most of the time, and time here seems to be frozen. Mobet Zoroast chuckled. That's because you have bad luck. Back when we were passing through cities and villages, everything was perfect. He looked at Klein, Anderson, and Danitz. Back then, we lived in places with humans, with intelligent races. We got married again and again, seeing our wives turn old, grow weak, and die. Before a new member joins, we would forget our goals. We would lead ordinary but happy and relaxed lives for decades or centuries. The only con is that we aren't able to bear our own children. Later, Frunziar came. We entered this region blanketed by ice and snow. We hunted many monsters, but gradually we began to fall into a slumber. We were seldom awake until we met Edwina. This means that time in the book world flows normally. The story's progress is maintained by a certain power that influences the main lead's party. Before new members join and before the book's pages flip, they'll stop and stay at a certain node. I have to quickly find King of the North Ulysses. Otherwise, with the passage of time, we might also experience that influence and fall into a slumber or forget the main quest. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. Just as he was about to say something, Edwina said, "There's no need to worry about that problem. We will soon encounter the King of the North." Why? Anderson and Mobet asked in unison. Edwina surveyed the area and said, "Before I entered, the stuck pages in the book only had a few more pages. And now, with you entering and finding the camp, there definitely can't be many pages left. The story is about to come to an end." Mobet nodded indiscernibly in agreement. Anderson softly mumbled terms such as stuck. Edwina then introduced Klein, Anderson, and Danitz as she made an example of herself and sat down beside the bonfire. Klein took off his hat and slowly sat down, looking at the chatty Mobet Zoroast. "Have you heard of the Tudor Empire and the Trunsost Empire?" "No." Mobet shook his head. "Edwina has already asked me. In my era, the Tudors and Trunsosts were just like my Zoroast family. We're aristocratic families of the Solomon Empire and were loyal subjects of the Black Emperor." So the Trunsost and Tudor families were traitors of the Solomon Empire. Klein thought and asked, "Apart from you, what other aristocratic families did the Solomon Empire have?" "Many." Mobet smiled as he looked at Frunziar. "Augustus, Abraham, Zaratul, etc. In my era, the Church of the Evernite Goddess's archenemies were the Church of the God of Combat and the Southern Continent's Eggers family. The churches of the Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were all at odds with each other, all of them hoping to gain the support of the Solomon Empire." He paused for 2 seconds as his expression gradually turned solemn. "Back then, deities walked the land and not in the astral world." Chapter 698, Fifth King of Angels. Deities walked the land, not just the astral world. Mobet's description of the Fourth Epoch, where the lines between myth and reality were blurred, immediately made Klein connect the dots to the history he knew from the City of Silver. It seemed the astral world truly corresponded to deities. He subconsciously glanced at Grossel, as the giant had likely experienced that history firsthand. Grossel picked up a cup larger than a wooden bucket and gulped down some melted snow as he laughed. "Mobet, what's there to be surprised about? Why are you so solemn?" "I've no idea why I became so solemn either." Bit by bit, Mobet Zoroast revealed a smile. "Ha ha, it might be something very normal for us, but in their eyes it's terrifying and unbelievable. I have to use a suitable expression to describe it in order to achieve a satisfactory result. Do you still remember Frunziar's expression when we told him those stories in the very beginning? He almost knelt down to seek forgiveness from the Lord of Storms." Klein, Danitz, and company were momentarily unsure of the expression of words they should use to respond. Anderson leaned over to Gehrman Sparrow and said, with a suppressed voice, "I think he has the talent to be a provoker." He appeared to be suppressing his voice, but his words could be heard by everyone present. Mobet didn't mind, as he chuckled before continuing. I know that you aren't very convinced and find it unbelievable that deities walked the lands, just like Edwina's previous reactions. Haha, I can give you 2 examples. The Chasm of Storm on Passu Island, and the Tenebrous Heaven in the Amantha mountain range were the divine kingdoms of the Lord of Storms and Evernight. They were divine kingdoms located on land. They were divine kingdoms separated from the real world by a mere illusory door. Passu Island, the Amantha mountain range. Klein instantly connected the divine kingdoms to the present-day headquarters of the churches. When the deities no longer walked the land, their kingdoms had apparently become the sites of holy altars and cathedrals. Believing Mobet wasn't lying, he filed away the conclusion. Danitz was puzzled and horrified. He subconsciously wanted to leave, but seeing his captain, Gehrman Sparrow, and Anderson Hood all listening intently, he could only hold back the urge and find a more comfortable seat. At that moment, the elven songster Ciatas, who was on perimeter duty, walked in. Do not mention that fake god. The authority of the storm only belongs to the king of us elves, she said with contempt. Her voice was beautiful, but her tone was filled with an irascibility that suggested she might shoot an arrow at Mobet at any moment. All right, I will use the words fake god, Mobet said, adjusting his sharp black hat. Ciatas retracted her gaze and turned to Frunziar Edward. It's your turn. Frunziar, who appeared to be in a trance, hadn't noticed the argument. He simply drew his iron black sword and walked towards the cave entrance. Klein took the opportunity to speak to the elf. Do you know of Queen of Calamity, Kohinam? Ciatas's gentle face took on a trance-like expression. I haven't heard her name in a long time. She is the queen of us elves. Mobet and Frunziar didn't even know of her existence. Where did you encounter her? No, learn of her situation. Her tone became urgent. Danitz looked at Gehrman Sparrow in surprise, amazed that the madman was so knowledgeable. I never expected you to be a scholar. I really couldn't tell. I couldn't tell at all. Anderson sighed, shaking his head. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina also cast her gaze at Klein, her blue eyes filled with a desire to learn. Klein answered frankly, I have once entered a ruin belonging to Queen of Calamity Kohinam and obtained some items. Ruin? Ciatas ruminated over the word softly. From the situation inside, she might not be truly dead. Seeing Ciatas's eyes light up, Klein went straight to the point. Do you have the Ocean Songster's potion formula? Can I use something to exchange for it? Ciatas thought for a moment. Use one of Her Highness's items for the exchange. I only obtained a wine cup made of gold. It's already been crushed flat. Complicated patterns are engraved on it with the elvish phrases Calamity and Kohinam, Klein replied honestly. I know about that cup. It was the cup Her Highness loved the most, Ciatas said, unable to hide her excitement. Deal. The cup is outside, Ciatas nodded. I understand. We will complete the transaction after we leave this book. She then pressed her palms together. The storm will definitely belong to the elves. Before anyone could speak, she asked, what else did you discover there? Some murals depicting the elf king battling an ancient sun god, Klein said, glancing at the ascetic snowman. With his back still to the fire, the middle-aged man finally spoke. No, he isn't the sun god. He is our Lord, the Father of all things, the great source of everything. He wasn't battling the elf king, but taking back the authority which belonged to him. Just as Snowman finished, Ciatas stood up and aimed her arrow at him. Her plaited black hair flared up, swirling with silver lightning. Before she could release the arrow, a huge greyish-blue palm appeared and blocked the tip. It was the giant Grossel. All right, Snowman, cut it out. As you know, Ciatas is an elf who likes to put actions before words, Grossel said to the ascetic before turning to the elven songster. Ciatas, we are companions who can leave our backs to each other. We have experienced plenty of dangers together. You can retort Snowman and even beat him up, but do not attempt to harm him. As expected of the lead of the book, he's filled with positivity. But what's the difference in beating him and harming him? Klein mumbled internally. Ciatas grunted and sat back down, the mood turning heavy. Giant Grossel surveyed the area with his single vertical eye before chuckling. Then I'll talk about my past. Before entering this book, I lived in the Giant King's court. I was one of the guardians of the waning forest. It's somewhere only our king can enter. Rumor has it that buried inside it are his parents, who also form the origins of us giants. The waning forest in the Giant King's court, the origin of giants. Klein listened attentively, realizing this information was more valuable than any Fourth Epoch history. The hope for the City of Silver likely lay there. However, before he could ask, Edwina spoke. Grosel, what did the book look like when you received it? Grosel rubbed his cheeks. It had nothing, like an empty book waiting to be written. Klein deliberated for a few seconds, then turned to Mobet Zoroast. Do you know of Blasphemer Amon? Blasphemer refers to the entire family of Amon. They are the archenemies of us Zoroasts. It's said that they have a very powerful and terrifying ancestor that even Ouroboros and Medici viewed with great importance. They even feel fear towards him, but no one knows of his actual name, Mobet introduced. Ouroboros? Medici? Yes, back then the true creator and Rose Redemption supported the Solomon Empire. Klein's heart stirred. Then, have you heard of the name Sasria? Mobet was taken aback, then slowly shook his head. Never. Dark Angel Sasria's name vanished after the cataclysm? It was buried? Klein confirmed a fact. At that moment, Snowman spoke again, his voice deep. Sasria is the Dark Angel, the leader of the Kings of Angels, the one closest to the Lord. I was waiting for your answer. Klein gazed at the ascetic. Apart from him, Ouroboros, Medici, and Ammon, what other Kings of Angels are there? You don't have to say out all their names. Edwina, Anderson, and Danitz were completely lost, finding it unbelievable that this crazy adventurer knew so many ancient secrets. After a few seconds of silence, Snowman said, There's also the Angel of Imagination, Adam. Just as he said the name, the entire cave shook. The familiar and crazy tyrannical aura rapidly descended. King of the North Ulysses had arrived. Chapter 699, Boss Fight. Lone soldier, Frunziar Edward, on guard by the cave's entrance, saw a massive figure descend from the sky. It landed on a huge ice-covered boulder, its wings which were covered in a membrane of skin spreading outward, nearly blocking all the surrounding light. The illusory armored scales that resembled frozen ice and the violent, eerie blue dragon eyes were reflected in Frunziar's own. Sensing danger, he instinctively raised his iron-black sword and leaped aside, rolling far away. Almost at the same moment, King of the North Ulysses opened its mouth and spewed a distorted, icy blue flame towards the cave, freezing everything in its wake. The flames then formed a tidal wave of illusory light, surging into the dark cave and sealing everything it passed in ice. The words, Angel of Imagination, Adam, were still flashing across Klein's mind, recalling Roselle's description of the Twilight Hermit Order and its high-sequence spectator, who could be detected upon mention. Despite this, he instinctively reacted to the impending danger, lunging sideways to use the rocks for cover. However, the surging icy blue light acted like a tidal wave, drowning every corner of the cave and leaving no safe zones. As his surroundings became an icy cage, a gigantic, greyish-blue figure appeared before Klein. Grosel had stepped forward without a sound, genuflecting as he stabbed his broadsword into the ground. A dawn-like light bloomed, forming illusory walls that protected everyone behind him. The icy blue tidal wave surged over, splitting against the sword and colliding with the walls of light. The cave turned dark, then a small light was restored. The bonfire was extinguished, leaving only dim rays trying to pierce the ice from outside. In front of Grosel, every inch of space was frozen. The giant was like a bug in amber. Then the sword emitted a dawn-like luster. Light enveloped Grosel, turning into a hurricane of light that swept outwards, silently burning a huge hole through the ice to the cave's mouth. Grosel had vanished. Elven songster Ciatus, embraced by swirling gales, charged out without delay, followed closely by Viscount Mobet Zoroast, who mumbled, "Don't be in a rush, or it's finally here." The ascetic, Snowman, also stood. He tapped his chest 4 times. "May the Lord bless me." Amidst his hoarse voice, he ran out onto the ice with bare feet. Klein and Anderson, who clenched Death Brachydont, didn't hesitate to follow. Edwina Edwards looked at the trembling Danitz. "Stay here." With that, gales howled around her, pushing her out of the cave. "Stay here." Danitz was stunned, surveying the frost-covered walls and extinguished bonfire. The cave was silent, and he was the only one left. His trembling stopped. He turned agape, but said nothing as he watched his captain's figure disappear. Outside, Frunziar, having avoided the first attack, saw Ulusun spread its wings to leap into the sky. He steadied himself and pushed his left palm out. Immediately he declared in ancient Hermes, "Flying is prohibited here." The frost dragon's wings seemed to be weighed down, and it flapped them with great difficulty. It let out a furious roar, the sonic boom making Frunziar stagger. With a whoosh, the wings finally managed to flap, and though it was difficult, Ulusun flew. At that moment, the disciplinary paladin's expression turned solemn. He declared again in ancient Hermes, "Violators will be punished." As he spoke, he leaped up at a speed faster than Ulusun, as though augmented by an unknown power. Ding! Frunziar extended his body in midair and brandished his iron-black sword, striking the King of the North's neck. A clear crack appeared on the crystalline armor, but it failed to draw blood. The frost dragon didn't even seem to feel it. Its eerie blue eyes locked on Frunziar as it lifted its front claws, while the paladin was still airborne, unable to dodge. At that critical moment, a hurricane blew over, pushing the paladin away and causing Ulusun's strike to miss with an explosive boom. Elven songster Ciatas had rushed out and saved Frunziar. Immediately, her hair flared up, swirling with lightning. She aimed her arrow at the slow-flying dragon and pulled back the string. The sky turned dark. Unable to fly smoothly, Ulusun pulled back its wings, swooping down at Ciatas like a high-speed train. A greyish-blue figure appeared in its path. Grosel genuflected again, plunging his massive broadsword in front of himself. Dawn-like light surfaced, forming an impenetrable wall. Boom! The collision was like a terrifying explosion, shattering the ice. Grosel was sent flying like a ball, tumbling past Ciatas and slamming into the mountain wall, nearly causing an avalanche. Ulusun, however, remained where it stood. Its attack interrupted. It shook its neck and aimed its open mouth at Ciatas. Mobet Zoroast, who had arrived beside the elf, extended his right hand and rapidly turned his wrist. Ulusun forgot what it was doing, standing there in a daze. Suddenly, Mobet turned and spit to the side. Pui! The spit was ordinary. Seizing the opportunity, Snowman raised his arms. "God says it's effective." With a sizzling sound, the lightning around Ciatas brightened, entangling with her arrow. She released her grip. Boom! Dark clouds gathered as a thick bolt of lightning smote down, augmenting the arrow. The projectile turned silver and struck Ulusun's forehead at an unavoidable speed. The illusory armor cracked, and the arrow stabbed into the King of the North's head, making it let out a deafening cry as blue blood gushed out and froze. At that moment, Klein and Anderson came out of the cave. Frunziar had tumbled to the ground, but stood up again. Grosel extended his palms from the snow pile, apparently not seriously injured. "With so many teammates, I don't have to be the main assault force. I can attempt to control Ulusun's spirit body threads. From my observations, it doesn't seem to have the defensive abilities of a demigod. Of course, it's much stronger than a sequence 5. A 5-meter radius is a little dangerous." Klein looked at the frost dragon as he quickly had an idea. Chapter 700. Excellent Teamwork. King of the North Ulusun's tragic cries rapidly turned into a roar. A snowstorm immediately engulfed the area, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters as howling gales swept up dense snowflakes. An icy blue halo rapidly extended outwards, clinging to the ground and leaving a trail of frozen ice in its wake. Klein, whose senses were affected by the blizzard, instantly had the scene surface in his mind. He bent his knees and jumped high, allowing the icy blue halo to sweep underneath him. Mobet Zoroast, who wasn't adept at combat, was too close to react in time. At that moment, he was hoisted up by his shoulders as a tempestuous hurricane lifted him into the air. He turned and saw the deadpan Ciatas, who was using the strong winds to glide forward, a necessity due to the law forbidding flight. Anderson, Edwina, Snowman, and Frunziar all reacted accordingly, jumping to dodge the attack. Only Grosel, who had just pulled his broadsword from the snow, was hit in the legs by the halo. Layers of ice instantly surged upwards, and he stood on the spot like a frozen corpse. The exaggerated blizzard obscured everyone's vision, making them lose sight of the frost dragon. At that moment, Snowman, still airborne, spread out his arms and said solemnly in ancient Hermes, "God says it's ineffective." The violent blizzard suddenly calmed significantly. The winds and snowflakes were weakened and cut in half. Ciatas vaguely made out a gigantic, ugly lizard-like face. The broken arrow was still embedded in its forehead. Yulisan had used the storm to close the distance. Ciatas didn't panic. The winds changed direction, sending her and Mobet floating backward as her lips opened to sing in an ancient, abstruse Elvish. The rocks are destined to be shattered by the waves. The trees are destined to be struck down by the winds. The mountains are destined to crumble by the lightning. As her song began, the winds in the blizzard turned chaotic, spreading out in every direction. Ulisan's massive figure once again appeared before them. When Ciatas sang the third phrase, disciplinary paladin Frunziar pushed out his right palm and profoundly said in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." Instantly, the frost dragon froze on the spot, surrounded by layers of transparent walls. As Frunziar spoke, Edwina, who had just found her footing, made her light blue eyes turn black, flowing with a sticky liquid that seemed to be the manifestation of all evil. She gently clenched her right palm. Ulisan roared, instantly ripping apart the effects of imprison. The frost dragon's eerie blue eyes were filled with blankness and pain, still immersed in a sudden, triggered madness. Seizing the opportunity of Ulisan's brief pause, Anderson, who had condensed a burning white spear in his hand, bent his back and threw it. Without waiting for the outcome, flames appeared under his feet, turning the ice into liquid. Sao! The spear accurately struck the frost dragon's half-open mouth, melting the thick ice plates and penetrating the upper part of its forehead. Ulisan let out another tragic cry and lunged forward, staying close to the ground as it rushed towards Anderson with terrifying speed, its eyes fixed only on the worm that had damaged it. Schwing! The snow split apart as a deep chasm opened in the ground, extending all the way to where Anderson was. With terrifying inertia, the frost dragon slammed into a boulder, shattering it. If Anderson had been hit, he would have turned to meat paste. However, in the spot where he had been standing, there was now a dark hole just large enough for a person. A hand held onto the hole's entrance, and the strongest hunter jumped out. After throwing the spear, he hadn't dodged, but had instead used his powers to melt the snow and burn the soil, creating a hole to crouch in, perfectly avoiding the charge. At that moment, a pure beam of light descended and struck Grossel, quickly melting the ice encasing him. Snowman had used an offensive blow to free the giant guardian. With the explosive light of dawn, Grossel raised his broadsword and charged the frost dragon with wide strides, cleaving down wildly. Bang, bang, bang! Grossel was only a meter shorter than Ulisan, and his strength was equally ridiculous. He clashed repeatedly with the dragon's front claws, occasionally wavering but quickly recovering to re-engage. With the giant occupying Ulisan's attention, the others reacted with composure. Snowman maintained his spread arms as a sun-like halo appeared around him, spreading outwards to warm his companions and give them immense courage, carefully avoiding the King of the North. Not far from him, Ciatas's hair flared up as she shot out arrows of wind blades and lightning. Due to the massive target, every arrow hit, all striking the same spot on the dragon's shoulder. Mabet Zorast worked with Grossel, occasionally stealing the King of the North's thoughts to make it pause briefly. At other times, he attempted to steal its powers, but without success. With his pitch-black sword, Anderson carefully circled to the flank, while Frunziar used Prohibition and Imprison to aid Grossel's brawl. Klein looked at Edwina and raised his hand to point at himself. Invisibility. Edwina didn't ask why. Her limpid blue eyes immediately reflected Gehrman Sparrow's body as it lost its color and turned transparent. Following that, Klein's figure vanished. He quickly ran towards the intense clash and, with a roll, arrived by the King of the North's left foot. He focused on dodging Ulisan's stomps while he emanated his spirituality, controlling the illusory black threads with his long-activated spirit body threads vision. Sow, sow, sow. Silver lightning arrows and pure azure wind blades landed in a small region, shattering the ice armor and tearing apart the resilient skin. Soon the frost dragon's right shoulder was a swath of light blue, and its corresponding claw slowed indiscernibly. Frunziar noticed this. As he dodged the icy breath, he pointed and declared in ancient Hermes, "Death!" With a bursting sound, the blue blood flowing from Ulisan's right shoulder instantly dried up, revealing its translucent bones. At that moment, Edwina used a palm-sized brass mirror, reflecting parts of Ulisan's body. She reached out and grabbed at the mirror's surface, pinching the reflection within and forcefully pulling outwards. Ulissen's wound instantly worsened, spreading as though it was about to lose a front claw. It let out a tragic cry as it suddenly raised its body, standing on its hind legs. Light blue light, almost white, surged out of the dragon. In 100-meter range, the temperature plummeted, followed by a fearsome force that sealed all the beyonders in ice. Their bodies turned stiff, and they trembled uncontrollably. Ciatus, Mobet, Edwina, Klein, Grossell, Anderson, and Frunziar all shared similar symptoms. The only one who barely maintained his mobility was the ascetic Snowman. He maintained his spread arms, half-closed his eyes, and solemnly said, "God loves everyone." Sunlight tore through the snow as the warmth began to melt the feeling of being frozen. Bang! Ulissen sent Grossell flying with a claw, leaving a depression in his chest. It ignored the rest and blitz rushed Snowman. Snowman has no one protecting him. It's about to move beyond a 5-meter radius. Klein watched, feeling somewhat numb, with the urge to run into the cave and pray to himself before using the sea god's scepter. At that moment, a scarlet fireball appeared beside the ascetic and exploded without reservation, sending him flying out of the dragon's path. It was from the strongest hunter, Anderson. At the same time, Edwina produced a fireball in her hand and threw it at Ulissen's back, but she failed to hit it. She was creating a passageway for Klein to phase over with the fire. She had learned of this ability Gehrman Sparrow had from Danitz. Chapter 701, Giants Never Retreat. Ulissen's charge missed Snowman, leaving a deep chasm. Behind it, fireballs exploded, allowing Klein's stiff figure to flash through the flames and maintain the 5-meter distance. By the time Ulissen stopped, Klein, still invisible, sensed something amiss. He lunged forward, clinging to the ground to appear underneath the frost dragon just as its thick, powerful tail swung towards Ciatus and Mobet. Whoosh! With a loud crack, Mobet was sent flying as he dodged. Ciatus, however, failed to keep up. She was struck in the side, the blow shattering her illusory scales and fracturing her ribs. She was thrown, but the wind softened her landing. If it were Mobet or Anderson, the strike would have been instantly fatal. The Storm Pathway's defenses left her only heavily injured. At that moment, Ulissen's neck moved, spewing a light blue beam that swept past Snowman, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Edwina, Frunziar, and Anderson were blocked by the massive dragon's body and couldn't help in time. Bang! The frost dragon landed with a slight tremor. It was in a terrible state. The crack on its right shoulder was nasty, and its corresponding claw was nearly maimed. Many of its illusory scales had shattered. Regardless, it had severely injured 3 opponents. With Grossell also seriously injured, the situation was much better for the dragon. Upon seeing this, Edwina's light blue eyes turned black. She suddenly clenched her right palm, causing Ulissen to roar in excruciating pain, its only thought to purge the emotional disturbance from its spirit body. Taking the opportunity, Edwina's eyes lit up and turned extremely pure. The light of dawn around her quickly materialized into a sword. She wanted to play the role of a guardian, believing that Gehrman Sparrow had his reasons for staying by Ulissen's side. All he needed was time. At that moment, a figure enveloped in the original light of dawn charged at the frost dragon. It was none other than the giant, Grossell. His chest had sunk in, his greyish-blue skin was pale, and the broadsword in his hand had web-like cracks. However, he still bravely faced his enemy, cleaving at his target as though he was burning up his life. Giants never retreat. Amidst his roar, Grossell parried the frost dragon's repeated blows, managing to dodge the ice-blue breath due to its maimed front claw. Imprison! Frunziar ran over, restricting the King of the North's actions. The team worked in tandem. Once Ulissen's rage allowed it to escape, Edwina triggered its emotions again, preventing another charge. Anderson switched between throwing burning white spears and fireballs, dealing severe damage. After Mobet caught his breath, he continued stealing its thoughts. Ulissen attempted to fly a second time, but Frunziar's flight restriction forced it to give up. Klein, who kept switching positions by its feet, gained a deeper control of its spirit-body threads. He had long reached the 20-second threshold but failed to achieve success, as the King of the North's spirituality was extremely potent. After a while, a clang was heard. Grossell's broadsword, tainted by the dragon's breath, shattered completely as it was struck by a claw. The invisible walls in front of Grossel reached their limit, letting through several fragments that impaled his head and chest. Frunziar, also nearby, had the side of his armor mangled. Giants never retreat. Grossel roared loudly once again. The light of dawn radiated from him as a sword of pure light appeared in his palm. As dark red blood flowed down his face, he parried the frost dragon's strike. At that moment, Klein was flicking the spirit body threads before he finally saw the opportunity to achieve initial control. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Ulissen's actions instantly froze. The frost dragon became alert, sensing the danger from beneath it. Before its thoughts came to a complete halt, it decided to sit down to quash the despicable fella. Suddenly its mind went adrift. 20 meters away, Mobet Zoroast's knees buckled as he sat strangely on the snow. Klein took the opportunity to move to the side of the frost dragon's hind legs, his invisibility beginning to wear off. Bang! Ulissen, its thoughts already slowing, finally recalled what it wanted to do. Its hefty figure smashed downwards but only sent snow and dust flying. No. No good. Have to do that. Thoughts flashed through its mind as its heart contracted, condensing a terrifying light blue halo. With it under Klein's control, however, everything Ulissen tried was impeded. Edwina acutely noticed the source of danger and clenched her right fist, detonating the dragon's strong emotions. The King of the North's figure trembled as the light blue halo scattered out of control. "Ah!" The frost dragon's mouth slowly opened as it let out a stuttering cry. Ciatas stood with great difficulty. Upon seeing the situation, she held back her pain and drew her bow. Dark clouds appeared as 2 different silver bolts of lightning surged onto the bow, forming a terrifying arrow. Ciatas's face twisted as she released it. The silver bolt instantly penetrated Ulissen's chest with a whoosh. At that moment, Anderson's eyes lit up. A blazing white flame enveloped him as he transformed into a stream of light, shooting straight for the wound. Pitch-black marks rapidly surfaced on the frost dragon's abdomen. The intense stimulation allowed Ulissen's thoughts to move faster, and as it struggled to flap its wings, it soared into the sky. Flying is prohibited here. Frunziar added more restrictions. Bang! The King of the North fell again as the pitch-black marks on its abdomen tore open, spewing blood and organs. Anderson jumped away from the dragon's body, the flames over him extinguished, replaced by a transparent layer of ice. Cold. It's really cold. He held Death Brachydont, his body trembling. Klein, who had nearly allowed the frost dragon to escape, achieved initial control again, making its thoughts slow as it suffered from theft and explosions. Its long neck slowly looked up as it let out a slow whimper, its body collapsing bit by bit. During this process, Klein didn't attempt to stop the continued attacks from Ciatas and company, knowing it would take far too long to turn the dragon into a marionette. Frunziar stood panting, the side of his body mangled. He pushed forward his swordless palm and declared in ancient Hermes, "Death!" Ulissen's body trembled as it collapsed like a small mountain of ice. Light blue light was released from its body as its flesh quickly disintegrated, turning the gigantic dragon corpse into a snow-laden heavy door that swung outwards, a door to the outside world. Finally, success! Grossel laughed out loud as his voice grew softer. Thud! His nearly 4-meter-tall figure fell forward, held up by a knee. The light of dawn around him scattered, his aura almost gone. Grossel! Ciatas and company went over with great difficulty or great speed. Grossel looked around him slowly, clenching his fist as he gave a good-natured laugh. We succeeded! Giants never retreat. His head with a single vertical eye drooped down when his voice came to a halt. Chapter 7-2, Epilogue. Grossel! Frunziar, who was closest, rushed to catch the giant. He then slowly released his grip and stood up, as though he had just experienced a confusing dream. Ciatas tore out of Mobet's arms and, ignoring the pain all over her body, ran to Grossel's side. She bent down and observed for a moment, then nudged the giant and hysterically shouted, "Wake up! Wake up! It's time for us to leave!" Her voice softened into silence. Mobet stood by, watching as the giant's body wavered and finally fell to the ground with a thud. He fell silent for a few seconds before exhaling. At that moment, Anderson and Edwina had already run to Snowman, one using a flame and the other mimicking holy light to quickly defrost him. Klein arrived directly by Grossel's side. His spirit-body thread's vision told him that the giant was dead. His spirit lingered but was beginning to scatter, rendering damage transfer useless. From the moment Gressel ignited the light of dawn and engaged the frost dragon in a second battle, he must have prepared himself for death. Klein fell silent. Mobet glanced at him and said with a rueful smile, "To be frank, I've not seen many giants. Most of my impression of them had come from books. I always thought that this race was cruel and violent, unintelligent creatures closer to monsters." However, Gressel wasn't like that. He was frank, honest, and optimistic. Although he might appear rather silly, he knew better than anyone what was right and wrong. He told me that this was because he wasn't one of those ancient giants. The cruel and violent giants similarly had the ability to reproduce, and their descendants would have more rational ones appearing from time to time. These descendants would reproduce, allowing the entire giant race to escape from the confines of being monsters. Hehe, I don't know if I should believe him, but his existence has proven the possibility. As Mobet said that, he paused, seemingly immersed in his memories. At that moment, Edwina and Anderson helped the still stiff snowman walk over. The ascetic struggled to Grossel's side. Looking at the tightly closed single eye, Snowman gestured the sign of the cross on his chest. He half closed his eyes as he whispered a prayer. "Father of all things, the great source of everything, here lies an honest and pure soul. May he enter your kingdom and receive eternal redemption." Siatas opened her mouth as though to say that Grossel's faith was in giant King Ormir, but she ultimately chose to keep silent, watching as Snowman completed the prayer. "We have to leave as quickly as possible. No one knows how long this door will remain open." The elven songster said, her sorrow making her quick-tempered. She looked down at the giant and added in a heavy voice, "We can't let Grossel's soul dissipate in this illusory world. We have to bring him back to reality." "All right," Mobet immediately agreed. Klein and company didn't object. Edwina turned her head and shouted towards the mountain cave, "Danitz, you can come out now." At that moment, Siatas's eyes darted around as if she had recalled something. She turned to Klein. "Do you have a pen and paper?" "Yes." Klein took out the fountain pen and notes he always carried. Siatas received them and began scribbling, not stopping even when Danitz ran out of the cave. Danitz was silent and in low spirits. Finally, Siatas stopped and handed the paper and pen to Klein. "The formula you wanted. Aren't we completing the trade only after leaving?" Klein thought in puzzlement as he received the ocean songster formula. As though sensing his confusion, Siatas looked at Grossel and said with a heavy voice, "We are now companions. So you can give me the potion formula directly?" Klein put the items away and nodded. "I'll give you the wine cup after we leave." Siatas didn't respond, instead nudging Mobet. "Bring Grossel along." Mobet looked down at his own body and gave a bitter smile before walking to Grossel's thigh. Franzia silently followed, bending down to embrace the giant's left shoulder. Anderson looked around and sked. "All of you are injured or weak. Let me do it." He then lifted up Grossel's other shoulder. Klein was about to help with the other thigh when Danitz rushed over to take the spot. Upon seeing this, Klein stopped, watching as Anderson and company lifted Grossel towards the illusory, snow-laden door. Klein, Edwina, a stumbling Siatas and Snowman silently followed. At the exit, Klein noticed that the light blue blood from the King of the North had vanished. Indeed, it's a conjured monster that's almost real. He watched as Edwina placed her palms on the door and with an exertion of strength pushed it open. Silently, everything turned illusory, then transparent. Rows of brownish-yellow bookshelves appeared before their eyes, along with the setting sun and a desk. This was Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina's cabin. Klein quickly looked at the table. Sitting on it was the yellowish-brown goatskin book. A formless wind flipped it to the end, revealing the epilogue. With the help of the crazy adventurer and the strongest hunter, Grossel fulfilled his promise. He led his teammates and slayed the King of the North, but he also ended up sleeping forever in the Nation of Frost. It didn't even give our ending. Siatas, where do you plan on heading to next? Mobet released Grossel's thigh and asked the elven songster. Siatas's eyes seemed to glaze over for a few seconds before she firmly said, "Seek out my race." Just as she spoke, she saw Mobet's flaxen-colored hair rapidly turn white, his face covered in wrinkles. In just a second, Mobet was dying of old age. Ciatas's heart tightened. As she was about to lunge forward, she realized she had lost the strength in her legs. With a thud, she fell, noticing her hands were covered in the aged spots of an elder. She instantly understood. Tears flowed down her face as she struggled to crawl towards Mobet. Mobet had similarly slumped to the ground, crawling towards her while extending his right palm. Ciatas reached out and grabbed the wrinkled, thin hand. They raised their heads with great difficulty, their pupils reflecting one another. The corners of their mouths curled up simultaneously before loosening weakly, their eyelids drooping shut. Klein, Edwina, Anderson, and Danitz failed to react. They watched helplessly as Grossel's corpse rapidly rotted, leaving only his skeleton and beyond a characteristic. Mobet, Ciatas, Snowman, and Frunziar aged in seconds before breathing their last, their bodies repeating what had happened to Grossel's. Their clothes turned to dust, their souls dispersing at extraordinary speeds. Even the one who lived inside the book for the shortest time had been there for 165 years. Edwina muttered softly, turning to look at the bones which faced the sea. It was Disciplinary Paladin Frunziar, sitting on a chair looking west where Backlund was. Snowman was seated cross-legged to the side, his corpse maintaining a posture of prayer. That's right. They've lived in the book world for centuries or millennia. As non-demigods, they should have died long ago. I should have realized this. Why wasn't I wary of this point at all? Could it be? Klein suddenly recalled the psychological influence on the others and began having an idea. He looked down at the goatskin book, believing it held many more secrets. This fellow is rather interesting. He died just like that. Anderson looked at Mobet's corpse, smirking. At that moment, the Beyonder characteristics had slowly condensed. Frunziar, however, didn't produce one. Edwina observed for a moment before softly saying, the potion he consumed was illusory. Likewise for the strength he obtained. It's just like that frost dragon. It was likely conjured in the book world. It was almost real. Klein sighed silently, momentarily at a loss for words. In the next 10 minutes, no one spoke until the 4 Beyonder characteristics took form. One was a fist-sized heart, covered with holes and shimmering with the light of dawn. Another resembled a jellyfish, its translucent exterior containing azure blue seawater with vortices stirred by hurricanes and lightning, emitting an ethereal song. Another was a pure, bright crystal that exuded holiness. The last was a baby's palm with 5 thin, stretched-out fingers, constantly changing colors. Sigh, we can't just keep watching like this. Finally, Anderson broke the silence. Let's split the Beyonder characteristics. Just as Edwina's light blue eyes were dyed with pangs of fire, the hunter shrugged and said with a wry smile, I believe that they'll have wishes such as this, as we were companions who fought together. Chapter 703. Thank you, Present. Seeing Edwina's gaze warm up, Anderson curled the sides of his mouth and shook his head with a sigh. You're always so inflexible. That's why you aren't able to become an artist your entire life. After sighing again, he looked at the corpse on the chair. We can't keep watching. We have to do something. Doesn't Ciatas wish to find her race? Let's bury her near an elven ruin in Sonia Island. Mobet looks like he wants to be with Ciatas. We should bury them in the same tomb. Doesn't Frunziar want to return to Backlund? Burn his remains to ashes, store the ashes in a box and bring it to the city when possible. If time permits it, then someone can look for his descendants. As for Snowman, it's not known if he believes in the ancient sun god or the original creator. Who knows if the two are the same? To us it's the same. There's definitely no way to find the corresponding cathedrals or altars. Therefore, the only thing we can do is bury him beside Grossel. Grossel, he wishes to return to the giant king's court, but that's a city in myths and legends. There's no way to find it in the real world. However, there are giant ruins in the northern and southern continent. We can bury him there and allow him to have a proper burial. Giant King's Court, Backlund. Klein listened in silence as he deliberated for a few seconds. Leave the ashes of Grossel, Snowman, and Frunziar with me. He planned to entrust the ashes of Grossel and Snowman to the sun, so they could be buried in the Giant King's Court when the City of Silver eventually found it. As for Frunziar, Klein intended to bring his ashes back to Backlund himself, returning the man who had been away from his hometown for more than 165 years. Edwina added, The Golden Dream often goes to Sonia Island. I'll handle Ciatus's and Mobet's remains. All right, you'll be in charge of the cremation later. Anderson turned to look at Danitz as he chuckled and sighed. Look, everyone plays a part in this. There's no need to feel inferior. He expected Danitz to glare at him angrily, but to his surprise, the well-known pirate's expression turned heavy as he nodded in silence. Ahem. As companions who faced the King of the North together, let's each choose one. Treat it as though we're inheriting their legacy. Anderson gestured at the shimmering items on the floor. These Beyonder characteristics definitely have remnants of their psyche. I wonder what kind of influence they will bring. Be it concocting it into a potion for consumption or getting an artisan to craft it into an item, there should be something special about them. The former can be digested with the acting method, but nothing can be done about the latter. From the looks of it, you don't know the acting method. Treat it as though I didn't say a thing. The last two lines were said to Danitz. Klein didn't have the mood to lampoon Anderson. He looked at the four Beyonder characteristics and said, "Give Ciatus's to me." This was the main ingredient of an ocean songster. Edwina thought for a moment before saying, "I'll take Snowman's." It corresponded to the Priest of Light, which Klein already had one of, so he didn't choose it. Anderson glanced at the remaining two Beyonder characteristics, his gaze pausing at the strange item that resembled a baby's palm. I have to say that this guy is very interesting. Perhaps it can be made into a mystical item that can talk to me. That way, everyone wouldn't be too lonely. At that moment, the giant's heart didn't have an owner. Klein glanced at Danitz and indifferently said, "It's yours." "Mine? I didn't do anything. I didn't participate in the battle." Danitz was extremely surprised. Klein said simply, "You scouted and took on a risk." This was Klein's compensation. Having chanted the fool's name, Danitz knew his secret and had to be bound by faith to mitigate the risk. Although Danitz had accepted the risk, Klein felt compensation was necessary, hoping the pirate would see it as a bestowment from the fool. The characteristic would be very useful to him. "Take it," Edwina said, looking at Danitz. "All right." Danitz nodded after a few seconds of silence. After the distribution, Klein stepped forward and bent to pick up Ciatus's Beyonder characteristic. Looking at the azure-blue seawater sloshing inside the translucent membrane, he could vaguely hear the elf's beautiful singing. Just as he stood up, he saw Danitz nodding, as though responding to a question, though no one had spoken. Klein's gaze swept past Edwina's expressionless face, suspecting the mysticism magister was communicating with Danitz in a way others couldn't hear. Seeing Danitz give an affirmative answer, Edwina picked up Grossel's travels from the desk, closed it and handed it to Klein. "This is a token of my gratitude. Without me, all of you would have defeated the Frost Dragon." Klein didn't reach out, his eyes on the yellowish-brown goatskin book. "No, we definitely would have died. We had no way to defend against the King of the North's final frenzy. Besides, you were taking a huge risk entering the book." Edwina was like a teacher, explaining the reasons in a serious manner. "My only request is that you will tell me the answers if you figure out its origins and principles." Curious about the book's secrets, Klein couldn't reject the offer. He reached out and took the magical book. Okay. The importance of the Giant King's court was now more obvious, and he considered asking Edwina about the Giant's key later, after divining its worth. Seeing Anderson and Danitz pick up their Beyonder characteristics, Edwina glanced at the darkening sky and said to Klein, "Where are you heading to next?" "Bayam," Klein replied frankly. Edwina nodded. "You can head there on the Golden Dream. We have plenty of rooms." Klein agreed with an indiscernible nod. A free ride was always welcome. After the remains were handled, Edwina opened the cabin door to the crew's jubilant cheers. "All right, it's fine now." Edwina looked around, a smile forming from her cold expression. Anderson stroked his chin and frowned. "It's more exaggerated than I imagined." His words were completely drowned out by the ebullient cheers. After everything came to an end, Klein and Anderson left the captain's cabin, led by Danitz to other rooms on the same level. Half turning to look where they came from, Anderson suddenly sighed. "Is that it? Although we didn't get to know each other for more than half an hour, people who fought alongside you often leave a deep impression, but to think they suddenly died in a baffling manner. All of them." Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "This world is filled with baffling deaths to begin with. That's right." Anderson immediately smiled. "That's why optimism is needed to enjoy life. If I were to face death one day, I'll definitely be composed and cool, not losing my elegance at all. I would face it in the most handsome manner possible." "Don't raise flags for yourself." Klein didn't say a word as he entered the room Danitz opened for him. Anderson took the room beside him. In his room, Klein stood at the window, silently watching the darkening sea for nearly 10 minutes. Then, he entered the bathroom and went above the grey fog. Sitting in the high-back chair of the Fool, he conjured the world's figure and made him assume a praying pose. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform the Sun that I've obtained the Sequence 6 notary potion formula he wants. I also have clues to the Priest of Light formula and main ingredients. He can delay payment by putting it on credit and pay for it in the future." After checking the conjured scene, he transmitted it into the crimson star representing the Sun. In Afternoon Town, Derek had just finished a patrol when his vision blurred. He saw the endless grey fog and an indistinct figure praying inside a dark red glow. Immediately he heard the world's voice and learned that his notary formula had been acquired. Mr. World's efficiency is really high. He even got clues to the Priest of Light potion formula and main ingredients. Derek felt a surge of joy after a moment of alarm, filled with admiration for the world. Above the grey fog, the world made another prayer after Mr. Fool confirmed there were no problems with the Ocean Songster formula. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Mr. Hanged Man that I've already obtained the Ocean Songster's potion formula and the corresponding main ingredient. I'll give it to him during the next tarot gathering. Please get him to consider what he would like to provide in exchange." Chapter 704, Origins. On the undulating sea, inside an ancient and dark sailboat, Alger Wilson stood before a window, considering the report he had to produce upon arriving at Passu Island. It was at that moment when the endless grey fog and a lording figure appeared, followed by the sight of the world praying within a dark red glow. After hearing the world's calm words, Alger's eyes widened. He found it difficult to suppress his joy, which was quickly followed by a strong sense of bewilderment and shock. He remembered clearly that the world had only promised to obtain the Sun's notary formula within 3 days. He hadn't mentioned anything about the Ocean Songster formula, yet in just days, the gentleman had obtained the rare Sequence 5 formula and its main ingredient. What did he do exactly? Alger muttered to himself, finding the cold and formidable German sparrow more and more unfathomable. Is this the advantage of being a blessed? He connected the dots. German sparrow had boarded the future, proving Admiral of Stars was the Hermit. This meant the world's activities last week, likely in the dangerous eastern waters, were important enough to require the Hermit's help and had probably resulted in his advancement to Sequence 5. This can explain how he obtained the Ocean Songster potion formula and its main ingredient in the span of a few days. But what did he do exactly? Don't tell me that he killed someone from the middle upper echelons of the church. Alger frowned, then quickly calmed himself to focus on another matter. While the news was exciting, he still needed to pay for it. What can I give the world? He fell into deep thought, depressed to realize that he didn't have any items or money of equal value. He subconsciously began to pace before his window. Above the grey fog, the world's figure vanished. Klein cast his eyes on Grossel's travels, which now sat silently on the long bronze table. He conjured a pen and paper and cautiously wrote his first divination statement. This is the spectator pathway's uniqueness. He was most worried about this point. If true, he couldn't seal the book above the grey fog without risking an accident, but carrying it meant he could be sucked in at any time. He undid the spirit pendulum from his wrist and began the divination. When he opened his eyes, the topaz pendant was spinning counterclockwise, a negative result. From the looks of it, this strange book isn't the spectator pathway's uniqueness. Then there's no need to be too afraid. Klein thought for a few seconds before divining if the book was a Sequence 1 or 2 item of the spectator pathway. The divination ended in failure. He thought for a long while before penning a new statement, its origins. He dared to perform such a divination because he knew the spectator pathway's sequence 0 had long perished. The chances of facing a true god were negligible. Putting down the pen, he held the paper and book, leaned back, and entered a dream. The grey, hazy world cracked open to reveal an extremely dark sky, as though strong winds were stirring the clouds. In this dark environment, a sliver of light appeared on the horizon, growing bigger and clearer. It was a floating continent, huge enough to hold several cities. The continent's periphery was greyish-white, with huge boulders and dozens of 100-metre-tall stone columns, some standing alone, others propping up magnificent ancient palaces. Dragons of different colours, greyish-white, scarlet-red, yellowish-bronze, and even some made of ice, flew over the continent and its unique city. The scene quickly zoomed in, and a palace over 200 metres tall occupied Klein's vision. Inside, massive stone columns propped up a dome, the space large enough for any dragon to move freely. The camera kept moving inward until Klein saw a book made of yellowish-brown goatskin, its cover blank, floating in mid-air. It was amazingly small compared to its surroundings. Right behind the book, a large shadow appeared. Just as its silhouette was outlined, Klein felt his thoughts instantly explode. Blood spewed from his eyes, leaving 2 black holes where his ears had been. White matter stained with blood erupted from his mouth and nostrils. The mysterious space above the grey fog gently trembled, pacifying everything. Klein quickly recovered, gritting his teeth and rubbing his head. It hurts, it freaking hurts. It's in no way inferior to the eternal blazing sun. I didn't even discern his looks or gain any knowledge. Was he, dragon of imagination, Ankiwelt? According to the sun, he had perished at the end of the second epoch. After millennia, just prying into the mystery was enough to put him in such a sorry state. If not for the grey fog's protection, he would have died instantly. This mark is way too powerful, isn't it? Taking nearly a minute to recover from the pain, Klein recast his gaze on Grossel's travels. This book's author is Dragon of Imagination Ankiwelt? A book written by an ancient god, a storybook that can automatically deduce the ending? What is his goal? He speculated that Ankiwelt might have foreseen the future and created the book to leave a chance for resurrection, but underestimated the ancient sun god and perished completely, leaving the book inert for millennia. He made some guesses but couldn't verify them. After some consideration, he decided to find a chance to enter the book in search for clues. In the future, I can enter as a spirit body above the grey fog. Once I encounter any trouble, I'll immediately return. Yes, I'll make the attempt after I'm no longer with Edwina and Anderson. He then divined if leaving the book above the grey fog would cause problems, but the divination failed, as expected when inquiring about the mysterious space itself. Deciding to check on it frequently, Klein threw Grossel's travels into the junk pile and summoned the partially flattened golden wine cup. He silently rubbed it for a few seconds. Knock, knock, knock! Klein politely knocked on the door to the captain's cabin. Is there something? Edwina, who had let down her hair, looked at Gehrman Sparrow and asked. Klein handed over the Elf Queen's golden wine cup. Put this in Ciatus's tune. All right. Edwina fell silent for 2 seconds before nodding and receiving it. She habitually studied the engravings on the cup before looking out the window and saying, "They'll be organizing a bonfire party. Will you be participating?" No. Klein shook his head. I understand. I don't plan on participating either. Not everyone is like Anderson, who can quickly raise his spirits, Edwina said with pursed lips. Actually, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Klein was momentarily at a loss for a response. As neither he nor Edwina were good at socializing, an awkward silence fell between them. About 10 seconds later, Klein broke the silence. Are you selling that key that originates from the giants? Yes. Edwina thought about it before glancing at her collector's room. She added, I can lend it to you for studying. You can decide whether to buy it before leaving the ship. Chapter 705, Mythical Creature. You didn't even need me to mention it. I was still a little embarrassed to raise the subject. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After considering Gehrman Sparrow's persona, he calmly said, I do not take advantage of others. Just as he said that, he felt a little regretful, afraid that Vice Admiral Iceberg would really change her mind. Edwina's light blue eyes moved slightly as she said, The only condition is that you have to tell me the answer to anything you figure out. Phew. Klein didn't harp on the issue as he nodded. Okay. About a minute later, he carried an iron black key the size of a heptachord. At that moment, a series of fervent singing came from the deck. Your eyes are so mesmerizing that it feels like the light from dawn. When night comes and the sun has gone down, I almost start feeling melancholy, fervently awaiting your light. Oh, your eyes are so mesmerizing that it feels like the light from dawn. Klein subconsciously went to the window and looked out. He saw a bonfire lit on the deck, surrounded by the merry crew of the Golden Dream. They roasted meat and fish, guzzled beer, and danced alongside singer Orpheus's singing. Amidst the tantalizing aroma, Klein saw Anderson Hood drinking and eating in high spirits, joking as if he were already one of them. Danitz, however, was nowhere to be seen. He mused that Anderson was quite good at socializing when not being a provoker, perhaps using a conspirer's abilities to transfer the crew's animosity to him. He then wondered if the recent events would motivate Danitz to improve. If so, Klein considered, the fool would finally have a true, direct subordinate, a pathetic but welcome start to having actual followers. As Klein reflected, he prepared a ritual to sacrifice the giant's key above the grey fog. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He instinctively activated his spirit vision and saw white bones materialize into the messenger with black flames in its eye sockets. Half of the messenger's body was in the lower deck, so it was nearly level with Gem and Sparrow, but the palm holding the letter remained huge. Mr. Azik was quite quick to reply this time. As Klein politely nodded, he received the letter. Just as he was about to read it, he realized the skeleton messenger remained standing there. Is there something? Klein asked in surprise. An idea flashed through his mind, and he quickly added, If there's a need to reply, then I will summon you again. The skeleton messenger's huge head nodded as its body collapsed like a waterfall and returned to the underworld. He found it strange that this messenger, like Reinette Tinnecker, waited for a reply, amusingly wondering if the messenger world had enacted a new regulation before dismissing the thought. He noted the messenger seemed almost aggrieved. Klein shook his head without much thought before focusing his attention on Mr. Azik's letter. To put it simply, attaining godhood begins from the moment one advances to sequence 4. It's a slow process of evolution towards a mythical creature. This process comes to an end at sequence 2. Therefore, there is a qualitative difference between an angel and a saint. In ancient times, the former are even called subsidiary gods. Every demigod, including saints and angels, have their own mythical state. This is a non-human form which is a potpourri of complex knowledge, godhood characteristics, and secret symbols. Ordinary people will suffer tremendous damage from a simple glance, to the point of losing their minds. And as the demigod grows in strength, the damage only grows more potent and irresistible. Therefore, creatures at this level have to constantly control themselves to not expose this form, or just from their very existence alone, it can bring about a catastrophe to their surroundings. To demigods, one of the main traits of losing control is losing reason. When that happens, they will no longer be able to restrain their mythical creature form. However, a saint's mythical form isn't complete. There are clear characteristics of their original race. Strictly speaking, one is a true mythical creature only after they reach sequence 2. I wonder if the blood that Ma'am Hermit wants is the blood of a mythical creature in the true sense of the phrase, or if the criteria can be relaxed. I wonder if the placenta blood from Will Septon's birth counts. He is a sequence 1 snake of fate. I'll accumulate more matters before writing on the paper crane to ask him. However, I'll be returning to Backlund soon. Klein silently calculated when Will Septon would be born. Based on his impressions, he had been conceived last November, and it was now mid-April. Therefore, he will be born in July? Perhaps earlier. He quickly threw those thoughts to the back of his mind and began setting up the ritual, sacrificing the giant's key to himself. It was simply too heavy to carry as a spirit body. Soon, he arrived above the grey fog. He made the iron-black key fly onto the surface of the bronze table as he seriously inspected it. After confirming that there wasn't anything abnormal, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination statement. The place this key corresponds to. With the paper in hand and his arm around the key, Klein leaned back into his chair and fell asleep while chanting. This time, the grey, hazy world first presented a distorted, translucent screen. As the scene zoomed in, he appeared before a 10-meter-tall door. The door was mainly grey and blue, with stately and mysterious symbols engraved on its sides. The light of dusk shone over faintly, dyeing the door with a clear sense of decline. Right on the heels of that, Klein noticed that in the door's left side, at a height of 3 to 4 meters, there was a pitch-black socket the size of an adult's fist. The scene quickly shattered as Klein opened his eyes. A door similar to the Black Cloisters. The light of dusk. My interpretation is that it represents a particular door of the Giant King's court. Yes, the first distorted translucent screen should be the barrier between the forsaken land of God and the outside world. Klein tapped on the edge of the mottled table, making his judgment. He had already decided to buy the Giant's key. After going through the hassle of bringing £5,000 in cash back to the real world, Klein held the thick stack and left his room once again for the captain's cabin. As a Desire Apostle, Kircheis's bounty is equivalent to a key and £1,000. Klein glanced at the cash as he knocked on Vice Admiral Iceberg's door again. With a creak, Edwina appeared. When she saw him holding the cash, her brows twitched as her eyes widened. "You have results," Klein tersely acknowledged. "I already obtained results that it's likely related to the Giant King's court." "The Giant King's court has spoken in myths?" Edwina's eyes lit up as she asked. Klein gently nodded in affirmation. Edwina's lips quivered as though she wished to inquire further, but she ultimately didn't say a word. She took the £5,000 in cash. She turned back to look at the rows of bookshelves and fell silent. She finally said to Klein seconds later, "If you're interested in these books, you can borrow them any time in the day. My only request is..." Klein secretly predicted what Vice Admiral Iceberg was about to say. "My only request is that you can talk to me about history whenever you're free." Edwina paused before she added, her eyes appearing bright. Klein chuckled inwardly and said after some thought, "All right, but I will not answer every question." Meanwhile, he silently prayed inwardly, "Let's hope Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection has methods to create higher-level charms." No problem. The corner of Edwina's mouth twitched as her expression became livelier. "See you tomorrow." Klein took off his hat and pressed it to his chest as he bowed to bid farewell. Edwina also seriously returned the pleasantries. "See you tomorrow." Backlund, Iron Gate Street, outside Braveheart's bar. Emlyn White got off a carriage, pushed open a wooden door and walked in. He was then triggered by the mixture of smells inside as he pinched his nose in contempt. He hadn't had much progress in the competition to hunt for the primordial moon believers. Therefore, he planned on heading to the Braveheart's bar, which Sherlock Moriarty often mentioned. He was there to find the rather informed black market arms dealer, Ian. The latter's name was acquired by Emlyn through other means. A Solomeo lyrics excerpt adapted. Chapter 706, That Man. Turning his body to the side, Emlyn avoided a bulldozing drunkard. While swatting his clothes with a frown, he continued jostling towards the bar counter. During this process, he didn't seem to be doing anything, but the surrounding customers always failed to touch him. In speed, agility, balance, and coordination, he had reached a terrifying level. Finally, Emlyn arrived at the bar counter and rapped on the wooden surface. "Where's Ian?" The bartender glanced at him, kept his head low, and silently wiped his glass cups. Emlyn stood there surprised, wondering if he had done something wrong to deserve no reply. This angered him a little, and he wished to yank the bartender out. However, he believed such acts were ungentlemanly. He forced down his emotions, looked around, and noticed everyone was drinking. Trying again, Emlyn said, "A cup of warmer red wine." The bartender paused, looked up at the handsome, black-haired, red-eyed man with an odd expression. "We don't have that available." That was the finest red wine in the world, with a staggering price. Emlyn wasn't dumb. He could tell from the bartender's eyes that he'd ordered something he shouldn't. On careful thought, he said, "1 glass of Southville beer. 5 pence. The bartender finally lowered the cup and cloth. Emlyn took out a 1 solly note. "Keep the change." "Thank you." The bartender pointed left. "Ian is in card room 1. Emlyn immediately smiled, proud that he had resolved an actual problem. He didn't take the cup of beer, instead turning and walking straight to card room 1. Knock, 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 he politely knocked. Please come on in. A rather adolescent voice sounded. Emlyn adjusted his collar and pushed open the door, surprised by the scene inside. He expected a bunch of people surrounding a long table playing Texas Hold'em, but although there were about 8 people, no poker cards were in sight. A piece of paper was placed in front of each participant, who seemed to be recording something. Besides fountain pens and multi-faced dice on the table, nothing else was present. Emlyn instinctively looked at the youngest person inside. Also handsome with red eyes, the boy looked about 16. "Ian?" Emlyn asked. Ian nodded with a smile. "That's me, sir. Is there something I can help you with? Or do you wish to join our game?" "Game?" Emlyn asked. Ian chuckled. "Yes, game. I don't enjoy cards or billiards, but something must be done when spending the whole day here. I gained inspiration from Emperor Roselle's biography. It's to organize a few people to sit down and attempt a tabletop adventure. In this game, as long as you abide by the rules, you can be anyone. A doctor, an adventurer who loves eating vegetables, a private detective who always carries a wrench and pipe hair, or an adventurer who enjoys radical ideas. Together, they can head to some ancient castle and seek out hidden history, battling all kinds of monsters along the way." Sounds a little interesting. Emlyn felt this game suited him well. "Haha, do you want to join? We're embroiled in a ploy and are facing a powerful ancient vampire. He looks handsome, but beneath his skin are boils formed from his boiling blood," Ian warmly invited. "Sanguine, thank you very much." Emlyn's expression twitched indiscernibly as he said, "I have a mission for you." "All right. Let's go to the room next door." Ian took his round hat and old satchel and stood up. The billiard room next door was empty. Ian closed the door with familiarity, surveyed the area, then looked at Emlyn. "Sir, I do not know you. Might I know who introduced you?" Emlyn lifted his chin and smiled. "Sherlock Moriarty." Just as he said that, he suddenly looked left and right and pinched his nose. "So it's Detective Moriarty." Ian sighed with relief, not hiding it. "I'm assured then. By the way, didn't he go on vacation to Desi Bay? When will he be back?" Emlyn lowered his right hand, expression unchanged. "He isn't back yet. I've been to his rented apartment. To be frank, a normal vacation should have ended by the end of January. It's already April." "Could something have happened to him?" Ian asked worriedly. Emlyn recalled Sherlock Moriarty's powers and mysteriousness and shook his head. "Perhaps he's caught up in a complicated case." Ian didn't press further and asked, "How may I address you? What mission do you have?" "You can call me Mr. White." Emlyn took out a paper resembling a bounty notice. "Help me find these 5 people." Ian carefully flipped through it. £20 for an effective clue, £150 for an exact location. Is that acceptable? No problem. Emlyn felt the price was cheap. Compared to this, Tarot Club prices were exaggerated. Ian folded the paper. "Mr. White, how do I contact you if I have any clues?" "South of the bridge, Harvest Church." Emlyn had thought of this answer. Ian gave him an odd look. "You're a believer of Earth Mother? That's rare in Backland." "I'm not." Emlyn shook his head firmly. "I'm only doing volunteer work over there." Without waiting, Emlyn asked, "How did you inherit those red eyes?" He'd wanted to ask when he first saw Ian. Red eyes were a trademark of sanguine in ancient times. During the 4th epoch, humans and sanguine copulated, producing many descendants with red eyes, an uncommon eye color among humans. In short, every red-eyed human had a sanguine ancestor. Ian replied in surprise, "My father. I've no idea how far up the family tree, as I was a vagabond. From the looks of it, he isn't connected to the sanguine." Emlyn handed over a £20 deposit, feeling somewhat disappointed for turning to leave the billiard room. After he left, Ian didn't immediately return to the card room. Instead, he closed the door and said into the air, "Detective Moriarty hasn't returned to Backland. I'm a little worried about him." A figure suddenly appeared in the billiard room, pale-faced with exquisite features, wearing a black bonnet and gothic regal black dress. She was Wraith Sharon. "He's doing fine," Sharon replied evenly. Her figure dematerialized before vanishing. "You always say the same thing. Don't tell me you've always been in contact with Detective Moriarty." Ian mumbled softly, picking up a newspaper in the corner. Placed on it were the Tussock Times and News at Sea. The latter mainly reported the low-end kingdom colonies and sea matters, but due to technological restrictions, news at sea was severely outdated by the time it reached Backland. It wasn't useful for most, so subscriptions were low and business floundering. Later, with a new chief editor's suggestion, the paper changed style to more rumors of the sea, strange matters about pirates and adventurers. It became more like stories than news. Surprisingly, this change was welcomed. Involving ghosts, specters, sea monsters, and treasures, it became the semi-literate's prime choice to flaunt knowledge to the illiterate at bars. Though the stories seemed fake, they were sufficiently interesting. Ian casually flipped through the papers, but found no content of interest except one news at sea report. According to our correspondent, on the night of 25th March, the King of Immortality fleet attacked a ship from East Balam to Fasak, plundering all goods and money. Living up to his title, Slaughterer Kirchais finished a bloody massacre. These pirates are really preposterous. Ian shook his head and lowered the papers. He returned to the card room and resumed the game. Outside, Emlyn boarded a carriage, leaned against the wall, watching street lamps move past. He pinched his nose again and muttered silently, "A wraith. This arms dealer sure is resourceful. Not bad." Emlyn closed his eyes, feeling hopeful about his entrusted mission. Sunlight shone through the window, dyeing the captain's cabin golden. Edwina sat with a book, looking at Klein. "So you also believe the Solomon, Trunsost, and Tudor empires all coexisted?" "This is a necessary condition for the War of the Four Emperors," Klein replied simply. He held the Book of the Three Worlds from a Life School of Thought member before Vice Admiral Iceberg had it. It described the material world, spirit world, and the world beyond rationality, including profound parts on charms. Klein reads seriously, aiming to better use the sea god scepter and the worm of time. Klein discovered Vice Admiral Iceberg's books were ancient and unsystematic, unlike the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom which backed her. He guessed the Church's orthodox mystical knowledge was not public. Edwina was about to ask more when she noticed the Golden Dream's cruising speed drop. She looked out the window and after a few glances said crisply, "We've arrived in Bayam." Chapter 707, Danitz's Request. "We've reached Bayam?" Klein stood up and looked out, seeing the familiar Resistance's private harbor. He didn't show surprise as he calmly commented, "Faster than I expected." It was 3 hours earlier than he had thought. "It's faster than I expected as well." Edwina looked away and agreed with Gehrman Sparrow. However, these were unimportant details. Klein lowered his head, pretending to browse the rest of the Book of the Three Worlds. Then he handed it to Vice Admiral Iceberg. "That marks the end of this discussion." Edwina looked at the book silently. She opened her mouth but said nothing. She placed the book on the table and got up, bowing. "I look forward to future discussions with you. Your expertise in ancient history is admirable." If Klein had been himself, he would have responded humbly and praised Vice Admiral Iceberg's knowledge. But as the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, he simply nodded and said, "We are collaborators," meaning opportunities would come. He spoke no more, left the captain's cabin and returned to his room. Packing his suitcase with a relaxed mind, he waited for the Golden Dream to dock, then headed straight for the deck. Many crew members gathered there, including gourmet brew walls, singer Orpheus, and flowery bow-tie Jodson, upper echelon pirate crew members with handsome bounties. They smiled sincerely, happily waving at Klein. Among them, Barrel and Iron Skin were excitedly belting out a song for their departing guest. When did I have such a good relationship with them? Klein lampooned silently as he walked past the pirates to the gangway. Anderson Hood stood there, hair combed, clothes neat. Laughing, he said, "They probably mean to say goodbye, or should I say, let's hope we don't meet again." "Gehrman, do you know how dangerous your situation was? You nearly became the public enemy of every crew member. They were so eager to steer the Golden Dream to Bayam in 5 minutes." Klein was about to reply when Danitz jogged over, draped in a black cloak. "This fellow has really resolved to do better, planning to leave the Golden Dream and go it alone? That's a little incompatible with my plans. Only around Vice Admiral Iceberg and the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom would his value as a believer of the Fool be accentuated. But it doesn't matter. If Danitz can grow stronger, that's meaningful. Klein habitually weighed pros and cons and then ignored other thoughts. He looked at Danitz silently, waiting for him to speak. Danitz opened his mouth seriously, but no words came. He gave a hollow chuckle and asked Anderson, "Do you have the potion formula for Conspirer?" "Yes," Anderson chuckled, "but I have no plans to sell it to you." Danitz's expression darkened. Anderson continued unfazed. "What's the point of getting the Conspirer potion formula now? Any attempts to advance will only fail. Pal, it's best you redo acting as a hunter, then a provoker, then a pyromaniac. Better get an artisan to make that giant's heart into a defensive mystical item. Otherwise, you'll be killed by others when the time comes. When you're sure, get the Conspirer potion formula from your captain. She has it. However, I believe that will be the end for you. Conspirer has very high requirements." Danitz's face twitched at the mockery but remembered every word. Anderson was titled Strongest Hunter, with rich experience on this path. Danitz had a vague idea the key was acting. He suspected the captain's previous guidance was about this, though vague. "There will come a day I'll show you what a true conspirer is." Danitz stubbornly retorted before looking at Gehrman Sparrow. He cleared his throat and said, without daring to meet his eyes, "I've already made the request with Captain. I'll be in contact with the Resistance and often be in Byam." Meaning he didn't wish to leave the Golden Dream, but would find chances to hone himself. Klein chuckled inwardly and gave a terse answer. Danitz was instantly relieved and felt better. If not for his companions watching, he would have helped Gehrman Sparrow carry his suitcase and sent him all the way to the dock. After watching Gehrman and Anderson leave, Danitz cautiously decided to pray to the Fool daily, starting tonight. He wanted to show devotion to prevent accidents. Inside the Resistance's private harbor, Anderson watched Gehrman Sparrow circle onto a new road and exit the woods by the shortest path. "You seem familiar here?" "This road wasn't here last time I was," Anderson said, partly bored and poignant. "Of course, many prayed to me daily, telling me what they've done, and I sometimes respond, like telling them to mend this road." Klein thought smugly but answered stoically, "Where does your friend stay?" "In a manor on Byam's outskirts." Anderson quickened pace and led the way. An hour later, Klein was brought to a manor. Various spices' eclectic smells mixed into an indescribable ersatz exoticism. After informing the gatekeeper, they soon saw a medium-built man under 175 meters walk over. His butler and valet followed. His skin was somewhat sallow, quite tanned. His contours were gentle but his eye sockets more recessed than most Lonese. Klein could judge the man's background. A Highlander from the finer Potter kingdom. The man was plump with a rotund, amiable face. He laughed immediately upon seeing the strongest hunter. "Anderson, you aren't dead yet?" "I'm waiting to attend your funeral," Anderson replied without ceremony. Then he turned sideways to Klein. "Yukva Konakris, doctor of my former team." He didn't introduce Gehrman Sparrow to Yukva but grinned. "I've brought you business." Yukva instantly understood Anderson, didn't ask in front of his butler and valet, and led them toward the manor's main building. Along the way, Klein saw buildings like windmills, bakery, brewery, and militia training grounds. The manor looked like a mini-kingdom. Except for the lack of a blacksmith, it was self-sufficient. Making iron goods personally was more expensive than buying from the city. This is the pastoral lifestyle. Klein sighed silently, following Yukva into the house and study. Ukvar didn't call the mistress or bring his child to meet Anderson and Klein. Clearly, he didn't want them involved in the mysterious world. After closing the door, he went straight to the point. "What's the business? Didn't you wish to sell that revolver? He wants to buy it." Anderson pointed at Klein. "Gehrman Sparrow." "Gehrman Sparrow, the powerful adventurer who easily hunted Wormtongue Mythor," Yukva said in surprise but showed no fear. Though he'd distanced himself from adventuring, he knew he couldn't be careless. While in Byam, he kept informed to avoid trouble. Anderson scoffed. "That's old news. This gentleman's achievements include hunting Slaughterer Kirchais and still living." "Kirchais? Second mate of the King of Immortality?" Yukva's expression changed to horror and secret wariness. "That's right," Anderson said, self-deprecatingly. "In the pirates' playground, he's recognized as the strongest hunter." Yukva gulped and smiled. "I believe you have the ability to buy Death Knell." "Death Knell?" Klein asked with piqued interest but kept calm. That's the revolver's name. It's been with me for a decade. If not for overlapping functions with other mystical items and its lack of use now, I wouldn't sell it, Ukva sighed. Anderson skied with laughter. That wasn't what you said before. You said you preferred farming tools. A planter, Klein judged by Anderson's words and Ukva's expression. Potion names flashed in his mind. Sequence 9, planter. Sequence 8, doctor. Ancient name, healing pastor. Sequence 7, harvest priest. No wonder Anderson introduced him as former team's doctor. Klein thought and asked, "Do you know Frank Lee?" "Haha, no. Although I'm from Finer Potter, I got my formula and ingredients myself, one by one. I have nothing to do with the Church of Earth Mother. I wouldn't dare return to Finer Potter. But I've heard of Frank Lee. He gives the church headaches," Ukva said frankly. "He's only a Sequence 6 biologist, but given huge importance by the church. I wish to meet him if I can." "No, you won't. You'll regret that thought." Klein noted Ufar believed in Earth Mother and was likely a powerful Sequence 5 beyonder. By his side, Anderson twitched hearing Ukva, saying fearfully, "That guy does give headaches. In some ways you can call him a devil. His powers and thoughts exceed Sequence 6. All right, let's not talk about him. When his name pops up, I still recall the milk that was jettisoned." Ukva looked puzzled but restrained curiosity. He went to the table, opened a drawer, and pulled out a black iron revolver longer than ordinary. "This is Death Knell," Ukva introduced solemnly. "Chapter 708, revolver worth 9,000 pounds. Death Knell? Striking the enemy's death knell with every shot? I like this name." Klein controlled his facial expressions as he reached out to receive the iron-black revolver with the slightly long barrel, showing no anticipation or excitement. He had worried Ukofa might raise the price if he showed desire. This was common in transactions, but with Gehrman Sparrow's reputation and Anderson, the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, witnessing, Ukva probably wouldn't offend him despite being a Sequence 5 beyonder. Ukva, hoping for a quiet life, likely feared the crazy adventurer sneaking in at night. So Klein simply maintained his calm persona. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow seriously inspect Death Knell, Ukva introduced it in detail. Its powers are uniform: to reap lives. 3 methods. First is weakness attack. No conditions needed. Inject spirituality and pull the trigger. It discovers the target's weaknesses mystically, that is, weaker defenses, and grants accuracy, causing terrifying damage. Second is lethal attack. Cock the hammer first. Wherever you hit counts as a weak spot. Striking the true weak spot can deliver a lethal blow to enemies without strong defenses. Tough targets need 3 shots within 5 seconds. That includes Guardian. Third is slaughtering. Based on weakness attack, providing over twice the spirituality imbues bullets with grapeshot effects for area damage. To increase damage, it must meet lethal attack conditions and use over thrice the spirituality. This is a heavy drain. It also works with bullets of different traits to target different enemies. This sounded like a Sequence 5 Reaper of the Hunter pathway. Klein glanced at Anderson and asked, "If the target's physical condition reaches Sequence 4 Dragon, how many lethal strikes kill it?" Ukva was stunned, shaking his head dazedly. "I've never met a dragon before, much less a demigod dragon. Does Gehrman Sparrow plan to slay dragons with this gun?" "That's crazy!" Ukva felt these adventurers were very different from those he knew. They didn't even fear death. Anderson cleared his throat. "That depends on luck. Seriously, luck is crucial. If you find a dragon near death, 1 shot suffices. Otherwise run. Staying alive is key. If the demigod dragon doesn't defend and stays still, 5 lethal shots should kill it." Ukva looked at Anderson, then Klein, and changed the topic. "Anderson told you about Death Knell's negative effects, right? It causes a new weakness or intensifies an existing one for 6 hours. Once I was scared of cats. Just after hunting a famous pirate, I went limp in front of a kitten, knelt, and wailed for mercy. If you carry it, problems aren't serious. You get thirsty more easily. Just drink more and visit the washroom often. Why do these negative effects feel like they'll cause me more trouble? But it's acceptable." Klein considered and said, "Name your price." 9,000 pounds. Anderson should have mentioned it. That's my bottom line." Ukva looked at Death Knell in Klein's hands. "This is cheap already. If I weren't worried that meeting more beyonders would affect my peaceful life, I'd promote it. I'm sure I could get 12,000 pounds. Indeed, A mystical item of this level sells sky high if negatives are mild and a good buyer is found. Normally £10,000 to £12,000 is reasonable. Though Klein considered bargaining, the price was low enough he felt embarrassed to try. He tersely said, "I'll give it a run. I'll complete the deal if no problems." He didn't test the gun directly, as that would impose weakness unnecessarily. Instead, he used spirituality to probe it and divination to verify Ukfa's words openly, ignoring their gazes. "I'll confirm later above the grey fog. But Ukfa likely wouldn't lie. He's afraid of a crazy adventurer's revenge. He's settled with a wife and kids." Klein placed death knell on the table, lifted his suitcase and took out £9,000, money brought up from above the grey fog to air it ahead of time. Ukfa quickly counted and confirmed the cash's authenticity. As expected of a recent famous adventurer, few can produce £9,000 in cash at once. "Even tycoons don't have that liquidity," he said poignantly while putting the stacks away. "I just spent £5,000 on a key." Klein felt empty seeing the money vanish into Ukfa's drawer. He was left with £2,683 and 6 gold coins, not enough for a decent manor. He sighed, took out the ordinary revolver from his underarm holster, removed its bullets and stuffed them into death knell. Anderson watched and scared. "Ukfa, you've changed. Before, you checked each note's authenticity. If it's troublesome, I can help." "It's fine, but I'm worried Gehrman will shoot you." Ukfa knew the strongest hunter's talent for provocation. He imagined Anderson begging to be beaten, counting each note slowly under light. "Well said." Klein silently praised. He stuffed the iron-black long-barreled revolver into his underarm holster. The old revolver went inside the suitcase. "Thanks to you, I don't have to worry about this anymore," Ukfa smiled, pointing at the door. "I'll have my valet send you out." Anderson chuckled. "Ukfa, aren't you keeping us for dinner?" "When you're married with kids, I'll treat you to the best food at the best restaurant," Ukfa said unfazed. Outside, Anderson squinted at the setting sun and chuckled. "Back when I knew Ukfa, he was a doctor planting strange plants on the ship to improve lives. I thought he'd die early on adventures, but he was lucky. He even became a druid later." "Why are your poignant words deserving of a beating too?" Klein said deliberately. "He is lucky. As your companion, luck is needed to survive." Anderson scrutinized Klein in surprise. "You know how to mock? Or have I infected you?" Not fazed, he straightened, took off his hat, smiled and said, "All right, you got the mystical item. If nothing else, I'm off on my journey. Don't forget the demigod mission." Klein used a single sentence to crumple Anderson's expression. "I already feel the urge to finish that soon. No goodbyes then, maybe we'll meet again." Anderson laughed self-deprecatingly, waved his hat and headed another way toward Byam. Watching the strongest hunter leave, Klein sighed and followed the path back, heading into Byam under the red evening sky and unique palm trees. In Byam City. After finding an ordinary inn, Klein began considering his next plans. "I'm finally free. I can try acting as a marionettist. I need to figure out the principles. That's most urgent." "Yes, marionettist. Focus on the marionette. I haven't actually created or controlled one in battle yet. I should start there. This can be done before returning to Backlund. Beyonders must stay hidden there, hard to meet, and it's easy to get on the church's or others' bad sides. Need to be careful. The sea is better. I'll visit the bar later and find a pirate worthy of death to test on." With this resolve, Klein got up and left his room. Like bringing a deposit certificate to a bank, he headed to the nearby seaweed bar, where famous pirates often appeared. Soon at the bar entrance, he straightened his clothes and pushed open the heavy wooden door. Gazes swept over him briefly, then away as if nothing unusual. Then someone shouted, suppressed, "Gammon Sparrow!" In a blink, several figures ran for the back door. Before Klein could react, the bar was left relatively empty and desolate. Chapter 709, Ellen's Warning. As Klein looked at the bar so silent he could hear breathing, he was taken aback. Only then did he step in and walk straight to the counter as if nothing happened. "I should change my appearance next time," he thought, frustrated, nearly face-palming. Ukfa's ignorance that Gehrman Sparrow had hunted slaughterer Kirchais made Klein think the news hadn't reached the City of Generosity. He boldly came to the seaweed bar. To his surprise, the problem was Ukfa, who'd kept distance from adventurer circles, a little behind on news. The crazy adventurer's infamy had spread among pirates around the Rorsted archipelago. Klein sighed silently, sat in front of the bar and rapped the wooden counter. 1 glass of Southville beer. 6 pence. The bartender swallowed hard. Klein took out copper pence and placed them before him, expressionless. Any developments recently? The bartender took the money, carefully delivered the beer, then forced a smile. Admiral Emerius Revolt has been transferred back to Backlund. Admiral Robert Davis replaced him, becoming the kingdom's highest-ranking naval commander of the surrounding waters. The archipelago's situation is tense, and many pirate crews have sent people to gather intelligence. Admiral Emerius was implicated by his brother and lost his post, but as long as he wasn't directly involved, it couldn't get worse. He was a demigod and could keep his admiral treatment. His family was safe too. After the dust settled, he might still rise in the Navy. Klein gulped beer and asked, "Which family is Robert Davis from?" "No noble, one of the rare officers slowly rising to admiral. He's rendered many services in the Berserk Sea, Sonia Island and East Balam." The bartender recalled recent papers praising Davis, "But I heard he has many noble sponsors." "Yes, in the Imperial Navy about 80% of admirals are from or close to royalty or aristocrats. The rest are mostly rear and vice admirals." Klein had known this from documents Emerius gave him. Compared to this, the army was better. Gairman Sparrow didn't continue but sipped his drink. The bartender added, "In the last 2 to 3 months the resistance has been very active, destroying railways, blockading roads. They've troubled the Governor-General's office, which dispatched many soldiers to maintain traffic. Still, the resistance avoids head-on clashes." "I'm aware. It fits my plans. In places with 80% natives and mixed bloods, the resistance can gather good intel. With external sponsors, they can survive short periods. Their past dire straits were due to Culvatua, the irrational sea serpent, forcing them to attack key nodes and fight the lone Navy and Army directly." Klein muttered happily, drinking beer. He had warned the resistance not to be too active. If they corner the Governor-General's office, the Lone Kingdom might send Sequence 5 Beyonders or demigods skilled at pursuit and tracking. The resistance couldn't fight that. In the name of Sea God, Klein's instructions were to maintain and improve their situation slightly, waiting for the global scene to change. It wasn't far off. From Miss Justice's reports and the Hanged Man's insight, once the Lone Kingdom finishes reforms and makes ironclad warships the main combat force, war with the southern continent's colonies is inevitable. He drank quietly until the bartender finished. Then he wore his hat, stood, and left for his inn. Along the way he saw bronze-skinned children with curly hair and natives in brown jackets and pantaloons. They either fled in horror without looking or stared at Klein with complicated eyes. He helplessly curved his lips as he silently returned to his room. He didn't immediately change appearance or seek pirates, certain they would hide all night. Just as he planned to enter Grossel's travels to explore, there was a knock. Without asking, he gripped the knob, his visitor's image already clear. A middle-aged man in a dark red coat and white slacks, wearing a ship-shaped hat. Wrinkles lined his eyes, mouth and forehead. It was the White Agate's captain, military man Just Elland. Impressive. News of me in Byam spread fast, and he found me. Klein recalled he hadn't hidden, using his ID to check in. He opened the door politely. "Good evening." "Good evening. Glad to see you back in Byam." Elland took off his hat and entered. "Is there something?" Klein pulled a chair and sat. Elland chuckled. "Isn't visiting a friend the most important matter? You're smooth. Too bad Anderson's gone. He could learn from you." Klein felt triggered. He maintained his calm and met Elland's eyes. "All right, you've made your visit." Elland smiled knowingly. "Do you remember Donna?" "Of course. I wonder if they've recovered from my fright and given up curiosity about the mysterious world." Klein calmly replied, "I don't have amnesia. Forgetting unimportant things helps mental health. Heh, not something Emperor Roselle says." Elland explained, "Didn't you tell Donna's father to post an ad in the Sonia Morning Post for 3 days, asking to buy Demir's special cured meat if he needed help?" "He did, but you weren't in Byam or nearby seas." "What happened after?" Elland chuckled. "I heard your conversation and, after seeing the ad, visited them. Donna is lovely, reminds me of my daughter. The matter isn't complicated. Donna's father, had valuable goods plundered by the crazy captain, plunging him into a terrible economic state. Not bankrupt, but life worsened. He wants to commission you to get the goods back. I knew you weren't in Byam then, so I used my channels to help recoup the goods at a reasonable price. Crazy Captain? Klein recalled hearing the title. Red-haired Helene said Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's slave deliveries for the Demoness sect went to crazy Captain Connors Victor, who had close ties with many slave dealers and merchants in Lowen. This linked to human disappearances in colonies and the Great Smog of Backland. I've been investigating this. Attacking Tracy was half the reason, but I didn't succeed. Later, potions and mermaid searches distracted me. Klein asked calmly, "Where's Crazy Captain now?" "Birdie got back his goods," Ellen said, emphasizing closure. Klein repeated, "Where's Connors Victor?" Ellen shook his head in exasperation. "No idea, but his subordinates are in Byam gathering intelligence. With Emirius gone and Davis replacing him, pirates need updates. I guess Connors' ship hides on a nearby island's shadow, but I can't confirm." Klein clasped his hands and said, "Thank you." Ellen exhaled, gazing out the window as his face grew serious. "You're too eye-catching. The higher-ups notice you. A powerhouse that can kill Kirchais won't be ignored. Best stop using this identity for check-ins, or you might face trouble." Klein nodded seriously. "All right." Grateful for Ellen's warning, he showed no emotion. After Ellen left, Klein changed his appearance, switched ins, and confirmed he wasn't tracked by the military. Then he considered searching for crazy Captain Connors Victor. For others, a hard task, but Klein had a trick. Using the sea god scepter to communicate with nearby sea creatures. As long as Connors Victor sailed Rorstead archipelago waters, Klein would find him. Of course, he needed enough time to search. Chapter 710. Plan. Above the grey fog, Klein summoned the sea god's scepter and began browsing the countless points of light swirling about it, each a believer's prayer. He did a preliminary screening, focusing on the waters around the archipelago. He couldn't directly sense the area with the scepter and had to rely on his believers' prayer scenes as a foundation to influence undersea creatures within a 5 nautical mile radius. He touched one speck of light, seeing a native performing evening prayers on a fishing boat. As Klein's thoughts changed, the scene's angle drew higher, revealing dark clouds and undulating waves. There are signs of a storm brewing. That's right, I did find the atmosphere repressing when I was out. That's why Ellen said that crazy Captain Connors' ship is likely to be hiding in the shadows of some island. It was to avoid the storm. Klein muttered silently. This deduction made his search much easier, as he could focus on the islands instead of the extensive waters. With a change in thought, a blue gem on the scepter lit up. On the waters, splashes silently surged upwards as an exaggerated eye surfaced, followed by a massive silhouette. Various fish began surfacing, taking in an indistinct halo before circling and swimming off in different directions. 10 seconds later, the waters returned to their previous state, awaiting the storm. Phew. This is a little draining. Klein rubbed his temple. He wasn't just commandeering the creatures, he had bestowed them with remnant beyond a spirituality, allowing them to transmit scenes via prayer if they discovered docked ships. The task was burdensome and draining for him as the controller. He selected a few more believers on other islands and repeated the process before returning to the real world and collapsing into bed. Having expended his spirituality to the limit, he expected to fall asleep immediately. Instead, a headache began, and he could feel his skin grow overly sensitive, with lumps forming over hidden meat tendrils. Indeed, as Mr. Hangman said, if you drain your spirituality to 0 for 2 consecutive days, you'll definitely start hearing things and show signs of losing control. My body became a little abnormal just from reaching my limits once. Of course, it's because I've only recently advanced and I haven't digested much. Furthermore, there's the excess from the potions from the prior sequences. Klein regained his train of thought, attempting to cogitate to calm the fatigue of his body and mind. Having gradually recovered, he finally fell asleep. He woke in the middle of the night to howling winds and pouring rain as the storm unleashed its might. After a trip to the washroom, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and again appeared above the grey fog. He picked up the sea god's scepter and began browsing the scenes from the sea creatures, ships in ports, harbors, or the shadows of islands. Though Klein hadn't seen Connor's Victor, he knew the emblems of his pirate crew. After about 10 minutes, a look of unconcealed joy appeared in his eyes. He zoomed in on a scene, pulling it closer. He had found the ship, docked at the back of Simim Island, furthest from the Rorstead archipelago. Behind a towering cliff, its sails were reefed, but a white skull emblem with an eye patch was on both sides of the hull. It was the emblem of the crazy captain's pirate crew. Klein used his spirit pendulum for confirmation. The answer made him rejoice. It was indeed Connor's Victor's ship, and Crazy Captain only had one ship. It's no wonder that despite most adventurers at sea knowing that Crazy Captain is in contact with the kingdom's human traffickers and slave merchants, the Church of Storms' investigations didn't point to him. He only has a bounty of £3,300. The pirate crew only has one ship, so it just looks like it's a small business. What should I do next? Klein sighed silently, considering his angle of investigation. His first reaction was to summon a massive sea creature, ride it to the island, infiltrate the ship, and use his powers as a marionettist to control Connors. On careful thought, it was a rash decision. Connors was involved with the Great Smog of Backland, so his pirate persona was likely a disguise. The ship could conceal secrets and a trap capable of dealing with pirate admirals. Klein might not walk out alive from such a rash attempt. Should I summon myself and head over with the sea god's scepter as a spirit body? This can avoid some accidents. However, the sea god's scepter is essentially the beyonder characteristic of a high-sequence beyonder from the storm pathway. As long as it appears in the real world, it might attract Sea King Jan Kotman. Klein looked at the storm in the scene as he came up with a plan. Before that, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote the divination statement. Dealing with Connor's Victor is very dangerous. Picking up the spirit pendulum, he focused on the divination. He soon opened his eyes to see the topaz pendant turning clockwise at a high frequency and large amplitudes. It was very dangerous. It's as I expected. Thankfully, I didn't rashly rush over. Klein picked up the sea god's scepter, decided on his plan. He would use the prayer scene in the scepter to strike Connors's ship from afar, using the storm as cover to rouse the nest and force out its secret. He would end the attacks before Sea King Jan Kotman could sense the abnormality and arrive. Klein wouldn't be disappointed if Connors landed in the Sea King's hands. He would have to pass the information to the churches anyway. If Connors escaped, Klein would have pried into his secrets and could formulate a subsequent plan of attack. Phew. Klein slowly exhaled, watching the ship bob on the dark waves. He raised the sea god's scepter high, and the blue gems at its tip began to emit a bright light. Chapter 711. The Storm Attacks. On Simim Island, beneath a towering cliff, the dark sea churned as waves crashed against the shore. Aboard the single-eyed Skull, pirates in cloaks pulled up their hats against the heavy rain. The wind was strong enough to lift a child as they walked the deck, checking the ship for any potential accidents. Their cloaks, smeared with hardened Donningsman tree sap from the southern continent, repelled the water, which flowed harmlessly onto the deck. In such weather, it's suitable to be inside the Red Theatre, drinking liquor, smoking weed, and having women in your arms, a pirate grumbled, looking out at the tumultuous sea. His companion pulled his hood tighter. I heard there's a bunch of new arrivals at the Red Theatre. I really want to give them a try. How did you learn of that? Another pirate asked. The man chuckled. I heard it from the boss. It's not like you have no idea what Captain's business is. That's why the boss knows plenty of human traffickers. Ha! They prefer to be called slave merchants. Speaking of which, I recall what happened that time, the first pirate said, a reminiscent look on his face. Among the goods sent over there was a young noble lady who had fled from her home. Her skin, figure, looks, were. I have no idea how to describe it. I still remember her to this day. What a pity that she committed suicide. As they spoke, the sky brightened. An abnormal silver bolt of lightning snaked through the dark clouds, and then a gigantic bolt smote down, striking the single-eyed Skull. Boom! The ship burst into flames as deafening thunder echoed in the pirates' ears. More silver bolts struck down like brandished claws. plunging the small vessel into a forest of lightning. Just as the bolts were about to converge, they suddenly separated, violating natural laws and narrowly missing the ship. They struck the pitch-black water instead, lighting up the surrounding sea in a sizzling spectacle. The pirates on deck were not entirely spared. One was charred black, while two others collapsed, their bodies convulsing. There really is a problem. Above the grey fog, Klein sighed as he witnessed his lightning storm being dispelled. He was certain he was facing a power at the demigod level. Had he rashly infiltrated the ship, even with his artifacts, he would have stood no chance against such strange abilities, with no time to pray to himself and respond with the sea god's scepter. Taking a deep breath, Klein caused the blue gems on the scepter's tip to light up. Around the single-eyed skull, two distinct sounds filled the storm. One was a piercing shriek that seemed to penetrate the brain, while the other was a deep thrum that struck at one's spirit body. The pirates felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood, but this was only the beginning. The sound of splashing water intensified as a dark wave surged to a height of nearly 10 meters, a wall created by a deity pushing it toward the ship. It was a tsunami, a calamity wrought by Klein. The pirates stared in terror at the roiling clouds and the massive wave, feeling as though the apocalypse had arrived. As they awaited their doom, an indescribable vortex formed within the tsunami, tearing the wave apart. It collapsed with a rapturous rumble, and a secondary wave threw the single-eyed skull high into the air. A mast broke, and the flooded deck was left in shambles. A strong wind then stirred, turning into a hurricane that swept up the airborne ship, carrying it several nautical miles over the sea like an airship. Klein was amazed at the demigod or sealed artifact that had nullified his tsunami. He lamented his low sequence, which prevented him from creating a truly destructive wave like Calvetua once had, even while drawing on the power of the mysterious space. He controlled the hurricane to keep the ship from plummeting out of his 5 nautical mile range. His goal was not to destroy the ship, but to force out the demigod or artifact hidden within. A powerhouse or item of this level was rare. Seeing it would help him identify which organization it belonged to and provide a direction for his investigation into the great smog of Backland. I hope it's not from the seer pathway. Otherwise, who knows if it's his true face or not? Klein mused. However, this is also a good thing. Since I'm investigating the truth of the great smog, I'll figure out what Insei Zangwill is doing, and I'll make preparations for my subsequent revenge. I'll also be able to successfully find the Bizarro Sorcerer potion formula and main ingredients. As he pondered, he made the gem on the sea god's scepter emit a pure azure light. The single-eyed skull's flight changed abruptly, plummeting downward before suddenly becoming light as a feather, landing gently on the sea's surface. Just as Klein, his spirituality drained, was mustering his remaining strength to create another tsunami, a terrifying sonic boom tore through the air. It was Sea King Jan Kottman. Though still a distance away, his mastery over these waters allowed him to exert his influence across space as he rushed to the scene. This was a Sequence 3 saint, close to the level of an angel. The sonic boom sent the single-eyed skull flying, with no concern for the pirates aboard. Meanwhile, a potent psyche swept across the area, causing the scene before Klein's eyes to blur. Resisting the blast, Klein calmly ended his response, shutting down the prayer scene and tossing the sea god's scepter into the junk pile. The gap isn't anything trivial. If Sea King didn't appear, I wouldn't have the confidence in forcing out that demigod. My sequence is still too low, he thought. However, at sea, the storm pathway is really powerful. The powers displayed by the demigod had hinted at distortion and the violation of normality, reminding Klein of the Black Emperor pathway. An Earl of the Fallen? He suspected a faction within the Loen royal family was not only working with the Demoness sect and Ince Zangwill, but was also colluding with a group that wielded the Black Emperor sequences. The descendants of Solomon or Trunsost? Is King of the Five Seas Nast involved in this? His thoughts were interrupted by overlapping prayers. He instinctively extended his spirituality and touched a rippling light, where he saw Danitz piously praying to the Fool. Klein glanced at his pocket watch. It was almost 3 in the morning. Is he nuts? Why is he praying in the middle of the night? He observed with exasperated amusement and noticed Danitz looked tipsy. Faint singing echoed from outside. The crew members of the Golden Dream are having another bonfire party? Are they celebrating the departure of Gehrman Sparrow? Klein understood immediately. He took a deep breath and projected his will. Those who say my name are on my mind. Sea King Jan Kotman arrived at Simim Island, searching for the source of the abnormal tsunami and the pirate ship. He was certain a demigod was on board. The tall, brawny cardinal of the Church of Storms clenched his fists, and the dark clouds cracked open, allowing crimson sunlight to scatter across the sea. After identifying the stars' positions, he flew in a specific direction. Soon, he slowed down, spotting a pirate ship flying a flag with a single-eyed skull emblem. The vessel was unmanned, drifting in the wind, covered in scarlet flames and charred corpses. In the middle of a mast, a middle-aged man in a triangular hat and a black eye patch was tied up. His exposed eye was wide with horror. A wooden pole impaled his chest, and his life and spirit body had completely dissipated. Chapter 712, The Loyal Alger. Beyond the storm, crimson moonlight filtered through thin clouds onto a dark room aboard the Golden Dream. Danitz stood motionless beside his bed, as though petrified. He ground his teeth while his feet trembled, his mind consumed by an endless grey fog and a towering, indistinct figure whose words echoed, "Those who say my name are on my mind." There really was a response. There really was a response. Danitz's lips quivered, his calves feeling weak. This was the first time he had ever received a response to a prayer, and he was terrified. He had long known from Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina that the Fool was an unknown, powerful existence, and that chanting the name created a connection that would punish any betrayal with a baffling death. Yet, that knowledge had been theoretical. He never imagined such an entity would respond directly. When the fog, figure, and voice suddenly manifested, he understood for the first time that mighty existences answered their believers. In his mind, the unknown existence was instantly elevated to a mighty existence. Recovering from the shock, Danitz took several deep breaths. He tried to pace, but his legs gave out, causing him to collapse onto the bed. It really is a magnificent existence. It's real, he muttered, realizing he was involved in something far more serious than he had thought. Back in the book world, chanting the name had produced no results, leaving him with only a distant fear. Now the hidden danger had revealed itself, and the future was terrifyingly unclear. After some time, he exhaled, consoling himself. It might not be a bad thing. At the very least, Gehrman Sparrow is still living, and he's leading quite a good life. A forced smile touched his lips. I'm a member of a secret organization, blessed by a magnificent existence. He decided then to pray every morning, believing piety would be appreciated, and resolved to keep the revelation in mind for frequent inward prayers. The next morning, Klein awoke, exhausted. Outside, the sky was blue and the ground was wet, the world looking freshly cleansed by the storm. Those scattered leaves and broken branches told of the violent night. After washing up, he put on an ordinary Loney's face and went to order breakfast, a cup of Gurney sap and a heavy meal of Tiativa to recover his energy. As he ate the fragrant mix of mutton and fish, he read the newspapers provided by the inn. Finishing his meal, he flipped open Strange Cases, a paper popular with adventurers, and a headline caught his eye: "Bloody infighting amidst storm." According to sources, there was intense infighting on Crazy Captain Connor's Victor's single-eyed skull. The pirates executed Crazy Captain and killed each other, and reports say that no one survived. All of this evil was concealed by the terrifying storm last night. No one was aware of the conflict until the single-eyed skull was found drifting around Samim Harbor. The article included a blurry photo, secretly taken from the harbor, showing the heavily damaged and charred ship. A figure in a triangular hat was pinned to the middle mast. It's Connor's Victor. He died just like that? Klein's pupils constricted. It can almost be confirmed that there was a demigod on the ship last night. When he saw that Crazy Captain was targeted, he decisively silenced him and destroyed all evidence. Dejected, Klein realized that while the trail wasn't completely cold, it had thinned considerably. The only solid clue was that the demigod likely belonged to the Black Emperor pathway. The single-eyed skull was likely sent to the harbor by Sea King Jan Kotman for investigation. I can get Mr. Hanged Man to keep an eye out for it. He decided to commission him during the tarot gathering that afternoon. With a plan set, Klein returned to his room to retrieve the radio transceiver from above the grey fog. He needed to ask Orodes if it had clues about the bizarro sorcerer potion formula. Having left the region where the Aurora Order had targeted him, he felt it was safer to use items with the grey fog's aura, but he knew he couldn't do it often or for long, lest the true creator notice. Aboard the Blue Avenger, docked at a private resistance harbour, Alger planned a final resupply before returning to Passu Island. After instructing his crew, he changed into local clothes and went to Byam's Cathedral of Waves to report to Bishop Chogo. He understood the importance of respecting his immediate superior and not appearing to bypass the chain of command. Chogo was pleased with Alger's proactive visit. "There's no need to worry about it. It's just routine reporting," the bishop said briskly. "I've already informed His Eminence Cotman that you're devoted to the Lord and are loyal to the Church. You're one of the most trusted captains, and His Eminence Cotman will inform the Council of Cardinals of this." He paused, then added, "In addition, there's another mission. Investigate people who are intimately tied to Crazy Captain Connors Victor. This is a mission directly issued by His Eminence Cotman. You have to take it seriously." "Investigate people related to Crazy Captain?" Puzzled but obedient, Alger struck his right fist on his left breast. "Yes, Your Excellency." Chogo nodded and after a moment asked, "Do you know Gehrman Sparrow?" The question was a bolt from the blue, and Alger nearly lost his composure. "I've heard of him. He's been very famous recently. Not only has he hunted Wormtongue Mythor and seriously injured Tracy, but he has also boarded Catleya's future," he recited, concealing his inner turmoil. Chogo made a terse acknowledgement. "You were at sea, so you're a little behind on the news. Gehrman Sparrow killed Kirchais at Toscata last week and obtained his bounty. Hey, that pirate was indeed a devil, a Sequence 5 devil." "Kirchais? Agalito's second mate?" Alger asked, his surprise genuine. He knew Kirchais was a suspected Sequence 5, but not a devil. To kill a Sequence 5 devil implied an ambush or overwhelming strength, placing Gehrman Sparrow at the very pinnacle of Sequence 5s. If he weren't seeking the Sequence 4 potion formula, I might suspect he had become a demigod. Alger felt perturbed, alarmed that in 1 week the world had obtained the Ocean Songster formula, killed a Sequence 5 devil, and might also have a notary formula. How did he do it? He felt a bit of fear, which he rationalized by considering that Mr. Fool likely had more than one blessed. Even so, the accomplishment was staggering. "Yes, Agalito's lack of reaction implies something," Chogo said solemnly. "Focus on gathering information about Gehrman Sparrow." "All right, Your Excellency." Alger bowed, already planning to be perfunctory with the mission. Inside his inn, Klein placed the radio transceiver on the table. Soon, it began to emit rushed clacking sounds. Chapter 713, 3 questions. Amidst the clacking, the radio transceiver produced illusory paper with Lonese text. "Great Master, your loyal and humble servant Orodes has finally caught up to you." "There's no need to be so excited," Klein thought, noting Orodes' professional tone. The mirror didn't question his long absence but instead blamed itself for not keeping up, which made Klein feel a little guilty, though he remained wary. As he considered a reply, Orodes produced an emoticon of a face peeking out. "Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your servant has sensed that you are one step closer to returning to your holy throne. Am I right?" It's already using colored text to form emoticons. Klein mused. "From its perspective, I'm a true god finding my way back to myself. That's why it treats me with such respect, despite knowing I'm only a Sequence 5. Understanding the mirror was asking a deliberate question, he answered frankly. "Yes. You have already answered my question. As an exchange and a rule that I need to overlook, you can raise a question to me," Orodes typed quickly, adding a smiley face. Klein didn't hesitate. "Where can the potion formula for Bizarro Sorcerer be found?" The paper spat out complicated symbols before forming a realistic scene. A dark cathedral filled with blurry, squirming things, like a pencil drawing smudged by an eraser. Orodes added text below the image. "This is Zaratul. In his advancement to Sequence 1, Attendant of Mysteries, he lost control and became a monster. However, Great Master, you have to be careful. He is a very crafty person. Perhaps everything about him is just an act with a purpose. I'm unable to look at him directly, as it will bring me harm. Aside from him, you will be unable to obtain the potion formula from any demigod from the secret order. This is because back then Zaratul would directly provide the high-sequence potion to them, and there's almost no way to use any Beyonder methods to reverse divine it. What a detailed answer, Klein thought, impressed. He now knew the sequence 1 of the seer pathway was attendant of mysteries. It seemed the only way to get the formula from the secret order was to face Zaratul directly, something even the mirror couldn't do. No wonder the Snake of Fate told me to find the crazy Zaratul. Klein was moved by Arodas's attitude. If he were strong enough to command it, he might have truly taken it as his servant. The clear clicking continued as another scene appeared. A towering mountain peak with dilapidated palaces and a gigantic stone chair. Klein recognized it instantly as the Antigonus family's treasure at the main peak of the Hornasis mountain range. A new scene followed, showing a lofty Gothic-style bell tower and beautiful palaces, the Bell of Order and Sedella Palace, landmarks of Backland. The scene shifted to a pure black cathedral with 2 symmetrical bell towers. It zoomed in on the interior, finally settling on a pair of heavy iron-black doors adorned with 7 dark sacred emblems. Chanis Gate, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein recognized the door and architectural style, confirming it was the Church of the Evernite Goddess's headquarters in Backland. The scene changed again, plunging into darkness. On an empty bookshelf made of bones sat a black, hard-covered notebook. It was the Antigonus family's notebook, the very one that had caused the original Klein's death. After going round and round, everything came back full circle. Klein observed silently. The Aurora Order members saw the clown formula in that notebook. Since I've been acknowledged by it, it will definitely show me different content now. The Bizarro Sorcerer formula. So the notebook has been sealed behind Chanis Gate all this time. He knew retrieving it would be as difficult as facing Zaratul directly, for the Backland diocese was powerful, possessing demigods and sealed artifacts. Regardless, I'll need to return to Backland first and see if there are any opportunities. He turned his attention back to the radio transceiver. Last night, who was the demigod on Crazy Captain Connor's Victor's ship? New illusory paper was spat out, displaying another scene. A middle-aged man with a triangular hat and black eye patch, Crazy Captain Connors, stood humbly before a liquor cabinet. Opposite him was a tall, cloaked figure, its face hidden in a hood. In place of a head was only a distorted blob of darkness. He deliberately disguised himself and made anti-divination preparations, Klein noted, unsurprised that Arodas couldn't show a clear face. Instead, he carefully memorized the figure's build, over 1.85 meters tall, long arms, broad shoulders, feet turned slightly outward. As an expert in disguises, he knew such physical traits were often overlooked and could provide crucial clues. Very good. It's your turn to ask. Klein waited with piqued interest. The typing slowed, seemingly hesitant. Great Master C, can I say something to you? Yes, Klein replied, puzzled. The typing hastened, exuding a sudden warmth. On the illusory paper, a single line appeared. Great Master, happy birthday. This is belated. Your current body was born on 4th March, 1327. I originally wanted to wish you a happy birthday at midnight of that day, but I failed to keep up with you. I even forgot my own birthday. The corners of Klein's lips twitched. He knew the date from the original Klein's memories, but as a solitary person, he never paid it any mind. This fellow is actually the first person to wish me a happy birthday. Benson and Melissa must be feeling more upset today. He felt a poignant warmth towards the mirror. After a moment's thought, he calmly asked, Third question, your origins. The typing paused for 2 seconds. A new scene surfaced on the paper. Large amounts of black, sticky liquid spewed from the ground, growing limbs and becoming strange monsters. Amidst the chaos, a speck of light shot out with the liquid, landed on a rock, and fused with it, forming a mirror with ancient patterns and black gems. What kind of strange scene is this? Klein wondered. So that's how Arodas was born? Another line appeared. Great Master, do you have any other questions? Noting the time, Klein shook his head. No. You have finished answering the questions, and it's time for me to leave. Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your loyal and humble servant, Arodes, looks forward to serving you again, and hopes to be able to continue following in your footsteps. Bye. At the end, a hand-waving emoticon appeared. Chapter 714, New Diary Pages. Inside the quiet inn room, the radio transceiver returned to normal, the eerie atmosphere dissipating. Klein promptly performed a ritual to sacrifice it above the grey fog before taking the time to consider the answers he had received. Combining the clues from Arodes with the information from Mr. Azik and Will Septin, he had a basic plan. He would return to Backland, not just for rest, but to see if he could steal the Antigonus family's notebook from St. Samuel Cathedral. It was a city he viewed as a long-term base of operations. If he confirmed it was impossible, he would consider switching to a neighboring pathway. If that also failed, his final option was to head for the main peak of the Hornasis mountain range. I definitely can't use my Sherlock Moriarty identity when I'm back in Backland, unless I want to draw out Ince Zangwill or the royal family's faction, he mused. However, I can transform back into Sherlock when contacting old acquaintances or using Church of Steam resources. In short, I need a new identity, completely separate from Gem and Sparrow. He decided to detour through Desi Bay instead of returning directly to Pritz Harbour to ensure no one could trace his background. With his next steps determined, he considered exploring Grossel's travels but decided against it, choosing to rest before the afternoon's tarot gathering. The future cruised smoothly over the waves. On the deck, Nina's exasperated shouts could be heard as she scolded Frank Lee for creating fast-growing beef-flavored mushrooms that enjoyed eating fish. Admiral of Stars Catalea stood by her study window, sighing silently. Suddenly her spiritual perception was triggered. She looked down at her desk and found a few pieces of yellowed paper had appeared. The Emperor's diary entries. She finally sent a messenger over. Delighted, Catalea picked them up. At 3 p.m, the familiar illusory crimson tide surged over her. Under a high dome propped up by stone columns, Catalea saw red beams transform into the Tarot Club's indistinct figures. A pair of familiar glasses had naturally appeared on her nose bridge. From the corner of her eye, she saw Miss Justice rise and greet the figure at the seat of honor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey was in a good mood. She had recently helped her mother resolve some psychological issues, which provided excellent feedback and helped her further grasp the acting principles of a psychiatrist. She now suspected the potion was named Psychiatrist because its core principle was helping others, not simply studying them. Miss Justice is very happy. Klein thought, infected by her mood, and nodded with a smile. He noticed, however, that Mr. Hanged Man seemed preoccupied and hesitant, as if struggling with a difficult decision. It seems he can acquire the Ocean Songster formula and ingredient, but at a huge price. After the greetings, Catalea looked to the end of the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I found 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Here it comes. I wonder if these pages will be valuable, perhaps providing clues to the Seer Pathways card of blasphemy," Klein thought with anticipation. He calmly said, "Very good, you can think of a request." "Yes, Mr. Fool," Catalea replied impeccably, then conjured the diary's contents. "This is the first time Ma'am Hermit is providing diary entries," Audrey observed. "In the past, she was more of an observer. After being punished, has she truly integrated into our tarot club?" She also noted Mr. Hanged Man's strange demeanor, a mix of anticipation and reluctance that piqued her curiosity. The 3 conjured diary pages appeared in Klein's hands. The other members fell silent as he began to read. 9th February. Today is Bornova's birthday. He's already a healthy, strong, honest, and kind young man. His piousness has won the church's favor. Everyone is congratulating me, saying that Bornova will definitely become a blessed, a saint. They praise him for how pure and flawless his faith is. I should be very happy, but I can't hide my dismay. I wish that my children can be more human, to have more emotions. I hope that they can be themselves, and not just a believer of a deity. However, almost everyone believes from the bottom of their hearts that Bornova's present state is excellent. Matilda is the same. Likewise for CL. Most of my noble officials share the same feelings. Only Bernadette shares my point of view. She has told me in private that she believes a person should be more self-centered, as long as they don't harm others. Recalling the words Zaratul had said during Bornova's birth, as well as the premonition I've had after becoming a demigod, my heart is turning heavier. Adorable angel, heh, what an adorable angel. Is this you being wary of me? Is this how you're attempting to control me? No, you can probably never understand the pride inside me. To me. So what if you're a deity? I can replace you. 11th February, contact with Zaratul was fruitless again. Ever since he obtained that Antigonus notebook, the number of times this secret order leader appears has been decreasing. I've no idea what secret he's scheming. Anyway, he will definitely not tell me. 12th February. I made a mystical item very suitable for Bernadette. This can allow her to effectively avoid the hidden sage's nagging, as long as she doesn't proactively pray and seek a response. Yes, this item seems to be able to help saints enter the easternmost front of the Sonia Sea, where the battlefield of the gods is. It prevents one from being influenced by the true Creator's ravings, and that place likely hides the secret to the forsaken land of God. I was only making a present for my daughter out of fun. To think that it has such powerful effects. Bernadette, your dad is really the best artisan in the world. Best artisan? The Emperor had reached sequence 2 of the Savant pathway. Klein felt wistful. He could sense Roselle's repressed anger. The god of steam and machinery had influenced his son and suppressed him after he became an angel, likely stirring the thoughts of rebellion that later made him a public enemy. He also noted that Zaratul's ambition for Sequence 1 seemed to begin after obtaining the Antigonus notebook, a path that led to his monstrous transformation. Klein flipped to the next page. 5th October. A few primordial moon believers were caught by the Men in Black organization I established. They failed to complete the corresponding sacrificial ritual. Their behavior has intrigued me as their strength seems to come directly from the Crimson Moon. Unfortunately, large amounts of data have confirmed that the Crimson Moon is really a satellite that's revolving around our planet. Then, how is it fusing physics and mystery together? With my present strength, it's not impossible to head for the Crimson Moon. At most, it will be troublesome and a little difficult, but it doesn't seem to be necessary. 17th October, I've finally made up my mind. I will attempt to switch to the neighboring Mystery Prior pathway. Only by doing so can I become a Sequence 1. I've always suspected that the Hidden Sage is only a conceptualized uniqueness. Due to some sort of accident, it became sentient and awakened. Therefore, this pathway's Sequence 1 position is likely still empty. Chapter 715. Madness in his later years. I've long obtained the potion formula of Knowledge Emperor from that most ancient organization. Now, it's time to seek the corresponding ingredients. It might already belong to a particular angel, and it might have fused with an object around it, turning into a warped and evil monster, or a chaotic and terrifying sealed artifact. In short, I have to be careful. It's best that I find a suitable helper. Knowledge Emperor. This Sequence 1 potion name is rather interesting. If I hadn't directly seen the blasphemy slate, I would have imagined that it belonged to the Reader pathway, making it belong to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Even stranger, these two pathways aren't switchable. I once discussed this matter with that mysterious leader and old Mr. Hermes. We basically came to a consensus and believe that the Reader pathway represents the omniscient part of omnipotent and omniscient. And the Mystery Prior and the Savant pathways correspond to knowledge itself, which is categorized into two aspects. One is more about mystery, while the other is more about reality. When I become a Knowledge Emperor, Bernadette can stop worrying about the Hidden Sage's infusion of knowledge. She can also stop being afraid of pursuing knowledge. The Emperor eventually switched to the Mystery Prior pathway. I wonder if he successfully became a Knowledge Emperor. Klein thought. Perhaps this was the reason his ties with the Church of Steam fractured, making him a public enemy with only the Twilight Hermit Order to rely on. He was also interested in the Emperor's explanation of the Beyonder pathways. Roselle's idea that the Reader pathway represents the omniscient part of omnipotent and omniscient offered a new perspective on their interchangeability. If Reader is omniscient, is the Shepherd pathway the omnipotent part? He mused. If so, they must intersect, which is why they can be interchanged. The storm pathway is omnipotence over the sea, land, and air, while spectator corresponds to the psyche. But why can the sun pathway be interchanged with them? He recalled the ancient sun god, who was deemed omnipotent and omniscient, and wondered if the sun pathway was a foundation that accommodated both aspects. Following that logic, he considered how other pathways might be differentiated, but lacked the knowledge to delve deeper. He set the questions aside and willed the third diary page to the top. At a glance, Klein became focused. This page was different. It had no date, and the original words were penned with an obviously extraordinary weight. No. Impossible. How can that happen? If my predictions aren't wrong, I'm not the only one who met with that encounter. No. How can that happen? The thing that I saw tells me that everything will be destroyed. Likewise for everything I've created. No, I can't accept such an ending. I have to work hard to save myself. I can't rely on the 7 deities. As long as I ascend to the throne of Sequence 0, only then will I and the things I value be preserved. Should I attempt to pull Mr. Dorr back into the real world? No. Although he claims to be only a Sequence 1, I believe that he isn't just an ordinary Sequence 1. It's very likely that he will bring unexpected catastrophe upon me. The haphazard Chinese words filled the page, and just reading them made Klein's head throb. Emperor Roselle was likely a Sequence 1 knowledge emperor when he wrote this, and the words were infused with potent mystery and emotion. Reading the original in the real world could have driven him mad on the spot. Thankfully, Ma'am Hermit doesn't know Chinese or she would have mutated while memorizing the contents. His focus returned to the diary's content, a sense of puzzlement surfacing. What did the Emperor see that made him so emotional? The rash agitation in the text felt abnormal for a high-level angel and former ruler. Who influenced him? Or did something corrupt his thoughts? He also noted the line about not being the only one to have that encounter. Is he referring to transmigration? There's me, or even more. Klein made the diary pages vanish and smiled at Cattleya. Have you thought of the request? Cattleya bowed. I wish to know why Emperor Roselle went mad in his later years. Audrey blinked, surprised by the heavy question. How does she know he went mad? And how can she ask such a huge question for only 3 pages? It doesn't abide by the principle of equivalent exchange, she thought, waiting with inexplicable excitement for Mr. Fool's response. Alger, Emlyn, and Fawes held their breath, while only Derek and the world seemed oblivious. Klein chuckled. First, we need to accept reality. I'm not omniscient, nor am I omnipotent. He said it in a relaxed, self-deprecating manner, yet the hermit and the others only appeared more reverent. It was obvious Mr. Fool wasn't omnipotent and omniscient. His honorific name lacked such descriptions, as did those of all known deities. After setting their expectations, Klein answered, I also wish to know what Roselle encountered in his later years. At present, it can be confirmed that due to an unknown cause and source of stimulation, Roselle cast his gaze on Sequence 0. He didn't need to explain what Sequence 0 was. The Emperor wanted to become a god. No wonder they say he went mad. Audrey and Alger sighed in understanding. Cattleya, also knowing the implications, expressed her gratitude and retracted her gaze. Emlyn and Fawes ruminated on the phrase, realizing it represented a level above angels. Only Derek looked puzzled, not understanding why attempting to become a true god was considered madness. Klein didn't elaborate. He leaned back and surveyed the area. You may begin. With that, he controlled the world to look at Derek with a deep smile. The notary potion formula you want has been acquired. Thank you, Mr. World. According to the agreement, I will remember the debt and await your request, Derek said sincerely. All right, the world replied. The potion formula was conjured and appeared in Little Sun's hands. Derek received it gleefully, ravenously scanning the contents. Sequence 6, Notary. Main ingredients, 1 set of crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders, 5 feathers of a spirit-packed bird. Supplementary ingredients, 100 milliliters of radiant spirit-packed trees juice, 1 golden-rimmed sunflower, 1 white-rimmed sunflower, 5 drops of aqua fern juice. Without pause, the world then looked at Alger. As you know, I have your Ocean Songster potion formula and main ingredient. Audrey and the others were momentarily dumbfounded. Cattleya looked at the world in alarm. She knew Gehrman Sparrow had just hunted Slaughterer Kircheyes a week ago. How had he already obtained the ocean songster formula and main ingredient? Don't tell me he killed an ocean songster? That would be a quasi-high-ranking member in the Church of Storms. It's only been a week. She found it completely unrealistic. Chapter 716, Island and Ruins. Mr. World has also obtained the potion formula and main ingredient for ocean songster. He's really impressive. Derek looked up from the goatskin, his opinion of the world rising to a new level, matching the weaker members of the City of Silver's 6-member council. Fours was similarly astonished. When she first joined the Tarot Club, Mr. World had seemed merely gloomy and reserved. Over time, he revealed himself to be an experienced senior beyonder, second only to Mr. Hangman. But in recent months, he had repeatedly surprised her, selling numerous beyonder characteristics in a short span, making her suspect he was a beyonder assassin. When the Hermit joined, Fours thought the new member's halo would overshadow the world, but instead, he had snatched the limelight, blinding everyone with his magnificence. Obtaining formulas and ingredients for both Ocean Songster and Notary seemed impossible by human standards. I admire this kind of quiet and ordinary person who is actually very capable, Emlyn thought before his mind drifted back to his own concerns. Sigh, I wonder when I can become a Viscount. As Audrey marveled at his achievements, she found herself puzzled. Why is the impressive Mr. World not searching for Emperor Roselle's diary pages? He had been a member long enough that he shouldn't still be in an observation phase. Has he privately submitted them? But why? She felt an imperceptible connection between Mr. World and Mr. Fool but couldn't confirm it. At that moment, Alger turned to the seat of honor. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to communicate privately with the world. Here it comes, Klein thought, isolating everyone's senses. Alger turned to the world. I will use an unknown primitive island's coordinates in exchange. On the island, there aren't only extinct beyonder creatures that cannot be found on the northern and southern continent, but there's an ancient ruin of unknown age. Phew, it was discovered by Chilangos and me. Back then we lacked the strength to delve deep inside it. However, he discovered certain traces, and he suspected that the ruins hide something extremely important. He believes that the value isn't lower than a card created by Emperor Roselle. My strength is inferior to Chilangos, and I didn't go as deep as he did. I had no idea what he saw, other than guesses about the situation from his remarks. Mr. Hangman long knew Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos, and they even adventured together, Klein noted, controlling the world to appear thoughtful. He's not just an ordinary member of the Church of Storms. His past is complicated. Alger calmly added, on the island there are traces of demigod-level beyonder creatures. To you, that should be something valuable. On this point, I can swear on Mr. Fool's name. I guarantee that I'm not lying. After I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer's formula, I'll need ingredients. The location of demigod-level beyonder creatures is important, and that ruin is interesting. The world chuckled. Deal. Alger didn't immediately receive the formula. I have a condition. I wish that on your first exploration of the primitive island that you will do it with me. With Mr. Fool watching all of this, I believe you won't be concerned that I'll be up to no good. Klein considered it and made the world nod. No problem. I will need companions when heading to dangerous places. I hope that you will have the required strength. Alger wasn't angered. That's why I wish that your first exploration will be after I advance. Of course, if I were to lose control because of my potion, this agreement will naturally be null and void. No problem. The world replied. Alger then conjured the island's location on a goatskin, which was along the periphery of the Rorstead Sea. After a quick scan, the world said, I'll hand over the potion formula and main ingredient after the gathering ends. All right? Alger nodded, his heart in upheaval, but his expression stayed. Once their private conversation ended, Cattleya looked at Fours. The meteorite crystal has been obtained. 600 pounds for 60 grams. That's fast. Fours was delighted but also stumped. She only had 380 pounds and was short 220. I'll borrow from Gio. After I advance, I have to earn money as quickly as possible. She drew a silent breath. All right, we will do the transaction tomorrow at this time. The hermit then turned to Audrey. The black hunting giant lizard's spinal fluid has been confirmed. 1,800 pounds. There are temporarily no clues for the illusory chime tree's fruit. That's already very good. Thank you, ma'am, Hermit, Audrey replied sincerely. After confirming the transactions, Cattleya surveyed the members. Any clues to the blood of a mythical creature? Klein controlled the world to let out a hoarse chuckle. Are you referring a pure mythical creature? Pure mythical creature? The others were puzzled. Cattleya was taken aback. A pure one, which means the blood of an angel. 1 drop is enough. The world replied, I have certain clues, but I can't guarantee that I can obtain it. Furthermore, it might take another 3 months at least. The members fell silent, their impression of Mr. World refreshed once again. He had clues to an angel's blood. What can't he accomplish? After a moment, Emlyn weakly asked about his previous commission. Fours, burdened by debt, quickly replied, There are suspected cases. I will continue investigating. At the end of the trading segment, Derek requested to buy the crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders and other supplementary ingredients for the notary potion, items common in the outside world but lacking in the forsaken land of God. The crystallized roots of the Tree of Elders and the supplementary ingredients aren't difficult to obtain, Emlyn said, his attention caught. Then, what can you use in exchange? Derek thought for a moment. A Beyonder characteristic of a Sequence 5 vampire. Sanguine, Emlyn gritted his teeth. There's no rush. I'll tell you when I've decided what I need. All right, Derek replied, relatively at ease. After a moment of silence, Klein rapped the table indicating the start of the free exchange. Chapter 717, The World and Hero Bandit. Inside the ancient palace, Alger turned to the son. Are you still in Afternoon Town? Derek nodded. Yes, we took a very long time to establish a camp. Later, with small teams, we wiped out the remnant monsters, 1 street at a time, in search of any ancient ruins that might still exist. Although this process is slow, it's sufficiently safe. Audrey raised her hand slightly. With all of you staying in Afternoon Town for so long, what do you rely on for food? Is there any black-faced grass nearby? We carried a portion of powdered black-faced grass, but the main source of food comes from hunting those monsters. Once the Beyonder characteristic is expelled, a large proportion of them can be eaten once we skin them and roast them with fire, Derek replied seriously. However, there's a certain degree of corruption in the meat, which will result in psychological problems. We can't continuously consume the meat, and we will need to spread out the intervals. Recalling the terrifying monsters of the dark, Audrey pressed, Wouldn't that be very disgusting? Inspired, Fours asked Derek, I remember you mentioning that monsters in the depths of the darkness include vampires. Their bodies run with pus and are extremely ugly. Then, how would you consume vampires after killing them? Emlyn's expression turned livid at the question, feeling an indescribable horror. Derek was silent for 2 seconds. There are some monsters that are indeed disgusting. Very disgusting. Just like the vampires as mentioned by Miss Magician, but we have no choice. As long as it's edible, we will eat it. His voice grew heavy, weighed down by the tragedy of the City of Silver's curse. The palace fell silent. A few seconds later, the world broke the quiet with a chuckle. Let's return to the sea. There have been certain matters that require your attention. Crazy Captain Connors Victor's single-eyed skull drifted to a nearby harbor after a storm. The masts were snapped, and there were charred marks. The entire crew, including Connors Victor, died. No one survived. While Justice and the others were merely curious, Alger's thoughts raced. There must be a tremendous secret if the world is paying attention to the matter regarding Crazy Captain. After a moment of thought, he said, In Byam, the Church of Storms is actively investigating the people and matters surrounding Crazy Captain Connors Victor. There's no need for me to commission it. Klein had the world ask directly, What clues does the Church of Storms possess? I have no idea. I'll try my best to understand the situation, Alger replied frankly, implying he would sound out what the church knew. Audrey, realizing the matter was not simple, asked probingly, Mr. World, isn't this common infighting among pirates? Klein considered being perfunctory, but then had a thought. He needed to subtly plant the idea in Miss Justice's mind that the royal family and military had bad actors in case he needed to act against them in the future. He made the world speak in a relaxed, mocking tone. Crazy Captain is related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves, which Mr. Hangman was previously investigating. The demoness sect takes the people who are tricked or abducted and hands them over to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, and they have them ship the people over to the northern continent's East Seas coast. Then, with crazy Captain Connor's Victor, it completes the last mile. This pirate is intricately tied with many human traffickers and slave merchants in loan. Back when I informed Mr. Hanged Man of the news in January, someone witnessed Balin, who was involved in the disappearance cases, with a MI9 member who is loyal to the royal family. Also, Backland's largest human trafficker, Capim, had guards from the Arbiter pathway. With so many matters compounded together, do you think that Crazy Captain's death is simply a result of pirate infighting? Heh. I've always wondered why the person behind all of this needs so many slaves. The connections were clearly presented, and the members had a sudden realization. Mr. World left Backland to seek clues about the Great Smog and Prince Adesak's death. Audrey thought, the true murderer is still hidden inside the royal family. How despicable. Her mind raced, connecting the dots. Capim was killed by Hero Bandit Black Emperor, who would know the pathway of Capim's guards. Hero Bandit was Mr. Fool's blessed. Mr. World was also connected to Mr. Fool. Therefore, Mr. World is Hero Bandit Black Emperor? Alger and Cataleya instantly understood why Gehrman Sparrow had attacked Tracy. He was investigating the truth behind the Great Smog of Backland, a truth Mr. Fool was interested in. Fors and Emlyn also vaguely sensed something, as the legend of Hero Bandit Black Emperor was prominent in Backland. I will try my best to investigate this matter, Alger said seriously. Cataleya nodded. I will also seek out relevant information. If there are more clues provided, perhaps I might be able to help. The World added, on the night of Crazy Captain's death, a high-sequence beyonder suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway appeared on his ship. However, this demigod managed to escape before John Cotman arrived. Black Emperor pathway, demigod. Alger and Cataleya ruminated on the phrases. With the matter discussed, Cataleya deliberately mentioned, another incident happened at sea. Last week, the crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow hunted the second mate of the King of Immortality, Slaughterer Kirkjais. He was a Sequence 5 beyonder. How impressive, Fors sighed. Yes, he really is a legendary adventurer, Audrey echoed. Alger added calmly, it's because of this that the investigation of Gehrman Sparrow's origins has become an important mission of the various major organizations. Are you implying that the Church of Storms has gotten you to investigate me? Klein read between the lines and had the World chuckle. I wonder where I can claim this commission? I wish to use some unimportant information in exchange for money. I have some understanding of Gehrman Sparrow. Oh, Mr. World is hinting that I can exchange meaningless information about Gehrman Sparrow for rewards and trust. The Hanged Man nodded in enlightenment. The free exchange continued for a while longer. After Derek finished learning this week's list of ancient Hermes terms, the gathering came to a close. As the members left, Klein cast his gaze onto Grossel's travels. Chapter 718, Characters in the Book. Klein wasn't overly tired as he rubbed his temples and took a tiny metallic bottle from the junk pile. Inside was a small tube of his own blood, painstakingly extracted and brought above the grey fog, waiting for the moment he could use his spirit body to enter Grossel's travels and explore the book world. After opening the cap, Klein didn't immediately smear the blood on the book's dark brown cover. Instead, he summoned the items from the junk pile that he had brought to the mysterious space before the tarot gathering, spreading them out in front of him. Considering the Black Emperor's form was too conspicuous and uncertain about the exact situation in the book world, Klein decided against bringing the card of blasphemy. Instead, he used Azik's copper whistle to fortify his spirit body, preventing death by unknown power if he failed to return above the grey fog. As the ancient copper whistle fused into his body, Klein's spirit body swelled, becoming more corporeal. Two pitch-black flames flared from his eye sockets as though alive. Using cogitation, he adjusted his spirituality, merging the iciness from the aspect of death inside him. Soon his eyes returned to normal, like an evil spirit taking ordinary form to lure prey. Wearing creeping hunger and holding death knell, he hid the nightmare beyonder characteristic in his body, prepared to seek abnormalities while exploring the dreams of living entities in the book world. After all preparations, he poured a few drops of blood and smeared them over Grossel's travel's cover. His vision blurred, as if countless translucent objects hid within, then cleared: blue skies, white clouds, greyish-brown city walls, and passers-by. This was no longer the icy land from before, but a city appearing normal on the surface. Klein stood by a dirt road watching residents. Most wore linen shirts, short brown coats, and loose dark trousers, the style of Lone Kingdom centuries ago. He silently changed his tailcoat, starched shirt, and damaged dark red bow tie to blend in. Then he approached the city gates. A leather-vested soldier stopped him. "Entrance fees, 1 lidl. Do I look rich? I don't even know what a lidl is." Klein inwardly mused, amused. He then communicated spiritually, shifting the soldier's attention to a merchant caravan behind him. As a quasi-wraith able to possess and control anyone, exerting psychological influence wasn't extraordinary, useful against ordinary people. Entering, Klein walked seemingly relaxed, but stayed wary. Public hygiene was slightly better than Backlund years ago. A mature sewage system prevented waste dumping. I couldn't tell this was an illusory world inside a book at all. Everyone has spirit body threads. Klein moved on, noticing a stone building over 10 meters tall with 2 stories. The top of the door was about 4 meters high. Beside it hung a signboard in a language different from any outside world language, but Klein understood it. Passoat Blacksmith Guild. A blacksmith guild. This place really hasn't entered the age of steam. Klein's thoughts turned poignant. Then the door creaked open, and a giant with 4 long limbs stepped out. His skin was greyish-blue, head marked by a single vertical eye. In his hand, a huge sledgehammer. He crossed the street, lips curled. Humans passing showed no fear, greeting him, "Good afternoon, Grossel." Klein's pupils constricted. He was face-blind to giants, but recognized the familiarity. Just as he prepared to follow, Grossel turned another street and vanished. Klein stood quietly guessing, another Grossel in the book world? No, Grossel died in battle in the Nation of Frost. Is this another story? With many questions, Klein didn't rush after Grossel but entered a nearby bar, often the messiest place for information, helping him quickly grasp the situation. The bar's lighting was dim, ventilation poor, air turbid. Few customers drank, most were chatting happily by the counter or bartender. Klein's gaze froze upon seeing a man in a black pointed hat and asymmetrical coat at the bar. Handsome, with flaxen hair, deep brown eyes, high nose, thin lips, Solomon Empire Viscount Mobet Zoroast. Seeing him recalled the Dream Stealer's rapid aging and collapse as he crawled to elvish songster Ciatus and grabbed her hand. It felt like yesterday. Now Mobet was before Klein again. His expression grew heavy as he sat beside Mobet without a word, knowing Mobet would start the conversation. "Outsider, first time in Passoat. I swear I've never met you before." Mobet put down a cup of distilled liquor, turning his head. "I come from the Nation of Frost." Klein made up a story. Mobet laughed loudly. "You're funny. This is the Nation of Frost, but that was years ago. Since the King of the North was killed by adventurers, no heroes, this place is no longer plagued by ice and snow. People call it the Nation of Neverwinter now." Klein fell silent. "Why so serious? You look troubled." Mobet rapped the bar counter sympathetically. He downed spirits and said, "Men shouldn't get married. It's the start of suffering. When she's mad, she beats me up. Happy? Beats me up. Embarrassed? Angry? Beats me up. I've decided never to return home again." "Does this mean you married Ciatus?" Klein fell silent, studying Mobet's face. No bruises or swelling. Ciatus must know men must keep appearances. Sighing, he asked, "Then why did you marry her?" Mobet smiled wryly. "I came with a merchant caravan. When I first saw her, she was beautiful. Her singing moved me, hiding indescribable sorrow. Hey, I'm as afraid of her now as I was infatuated then. I won't return. Hey, why do you look sad? Don't be sad for me. I'm free." Suddenly the bar door opened and a beautiful female voice shouted, "Mobet, come out here. I'm counting to 10. Never come back if you don't come home. 10, 9. Mobet jumped up and ran to the door, muttering, "I know you don't have patience. You jumped to 2 after 8. Klein turned to see Ciatus but no longer wished to interact. The real Mobet and Ciatus were dead. These were book characters. Leaving the bar, Klein went to a deserted alley to examine the spirit world here. He outlined spherical lights in his mind, emptying his thoughts and calming body and mind. As spirituality spread, illusory figures appeared around him. Yet above, there were no 7 lustrous brilliances representing endless knowledge. The 7 lights don't exist here. The spirit world creatures are lacking. This is a fake spirit world created by the book. Klein stepped forward, colors in his vision saturating, revealing stark differences. Not rushing, he exited and window-shopped, chatting through Passaut. Soon he found Grossel's residence. The giant ran a blacksmith shop and was napping on a huge bed on the 2nd story. Klein passed through the wall and came beside Grossel. After a few seconds observing, he removed the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic from his spirit body and, with difficulty, used some of its innate powers. Deep, serene darkness spread, enveloping Klein and Grossel. In his spirit body state, Klein saw a blob of irregular, hazy, spherical light. His spirituality emanated and touched the light. Scattered scenes flashed past before settling on a forest with towering, withered trees. Beyond was a mountain with steep cliffs, atop which stood a magnificent palace. Huge and opulent, the palace didn't seem human-made. It gave a mythical impression as dusk's scattered light froze above it. Klein recognized the palace. It was the giant king's court from the dream world of the battlefield of the gods. But this angle was different. He was behind the king's court. Chapter 719, Dream Tour. Klein turned his gaze to the dense forest where light barely penetrated, gaining a rough idea of where he was. This was the waning forest, which Grossel guarded when at the giant king's court. The trees were tens of meters tall, their trunks as thick as several giants' arm spans, but mottled with rot. Leaves and twigs mostly withered and falling, weaving together like a dark cloud floating mid-air. Grossel and similar giants guarded the forest boundary, carrying axes or broadswords, fully focused on defense. According to Grossel, the waning forest held the bodies of giant King Ulmir's father and mother buried within. Apart from this ancient god, no one else was allowed to enter, not even the guards. Giant King Ulmir's parents were so-called original giants, the craziest, cruelest, most ferocious. Why would Grossel have such a dream? As Klein pondered, he sensed something off. From conversations in Passaut, the present Grossel was a native giant unrelated to the giant king's court. So having this dream seemed abnormal. From psychology alchemists, theory Mam Daly and Miss Justice had discussed, the book world might use or clone a character's subconscious or collective subconscious when creating them, then make minor changes so the consciousness fits the settings. Grossel's dream would thus be influenced by subconscious memories, reproducing life in the giant king's court. If so, the book's author was cruel. The thought gave Klein an idea, an opportunity to gather information about the giant king's court. He had planned to learn from Grossel directly, but the giant guardian died battling King of the North Ulyssen. After his spirit body left the book world, it dissipated without a chance for communication. Now he had another method. Exploring Grossel's dream. There might be ridiculous or exaggerated parts, but much should reflect reality. With careful study, distinguishing fact from fiction was possible. Grossel never entered the waning forest, so those scenes were imagination, no need to explore them. Klein turned his gaze to the mountain where the king's court stood. It wasn't tall, meaning the waning forest was on a mountain close to the king's court, probably just a straight path to the ancient god's residence. Not wasting time, Klein walked straight to Grossel and casually asked, "How should I return to the king's court?" Knowing Grossel was honest, especially in his dream, Klein awaited a truthful answer. Grossel scratched his head, looking confused but smiling. "Isn't it simply by taking the barren tunnel?" He pointed ahead, adding, "You'll see it when you circle around that boulder." "Thank you," Klein said with a bow. Watching Klein leave, Grossel scratched his head again, muttering, "Who is he? Why do I find him so familiar?" After circling a boulder protruding from the mountain, a gigantic cave at least 30 meters tall appeared. Outside stood a stone stele engraved with a giant's face, single vertical eye, high nose, plush lips, like a giant's head squeezed to show frontal features. As Klein approached, the stele's mouth opened. "Why are you returning to the king's court ahead of time?" "By His Majesty's orders," Klein answered calmly. The intelligence level of all living beings in this dream matched Grossel's. The stee's lips opened and closed, humming. "Please answer a question, otherwise you shall not pass." "If only I brought Eroders, it would be fun to see what happens." Klein lampooned inwardly and nodded. Okay. The lips closed for 3 seconds, then opened. If your wife, daughter, and a woman you covered ask you to judge which of them is most beautiful, who would you choose? This was unlike any magic mirror question. Klein's lips twitched, his mind racing. After nearly 10 seconds, he answered, My intelligence is insufficient to determine this matter. I will assign someone who is more intelligent than me to give the answer. How can I answer something that can get me killed, he thought, gritting his teeth. Who is this more intelligent person? The giant's face froze briefly. Klein replied solemnly, Of course it's our king. The still was shocked, speechless for a moment before saying, All right, I'll consider it as you answering the question. You may pass. Klein crossed the stele and entered the cave. The cave's ground was paved with weathered stone panels. The sides and ceiling were filled with murals depicting giants and dragons battling demonic wolves, mutants, devils, and phoenixes. The style was crude, colors dark but vivid. As Klein walked, he noticed withered weeds and coarse gravel between panels and murals' bottoms. The lack of water and life decline grew more apparent deeper inside. After some time, Klein reached a huge grayish-blue open door. 2 giants 4 to 5 meters tall stood guard. These giants differed from Grossel and the others. They wore solid, exquisite iron-black armor and firm helms looking like statues. They didn't stop Klein and allowed him inside. The hall was modest in size, ends clearly visible, fitting only 5 or 6 giants. Klein stopped suddenly. The hall seemed pulled upward by an invisible force ascending quickly. He staggered, but kept balance as grayish-black walls swept downward past him. After about 10 seconds, a thud signaled the hall's stop. Now it was no longer the cave tunnel outside, but a magnificent palace propped on stone columns. Klein left the hall briskly, observing with piqued interest. This is the Giant King's court elevator? It appeared to be the guard's residence. Outside was a long table taller than humans with huge chairs. Rooms lined the sides with neatly ordered beds. Scanning the hall, Klein stopped at a mural. The main character was a giant in full silver armor. Without scale, his height was unclear. He stood by a cliff, sword pointing diagonally upward. His body emitted a bright halo like a rising sun. Many giants genuflected around him, praying or worshipping, awaiting a bestowment. The Giant King's son, god of dawn, Badheil? Klein pondered. The mural's giant wore a mask, his eyes glowing with dawn-like light. It resembled the god of combat statue in Baklan's underground ruins, whose face was fully masked. Queen Mystic had said the god of combat was an ancient giant. Thus, their church's headquarters, the Great Twilight Hall, resembled the Giant King's court. Could this be the Giant King's son? God of Dawn escaped the King's court's destruction and reclaimed authority once wielded by his father? Klein guessed boldly, though lacking evidence. Using the correspondence principle, he looked at the opposite wall's mural. Here, the main character was a female giant in a leather vest and long skirt. She stood sideways, her single vertical eye focused downward. Long dark brown hair reached her back. Her right hand held wheat and fruits. Around her were golden fields, clear lakes, trees with fruits and colorful mushrooms. Giant Queen, goddess of harvest, Omabella? Klein looked around but saw no mural of Giant King Ormir. No depiction of the ancient god because this is the remote guard's residence. Then going out this way is probably the Giant King's court interior. Klein carefully approached the door. He activated creeping hunger and used zombie strength to open it as he did in the dream world of the battlefield ruins. But outside, there was no palace or frozen dusk as imagined, only a grey, hazy world. It looked like a cliff with a bottomless pit. From Miss Justice's experience, this was likely the dream's boundary. The only way forward was down into Grossel's subconscious. Finally, Klein would reach the sea of collective subconscious. Miss Justice had discovered a mind dragon in her collective subconscious human sea. What would be in the sea of collective subconscious, in this book world, created by the dragon of imagination? Klein's mind whirred as he conjured a staircase spiraling downward into the grey haze. The bottom was unseen. No discernible details of this mind world were visible. Chapter 720, Philosopher. After silently observing it for a few seconds, Klein walked forward and stepped onto the staircase, carefully descending. The surrounding light dimmed gradually into a grey, hazy luster, enveloping the utterly silent world. As Klein went down, he felt more like being locked inside a dark, silent room. Slowly, his ears caught the sound of sloshing blood and his heartbeat. The heartbeat sped up, invaded by panic and horror barely held back. Klein focused his mind, imagining stacks of spherical light to stabilize his emotions and recover. To his side, a greyish-white cliff coldly stood, representing Grossel's consciousness. It was silent as if dead, but the surrounding greyness occasionally coruscated. Klein focused and saw, in one light point, a giant ripping apart a human before stuffing it into his mouth, and Grossel panicking. Back then, Grossel was less than 3 meters tall, clearly adolescent. The light point flashed past, appearing in frozen dusk scattered over a mountain peak. Time seemed impeded here. Klein was about to seek valuable information in Grossel's subconscious when he suddenly heard sounds like a beast's panting. With a whoosh, a huge palm appeared from the haze. Its skin was greyish-blue, covered in signs of rot, with an obvious yellowish-green liquid as it quickly grabbed Klein's ankle. Amid the panting, similar palms rose one after another from below, as if trying to forcibly pull Klein's spirit body into the mind-world's darkest, most unfathomable zone. Instantly, these rotting palms formed a dense mass struggling upwards, letting out horrible, hair-raising panting sounds. Klein instinctively jumped 3 steps up. But the countless palms belonging to giant corpses didn't stop. They squirmed along the staircase, surging upward, covering every inch. Klein was about to reach out to draw Death Knell and use purifying bullets combined with Death Knell's slaughter ability to finish the monsters when 2 questions flashed in his mind. Where do these palms come from? Why would they be inside Grossel's subconscious? His spiritual perception triggered. Klein realized and immediately abandoned thoughts of using Death Knell. He calmed his breathing and imagined the spherical lights. The huge rotting palms reached his calves and ankles, but at that moment they silently vanished as if never there. Indeed, this was an illusion created by Grossel's subconscious. Here, minds don't just face each other, they interact. Without the right Beyonder powers, going deeper makes emotional breakdowns easier. Intrusions by the other's subconscious slowly taint one's Beyonder powers, leading to permanent loss of rationality and control. This was different from communicating with spirits. Corruption can't be avoided just by maintaining lucidity and reason, because one is already inside the target's Beyonder powers. Klein muttered, having figured this out. He hesitated a few seconds, then turned to climb back up. He gave up on venturing deeper into Grossel's mind due to lacking the Beyonder powers to steady himself. Insisting on going down was suicide. I'll consider exploring again after finding a mystical item targeting this aspect. Klein thought, walking faster. With a leap, he returned to Grossel's dreamscape and the guard's quarters in the giant king's court. Exhausted, he immediately left the dream, walking out of Grossel's blacksmith through walls, then observed the wonders of the book world. I've met Grossel, Mobet, and Ciatus. While chatting with others, I heard of the devout priest Snowman and the philosopher Fronziar, but there's no Anderson Hood, Edwina Edwards, Danitz, or Gehrman Sparrow. Only the dead possess brand new characters in the book, or only those who stayed long enough, fully expressing themselves as adventurers in daily life, have their subconscious replicated. Klein pondered as he strolled a street illuminated by the setting sun. If the former is true, dead reviving as new characters, there's nothing to worry about. But if the latter is, I need to reduce how often I explore the book and strictly control time spent in it each visit. There's no way to ascertain yet. I'll assume the latter and be cautious. Klein quickly made up his mind, preparing to return above the grey fog. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. Frunziar, with black hair and blue eyes, sat on a long wooden chair by the street, staring blankly at the sky lit like flames, seemingly lost in thought. Recalling the lone soldier's ash urn he still held, planned to send it to the Church of Storm Cemetery in Backland. Klein sighed silently and sat beside him. He asked casually, "What's on your mind?" "I'm wondering who I am, where I come from, how I should return." Frunziar didn't look away, speaking dreamlike. Before Klein could ask more, Frunziar chuckled and shook his head. "I ultimately feel that I don't belong here, I'm not myself now, and some place awaits my return. They mocked me for considering such pointless questions, so they gave me the title of philosopher." He looked at the setting sun, silent again, spellbound. Klein said nothing, sitting quietly beside him, accompanying him in watching the sunset. Finally, Klein silently vanished. Franziar didn't notice. He sat motionless like marble, gazing far into the distance. After replenishing supplies, Alger Wilson instructed the Blue Avenger to leave the Resistance's private harbor. It wouldn't stay long in the Rorstead archipelago. He had to return to Passu Island to report by the designated time. In the captain's cabin, he watched with anticipation at the illusory door formed by spiritual items and a burgeoning flame. It was the door of sacrifice and bestowment. Amid an illusory creaking, the door slowly opened, revealing infinite depth and darkness inside. Light shot out and converged. After settling, 2 items appeared on the altar. The door with strange symbols vanished. Alger composed himself and thanked Mr. Fool. He finished the ritual and reached to pick up the 2 items. One was a neatly folded piece of paper, the other a translucent jellyfish holding azure blue seawater. Inspecting the jellyfish, Alger saw occasional vortexes formed by winds or lightning streaks. From time to time, a distant, moving voice sounded, like a woman's. This means it wasn't a quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of Storms killed. The church had no female high-ranking members, quasi or otherwise. Putting away the ocean songster's Beyonder characteristic, Alger unfolded the paper. He skimmed main ingredients, then paused at the supplementary ingredients and the ritual. Main ingredients were unimportant with a Beyonder characteristic in hand. Supplementary ingredients were easy to find. The ritual was crucial. Drink the potion in an Obninsk's belly. Alger silently read as the information surfaced. Obninsks were ancient sea monsters, able to devour sailboats, with humongous, distorted bodies, 3 heads, many tentacles entangled. They starred in many sea legends. Most were tamed by the Church of Storms, had fixed activity regions, but it was unknown if they had near-human intelligence. No wonder the Church controls Obninsks, not other sea monsters. No wonder so many Beyonders in the sailor pathway among pirates, but few reach Sequence 5. Either they inherited it directly or serve King of the 5 Seas or Queen Mystic. Where should I find Obninsks not belonging to the Church? Alger frowned. His first thought was to find Queen Mystic Bernadette via Admiral of Stars Catleya, to locate Obninsk outside the Church's control. His second thought was that this exposed himself to danger. These Obninsks likely serve Queen Mystic and would report everything. Yes, that's a last resort. Another idea came. Pray to Mr. Fool. This reawakened existence secretly held former authority of sea god Calvatua, able to command undersea creatures, knowing where to find Obninsk's outside factions. No rush. Advancing now risks exposing it due to lack of control over spirituality dissipation. He can pray after reporting and leaving Passu Island. Calming down, Alger memorized the ocean songster formula and moved the paper to the candle flame. As the flame devoured the formula faster, Alger's gaze turned deep. After finishing the remnants, his eyes landed on a sea map, locking on a location. Bansi. Alger planned a stop at Bansi en route to Passu Island to check on the harbor's state. He had shared plans with sailors. None objected. They were curious why Bansi Harbor was suddenly destroyed and what it had become. Chapter 721, Klein's Guidance. On the future, Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves and began flicking his fountain pen while writing with a smile. My dear friend Gearman Sparrow, I have good news for you. I have successfully cultivated a new breed of mushrooms by using the flesh and blood of a rose bishop. As long as there's fish, it will keep growing. We'll no longer have to worry about not being able to eat mushrooms due to long voyages. Furthermore, it has been crossbred with beef, making it taste excellent. Its only flaw is that there's no way to make it catch fish by itself. External help is needed, but I don't think it's too big a problem. After all, based on what Nina said, it wouldn't corrupt the ocean. Well, let's just pretend she's right. I've mailed you some dried mushrooms. As long as you give it water and fish, they will immediately become normal and reproduce by themselves. I hope you will like my gift. After going on and on, Frank finally folded the letter and placed it in an envelope. He stuffed 3 dried mushrooms into it before applying glue and sealing it. After this, he took out the note Klein had given him, followed its description, and seriously prepared the ritual needed to summon the messenger. This wasn't complicated for Frank, so it didn't take long for him to set up the altar and create a wall of spirituality. Finally, he solemnly placed a lone gold coin before the candle. He lit the candle, softly chanted the incantation, and stared at the flame. He watched it burgeon as a headless woman walked out with 4 heads in hand. Frank first jumped in fright before staring patiently at Raynette Tinneker's 4 beautiful blonde, red-eyed heads that looked identical. Muttering, "How was it done? Why are they completely identical? If planted in soil, will more be grown?" The eyes of the 4 heads held by Raynette Tinneker turned in different directions before uniformly falling on Frank Lee's face. Suddenly, soil stored inside various vessels in the room flew out and piled before Frank. Following that, Frank floated up, tumbling mid-air with a shocked expression. He was thrown headfirst into the soil pile. His legs struggled as they dangled outside, but he couldn't pull himself out anytime soon. Only then did 2 of Raynette Tinneker's 4 heads reach forward, biting down separately on the letter and the gold coin. Only after she completely disappeared did Frank find a good spot to exert strength to escape the soil and fall to the ground. She's powerful. Frank sighed with lingering fear. Then he wiped soil beside his mouth, bit into it, and chewed carefully before muttering, "It's a bit sour." At that moment, Cattleya, who had just finished a sacrifice in her cabin, sensed something. Her dark purple eyes subconsciously looked toward Frank's room, and she vaguely saw a crudely made illusory doll. The doll didn't have a head. The scene flashed as Cattleya closed her eyes immediately. She felt her eyes burning and couldn't help tears flowing. She knitted her brows little by little, muttering in disbelief, "Ancient bane?" After sending the meteorite crystal and black hunting giant lizard's spinal fluid to Miss Magician and Miss Justice, Klein returned to the real world. He lay down on a reclining chair, allowing his body to rock gently. He began considering where to head next. With news of Gehrman Sparrow's sighting and crazy Captain Connor's Victor's matter, it's unlikely the pirates will openly appear in Byam for some time. They've either left the harbors or are hiding, making them hard to find. That means no need to stay here. Matters regarding the resistance can be handled via Sea God or Danitz. I'll head to the seaweed bar later. I'll get a fake identity, buy a scalped ticket, and head for Desi Bay's Condensed City. That's the biggest harbor around here and Davy Raymond's hometown. I promised this red glove I'd visit until his daughter revenge was exacted. Yes, I'll also think of how to return the Nightmares Beyonder characteristic to the church. How hypocritical. Planning to return a nightmare characteristic while planning to steal a sealed artifact behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Chanis Gate. Shaking his head, Klein closed his eyes and slept to recover spirituality. After an unknown time, he suddenly felt something as he opened his eyes naturally. He quickly activated spirit vision. Then he saw Raynette Tinneker walk out of the void. This messenger wore the same complicated black dress with a letter clasped in one head's teeth. Who mailed it? Danitz, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Frank or Anderson? Klein received the letter, nodding in appreciation. Thank you. He was courteous with his powerful messenger of mysterious background. Didn't want to be strangled one day. Do you? Want to? Immediately. Reply. Raynette Tinneker's 4 heads spoke one after another. Klein tore open the envelope, took out the letter and read. The content alarmed him. He nearly forgot to reply. Raynette waited silently. One day, Frank Lee will destroy the world. He needs control. I can't give him a chance to advance. Seriously, how much does this fellow love crossbreeding and creating strange plants? There. The City of Silver needs food. A thought flashed. Direct Frank's research towards foods suited to the City of Silver. This way, cows, fish, mushrooms, rose bishops, the sea, and the world would be safe. Klein hurriedly looked up and said to his messenger, "Yes, I'll immediately reply." He got up, walked to the desk, got a pen and paper, and wrote quickly. I have a question. If you eat the mushroom breed you create, then eat cooked fish and drink a cup of water, will it continue to reproduce? After finishing the reminder, Klein proceeded. Is it possible for you to create wheat that can grow without sunlight, or cows that can produce milk and meat simply by consuming monsters? That seems rather interesting. He wrote a few paragraphs before folding the letter. He handed it to Raynette and said naturally, "The postage will be paid by Frank. Let's hope he isn't dead." The four heads said these words one after another, then a representative bit the envelope. "Let's hope he isn't dead." Klein jumped in fright. Just as he was about to clarify, Reinette entered the spirit world and disappeared. After 2 seconds' thought, Klein wrote a divination statement and used his topaz pendant to confirm Frank Lee was still alive. He silently sighed, packed the dried mushrooms, rubbed his temples, and lay back in the chair. After dinner, at the seaweed bar, Klein wore an ordinary face and came here once again. Unlike before, the customers were mainly mixed blood or natives with darker skin and curly black hair. They were either gang members secretly working for the resistance, or both. Few ordinary people remained. Common pirates from other countries were all gone. Only a few dressed as adventurers drank liquor and discussed sea rumors. Klein scanned the bar and found Daniil, whom Danitz mentioned. This thin local could provide fake IDs and scalped ship tickets. Without hesitation, Klein went over. A second-class ticket to Condensed for tomorrow and an identification document. Daniil looked up, glanced at him, and after thinking said, "A total of £20. A second-class ticket to Condensed costs around £9. Scalped tickets are pricier, so with fake IDs, £20 isn't ridiculous." Klein silently calculated and asked, "When can I get it?" "In 45 minutes, Daniil replied like clockwork. "You can pay £5 first, and the rest after receiving the ticket and ID." "All right." Klein didn't argue and pulled out 5 £1 notes. He wasn't worried about his wallet. Saving £20 or more was worth it. Moments after Daniil checked the note's authenticity and was about to order his subordinates to start, the bar fell extremely silent. Klein subconsciously looked to the door. 2 people stood there. One wore a formal tailcoat and black trench coat, with brown hair neatly combed back. His eyes weren't big but bright and piercing. A thin mustache gave him a gentlemanly but slightly sloppy look. The other wore a rare hooded robe. His face was hidden in shadows. The sloppy gentleman scanned the crowd, pleased with the silence. A silver coin tumbled between his fingers as he approached Daniil. The hooded person followed, taking out something and crunching it. The silver coin stopped when the gentleman stood before Daniil. He chuckled, "Prepare 10 tickets to Pritz Harbor tomorrow. They need to be split among 3 ships." "Yes, Mr. Oder." Daniil stood nervously. Klein momentarily failed to recall who the gentleman was. Hearing the name Oder made him remember. He saw the hooded man take out a coffee-colored sweet and munch, producing crunching sounds. After confirmation, Oder and the hooded man didn't linger. They went upstairs to the bar's 2nd floor. Daniil exhaled and saw Klein looking puzzled. "Oder, the adventurer Oder who serves the dawn." "I remember. Silver Coin Viper Oder. He's always claimed to work for Queen Mystic, but no one can prove it. I can ask Ma'am Hermit later. The last I heard was at Damir Harbor. He mingled with Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn. But Old Quinn was finished off by Mr. Hangman." Klein recalled many things as he asked, "What about the other one?" "Who knows?" Daniil replied, turning to his subordinates to prepare the IDs and tickets. Chapter 722, An Unpeaceful Night. As Silver Coin Viper Oder wasn't a pirate, there were all kinds of rumors about him, most of which could hardly be verified. Klein retracted his gaze from the staircase and walked to the bar counter. He found a seat and tapped it. A cup of Zaha. This was a locally produced malt beer, much cheaper than Southville beer shipped from the northern continent. 3 pence. The bartender recovered from his silence as he picked up an overturned cup. The crowd in the bar began whispering under the gas wall lamps, discussing why Silver Coin Viper Oder bought 10 tickets. He's definitely being pursued. 10 tickets among 3 ships, clearly to confuse pursuers about which ship he boarded. A gang member with rolled-up sleeves revealing a tattoo shared this from his experience evading capture twice. An adventurer drinking Lanty Proof scoffed. "You don't understand, Oder. If his plan was that simple, he wouldn't be called Silver Coin Viper. I bet he won't be on any of those liners from those 10 tickets. The only thing I can confirm is that they're heading to Pritz Harbor." Another adventurer shook his head at that. Perhaps the news of him heading to Pritz Harbor is fake as well. The gang member was taken aback but refused to be outdone. According to you, Oder likely thought of that too. That's why he's heading to Pritz Harbor and will be on one of the 3 ships. The adventurers were about to retort, but realized there was a decent chance he was right. None spoke further. The gang member happily downed the rest of his liquor. Klein sipped his Zaha, listening quietly while waiting for his fake ID and tickets. There's 45 minutes left. I hope nothing happens. Don't turn the bar into a mess. He silently prayed as he drew the crimson moon inwardly. The light yellow beer slowly lowered while Klein checked the wall clock or entrance, wishing time would pass faster. Half an hour later, the door burst open with a loud thud as the evening wind rushed in. No way. Klein's lips twitched, holding back a wry smile. He turned toward the noise. 5 people stood at the door. Their leader had black hair and brown eyes, recessed facial features with sharp contours, looking low-ness and in his early 40s. His cold expression and natural dominance silenced the bar without anyone realizing. The 3 men and 1 woman behind him wore trench coats. They didn't hide their revolvers, ready to shoot at any sign of trouble. I don't know them. They aren't on wanted lists or have bounties. Klein mumbled, keeping his role as observer. The 5 intruders scattered before different customers, bent back slightly and asked, "Where is Silver Coin Viper Odor?" The customers hesitated, seeing black muzzles pointed at them, with handles of ivory and ebony that oddly looked beautiful under the lamps. They went to the 2nd floor. Almost all pointed toward the staircase in unison. Someone really is after Odor. Is this an act against Queen Mystic, or has Odor done something himself? Or is it because of the mysterious hooded man eating sweets beside him? Klein drank another mouthful of beer as the intruders sent 4 people upstairs. 1 remained to question customers. Soon, the remaining 1 understood Odor's ticket request from denial. He went straight to the thin, dark-skinned black marketer and asked in a heavy voice, "Tell me honestly, where is Odor heading with those tickets?" Denial didn't put on a front despite social connections. He forced a smile. He didn't make it clear. He asked for 10 tickets split across 3 ships. Departure is tomorrow to Pritz Harbor. For real? The questioner was a seemingly radical man in his 20s. "You can ask anyone here. They all heard it," Daniil said softly. "Dog shit." The man shoved Daniil angrily, then turned to other customers. Daniil staggered back, almost falling and hitting a small round table when he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. He regained balance. He looked to see it was Klein, the customer who bought fake IDs and scalped tickets. "Thank you, those bunch of military hyenas." Daniil thanked him softly through clenched teeth. Helping the innocent was a habit of Klein's. Military hyenas? In Bayarm, this referred to MI9. What did Odor do? Klein silently ruled out someone targeting Queen Mystic. As he thought, the MI9 members who had gone upstairs rushed down. "He's long fled through the window," they said as they ran. The group left in a hurry. The bar resumed its usual noise, but the gently wobbling main door showed it wasn't calm earlier. Klein's wait paid off. He got his fake ID and scalped ticket. After paying the remaining £15, he left the seaweed bar and returned to his ordinary inn. John Yode. Too simple a name, isn't it? Before returning to Backland, I need a more realistic ID. Klein flipped through his IDs before throwing them into his suitcase. He bathed and relaxed, preparing to leave Bayam tomorrow and start the last stage of his sea travels. At that moment, there was knocking at the door. Who is it? Klein hurriedly took off his bathrobe, put on clothes and pants, and opened the door. Outside stood a few policemen dressed in black. One was Loans, the rest mixed blood or pure natives. "What's the matter?" Klein asked, puzzled. "Please show us some identification," a mixed blood said politely since the gentleman in front was Loanese. "Thankfully, I just made one. Otherwise, I'd be spending the night in jail or have to flee, change my looks, and redo everything." Klein mumbled, returning inside to get his documents. The Loanese officer casually flipped through it and asked, "Mr. Yode, are you living alone?" "Yes, everyone in the inn can vouch for me," Klein replied frankly. The officer smiled and said, "Have you seen this person before?" A constable unfolded a portrait of a thin elder with messy white hair. Nothing else stood out, no. Klein shook his head. "He likes to eat sweets," the officer added. Sweets. Klein suddenly recalled the hooded man behind Odor who had eaten many coffee-colored sweets. After a short pause, Klein said without hiding anything, "Perhaps. When I was at the seaweed bar, I saw a man who loved sweets following Silver Coin Viper Odor." The Loanese officer showed disappointment. After a brief thanks, he ended the questioning. After knocking on other guest rooms, Klein closed the wooden door and returned to his reclining chair. Oda's matter had drawn not just MI9's attention, but also the Governor General's office, which sent forces for a citywide search. Quite something. He muttered, deciding to go above the grey fog, to browse prayer points around the sea god's scepter, to gain information from Biam's believers. He didn't want to be caught in a maelstrom due to a wrong reply. After entering the bathroom, he went above the grey fog and summoned the white bone scepter from the junk pile. Countless points of light swirled around it. Browsing each, he saw the questioning wasn't small-scale. The target was Oda and the mysterious man, but nothing else was clear. After some thought, he fixed his gaze on a point specially marked by godhood. It belonged to a mixed-blood policeman named Bulaya, who had swallowed humiliation by changing faith to the Lord of Storms for the sea god to climb police ranks. He was already a superintendent. Klein cast the sea god's will into the point of light. Bulaya, in the police station assigning work, suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He hurried to the washroom and silently prayed. "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, the great Calvatua, your pious believer has something to report. The person we're searching for tonight is a very thin elder. His hair is completely white, but luxuriant and messy. He's afraid of cold and wears thick clothes even in Biam. He loves sweets as if he were a steam engine needing high-quality coal. Higher-ups told us to find him, but not harm him." Klein ignored Bulaya and tapped the side of the table. Compared to the portrait, such a description felt familiar. It's like I've heard it before. To a seer, familiarity meant a clue. Klein wrote a divination statement and questioned his spirituality. As he chanted, he leaned back, falling asleep aided by cogitation. In the grey, dark world, Klein found himself back in Backlund, at 15 Minsk Street he had rented. In front was red-eyed Ian, a teenage boy who looked up and said, "Tirani von Helmoswin, the greatest scientist after Emperor Roselle, mathematician, mechanist, and father of the second-generation difference engine." Suddenly, Klein woke and knew who MI9 sought. They searched for the great scientist who caused many deaths between lone military and inti spies due to a third-generation difference engine. They sought the science freak who'd mysteriously disappeared for years. No wonder Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn, had a modified radio transceiver surpassing those in Backlund. Klein was instantly enlightened. Chapter 723, Another Good Deed Today. After a moment of his mind drifting, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly composed himself. He realized the matter had little to do with him. He wasn't motivated to get involved. He was indifferent to whether the Loen military found Tirani von Helmoswin, since he had no real belonging to the Loen kingdom. What he'd done in the past was only to keep society stable and its citizens safe. If possible, he wouldn't mind instigating a revolution to improve the lives of the poor. "I never expected myself to become more of an internationalist after coming to this world." He gave a self-deprecating laugh and prepared to return to the real world and sleep. Under darkness, he would let the tempest outside unleash freely. At that moment, his eyes caught the biggest item in the junk pile, the radio transceiver. Speaking of which, what faction controls Tirani von Helmoswin? It wouldn't be much if it was Queen Mystic Bernadette's side. She believes in "do as you wish, but do no harm," so she wouldn't go overboard. It wouldn't be good if it was the Rose School of Thought represented by Admiral of Blood. Ignoring the Temperance faction being suppressed, as believers in the chained god or mother tree of desire, their vileness could be as bad as the Aurora Order. If they got the most advanced tech, disaster could follow. Klein stopped wrapping his body with spirituality and gently tapped the mottled table. He had an idea: bring the radio transceiver back to the real world, tune it to the correct frequency, and see if he could catch telegrams from Admiral of Blood's crew. Then use the code book he had to decipher them. There would be a huge sweep of the city tonight. The matter was important and intricate. If Admiral of Blood's faction controlled Helmoswin, telegrams might appear. Since the Governor General's office, the Loan military, and Church of Storms hadn't accepted the technology, this was the safest method. Admiral of Blood's group might not have changed the frequency and codes after Old Quinn's death. Anyway, Klein thought, I'll just try. After some deliberation, he returned to the real world and busily prepared a bestowment ritual. After bringing the radio transceiver into his room, he didn't immediately use it. Instead, he drew a ritual dagger and created a wall of spirituality sealing the room. He was airing out the grey fog's smell. For him, there was no need to go through all this just to confirm Helmosuin's controlling faction. He could have used the grey fog's aura to contact Arrows. But since he had recently posed questions, the frequent smell might alert evil gods like the true creator or primordial demoness. That was dangerous. Better to play safe and rely on himself. After about 8 minutes, the airing almost complete, he dispelled the wall and controlled the radio transceiver to begin monitoring. After an unknown time, a transmission came through on the right frequency. Klein suppressed his joy, took notes, then flipped through the divination replicated codebook and began decoding. Soon he wrote, 32 Black Pepper Avenue, 7 a.m. tomorrow. Indeed, the people controlling Helmosuin were Admiral of Blood and Company. There might be Rose School powerhouses involved, he judged immediately. This wasn't confirmed just from the telegram's content, but by its very existence. If Admiral of Blood's faction wasn't involved, they wouldn't send telegrams referencing Byam streets. The telegram seemed to call for a gathering at 32 Black Pepper Avenue before 7 a.m. Could it mean Helmosuin and Silvercoin Viper Oda were hiding there, reporting their location and time to Admiral of Blood? Klein thought briefly, then returned above the grey fog. With this intel, he wrote a divination statement. Tirani von Helmosuin's present location. Holding the paper, he leaned back and chanted in a raving manner, entering a dream with cogitation. In the grey, hazy world, he saw an underground hall lit by countless gas wall lamps. Inside was a massive, complicated machine of copper cylinders, operating levers, take-up levers and countless gears, filling nearly 2/3 of the space. A thin elder with grizzled, dishevelled hair paced before the machine. Wearing a thick coat, he popped sweet sweets into his mouth, munching noisily. No, it shouldn't be called a difference engine. It's an adorable fellow who can analyze questions and calculate answers based on a set of procedures. Yes, its name should be a calculator. The elder muttered. Klein's vision was pulled upwards and out of the underground hall to the building above. A 3-story villa with garden and lawn bore the address, 32 Black Pepper Avenue. He really is here. Klein opened his eyes, silently exhaling. Then he was stumped about what to do next. A scientist like him was useless to me, rather a root of many problems. I can't just keep him above the grey fog. No need to get involved personally. Hand the news to the Loan Military or Church of Storms. That would prevent the Rose School of Thought benefiting, but a faction in the military might be behind the great smog of Backland. Helmosuin falling into their hands wouldn't be good. The Church of Storms was rash. A conflict might get the scientist killed by his own deity. After careful thought, he had a bold idea. Make the news public. Make Tirani von Helmosuin's existence and location known to both the Loan Military and churches. That could ensure the scientist's power is used by the Lone Kingdom as a whole, not just one faction. The key was balance. Klein smiled and muttered, then beckoned the sea god's scepter. Before, he'd have to carefully distribute flyers across the city to make news public. Now he had a simpler, more effective method. He selected a praying believer, pulled his view back until a 5-kilometer area entered his vision. Then, with the sea god's scepter, he controlled the wind. Once the wind calmed, Klein's will sank into the scene as he changed his voice to a low roar. Helmosuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Whoosh! In Byam, the howl of the wind intensified, sweeping all directions, carrying the deep voice. Helmosuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Helmosuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. The voice spread across Byam like a city-wide broadcast. Silvercoin Viper Oda, cloaked and pretending to be Helmosuin, hid in a crowded slum building, occasionally appearing to mislead MI9 and the Governor General's police. Suddenly, a gale swept by as the voice echoed in his ears. Helmosuin is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. What? Oda was dazed by the voice and fell from a rooftop, nearly injuring himself badly. Behind the Cathedral of Waves, in a small nearby Governor General's office building, Jan Kotman and Robert Davis heard the wind's voice. Their first reaction was to look up, then towards Black Pepper Avenue. After the broadcast, in a good mood, Klein threw the sea god's scepter back into the junk pile and returned to the real world. He didn't rush to bring the radio transceiver back above the grey fog. Instead, he left it there, continuing to monitor transmissions. That way, even if Rose School powerhouses hid in Bayam, they wouldn't dare appear. Haha, whoever acts will have to hand it over to the country. Unfortunately, I don't write a diary like the Emperor. Otherwise, I could say, I did another good deed today. Klein sighed silently, took off his coat, got into bed and slept. He didn't care what would happen next, it wasn't his problem. After an unknown time, he suddenly woke and sat up. Then, knocking came at the door. Who could it be? To knock in the middle of the night. I'm John Yode right now. Klein wore creeping hunger, took out Death Knell from under his pillow and went to the door. The visitor's appearance instantly surfaced in his mind. A thin elder with grizzled, disheveled hair, wearing a coat stuffed with cotton and a tweed overcoat, popping a coffee-colored sweet into his mouth. Tirani von Helmersoon! Holy fuck! Why is he here looking for me? I'm just the ordinary John Yode. Also, how did he escape a demigod's tracking? Klein's first impulse was to say the man had the wrong person. He held back and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Helmersoon smiled weakly. "I noticed you in the seaweed bar but didn't get a chance to talk. Ha ha! My life is ending, so I recalled many things. Please call me Orange Light Hilarion." Orange Light Hilarion? Klein was taken aback, then asked, "Is there something?" Helmersoon chuckled. "I'm here to warn you. Be careful of the mother tree of desire." He paused, then said, "All right, I need to leave. I'm about to die before returning to the spirit world. Do you have any enemies here?" "Why do you ask?" Klein asked, confused. Helmersoon coughed. "I can silently die at their doorstep. That way you would have your revenge." Chapter 724, The True Meaning Behind the Warning. Upon hearing Helmersoon's reply, Klein twitched the corner of his lips, nearly frozen on the spot. "My enemies aren't in Bayam. Even if you die at Sea King's doorstep, it wouldn't help much." He took a slow breath, choosing not to pursue the topic. Instead, he asked, "Helmersoon, no, Mr. Hilarion, how did you notice me? You even came here before your death to specially warn me." This puzzled him too, as he'd never had the chance to ask Arodis or Rainet Tinneker. With the door between them, Helmersoon paused for 2 seconds, then said with a smile, "There are some tiny unique traits about you. In high-level spirit world creatures, it's no secret. It's noticeable if they make close contact with you. The grey fog, representing the great ruler of the spirit world, is above us. Deities with certain authority or beyonders representing fate can detect this to some extent, but close contact is required." Grey fog, Orange Light's explanation and Arod's compliments matched almost exactly, but he was the first to openly mention it. "So the mysterious space is the divine kingdom above the spirit world left by the great ruler. Which sequence 0 pathway is this? The deities who detect my augmentation include the mother tree of desire, so she can target me." Klein's thoughts boiled as questions swirled. Just as he was about to speak, Helmersoon continued, "In Yellow Light's prophecy, the great ruler above the spirit world is a variable of the apocalypse. But I can't be sure you're him. There are many possibilities. You might be his blessed child or chosen oracle. Still, none of this stops me from calling you friend." "Ahem. You know Backlund Stock Exchange, right? You're like a newly listed railway company with a bright future. Some will think well of you and buy shares, but others are greedy and want to seize control by other means. I'm part of the former. The mother tree of desire and powerful spirit world creatures are part of the latter." "Is that so?" If not for Emperor Roselle, the previous transmigrator, having some connection with the grey fog, and my divination of my origins there with clear earth scenes, I might have suspected I was the reincarnation of the great ruler. Considering this, Emperor Roselle and I seem more like chosen oracles. The great ruler above the grey fog equals the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Klein's mind spun with conjectures. He calmed himself and asked, "Is there any way to hide this unique trait?" "Become a demigod." Helmersoon coughed suddenly. "Do you mind if I die at your doorstep?" "Yes." Klein didn't want Sea King John Cotman, Naval Admiral Robert Davis, or other demigods' attention. Helmersoon munched his sweet and said, "Then I must leave now, or there won't be time. After you become a demigod with powers to probe the spirit world, maybe we'll meet." Klein was silent 2 seconds before saying, "Thank you for your warning, Mr. Hilarion." Helmasuin said nothing and lumbered down the stairs. Listening to footsteps fading, Klein formed a theory about why Emperor Roselle failed to enter the grey fog despite discovering it. He restored the silver plate, causing his transmigration far after becoming a Beyonder. I was an ordinary person attempting the luck ritual again. Also, Roselle chose the Savant pathway, while I took the Seer pathway. The mysterious space above the grey fog aids divination greatly. Thus, entering above the grey fog requires being an ordinary person or a Seer Beyonder, plus knowing the right incantations, rituals, and symbols. The Emperor was too late and chose the wrong path, so couldn't enter. Since the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathways are neighbors, perhaps the first two work too. Could this explain why the Emperor noted he should have chosen one of these 3 pathways? No sequence 0 exists for them, preventing peak influence and enabling entry to the grey fog. As his thoughts churned, Klein set this aside and focused on Orange Light Hilarion's warning. Be careful of the Mother Tree of Desire. Because of his Admiral Amirius incident, Klein was wary of the Mother Tree. He'd changed identity and acted covertly for 2 months. He avoided provoking Admiral of Blood and the Rose School of Thought, fearing traps. Facing such danger, a normal human's instinct is to resolve it. Klein felt the same but had no solution. The Mother Tree is suspected a sequence 0 true god in the astral world. Even if Klein jumped up, he couldn't harm or defeat her. The Rose School faction she controls is old, likely with angels and Grade 0 sealed artifacts. Otherwise, it couldn't survive against churches and secret organizations. Even with help from Mr. Azik or others, uprooting the Rose School is impossible and might bring danger. Thus, Klein could only hide and hope to reach Sequence 4 and become a demigod. I've always been cautious of the Mother Tree. Mr. Orange Light Hilarion doesn't know I once fell into her trap at Oravi Island. Or did he come to warn me? She planned something major. He was under Admiral of Blood's control. And Admiral is Rose School. He might know something. Klein was alarmed. A faceless transformation can't fool the Mother Tree's close-range detection. She hasn't acted lately. Could she be preparing to bestow something through ritual or item to believers? And about to succeed? Klein frowned, sensing a strong possibility. This made him eager to return to Backland. There, even angels behave like a certain snake of fate. Mother Tree believers and Rose School powerhouses couldn't act freely. They awaited opportunity. Phew. Klein exhaled and ascended above the grey fog. He divined if his life was in danger soon. He got a negative answer, no immediate danger. But he didn't relax. The Mother Tree's divination interference could penetrate the grey fog's shielding somewhat. Long ago, his spirituality blocked divining the werewolf Beyonder characteristic above the grey fog, probably because it involved the chained god, suspected another Mother Tree manifestation. Either nothing is going on and I'm overthinking, or danger is very close. That's why she interfered. To be safe, I must prepare. Even if a false alarm, better than being captured by the Rose School and taken by the Mother Tree for unspeakable things. Klein immediately returned to the real world, took pen and paper, and quickly wrote a letter starting, "Dear Mr. Azik. Considering the underworld is inside the spirit world, Death Pathway demigods are high-ranking spirit world creatures, and Azik might see his unique trait after regaining memory." Klein was honest. He detailed his entire conversation with Orange Light Hilarion's Helmasuin manifestation, leaving out only the grey fog and great existence above it. Finally, he wrote, "Does Mr. Hilarion's warning imply I'll suffer mortal danger from the Rose School of Thought?" After folding the letter, he blew the copper whistle to summon the messenger. Still uneasy, he took out his adventurer's harmonica and blew. Silently, Reinette Tinniker appeared. Each of her 4 blonde heads with red eyes rotated and said, "There's no letter. I have something to discuss with you." Klein forced a big smile, handing over the gold coin from Anderson. "This is the fee for the summoning." One head bit the coin. The others asked, "What is it? I might face some danger soon. I wonder if I can summon you for help." Klein tried to look sincere. The 8 eyes darted and said, "Yes, pay. 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins, that's 10,000 pounds. Klein was agape but smiled wryly. I don't have that much money. Reinette's four heads spoke one after another. You can pay by installments. Installments. Klein was surprised his messenger kept with the times. After 2 seconds he said, all right. Reinette nodded simultaneously and vanished, returning to the spirit world. Chapter 725, Morning. Upon seeing the messenger disappear, Klein considered the demigods he could contact, but realized there were none. He turned his attention to his next steps. He reasoned that the citywide broadcast would have Sea King John Cotman searching for any sea god believers, making a nighttime escape too risky. He also dismissed taking a ship as it was neither discreet nor safe for other passengers should an attack occur. I can summon an undersea creature and leave by riding it, switching rides on deserted islands along the way until I reach the next port. He recalled that the unique trait was only detectable at close range. Even if the Mother Tree of Desire used a ritual to expand her perception, it wouldn't exceed the size of a city. As long as I leave Byam, I should be able to escape their gaze. As his plan cleared, a signal from the radio transceiver broke the silence. He hurriedly jotted it down and used his codebook to transcribe the words. The telegram's content appeared on the paper in jet black ink. I see you. The words sent a chill through Klein's heart. In a spacious basement of an ordinary residence in Byam, candles burned silently. Silver coin Viper Oda, having removed his hooded robe, trembled before the man opposite him. Lord Senor, I don't know how Helmasuin's real hiding place was known by others as well, he said with a quivering voice. Senor looked more like an evil spirit than a human, with a shockingly pale face and recessed eyes beneath his old triangular hat. He stroked his 2 black mustaches as his light brown eyes coldly swept across Oda's face, causing the adventurer to lower his head. After a few seconds, the Admiral of Blood spoke. Less than 3 minutes after that telegram was sent, it was spread across the entire city, and the message spread was part of the telegram. I suspect that another faction has begun paying notice to radio transmissions, and they had obtained our codebook from old Quinn. Yes, it has to be the case. Oda hurriedly echoed, hoping to avoid being blamed for ineptitude. He knew this pirate admiral was cruel to subordinates who made mistakes. Senna sneered. Regardless, you failed. If not for you and your mistress giving me plenty of joy, I would have gotten you to dig out your intestines. Send a telegram. Tell that listener who might or might not exist that I can see him. Let him spend the night in horror and unease. This is the only thing you need to do now. Oda immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced with trepidation at the Admiral of Blood and the bloody altar behind him, then reverently replied, Yes, Lord Senor. He felt he had narrowly escaped becoming a sacrifice. After Oda retreated, Senor turned to the altar, which was covered with human heads, organs, and limbs. In a manner even more reverent than Oda's, he asked, Lord Shanks, has the ritual succeeded? Yes, all that's left is to wait for God to respond. A cold, unfeeling voice sounded from the altar's curtains. The curtains then rolled up as if alive, revealing a translucent elderly figure with brown skin, deep wrinkles, and thinned white hair. He humbly fixated his gaze on the candlelight as Senor stood silently beside him, awaiting any change. Suddenly, the candle flames were dyed with various colors, each seeming to correspond to an observer's desire. The gruesome remains on the altar moved on their own, stacking together like melted wax to form a short tree of flesh and blood, with a surface resembling a walnut shell. A forceful heart seemed to beat within it. Just as Senor was about to succumb to the din, the tree instantly withered and collapsed into a rotten slosh. A tiny, flesh-colored, sticky ball was left behind. It soon grew 4 limbs and a head, turning into a palm-sized humanoid creature, with no facial features save for a pinhole-like mouth, from which grayish-white fog spewed and converged in a continuous cycle. The elder named Shanks devoutly chanted, Mother Tree of Desire, and reached out to grab the tiny figure. All the candles were silently extinguished. In the darkness, Shanks spoke. We've prepared for a long time for this ritual, and God's grace can help us sense the existence of the target through a wider range. Next, we can use the glasses made by the Life School of Thought to accurately locate him. He took out a monocle from his inner pocket, which coruscated with a pearly white luster. Lord Shanks, what should we do next? Senor asked respectfully. The wrinkled Shanks thought for a few seconds. Seek out the target after daybreak. If he has powerful helpers, we will monitor him and prevent him from leaving our detection range. Then, patiently await Lord Sua's arrival. If he doesn't have any guardians and is weak himself, then we shall take action directly. At the mention of Sua, Senor's forehead twitched with apprehension. He took a deep breath. Yes, Lord Shanks. After answering, he instinctively touched the silver necklace at his chest. After a restless night, Klein woke at daybreak and sacrificed his suitcase, wallet, and cash to the space above the grey fog. After clearing his tracks, he checked out and rode a carriage to the borders of Bayan. He left the city and began climbing a mountain on a path towards a local cemetery. Midway, he detoured into the woods, heading for the cliffs where an undersea creature awaited him. He moved at high speed through the serene woods, where the air was fresh and filled with the sounds of birds and insects. A leaf fluttered down, and Klein easily dodged it. At that moment, the leaf suddenly accelerated, bent at a surprising angle, and clung to his face, covering his mouth and nose like a large palm, making it impossible for him to breathe. Sow! 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 Branches snapped from nearby trees and shot at Klein like sharp arrows, while leftover picnic rubbish animated, forming an airtight net that loomed over him. Chapter 7:26. Preparations are very important. Klein had a familiar feeling. It was as if every tree, leaf, and rock wanted him dead. As the web of rubbish lunged at him, his body collapsed into a paper figurine. The arrow-like branches impaled the paper and landed in the distance, while the strange net enveloped it into a squirming ball. Klein's body reappeared 8 meters to the side. The attack he had been worried about had finally come. Without hesitation, he raised his right palm and reached for the adventurer's harmonica in his pocket. The nature of the attack made him realize the enemy was likely a demigod from the Rose school of thought, a foe he was currently unable to defend against. It was the same feeling he got from the one who had pursued Sharon. At that moment, the paper figurines in his pocket flew out, plastering themselves over his face layer by layer. Simultaneously, his sleeves tightened, binding his arms and preventing him from reaching the harmonica. His shirt and jacket constricted like a bear hug, binding him on the spot. With his face covered and ribs on the brink of fracturing, he found it abnormally difficult to breathe. Klein, mentally prepared and experienced, did not panic. He snapped his unaffected right thumb and middle finger. Scarlet flames soared up his ham, burning away the tightly bound trousers before spreading up and down. Seizing the opportunity, he bent his knees and jumped with great difficulty, lunging to his right like a weakly launched cannonball. In midair, he snapped his fingers again, igniting the sleeve at his right arm. Where he had just been standing, the ground turned white and weathered, the green weeds withering away. The attack was silent and deadly. He knew staying in one spot would be fatal, so he had prioritized freeing his legs. If he hadn't, he would have been heavily injured or even killed. With another snap, his right sleeve ignited, freeing his palm. He reached into his pocket and grabbed the adventurer's harmonica. He fell to the ground, rolling and using his right hand to bounce back up as his gloved left palm snapped its fingers. This time, the paper figurines plastered to his face burned away, the scarlet flame singeing his hair. Suddenly a scene flashed in his mind, a thin, gloomy green icicle speeding toward his head like an arrow. His danger premonition was triggered, but it was too late. His clothes still restricted his movement, making it impossible to dodge. A thought flashed through his mind as he barely bent his back, moving his upper torso significantly to the right. The thin ice arrow struck his left chest, shattering his jacket and shirt. However, it didn't pierce him. In its way was a book with a dark brown cover, Grossel's Travels. It was an item that even the sea god Scepter's lightning storm had failed to damage. After the telegram, Klein had reinforced his defenses, preparing every method he could think of. He had hidden the book over his heart and placed the iron cigar case containing the true creator's corrupted influence in another pocket, ready to unleash it to sow chaos if things went bad. After withstanding the arrow, Klein somersaulted to the side, brought the adventurer's harmonica to his lips, and blew hard. His face was blackened from the burning paper, but otherwise unharmed due to flame controlling. He felt the clothes on his body return to normal. say, granting him newfound freedom. As he blew the harmonica, he activated his spirit vision and saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void, holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads that all turned to stare at the same spot. One of the heads grunted and began drawing in air. A cold wind hummed, and a figure was forcibly pulled from a tree 100 meters away. The figure, a wrinkled elder with southern continent features, failed to maintain his concealed state. As his brown eyes reflected Reinette Tinneker, he opened his mouth to deliver a curse. At that moment, another one of Reinette's heads opened its mouth in a silent screech, and nothing happened. Shanks, seeing this, turned to look at Klein, but a figure with white hair and exaggerated wrinkles appeared in his own eyes. His mind turned cold, and though his thoughts were clear, he lost control of his body. He could only watch as the white-haired elder vanished and turned to face Miss Messenger. 2 of Reinette's heads flew towards Klein. One opened its mouth, drawing in air, while the other's red eyes turned dark as its teeth grew long and sharp. Klein saw the translucent elder being forcefully pulled from his own body, before Miss Messenger's head bit at its shoulder, tearing out an object that was both spiritual and physical. Shanks frowned, but didn't scream, his figure abruptly vanishing and reappearing near a glass fragment 100 meters away. Pursued by formless enemies, he phased through puddles and dew on plants to catch a breather. He entered the spirit world and re-emerged holding a moist, palm-sized doll with a single hole for a face, which was inhaling and exhaling a familiar greyish-white fog. Shanks didn't hesitate to stuff the doll into his mouth. Upon seeing this, Reinette Tinneker's other 2 heads flew towards Shanks, but he was already transforming. His body turned black as his skin scrunched up and seeped water. His hair and brows fell out as his limbs grew long and thin. In a second, he became a huge, black, moist infant with long limbs and swollen, shriveled skin. His facial features moved to the center of his face, gathering to form a new single organ. The sight brought an indescribable sense of mystery and wickedness. Just looking at him made Klein's body itch, and red spots protruded from his skin. His eyes suffered a piercing pain, forcing him to close them as tears streamed out. When he calmed himself with cogitation and opened his eyes, both Miss Messenger and the demigod had vanished. Klein's spiritual intuition told him they were still nearby, engaged in an intense battle between the real world and the spirit world. The dropping leaves and fleeing beasts were signs of their clashes. His mind whirring, Klein took out Death Knell and tapped his left thumb on his index finger twice. Countless illusory thin threads appeared in his eyes. He saw 2 dense, entangled bundles of black threads flying around him, Reinette Tinneker and the demigod. He also spotted another blob of illusory threads rapidly approaching, stopping from time to time to avoid the demigod's battle. There's another enemy? Klein cocked Death Knell, lowering it into a state for a lethal attack. He pretended not to notice the approaching threads and slipped his left hand into his pocket, grabbing a gold coin and tumbling it between his fingers as if in divination, hoping to disrupt the enemy's spiritual intuition for danger. After patiently waiting for 2 seconds, when the target was in range, Klein's eyes turned solemn. He suddenly raised his right hand, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 727, Lucky One. Thud! The black revolver recoiled as a pale golden beam shot out, heading for the spot where the target was about to arrive. However, the illusory black threads of the figure suddenly stopped, their attention seemingly attracted by something else. A greyish-white rabbit leaped from the thick grass and fled, and the tree directly in the bullet's path collapsed, split in the middle by a gigantic, irregular hole left by the raging fire of the gunshot. Death Knell's might was equivalent to a small-caliber cannon with even greater penetrating power. The blob of illusory threads, clearly startled, instinctively disappeared, reappearing on the surface of a nearby puddle. Its figure was inevitably outlined, a man in his 40s with a pale face, deep-set eye sockets, light brown eyes, a double mustache, and an old triangular hat. Klein recognized him from bounty notices, Admiral of Blood Sonor. In loan alone, his bounty was £42,000. He had long infiltrated Biam. Was it to take away Helmoswin? After the scientist was discovered and passed away, he joined the Rose School of Thought's mission to target me. As his thoughts raced, Klein saw Senor's figure disappear again. Still, the Admiral of Blood's presence was obvious. The blob of his illusory threads was like a firefly in the darkness. It circled around Klein, using the morning dew, glass fragments and frozen puddles to jump from one medium to another, rapidly closing the gap between them. Klein didn't wait on the spot. He moved quickly, but only slightly, careful to avoid the ongoing battle between the demigods. Senor's performance confirmed that a wraith needed to be within a certain range to possess someone's body. The Rose School of Thought demigod likely could have done it from further away but had refrained, perhaps out of contempt or fear of accidents. Klein, confirming Senor was a Sequence 5 wraith, kept changing his location, awaiting the right opportunity. Just as Senor's speed slowed and he was about to attempt a possession from a distance, Klein's left glove turned a deep black. He then uttered a foul word from the devil language. Slow. Senor had sensed it and tried to change his position, but everything within an 8-meter radius came to a halt. His evasive maneuver failed. It was an area of effect attack. Senor's figure slowed, reappearing in the real world as Klein raised his revolver, cocked it and took aim. With death knell, he saw that Senor's weakness wasn't his head, but a spot just above his throat. Without hesitation, Klein pulled the trigger. A lethal attack. At that moment, a blob of illusory black threads, the Rose School of Thought demigod, appeared at Senor's side and pulled at him. The Admiral of Blood moved diagonally, and the golden bullet grazed past his neck, shattering a nearby boulder. A golden flame burst from Senor's neck, jerking his head up. A sharp shriek blasted out, causing Klein's mind to hum and his body to halt. Formless souls mixed with cold winds surged toward him. In each of Klein's eyes, the image of a pale man in a red coat and triangular hat appeared. "Pa!" Klein snapped his fingers and scarlet flames enveloped his body. He disappeared just before the wraith could possess him, reappearing under a tree less than 10 meters away as flames soared into the sky. He nimbly leaped out, raised death knell again, and injected more than twice the normal amount of spirituality into it. Slaughter. He pulled the trigger, and the golden bullet split into countless shrapnel, sweeping the area with sacred flame. The formless specters and souls were ignited amidst screams, swept away as if by a solar hurricane. Senna knew a counterattack was coming, and flashed into a nearby glass fragment to evade. However, the bullet hurricane from Slaughter covered a huge range, including the fragment. A huge boom echoed as golden flames struck the sides of the glass. Senor, with only burn injuries, leaped to another mirror surface, appearing on a rolling drop of dew with a rotting wound from the purification powers. But it wasn't serious. There's no way he's that lucky, right? He must have a mystical item. Klein frowned. He had changed all the bullets in his revolver to purifying bullets, specifically for wraiths and zombies. He had already shot 3 of his 6 rounds. First, a rabbit had saved Senor. Second, the demigod had pulled him away. Third, he happened to be in a gap in the Slaughter hurricane. Klein found this level of luck unacceptable. He didn't wallow in depression. Instead, he reverted to Gehrman Sparrow's appearance, ready to throw Sea God domain charms to attract the attention of Sea King Jan Kotman if things went south. He reasoned that a Sequence 3 demigod like Sea King, when faced with a Rose School of Thought demigod, a pirate admiral, and a mysterious adventurer, would obviously deal with the Rose School of Thought member first. Klein's sense of security the previous night had come from this backup plan. Had he been attacked in his room, he could have fought his way to the streets, forcing Sea King to intervene. To his regret, the night had remained peaceful. "Pa!" Klein snapped his fingers again, igniting the surrounding trees in blooming fireworks. He had chosen the forest because it was a perfect stage for a magician's performance. His figure flashed through the flames, circling Senor to avoid his approach. Senor, wary of Klein's area of effect and damaging attacks, kept his distance. Seeing the flames as the biggest barrier to his attacks, he stopped and let out a deafening, spirit-body-damaging shriek. An icy blue halo expanded from his feet, covering the ground in a layer of frost that extinguished the flames. Influenced by the shriek, Klein's flaming jump was a step too slow and failed. He stumbled as illusory, black gas-swirling skulls rushed at him, carrying the strong smell of death. He seemed unable to dodge, but a light blue, sulfur-smelling fireball condensed before him. His glove was still in its devil state. With a thump, the fireball extinguished the skulls. Right after, Klein steadied himself, took out the iron cigar case and threw it at Senor as his glove turned noble and sinister. Baron of Corruption, bribe! Chapter 728, Triple Combo. Senor, unwilling to bet that the thrown item was harmless, immediately dodged, allowing the iron cigar case to fall to the ground. He then opened his mouth and produced another shriek. The roar, seeming to come from the depths of Klein's own spirit body, sent excruciating pain through his head. Despite his resistance to such attacks from past encounters with beings like the true creator, he couldn't help but pause momentarily. A burning sensation in his nose, suggesting a burst capillary. However, the combined effect of his resistance and the lingering bribe effect reduced his pause to a mere instant, a fact Senor was unaware of. Klein pretended he hadn't recovered, revealing a false state of weakness to lure his enemy into a trap. In a normal battle, a wraith's ability to jump between mirror-like mediums made it impossible to maintain a 5-meter distance, even with repeated use of flaming jump. This would disrupt his ability to control spirit body threads. To counter this, he planned to take a small risk, hoping to quickly end the battle and escape to the cliff. Seeing his target dazed from the repeated shrieks, Senor's aura turned deep. The Admiral of Blood's contracted figure appeared with abnormal clarity in Klein's eyes, as though 2 tiny figures were coming to life within them. Just as the wraith's possession was nearly complete, Klein, in his tattered and charred clothes, unhurriedly extended his left palm in a polite, gentlemanly gesture. Creeping hunger, maintaining its sinister and noble blackness, forcefully distorted the Admiral of Blood's target. The frost and crystalline bodies from the earlier freezing halo were scattered everywhere, each acting as a mirror surface. On the thin ice, Senor appeared, his expression one of confusion. At that moment, creeping hunger switched to a deep black state as Klein uttered a foul word from the devil language. Slow! Just as he was about to use the mirror surfaces to phase away, Senor instantly froze. His figure involuntarily outlined itself, his body turning extremely rigid as his escape attempt failed. Unable to use slow repeatedly, Klein made his left glove turn pale with a dark green tinge. Zombie! The frost on the ground intensified, spreading rapidly to Senor, beginning to turn him into an ice sculpture from the toes up. Knowing a wraith's strong resistance to cold, Klein didn't let his guard down. He made creeping hunger transform as if it were gilded. The illusory threads in his eyes vanished as 2 blinding silver bolts of lightning shot out from their innermost depths. Interrogator's psychic piercing. Normally, Senna's fused spirit and flesh wouldn't be significantly affected. Now, however, recovering from slow and sealed-in ice, he could only resist the formless bolt, targeting his spirit body. His mind felt as though a blade had twisted inside it, the pain spreading through his body and temporarily robbing him of reason. By the time he regained his lucidity and prepared to leap away, the cold adventurer opposite him opened his mouth again. Slow. Dog shit. Senor's actions turned sluggish once more. Unsurprisingly, he suffered the follow-up attacks of ice stun and psychic piercing. When he barely escaped again, the black-haired, brown-eyed German sparrow opened his mouth a 3rd time with a deadpan expression. Slow. Enraged and despairing, Senor found himself stuck in a perpetual cycle. Klein, having kept his opponent in place 3 times, began to take control of his spirit body threads. The most effective solution would have been 2 or 3 lethal attacks from Death Knell, but past failures had taught him that his enemy possessed a mystical item that granted him luck. A direct lethal shot might lead to an accident. Because of this, he decided to proceed methodically by controlling the Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. Time passed quickly. As Klein ran around Senor to dodge potential attacks from the Rose School of Thought demigod, he slowly gained initial control of the pirate Admiral's threads. 3 seconds! 2 seconds! 1 second! Senor's thoughts turned sluggish as if his body were rusting. Klein, having exhausted the strength to use creeping hunger again, continued to deepen his control as he began to walk at an adequate speed. I can't let this continue. Senor's thoughts moved slowly as a translucent, gloomy green icicle condensed in front of him. Klein, witnessing his opponent's slow actions, unhurriedly took Grossel's travels from his chest and braced himself. So. The icicle shot out, seemingly heading for Klein's chest, but it suddenly changed direction midway, flying diagonally upwards. The adjustment should have been a sudden, lethal blow, but because Senor's thoughts had been slowed, the order was delayed. The sudden change was insufficient to catch Klein by surprise. He simply shifted the book and easily blocked the attack. Senor's expression turned pale again. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his mouth to attempt a wraith shriek. Klein, already prepared, spoke first. Bang! An air bullet shot out and struck Senor in the mouth, throwing his head back and knocking out teeth. The shriek died in his throat. As Klein's control deepened and Senor's resistance crumbled, a shrill, sharp infant's cry resounded through the woods. Lumps protruded all over Klein's body, and he dropped Grossel's travels. An invisible hand seemed to clasp his head, making him momentarily lose his senses and his control over the spirit-body threads. About 100 meters away, the large, black, swollen baby had escaped its illusory state and returned to reality. An additional deep, piercing wound was now on its body, gushing putrid, blackish-green liquid. The demigod began screaming crazily, the infantile cries plunging both Klein and Senor into a painful stupor, their bodies showing signs of losing control. The 4 blonde, red-eyed heads were thrown into the void, and their soundless shriek silenced the terrifying cries. Reinette, Tinnicker, and Shanks engaged in another round of combat, phasing between reality and the spirit world. Senor and Klein stood stunned, trying to recover. In this, Senor believed, as a wraith, he had an unsurpassable advantage. A small smirk curled his lips, but at that moment, the eyes of the tattered adventurer turned lucid. It had only been a second since the infantile cry had ended. Klein, experienced in this, recovered quickly and saw that Senor was still dazed. An opportunity. Instead of a long-distance attack, he dashed towards his opponent like a panther. His left glove was dark, and as it moved, it condensed into a gigantic weapon of lava and flames. Desire Apostle, Sword of Lava. Bam! Klein's body passed by Senor's left, the searing sword sweeping across his chest and getting stuck in the middle. The flames ignited Senor, but while the pain made him yell, the blow wasn't fatal. After they brushed past each other, Klein abandoned the sword, took a step and turned to face the Admiral of Blood's back. He raised the iron-black death knell to his opponent's head. He didn't use a lethal attack, he just pulled the trigger. Bang! His body shook slightly as he stepped into an unseen hole. Death knell slid downwards, and the golden bullet hit the side of Senor's neck. Dark green-tinged blood spewed out, and the Admiral of Blood, nearly half his neck gone, fell forward, unconscious but alive. Just as Klein was about to add another shot, the sky suddenly darkened. A 10-meter-long arm, its surface black, sticky, and covered in strange protrusions of skulls, eyeballs, and barbed tongues, reached out. The entire forest shook. Leaves withered, insects stiffened and died, and beasts either collapsed or began biting themselves wildly. Klein's danger premonition reached its limit. He hurriedly closed his eyes, lunged forward, and did a roll, grabbing Grossel's travels and holding it in front of his face. Chapter 729. Chaos. The forest withered as if a destructive entity was about to descend. Just as a monstrous black arm stretched fully, a thick bolt of silver lightning struck, illuminating the mountain. Sizzling sounds formed a mythical cage around the arm. Dark clouds gathered, shaping a face in the sky, brows and mouth grimacing. In Byam City, Sea King Jan Kotman noticed the commotion and ordered the mandated punishers to activate their sealed artifacts. Reinette Tinnicker was forced out of the void, her black dress unwrinkled despite the chaos. She raised her left hand, and 2 of her blonde, red-eyed heads flew back to land on her severed neck. The other 2 continued fighting the black, swollen infant. The cuts on her neck reconnected, and her form rapidly grew to the size of a Gothic castle. Sinister patterns, vines, and accessories intertwined over her surface, creating a mysterious, ominous sight. Klein closed his eyes tightly, holding Grossel's travels before him and injecting spirituality into it. Yet, he could not shake all effects on his body. He trembled, granules protruding from his skin. Only now did he confirm the side effect of using Death Knell, a fear of the dark. For 6 hours he'd suffer weakness. Thankfully, though overwhelming, it wasn't impossible to resist briefly. Klein desperately closed his eyes as tears rolled down his cheeks. He couldn't dwell on this. The situation was both dangerous and chaotic. The descending force seemed stronger than Sea King, likely an angel, but his condition was unstable. He didn't appear directly, but used the spirit world to attack. Is it because he can't arrive in time and must resort to this method? Thankfully, orange light warned me. Otherwise, a drawn-out conflict would be disastrous. Klein's first thought was to flee in open distance, but retreating without preparation was equally dangerous. If the Rose School of Thought's angel withdrew, Sea King John Cotman would lose motive to pursue. He was not facing a saint worth retaining. With only Reinette Tinneker on his side, stopping this entity would be difficult. I might be chased again later. I have to hinder him now to buy time and escape near Blue Mountain Island. Klein executed his emergency plan, pulling out Grossel's travels, stuffing Death Knell inside, and rolling several times before reaching the iron cigar case. He stabbed it with a finger, breaking the wall of spirituality, opening it, and flung Tinder, corrupted by the true creator, into the air toward the danger source. Shielding his head with Grossel's travels, Klein opened his eyes and took out a whistle. Not Azic's copper whistle, but the Numinous Episcopate copper whistle, obtained from a mysticism enthusiast in Backlund. It came from a resurrected Numinous Episcopate member. Klein had divined the whistle's message and knew sending a signal would be extremely dangerous. Now he decided to let extreme danger meet extreme danger to create chaos to his advantage. He blew the whistle, activating spirit vision without looking up. A skull with 3 lifeless eyes appeared, surrounded by black tentacle-like appendages. Without hesitation, Klein gave the messenger a white feather left by the resurrected member. Not waiting for the messenger to vanish, he bulged his muscles, swung his arm, and threw the whistle into the air where the danger loomed. He quickly put away the cigar case, rolled, and bounced up toward the cliff, keeping his head down and changing location constantly, too afraid to look or linger. Passing where Admiral of Blood Senor should have been unconscious, Klein froze. Senor was gone. In the chaotic battle without aid and severely injured, the wraith who couldn't maintain his spirit body had vanished. Scanning ahead, Klein noticed dark red drops with a greenish tint on the ground near where Grossel's travels had fallen. No way. Admiral of Blood's blood on the book's cover? Was he sucked in? Klein frowned. This wasn't good. He feared the angel and saint sent by the Mother Tree of Desire might have gained Admiral of Blood's aid from within Grossel's travels to hunt him. Still, abandoning the book was impossible. Without it, he doubted his luck in dodging stray blasts or falling debris. I'll resolve this latent risk by entering with my spirit body after I escape. Running, Klein dipped his foot, scooped soil stained with Senor's blood, and held it his way to track Admiral of Blood later. He ran in a winding path, holding Grossel's travels above his head, adjusting direction based on his danger premonitions. The book blocked random lightning bolts and corroding rock rain, shielding him from a terrifying gaze. With it, Klein escaped the lifeless forest to the cliff's edge. The surroundings turned dark, not a storm's darkness, nor a moonless night, but a dead silence smelling of rot. Distant, varied-pitched ravings echoed as if something breathed slowly. Klein, afraid of the dark, trembled. He dared not look up. He only saw a few white feathers stained yellowish oil spiral down nearby with lightning flashes. His right foot stepped forward, and he jumped off the cliff, plummeting through darkness toward light. He fell into a waiting mouth, without teeth, that immediately closed and sank to the sea's bottom. By prior agreement, it would carry him swiftly toward a reef beyond Blue Mountain Island. The creature was gigantic, with 16 fins on its back. In the dark, Klein wanted to curl into a trembling ball but repressed it. He took out a Priest of Light Beyonder characteristic prepared for fighting wraiths. Pure light radiated from the translucent stone-like object, pushing back his fear. Just as he pondered waiting or acting, the back of his palm itched. He looked down, seeing pores widen and fine white hair sprouting rapidly, feather-like. His whole body itched intensely. The fellow attracted by the copper whistle was very dangerous. Experienced, Klein stood and took 4 steps counterclockwise, chanting an incantation in the creature's mouth. His spirit body tore through the greyish-white mist filled with ravings and roars, blackish-green gases streaming from him. Back in a palace resembling a giant's home, Klein saw his spirit body was normal again, no blackish-green gases or white feathers. Phew, it's effective, he exhaled, returning to reality. Light from the priest of light characteristic revealed white feathers on his hands' backs had stopped growing. There were faint signs elsewhere, but not obvious. Yes, I should fix the remaining effects once Mr. Azik arrives. Klein sighed and traced the crimson moon on his chest, praying for the goddess's blessing and Azik's swift arrival. At that moment, Reinette Tinnicker appeared. 3 heads grew on her head, she held one in her hand. Compared to before, she looked livelier. She grasped Klein's shoulder with her left palm and pulled him into the spirit world. They sped through brightly stacked colors. Klein felt dizzy before returning to reality on a reef. Reinette's forehead swept the area and said, "All ready. Safe. Remember, to pay. Next time." She vanished, seemingly off to more pressing matters. "You could do that. I should have had Miss Messenger bring me away like that." But her current state didn't seem stable. This method was likely rare. Klein pocketed the Priest of Light characteristic and kept Grossel's travels outside. Just as he scanned the surroundings, another arm grabbed his shoulder. He jumped, turning to find Mr. Azik. Azik grabbed Klein's shoulder and pulled him into the spirit world again. They sped through bright colors. "Actually, I'm already safe." Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say it. Chapter 730, Handling the Latent Risk. On a mountain outside Byam City, in a lifeless forest buried by a half-collapsed cliff, a tall, stocky, middle-aged man with deep blue hair stood in the air. Wearing a storm priest robe, his burning rage was clear. He was Sea King John Cotman, Church of Storm's Cardinal, Archbishop of the Rorstead Sea and high-ranking mandated Punisher. The battle was fresh in his mind. Every participant had retreated. The Rose School of Thought Angel had transferred his powers remotely, and after failing, he easily brought away his injured partner. No one wanted him to stay except the strange monster that had appeared out of nowhere. Cotman recalled the angel retracting his arm, which bore sparse white feathers growing from the black sticky surface, on top of the skull and inside the erected eye, from unimaginable spots. This was because the angel dodged the glove with the true creator's aura while using some of his strength to shatter what seemed like an ordinary copper whistle. The strange spirit world creature, summoned by the copper whistle, battled the angel briefly before retreating into the spirit world's depths, blocking Cotman's pursuit. The Aurora Order Saint who opened a door of teleportation had observed the battle puzzled, then picked up the glove and left before it ended. The copper whistle's summoned monster had no fixed form. It was death manifest, like a mist filled with feathers marked by yellowish oil. Its target was obviously the Rose School of Thought Angel. Before that angel escaped, the monster vanished as if pursuing. Still, John Cotman, carrying a sealed artifact from the city, felt uneasy, as if suddenly jumping forward on a long journey toward death. The only person without godhood fled before Cotman arrived and was nowhere to be found. But Cotman recognized him, an adventurer who had killed a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle. His info was on the Sea King's desk. Though not something to pay great attention to, Cotman, who had experienced the Seafarer sequence, still remembered the details. He looked toward the cliff and muttered, "Gairman Sparrow." On an unknown island's shore, Klein and Azik's figures appeared rapidly. Klein was about to speak when Azik, hat-wearing and bronze-skinned, suddenly had dark eyes connected to a silent, dark world. He raised his right hand. Undeveloped white feathers flew out, curled into a bundle, and landed in his palm. Squeezing gently, the feathers vanished as if turned to food for the silent world in his eyes. "Mr. Azik, this was brought about by that numinous episcopate whistle," Klein explained. "The situation was pressing, and to make it more chaotic, I blew that copper whistle and gave the feather to the messenger. Then a similar feeling from the underworld descended. I left immediately, but these feathers remained on me." Azik nodded gently, his soft features calm. "I sensed it from afar. It shouldn't be an ordinary high-sequence beyonder. I suspect it's a byproduct of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project." "Is that so?" Klein thought, glad it had held back the Rose School angel. Azik looked around. "I still have matters to attend to. This might awaken more of my memories. When done, I'll look for you again to claim that ring left behind by ancient death. I feel I may need to visit the Berserk Sea or southern continent. It's best if you go to large cities like Backlund or Trier. There, the Rose School of Thought's forces are limited and wouldn't dare act rashly. Of course, places like Pasu Island, with major church headquarters, are safer, but that brings a different danger. Azik's last sentence was a joke, typical of a lone gentleman. His current life's experiences had left a deep impression. Regardless of how much memory he had recovered, his old self showed clearly. In matters of memory loss and recovery, decades barely influence millennia of change. From complete amnesia, 2 to 3 decades can remold a person. After Mr. Azik recovers fully, will his many lives result in different personalities? What a profound question. Klein thought to let Miss Justice and psychology alchemists consider it later. Klein secretly sighed with relief as Mr. Azik didn't probe the conflict with the Rose School of Thought but asked, "Mr. Azik, do you know anything about the Mother Tree of Desire?" Azik shook his head. "I didn't even know of her existence before you sent me the letter." Klein was taken aback. "Then what about the chained god?" Azik shook his head again, smiling with a sigh. "In ancient times, she or they might have had other names." True. Mr. Azik began losing and finding memories at the end of the 4th epoch, wandering the northern continent, while the Rose School was born in the early 5th epoch on the southern continent. Klein nodded, not pressing further. Since Azik had matters to attend to, Klein gave brief advice and accompanied him through the spirit world until arriving at a beach on the northern continent's eastern shore. With Azik gone, Klein stared at the surging seawater, not rushing to the city. Instead, he found an uninhabited cave, set up a simple ritual, and created a wall of spirituality. He sacrificed creeping hunger, death knell Azik's copper whistle, Grossel's travels, and soil stained with Senor's blood to the mysterious space above the grey fog. He walked 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the space. Taking the full seat, he summoned a metal bottle. The remnant blood in the bottle didn't coagulate. Wearing his glove, Klein placed the other items inside, poured a few drops, and smeared the blood over Grossel's Travels' dark brown cover. There. Why doesn't a brand new story start at the beginning, with a new character? Klein wondered, puzzled by the unchanged book title. Before he could think more, his vision blurred, translucent creatures appeared, then everything cleared. Klein found himself sitting on a long wooden chair along a street, the place he'd departed from previously. There's a saving function? Klein joked inwardly as he took the mud stained with Senor's blood and snapped a tree branch to attempt divination. The results led him out of the city, into a nearby forest, where he found Admiral of Blood unconscious beside a small stream. Only about 10 minutes had passed since the battle. Senor's exaggerated wounds on his neck, chest and abdomen were contracting, recovering remarkably, vitality far beyond a human's. In 15 to 30 minutes, Admiral of Blood would likely awaken. In 1 to 2 hours, his mobility would return. This was a zombie, a wraith. You had a chance to be rescued by your organization's angel and demigod, but your blood splattered on Grossel's Travels, making you a prisoner of this book and giving me time to handle you. Of course, this spared you from stray attacks between demigods, preventing immediate death. I don't know if you'd call that good or bad luck. Klein mumbled while grasping death knell and reaching for Senor's neck to remove a silver necklace. The necklace bore a pendant like an ancient coin, covered in mysterious patterns, symbols and words in ancient Hermes. You will be as unlucky as you are lucky now. This mystical item raised Admiral of Blood's luck. Even a demigod couldn't improve Klein's luck, so he doubted it could help here. He could sell it or ask Miss Messenger to use it as partial payment. He hesitated to take it, placing it on a stone nearby, wary of unknown side effects. Klein focused on controlling Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. He aimed to make his first long-term marionette, to grasp the principles of marionettist. No marionette was more convenient to carry than a wraith. 1, 2, 3 seconds. 10 seconds of focus. Klein achieved initial control. Senna's spiritual intuition sensed danger. His body struggled, but he couldn't wake due to injuries and sluggishness. Time passed. By the 4th minute, Klein sighed in relief. Admiral of Blood, Senor opened his eyes, stood and faced him. With smooth motions he pressed his chest and bowed. "Good morning, sir. How may I be of service?" Chapter 731. Gains. Illusory black threads flowed from Senor's body into Klein's hands. each pulse in spirituality producing a different response. Klein controlled the spirit-body threads with both hands out of habit. It made him feel like he was truly manipulating a puppet. From what he knew, other marionettists could detect each other's marionettes, and Senor's abnormality wouldn't be hidden from them. Klein realized he had to be cautious. This Admiral of Blood was dead. His spirit body had become a mere vessel, losing all original traits. That made many divination methods ineffective against him, but methods to locate his corpse still worked. Klein planned to cleanse the wraith within the grey fog, then use paper angels to envelop the mirror-like objects Senor once possessed. He would place Senor in a cigar case sealed by a wall of spirituality, along with Azic's copper whistle, creating a 3-layer interference effect. This would, Klein believed, prevent the Rose School of Thought angel from locking onto Senna's position through divination. Whether the Mother Tree of Desire left any back doors in Senna's body didn't worry Klein much. If so, she could have mutated Senor during the demigod battle royale, with a high chance of success. The Mother Tree of Desire, or rather the Chained God, strictly controls its members through vow contracts and soulbound methods. This was clear from Miss Sharon's descriptions and Klein's interactions. As long as Klein avoided using Senor to divine Rose School secrets or mutant potion formulas, no problems would arise. Senor's werewolf beyonder characteristic remained normal despite being above the grey fog so long. Besides, the grey fog's cleansing process would wash out any latent issues. Klein took Azic's copper whistle from inside his body. He rotated his right wrist, letting the less patterned side catch sunlight and reflect it. Suddenly Senor's figure appeared clearly on the whistle's surface, and the real Admiral of Blood vanished. Perhaps the Mother Tree could vaguely track via vow contracts, but that didn't matter. She could sense the grey fog's unique trait on Klein and would detect him once in range. Besides, Klein's marionette could be destroyed any time as a shield. Like a jobless tramp drowning in debt, Klein felt he had little left to fear. Of course, he truly was debt-ridden. As long as I reach demigod and hide my unique trait, losing marionettes is fine, Klein thought, surveying the area. He bent to pick up the silver necklace and took 4 steps counterclockwise, softly chanting. This time, he hadn't summoned his spirit body and couldn't return directly. The greyish-white fog spread quickly, hysterical ravings and roars echoing endlessly. Azic's copper whistle reacted normally, meaning no latent problems with Senor. Sitting at a bronze table's end, Klein placed Azic's copper whistle before him, making Senor appear, dressed in a dark red coat and old triangular hat, resembling a butler awaiting orders. "Do you have any other items on you?" Klein asked, playing the marionettist role. He controlled Senor to rummage through every pocket, revealing £325, 16 solly, and 8 pence in cash, plus 13 gold coins. Senor carried nothing else, likely due to frequent wraith transformations. How poor. Klein thought. As a pirate admiral, you don't even have a mystical item? Did you hand everything to the Rose School or your subordinates? He considered cashing out Admiral of Blood on the black market. In loan alone, the bounty was £42,000. Claiming bounty from loan wasn't practical. The Church of Storms and Kingdom Military would track down Gehrman Sparrow, embroiled with many demigods in battle, then investigate his organization. They wouldn't pay and might set traps. Other countries' churches and governments likely thought similarly, but might be easier to work with. Retrieving the bounty carried major risks. No rush. Klein planned to send Senor out when switching marionettes. A few days as a marionette wouldn't change Senor's identity or value. Klein turned his gaze to the silver necklace with the ancient coin pendant. Using divination, he grasped its origins and use. It came from a Sequence 5 winner of the Life School of Thought. After dying by a Rose School demigod's hand, his beyonder characteristic and psyche fused with this ordinary silver necklace, turning it into a mystical item. Why would such a powerful Sequence 5 carry a simple silver necklace for so long? Klein received no revelations. It was corrupted by time. The mystical item had 2 uses, passively making the wearer lucky, daily success and miraculous rescues lasting 10 minutes after lethal hits, and actively causing bad luck to enemies, making them prone to failure in daily life or combat. The downside was the conservation of luck. After being lucky, one immediately faced equal bad luck, becoming as unlucky as lucky before. Wearers had to be cautious. Danger could strike in comedic or tragic ways, even harming those nearby. Daily life luck reversed after a month, with slow bad luck release. Not too dangerous. Combat luck backlash occurred 10 minutes after usage with similar force. Overall, it was a good mystical item, but Klein had little use for it. After all, Fate Counselor Ricciardo couldn't change my luck, he thought. He decided to wear it for now, as it had little negative effect on him. He'd sell it if it could help pay debts with Miss Messenger, who wanted gold coins while he had gold pounds. Official exchanges were difficult. He'd likely convert the gold in batches through Tarot Club members. Klein casually named the necklace Scales of Luck. He studied Senor's wraith powers: forceful possession, enemy control, wraith's shriek, mirror blink, obstacle penetration, death-related spells, and invisibility, undetectable by most mid- and low-sequence beyonders. Matching these to Sharon's and Marek's descriptions and his combat experience, Klein felt satisfied. Afraid the candle outside would burn out, dark caves unsettled him. He took a paper figurine from the junk pile and, with the Black Emperor card, stirred some grey fog powers into an anti-divination angel. The angel spread wings quickly, wrapping a gold coin with Senor's image on the reflective side. Klein brought the gold coin, Azik's copper whistle, death knell, and suitcase back to reality. Creeping hunger and Grossel's travels stayed above the grey fog, one unfed, the other risky to carry long-term. Back in the cave, Klein placed the gold coin and copper whistle in a cigar case, sealing it with a spiritual wall. He cleaned up, changed into formal clothes, and carried his suitcase. Following the beach, he came to a residential area near Pritz Harbour. He didn't return to Backland immediately, but changed his appearance, took a steam locomotive, and headed to Condensed City in Desi Bay. He planned to circle the area before changing identity again. Bansi Harbour. Alger Wilson surveyed the ruined city under the afternoon sun. Buildings had collapsed. Deep chasms and charred spots scarred the land, extending to the island's depths where the mountain itself had crumbled. No Church of Storm's presence remained. No plans to rebuild were underway. Alger jumped off the Blue Avenger and circled the ruins with sailors, finding nothing valuable. "Let's go," he ordered with a staid air. Boarding the ship, it hoisted sails and left. After an unknown time, a figure emerged from the ruins' depths. Wearing a double-breasted pure black clerical robe, he had dark golden hair and sharp, clear features like a classical sculpture, wrinkle-free. His dark blue, nearly black eyes were lusterless but filled with dense blood capillaries. Chapter 732, Destination. Desi County, Condensed City, 67 Red Indus Street. Wearing a common face in the Lone Kingdom, Klein stepped forward and rang the doorbell. Within a minute, the door creaked open. A maidservant looked out with curiosity. "Good evening. Who might you be looking for?" "I'm here to find Ma'am Nilu. I'm a friend of her father, Davy Raymond," Klein answered calmly. Davy Raymond was the nightmare Klein had released from creeping hunger. A red glove from the Nighthawks, his last thought before dissipating was for his daughter Nilu Raymond. He regretted never spending time with her growing up. She effectively lost both parents young. Klein had promised to visit Nilu if he ever had the chance. Klein had gathered information about Nilu beforehand. After grammar school, she worked at the Women and Children Care Foundation run by the Church of the Evernite Goddess, earning £2.10 solly weekly. She was envied by neighbours for her modest salary and inherited wealth from her businessman father. No one knew the amount, only that she was richer than most middle-class citizens. Typically, women with such wealth delayed marriage, selecting suitors carefully. Yet Nilu married a civil servant just a year later. Both believers of the Evernite Goddess, she kept her last name Raymond and stayed at 67 Red Indus Street. Hearing Klein's answer, the maidservant asked him to wait and went to report to her mistress. Soon, a woman in a home dress appeared, black hair, blue eyes, thin yet pretty face, resembling Davy Raymond. "Good evening, sir. I'm Nilu, Davy Raymond's daughter. May I know when you got to know my father?" she asked politely, but warily. Klein removed his hat and smiled. "I met him at sea, several years ago." Nilu's wary gaze swept him. "Perhaps you don't know, but he has already passed away." Klein sighed. "Yes, I know. I knew him through that disaster. He had some things to say back then I didn't think much of, but the more I thought, the more I felt I should tell you. Is that so? Nilu said softly. After a pause, she invited him in. Please come in. Would you mind if my husband listens in? Your decision, Klein said frankly. Nilu nodded and led him to the study. Her husband, an ordinary-looking civil servant with gentlemanly bearing, set down his newspaper and joined them. Once seated, Klein deliberated. Mr. Davy Raymond experienced disaster after disaster. He lost his father, mother, wife, brothers and sisters. Nilu nodded deadpan. I know, Klein continued. He appeared to be a merchant, but he was actually seeking the murderers behind those disasters. I know, she replied without objection. He dedicated himself to that, and he deeply regretted not spending time with you growing up, making you lose your father as well as your mother. Nilu fell silent, then replied quickly, I know. Klein glanced at the old books around and sighed quietly. He said his greatest wish was to see you wed under the goddess's witness, to have a family and never be lonely again. I believe he's happy now. Nilu's gaze shifted away, her mouth opened briefly. I know. Klein leaned forward, clasping his hands. He said he might die at sea and wanted me to tell you he died in an accident. All murderers have been punished. You don't need to hate anyone. He also said he loves you very much and is sorry. Nilu was silent, blinking. She turned away, scoffing with unclear emotion. Got it. Klein studied her before standing. I'm done passing on the message. It's time I leave. Nilu's husband nodded gently, a silent thanks. As Klein reached the study door, twisting the knob, Nilu's deep, hoarse voice stopped him. What kind of person do you think he was? Klein paused, smiled and answered, a guardian. He didn't linger, opening the door and walking to the coat rack. Wearing his hat, leaving 67 Red Indus Street, soft, restrained sobbing drilled into his ears. Shaking his head silently, Klein left the burrow and entered a cathedral of the Evernite goddess. Passing through the dark, serene aisle, he sat 7th row from the back, facing the crimson half-moon and black sacred emblem filled with stars. He removed his hat, lowered his head, and held his hands to his mouth like other believers. Praying silently, time passed quickly. Klein gently stood and slowly opened his eyes. At his seat, he left an item wrapped in paper. Walking the aisle and leaving the prayer hall, he went to the cathedral entrance. Back turned to the hall, he wore his hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Pa! The paper ignited where he sat, catching the priest's attention. But when the priest rushed over, the flames were out, leaving a dark, gem-like item. Although the priest didn't know its nature, spiritual perception told him it was very important. The priest and others rushed outside, but the gentleman in the tailcoat and half-top hat had vanished. The next morning, using the local black market, Klein obtained a new identity and came to the steam locomotive station. In his hand was a second-class ticket worth 18 soldi and identification documents. He carried a black leather suitcase, standing straight at the platform, awaiting the train to Backland. The present Klein was a middle-aged man nearing 40, slightly over 180 centimeters tall, black hair streaked with silver, deep blue eyes like a night lake, good-looking with mature elegance. Looking at his documents, he reflected his new name, Dwayne Dantes. After thought, he placed the suitcase down, opened it and stuffed all documents inside. Inside was a black wooden box holding ashes of former lone soldier Franziar Edward. Moments later, a whistle blew. A steam train chugged into the station, spitting smoke, slowing to a halt. Klein looked forward silently, then down at his suitcase, whispering, "It's time to return." He stood tall, carried his belongings and walked to the open carriage door. Backland, Sherwood Borough, 26 Gunstead Street. Benson removed his hat and coat, handing the coat to the maidservant. He glanced at his sister Melissa, glued to a book in the living room. "The entrance exams are in June. You'll finally endure the pain of studying that I did." Melissa didn't look up. "I'm studiously studying every day." "A little humor, Melissa. What's the difference between a person without humor and a curly-haired baboon?" Benson smiled. Melissa glanced casually. "That wasn't what you said before." She didn't correct the difference, instead asked, "Do civil servants also finish work so late?" "No, but lately there's been a lot of work. In such a big reform, handing over work and fixing relationships is troublesome." Benson swept the mirror in displeasure, running a hand through his hair. Though I'm low-ranking finance ministry staff, I have plenty of work. The only good part is surviving probation. I'll soon have a weekly salary of £3. Melissa put down her book, walking to the dining hall. It's dinner time. She paused seriously. I read in the papers about Donningsman tree sap. It's supposed to help hair growth. Benson's face showed mixed emotions. Whoosh! Amidst the whistle, the long steam locomotive chugged into Backland. Klein picked up his suitcase and once again stepped into the capital of capitals, the land of hope. He discovered that the smog had thinned significantly, and there wasn't the obvious palish yellow colors. The gas street lamps on the platform were already turned on, dispersing the gloominess and darkness. Surveying the area, Klein walked out the steam locomotive station, took the metro and a carriage, and came to a Church of Storm cemetery outside West Borough. Then, he spent a little bit of money and placed Frunziar Edwards' ashes into a partition. By then, this lone soldier had already left Backland for more than 165 years. After taking a step back, Klein observed it for a moment before using a pen and paper to engrave something on the partition door. Frunziar Edward. He closed his eyes and added, "Every journey has its destination." End of the 3rd volume.